Chapter 1 One cannot hang oneself in a single tree, especially not for 2 years. Tongue I. Enough already, you're going to confess again, don't you find it a method eyes for day? Ju hang watch it eggle turn away from him, herbacret treating silently, thouas vi seri mained expressionless, a flicker off indifferent seeden heises. The girl was named Tongue his classmates in Semidali skill, and their mained in the same class in high school. Since at the beginning of their high school journey, Ju hang had pursued her relentlessly, confessing nearly every day. Now, as he approached their senior, he har been rejected sufan thathi harby come laughing stock mungus beers. Old hauf claimed not a care, he was weary of the cycle. This time he hard resolved it would be his final confession, yet, before he could utterword, how were sonse again rebuffed, leaving him with no remaining flicker of hope. Him. Ju hen exhaled deeply, turned, and walked into the classroom, taking his seat. The other shagroner customary to his routine, their interest in the situation long since faved. Rejected again? Hearing a voice beside him, Ju hen turned to look at his desk Matty Joe with short hair, an oval face, and sharp eyebrows, shed your wedgum lazily, her cool uniform draped casulai over her. Yer. Hens wed softly, then to Nediscazi away. The girlie and her arm on Ju hang's shoulder and said, one ta hit the internet after cool, I verin keed match kania help me level up. Ju hang frande there, looking puzzled. Tangji, I just go to ned down, you want meta go to the internet caf no? I'm not going, any on you houndster can go. I'll tree at you to a drink, a medium coke. You know I prefer cigar free when I'm playing support. Okay. After school tate vening, it was already 9:30 new and Ju hang and Tangji made their way to the internet caf. Here. Tangji said the cokie and Ju hangstable, then sat beside him, how long are you planning to keep confessing, it's your last year if I don't succeed no, you won't get no thirchins. Ju hang to casip off the cokie and shookhead, today was supposed to but the last time, one he cannot hang on sulfanarzing the tree, especially enough for twoyers. Tangjilo okedeth him, surprise evident in her expression really? Yeah, really. Niel haver plenty of the meto plague mess with him. Not quite. My mum insists he studio otherwise, shall cuto fi allowance. The 12th hem played at the internet cafe until midnight, preparing to head home. Asked high stepped outside, they were taken aback. When did it start raining? Ju heng and Tang just stood beneath the eaves of the caf, watching the gentle rainfall, puddle shade already formed on the ground, indicating they'd either been raining for a while. Did you bring the number? Tang Jai asked. I did, what about you? I brought in it too. Thou perned their umbrella sans said their goodbyes, each heading gyno persity directions. As Ju heng walked along the Canede path, illuminate head and liber street lights, his vision remained as a duet o thrain. Her found himself for playing Thessina fro Mirlayer when Tongue had rejected him, just that morning, a heartful glimmer of hope who and he made his decision. Their relationship had been quite a good in middle school, despite his introverted nature and few words, she never see me to mind and often played with him. During those tender teenage years, he hard developed feelings for her when he discovered they were in the same class in high school. Heather tit was fatty and pursued her, believing he had a high chance of success. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. The impatience seen her expression and another day would launch her in his murmuri for a lifetime. Forgetty Tanyan would find it annoying, it should stop bothering her for moan. Suddenly, Ju heng halted, his gaze drawn to an by street light. The wasser set off stairs, and Sattingen them was a girl. She is without an umbrella, clad in her school uniform, drenched from the rain, hurling her hanging limply. Shimma dutterly unconcerned, quietly staring at the ground, exuding an air of despondency. Ju hen ginishally intended twine you herifter, encountering some uninsurcast at this late Hawaiian settling. However, as she stood there, he felt an odd sense of familiarity about her. Thegolzi me to sense his presence and lifted her head, brushing her wet hair aside, revealing her features. Beautiful elman shapidis, slightly arched eyebrows, a delicate nose, androsa lips or character straight out of Faminger. Yet, her complexion was pale, and she period were nandwary who is betraying a deep sudness. It was difficult to tell where the streaks in her face so airy tears of rainwater. Upon seeing her face, Ju heng froze, his mathy gapish blinked in disbelief. The girl widened her eyes, her expression filled with surprise. They stared at Yashal the for severe seconds before Ju Heng regained his composure and asked, Yin Mengran, what are you doing here? The girl named Yin Mengran lowered her head, her voice slightly or she replied, it's no neophy business. Oh. Ju Heng nodded and turned to Taliav. Since I should said it was none of his concern, he felt it would be meddlesome to linger. He hard taken a few steps when he suddenly heard faint sound of crying behind him. He paused, standing in place for several seconds, listening to the sobs, unsure of what to think. Yin Mengran kept the head on, quietly weeping, indifferent to the cold rain pelting her despite her shivering from the chill. Therein intensified, falling torrents, transforming into a curtain that cascaded down. At that moment, Yin Mengran felt her sudden reprieve from the rain above her. She looked up to find Ju Heng standing there, holding an umbrella over her. Ju Heng's expression remained impassive as she observed her, acutely aware of the sorrow which in her face. Her fair complexion was married swirlings, glistening with tears like morning dew on flower petals, ready to fall with the slightest touch. Yin Mengran wiped her face, trying to remove a rain and tears, her voice trembling as she asked, what are you doing? Minding my own business. Chapter 2. This is something I've only worn once, you can make do with it. I told you it's no neophy business. Yin Mengran cried, her tears smudging her face, unable to wipe them away completely. Sheckled hardly form a coherent sentence, her voice breaking intermittently. It's the middle of the night, and if in my class monitor crying here, how can it not be my business? Ju Heng pulled a small park of tissue from his big hand handed it to Yin Mengran. She hesitated for a moment before accepting the tissue to bathe her tears. Hurries and noseward, clearly indicating she had been crying for quite some time, perhaps 7 days. Thank you. Yin Mengran clutched at tissues, turning her head to murmur her thanks. Not a shivering form, Ju Heng felt her pongo consent. He was dry and warm, but sheer so arched to the bone. My home eyes nearby. Let's go warm up for rabbit. Without waiting for her response, Ju Heng extended his hand and pulled her up from the steps, startling her. What are you doing? Let give me, I'm not going. She struggled briefly, but Ju Heng's grip was surprisingly strong, leaving her runnably break free. After pulling her severe roll meters away, she realized she had no strength left to assist. Come on, anyone would intervene in this situation, otherwise I would usually meddle. Ju Heng spoke without glancing back, effortlessly guiding Yin Mengran, how shall fei head short at him, as if she allied weight chirping bag. Yin Mengran ceased her struggles, to exhausted to fight back. She recognized that there was no escaping Ju Heng's hold. After a moment, Hallet her into a building where Peter weighed the umbrella and kept hold of her hand, not daring to let go in case she tried to escape. As he stepped inside, a cold draught rushed at them, making Yin Mengran shiver violently. She had no desire to go back outside, knowing it would be even colder. Once they reached the elevator, Ju Heng finally seized her hand. Yin Mengran stood behind him, her head bowed, her hands awkwardly clasped in front of her. As the elevator arrived at the 6th floor, Ju Heng stepped out and her knee to her, come on. Okay. Yin Mengran didn't know she complied, almost instinctively following him. Ju Heng got her net a door and walked in while Yin Mengran hesitated at the threshold, feeling uncertain. Ju Heng glanced back at her, exasperated, and dredged out to pull her inside before shutting the door behind them. Bang! As the door closed, Yin Mengran felt the heart race, a flicker of fear stirring within her. Ju Heng entered the room and tossed her pair of slippers at their feet before disappearing into the bedroom, leaving her unsure of what to do. Should she step in city or turn and leave? After much deliberation, Yin Mengran took off her shoes and slipped on the slippers. She stepped into the living room. Upon entering, she noticed that her rack held in the Ju Heng's shoes. Realizing that wage on a person household, she understood that Ju Heng lived alone. First in that quarter in the living room waste he abundance of fitness equipment, gimbals, barbells, a treadmill, and a stationary bikeel neatly arranged. Now he understood why Ju Heng was so strong. He appeared slender in his cool uniform, which concealed his physique, making Jathar to believe er was so powerful. The living room was surprising light days by Tethemini items, everything was orderly and well organized. In front of the plush sofa, instead of a coffee table, there was a soft white rug spread out on the floor. Yin Mingran, drenched and feeling self-conscious, hesitated to sit down, opting instead to stand awkwardly. After a while, Ju Heng emerged from the bedroom, holding a kanji of clothes, a towel, and their hairdryer. Here, dry off and blow your hair dry. I don't there be anything new, but this is a me thing I've only learnance. You can make do with it. You can change in the bedroom. Ju Heng handed her the items and walked into the kitchen. Yin Mengren stood there, holding the clothes and feeling increasing lilist, her mind screamed at her top you'd everything down and left. Yet, Ju Heng's words felt like an unassailable command found herself instinctively wanting to obey. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to follow his instructions. She was freezing, her wet clothes clinging to her skin, making her uncomfortable. She quickly dried herself with the towel and used the hairdryer to dry her hair. It took nearly half an hour to get along, damp for completely dry. Seeing that Ju Heng was still in the kitchen, she took the towel and clothes and headed toward the inlay bedroom. Not daring to turn in the light, she fumbled in the dictor cornge. Ju Heng had given her a high tevel vet and matching pants essential and dewy. This was the first time Yin Mengren had worn some money else's clothes, and she could have detect a faint fragrance lingering on the fabric. Her face flushed with a deep crimson, and she questioned herself incessantly what am I doing? How did I undo pin my classmate Sherm wearing his clothes? Had she leather gear down to mug? What would happen next? Would she have a to sleeper? Or should she just warm up for a bit and leave? Click. Yin Mengren opened the door and stepped out, just as Ju Heng emerged from the kitchen carrying gas table in place in Jatanthrog. Hethan returned from the kitchen, holding a steaming bowl and setting it on the table. Yin Mengren saw it was a bowl of noodles. Eat. Ju Heng offered no further explanation, simply watching her with a calm demeanor. Before Yin Mengren could respond, Ju Heng placed Akupov hot water on the table. Hot water, thysus fever medicine et a kitifia still feel cold or aviafer, thysus cold medicine et a kitifia erythrothertsary fire is sneezing, you can take it as a precaution. He placed 2 packets of medicine on the table, and after finishing, he stepped away, distancing himself from Thesafer. Aside from those instructions, he didn't say another word to Yin Mengren. Chapter 3, Are you leaving now? Do you have somewhere to go? Yin Mengren sat at the small table, gazing at the noodles, hot water, and medicine before her, her emotions swirling in complexity. Her hands remained stubbornly at her sides, as her instinctive reaction was one of resistance. She and Ju Heng were not particularly close, despite being classmates, they were the kind who rarely exchanged words. Yet, here she was, in his home, clad in his clothes, and expected to eat the food he had prepared. How could that possibly be? Nevertheless, her body was urging her to accept, for the gnawing hunger had claimed dominion over her mind, sending incessant signals to prompt her to eat. She glanced over at Ju Heng, who sat at another table, engrossed in his work, seemingly oblivious to her presence, as if she did not exist at all. Sensing her gaze, Ju Heng paused his writing and softly remarked, "You're not really this shy, are you? Go ahead and eat. Once you're done, I'll lend you an umbrella so you can leave. Here." With Ju Heng's words hanging in the air, Yin Mengren found herself devoid of any reasons to refuse. Tentatively, she picked up the chopsticks and took a small bite, the warmth enveloping her entire being in an instant. Soon, hesitation faded away, and she began to eat heartily, though she was careful to remain silent. 10 minutes later, she had polished off her meal and drained the hot water, opting not to take the medicine, as she felt there was no significant cause for concern. Subsequently, she rose and retrieved something from the pocket of her damp clothing. Approaching Ju Heng, she extended the item towards him and murmured, Thank you, Ju Heng lifted his gaze, only to discover that Yin Mengren was holding a 100 yuan bill. What do you mean by giving me money? I don't want to owe you. Ju Heng studied her earnest eyes, recognizing that she was not joking. He declined to accept the bill, instead turning back to his exam paper, muttering, "If you don't want to owe me, then don't give me any money. Your studies are quite good. I can't solve this major problem. Teach me, and then I won't owe you anything." Juheng tapped the large problem on the paper with his pen. Yin Mengran glanced down and instinctively blurted out, "It's so simple. How could you not know this? Apologies, but I can't even solve such a simple question." Oh, Yin Mengran felt a wave of embarrassment and closed her mouth, then extended her hand to begin explaining how Juheng should approach the problem. Juheng listened intently, but had to admit that his intellect paled in comparison to hers. Ultimately, it was only after Yin Mengran meticulously detailed the explanation that he began to grasp the concepts. Once she had finished explaining the problem, Yin Mengran intended to leave. Although her school uniform had been drying under the air conditioning for a while, it remained damp. "I'll return your clothes and umbrella when I go back to school," she said softly at the doorway, draped in her still damp uniform with Juheng's shirt underneath, while the rest of her wet clothes were packed into a bag. Hearing her words, Juheng recalled that Yin Mengran had not attended school for several days. She was a good friend of Tong Yining, who had been in a sour mood lately due to her absence. Juheng had sensed that Tong Yining was quite irritable when he confessed his feelings. At that moment, he realized something was amiss and furrowed his brow, asking, "If I may inquire, do you have a place to go?" He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, so he refrained from questioning why she was there or why she had been crying. Yet, inexplicably, he felt compelled to ask. He sensed that Yin Mengran's departure likely meant she would remain outside for some time. Indeed, Juheng's question rendered Yin Mengran momentarily speechless. She lowered her head in silence. Juheng tapped the table with his pen and said gently, "If you have nowhere to go, then you cannot leave. Do you have your phone with you?" "No." Juheng took out his phone, opened the dialing interface, and asked, "What's your parents' phone number? I'll call them to come pick you up." Not hearing a response from Yin Mengran, he looked up to find her standing there, frozen, tears glimmering like crystals in her eyes. Juheng silently set down his phone, realizing something was wrong. Her reaction suggested that a tragedy had befallen her family. It was late at night, and he had inadvertently caused her to cry at home, which was certainly not a favorable situation. It seemed he could no longer ignore this matter. He racked his brain for comforting words and inquiries, but due to his social awkwardness, what ultimately escaped his lips was, "What's going on?" After a prolonged period of sobbing, Yin Mengran finally found her voice to explain her predicament. More than a week prior, her parents had tragically lost their lives in a car accident while out driving. Now, she felt no different from an orphan, with no relatives willing to care for her. Even her grandparents had long since passed away. Juheng listened, his brows tightly knit as he absorbed her words. Only then did he fully comprehend why she had been sitting alone and crying. The fact that she had not attended school for several days, still wearing her uniform, and had to bear such a heartbreaking burden alone was truly overwhelming. "Do you have no home to return to?" Juheng's question seemed to strike a chord, as Yin Mengran's face darkened further with grief, embodying a profound sorrow. Although Juheng was not particularly articulate, he recognized that he had perhaps asked the wrong question. If she had a home to return to, she would not be standing out in the rain. Perhaps there were unspoken hardships hidden within her situation. The atmosphere grew quiet, with only the faint sound of Yin Mengran's quiet sobs breaking the silence. Juheng felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, unsure of how to proceed. Yin Mengran was not only the class monitor but also an excellent student with a warm and sunny disposition, universally adored by her peers and admired by her teachers. She was the very essence of their class, a stark contrast to his own reserved nature. Yet, here she was, weeping in his home like a heartbroken soul. If she were to return to school and share this ordeal with her classmates, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule and scorn. Failing to grasp the material and being ostracized by the entire class would be a rather ludicrous predicament. At that moment, Juheng resolved that no matter what, he could not allow Yin Mengran to leave. Now that he was aware of her circumstances, how could he bear to let her go, especially with the rain still pouring outside? With this thought in mind, he stood up and walked over to her, taking the bag from her hands. Chapter 4 When there is no response, there is no need to persist. In the midst of Yin Mengran's bewildered expression, Juheng placed the bag in the living room and said, "You can stay here for now. Whenever you have a place to go, you may leave." Upon hearing Juheng's words, Yin Mengran quickly regained her composure and rushed over, saying, "No, no, no. I'll leave right away. Before she could finish her sentence, Ju-hyun suddenly lifted his gaze to look at her. Though his expression was neither fierce nor intimidating, it conveyed an undeniable sense of authority, prompting her to instinctively close her mouth. Ju-hyun regarded Yin Mengran and said in a deep voice, "You can either stay here, or I will call the police to keep an eye on you. It's your choice." Yin Mengran stifled a few sobs, blinking back tears as she cast a somewhat reproachful glance at him, softly inquiring, "Is this how you speak to Tong Tong as well?" "Oh." Ju-hyun opened his mouth, his gaze becoming vacant, unable to articulate a word as he stared at Yin Mengran, whose expression seemed to communicate. No wonder your confession failed. He recognized his inability to converse well, his emotional intelligence being a significant shortcoming. If he struggled with boys, he could only imagine how difficult it would be with girls. Ju-hyun silently lowered his head, rendered speechless, resembling a dejected puppy, completely devoid of the earlier bravado. Har. Ju-hyun lifted his head to find Yin Mengran covering her mouth, laughing. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, even as tears lingered at their corners. Ju-hyun awkwardly clicked his tongue and said, "Just stay here, consider it my plea, all right." This was the most sincere entreaty he could muster, yet he struggled to maintain a friendly expression, feeling as though his face might cramp from the effort. Witnessing this, Yin Mengran burst into laughter once more, and it became difficult to discern whether her tears were born of sorrow or amusement. Ju-hyun misinterpreted her laughter as cruel mockery and turned his head away, his face clouded with frustration. Yin Mengran realized she had laughed a bit too much. Her laughter gradually subsided, and she spoke. "All right, I agree, thank you, but why are you helping me? What reason is there?" "If I had to say, it's because I don't wish to further tarnish my reputation in class." Yin Mengran blinked in surprise, pausing for a moment before responding, "But I haven't heard of any bad reputation about you in class. The only news about you is your confession to Tong Tong. To me, that is a bad reputation." "Oh, if you say so, aren't you afraid Tong Tong will be upset?" "Whatever, it won't matter to me anymore." Ju-hyun shrugged, appearing indifferent, with no hint of emotion on his face. Yin Mengran was taken aback and tentatively asked, "You no longer like her?" Ju-hyun shook his head and replied, "When there is no response, there is no need to persist. I see, that's fair." After deciding to stay, Yin Mengran hung her damp clothes to dry. She sat on the sofa, unsure of what to do, glancing around for quite some time. She hadn't anticipated that she would truly agree to remain in the home of a classmate. However, this time, her impression of Ju-hyun had shifted. She hadn't realized he was such a person. She observed him studying and felt a sense of admiration. A person living alone like him could maintain such discipline, whether in exercise or study, illustrating his remarkable self-control. Before long, Ju-hyun began tugging at his hair, expressing his impatience, as if he were stumped by a particular problem. Yin Mengran stood up and slowly approached him. Standing beside him, she noticed that Ju-hyun was indeed troubled by a question, yet his struggle was somewhat perplexing to her, particularly in areas she deemed quite simple. However, recalling the earlier situation, she refrained from making any offensive remarks, extending her hand to point at the problem on the paper, beginning to explain it to Ju-hyun. Ju-hyun listened intently, nodding occasionally. With Yin Mengran's assistance, he was finally able to solve the problem. Soon, he completed the exam paper, glanced at the time, and realized it was already past 2 in the morning. He regretted spending time online with Tang Ji, as he now had very little time left for sleep, and after a few hours, he would have to attend school. Ju-hyun tidied up his belongings and looked at Yin Mengran, who was sitting on the sofa, saying, "You should go to the bedroom to sleep." "I'll take the sofa." Although his emotional intelligence was lacking, he at least understood that he shouldn't let a girl sleep on the sofa. However, Yin Mengran repeatedly declined, feeling grateful to Ju-hyun for allowing her to stay. How could she, then, allow him to sleep on the sofa while she took the bedroom? No, I can sleep on the sofa, it's no problem, that won't do. The sofa is uncomfortable to sleep on, you should go to the bedroom. Ju-hyun was quite firm, knowing that the sofa was not suitable for sleeping. It was too easy to fall off and rather uncomfortable. Then you shouldn't sleep on it either. You're bigger than I am, wouldn't that be even less comfortable for you? All right, this is my home, so you should just listen to me. Precisely because it is your home, as the host, you shouldn't let me, the guest, sleep in the bedroom. Thus, the two of them exchanged refusals, moving from the living room to the bedroom. Ju-heng switched on the bedroom light, and it was then that Yin Mengran saw the room's appearance, clean and tidy, completely unlike that of a typical bachelor. Moreover, the bed was quite large, ample enough for two people. Seeing Ju-heng's insistence, Yin Mengran, too, was unwilling to back down, and thus proposed, "How about we both sleep in the bedroom? I'll take the floor." "Why should you sleep on the floor?" "I will." The two of them quarreled for nearly 5 minutes. Yin Mengran realized that Ju-heng was quite stubborn, and she truly could not argue with him. As time passed, they both understood that it was unwise to linger over such trivial matters. In the end, they settled on a compromise they both reluctantly agreed upon. In the middle of the large bed, they separated it with a blanket, dividing it into left and right sides. A faint blush crept onto Yin Mengran's face as she struggled to conceal her embarrassment. She had actually consented to such an arrangement, that she would be sharing a bed with a classmate. She seated herself on the left side of the bed, hugging her knees, feeling somewhat anxious. She hadn't realized this issue earlier, but now, as Ju-heng went to change into his sleepwear, she became acutely aware that she was, after all, a girl. And Ju-heng was a boy. Could she truly feel safe sleeping here? Was her sense of security so lacking? What if he were to do something to her? The thought of his strength left her feeling utterly defenseless. After a while, Ju-heng returned, clad in a thin silk sleepwear. While his physique was not discernible under other clothing, it became strikingly apparent beneath the sleepwear, revealing the contours of his muscles. Yin Mengran stole a glance and quickly averted her gaze, her ears quietly reddening. Chapter 5. Come back after you finish shopping, otherwise I won't be able to get into my house. The lights are off. Millimeter. In the dimly lit bedroom, the two lay in bed, their backs turned to each other, separated only by a blanket. Yin Mengran was cocooned tightly within the covers, leaving only her head exposed. She squeezed her eyes shut with determination, yet it wasn't long before they fluttered open again. Sleep eluded her entirely. Her attention was fixated on the figure of Ju-heng lying just a short distance away. Any slightest movement he made, even a mere shift of position, sent a shiver coursing through her body, prompting her to pull the blanket even closer. Thoughts of the events following her encounter with Ju-heng replayed in her mind. He seemed to exhibit no peculiar behavior, engaging in only minimal conversation and maintaining a respectful distance, which reassured her and dispelled any doubts. However, the space between them was now reduced to a mere 20 centimeters, and should Ju-heng turn over, he could easily land on top of her. In this state of restlessness, 30 minutes passed, and Yin Mengran began to hear the rhythmic sound of breathing. She realized that Ju-heng had likely fallen asleep, and her anxious heart began to settle, allowing her guard to lower slightly. It had been ages since she had enjoyed a good night's sleep. As she relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, causing her eyelids to grow heavy. Before long, she succumbed to slumber, sinking into a deep sleep, even dreaming of her parents, who gradually drifted away. When she jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, she discovered that morning had already arrived, the daylight streaming through the window. It was around 6 o'clock, and a flood of memories rushed into Yin Mengran's mind as she regained her bearings. Glancing beside her, she found the bed empty. Ju-heng was no longer in the bedroom. Soon, she heard sounds emanating from outside, likely from the kitchen, as if someone was preparing a meal. Yin Mengran rose from the bed, still clad in the clothes Ju-heng had lent her the previous day. Upon stepping out of the bedroom, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, instantly awakening her still sleepy stomach. She peered into the kitchen to find Ju-heng donning an apron, busily cooking. As she approached, Ju-heng turned to face her, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Good morning, Yin Mengran greeted him softly. Ju-heng glanced her way, nodded, and replied quietly, millimeter. Yin Mengran looked at the dining table, where a lunchbox filled with Ju-heng's freshly prepared dishes awaited. It then struck her that Ju-heng must bring his own meals to school, rather than eating the cafeteria food, seemingly the sole student in class to do so. You're preparing lunch. Why do you bring your own meals? Isn't the school food acceptable? Ju-heng answered succinctly, ethnic dietary restrictions. Is that so? No wonder, you do have a certain look about you, Yin Mengran remarked, somewhat surprised. Observing Juheng's features more closely, she noted that he indeed bore the characteristics of an ethnic minority: high cheekbones, double eyelids, and a visage reminiscent of foreign descent, details she had previously overlooked. I've made breakfast, so you should eat first. Juheng gestured toward the steaming meal beside him. At that moment, Yin Mengran's stomach, awakened by the enticing aroma, issued a growl of hunger. Millimeter. She responded quietly, nodding before taking a seat at the dining table. However, she refrained from digging in right away, choosing instead to wait for Juheng to finish his tasks before she picked up her chopsticks. As Juheng enjoyed his breakfast, he inquired, "Are you going back to school?" Well, Yin Mengran thought of her backpack, which was still at school. She had left it behind in haste the day of the incident and had not retrieved it since. It was indeed time for her to return to school. She couldn't simply let herself fall into despair without supervision. Yet, as she glanced at her still damp school uniform, she realized it was far from dry, and her appearance was far from presentable, with puffy eyes and a lack of suitable clothing. "I need to buy some clothes today. I might not be able to return to school until tomorrow." "Oh," Juheng acknowledged, then pulled a key from his pocket and tossed it in front of her. "Here is the house key. Come back after shopping, otherwise, I won't be able to get in." Yin Mengran regarded the key before her, understanding that Juheng feared she might leave without a place to return. She picked up the key, responding softly, "Oh, I understand." Deep down, she pondered how she couldn't possibly stay indefinitely in Juheng's home. While he had expressed a desire for her to remain, she couldn't be so careless about it. However, the money in her possession was insufficient to rent a place of her own. Returning to school was paramount. She couldn't simply drop out to work, as she was sure her parents would disapprove from beyond. Thus, aside from acquiescing to Juheng's offer to stay temporarily, she saw no other viable option. She couldn't possibly trouble her good friend Tong Yining or her family. Juheng lived alone, making it a somewhat suitable arrangement. After breakfast, Juheng hurriedly tidied up and departed, leaving no further instructions for Yin Mengran. Left alone in the empty house, she couldn't help but reflect on how much trust Juheng placed in her, allowing her to remain in his home unaccompanied. Determined to help Juheng tidy up, since she was staying there temporarily, she felt the need to contribute in some way. After straightening the bed and opening the windows for ventilation, she proceeded to sweep and mop the living room. When she reached Juheng's workout area and spotted the dumbbells, a headache ensued. She realized she needed to move these items before she could clean effectively. With sleeves rolled up, she approached, grasping the barbell with both hands and taking a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. Yin Mengran set the dumbbells aside, her face flushed with exertion. How can they be so heavy? How does Juheng possess such strength? If only I had known, I should have let him participate in last year's tug-of-war competition. As the class monitor, contemplating such matters had become second nature to her, and it was one of the reasons she felt compelled to attend school. After tidying up for 20 minutes, while wiping down the cabinet, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a cardboard box nestled in the corner beside it. The box contained numerous sheets resembling letters, along with several small boxes. She crouched down, pulled out a sheet, glanced at its contents, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Are these the love letters Juheng wrote to Tong Tong and the gifts he bought for her? Chapter 6. It seems that nothing is as entertaining as a game. How long has the class monitor been absent from school? Is everything all right? TSK, I have no idea. I can't get in touch with Ranran either, and I worry about her too. I don't even know where she lives. Shall we ask the teacher for her number? Juheng arrived at school, and at the classroom door, he overheard a conversation that was drawing nearer. Among the voices, one was unmistakably familiar. It was Tong Yining. Just as Juheng was about to step into the classroom, Tong Yining emerged with another girl, and the three of them crossed paths at the entrance. Tong Yining possessed a cascade of glossy black hair and delicate features, embodying Juheng's ideal type. However, that admiration had remained in the past, up until yesterday. Oh wow, the other girl, upon spotting Juheng, instinctively glanced at Tong Yining, her eyes widening with excitement. After all, the entire class was aware of the connection between Juheng and Tang Yining, and now that they were face to face, it was a foregone conclusion that Juheng would undoubtedly confess his feelings. As a front-row spectator, witnessing Juheng's impending rejection would surely thrill her. Upon seeing Juheng, Tang Yining's expression quickly shifted to one of impatience, her brows knitted slightly. In her mind, she anticipated that Juheng would soon profess his feelings, trailing after her wherever she went, an attachment that felt inescapable. She thought to herself that if they hadn't been classmates for several years, she would have been infuriated by his persistence. Nevertheless, she had grown accustomed to such daily encounters. As Juheng opened his mouth to speak, Tang Yining preemptively interjected, "Juheng, I've told you, could you please stop bothering me, could you move aside?" Tang Yining's words were swiftly countered, leaving her momentarily speechless, her mouth agape and eyes widened in disbelief, as if a bone had lodged in her throat. Caught off guard, she failed to react, but the girl beside her understood immediately and stepped aside, allowing Juheng to pass, leaving Tang Yining standing there, blinking in astonishment. The girl leaned closer, cautiously observing Tang Yining's profile, and asked, Tang, are you all right? "Oh, what do you mean? Seriously, it would be better if he didn't bother me," Tang Yining replied, regaining her composure, yet her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Juheng inside the classroom. Her heart raced with a flurry of questions. Bewildered by Juheng's unusual demeanor, Juheng settled into his seat, where his deskmate, Tang Ji, twirled a pen, appearing quite bored. As Juheng took his seat, she tossed him a piece of gum. He said nothing and simply accepted it, unwrapped it, and began chewing. "Tonight, we're running a dungeon in the guild. Are you joining us online?" "No, the monthly exam is approaching. I need to improve my ranking by at least 50 places, Juheng sighed, then pulled out his workbook, preparing to tackle some exercises. "Tonight's dungeon has that piece of equipment you've been wanting. Are you sure you're not coming?" Juheng paused, turning to Tang Ji, and sighed again, saying helplessly, "Tang Ji, I believe my poor grades have a lot to do with you." Tang Ji shrugged and replied, "But I've been playing with you too. Yet you rank in the top 20 of the entire year, while I'm languishing over 200 places behind. All right, I'll help you farm the equipment tonight. When you log back in, I'll give it to you. Thanks." Just then, a boy approached and lightly tapped Juheng on the shoulder. Juheng turned to see Kong Yu, furrowing his brow. "Juheng, could you pass this to Tang Ji for me?" "Thanks." The boy handed Juheng a love letter and hurriedly ran away. Juheng turned and handed the letter to Tang Ji, saying, "Here, it's from Kong Yu." Tang Ji took it without even glancing at it, discarding it as if it were of no consequence. "Aren't you going to read it?" "No, I'm not interested in romance." Tang Ji shook her head, responding with a dispassionate tone. This statement struck Juheng like a blow, especially since he had been fervently pursuing someone until yesterday, an action that stood in stark contrast to Tang Ji's indifference. "I truly envy you for being utterly disinterested in such matters." It seems nothing is more enjoyable than a game." Juheng mused, wishing he could share Tang Ji's perspective. Perhaps then, he wouldn't feel so disheartened by his numerous failed confessions. Soon, class commenced, and Juheng listened attentively. A glance revealed the seat that belonged to Yin Mengran, which had been vacant for quite some time, while its owner remained at home. She should return to school tomorrow, right? Should he perhaps say something nice to her tonight, so she wouldn't bring up the incident that might make him cry? His gaze shifted, noticing someone watching him. In the past, a fleeting glance from this person would have delighted him, but today felt entirely different. The observer was Tang Yining, who had also been staring at him when he glanced at Yin Mengran's empty seat. Upon being caught, she quickly averted her gaze. After class, Juheng planned to head to the restroom. As he stepped out of the classroom, someone immediately followed him. "Juheng, bro, did you give that to Tang Ji?" Kong Yu sidled up to Juheng, whispering. "Yeah, I did." "What did she say?" "She said she wasn't interested, that games are more fun." Kong Yu looked utterly stunned, frozen in place. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly pressed on, "And then, that's it, did you mention I was the one who gave it to her?" "I did, and the moment I said it, she tossed it aside." "I can't believe it." Kong Yu's expression soured, but he remained determined, continuing, "Bro, Do you know what she likes? You must know, you've been her desk mate for 2 years. Tell me, I want to buy her a gift. Just give up, don't chase her anymore, find someone else. Kong Yu insisted, no. I like her type, the short hair, the lowly face, so fierce and confident. Honestly, I even dreamt about her last night, but I can't tell you what the dream was about. That's ridiculous. Why are you asking me? Go ask someone else. Dude, you're her desk mate and you have experience in pursuing girls, even if you've been unsuccessful for 2 years. Kong Yu suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly silenced himself. However, Juheng's piercing gaze had already turned toward him. He spun around and playfully slapped Kong Yu on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain, though he dared not speak. Get her computer a 4090 graphics card and use that as the standard for your gift. Chapter 7. Is it that you have not confessed to her today, and she finds it difficult to adjust? During lunchtime, students have the option to dine at the cafeteria or to bring their meals back to the classroom. Juheng had prepared his own food at home, utilizing an insulated lunchbox. Should his meal become too cold, he could always visit the cafeteria to warm it up. Tang Ji, on the other hand, had purchased her meal from the cafeteria and returned to the classroom to eat. Hey. Bro, let us eat together and continue our discussion from this morning. At that moment, Kong Yu took a seat directly in front of Juheng, turning his chair around and placing his lunch on Juheng's desk. Discussion from this morning. Oh, you mean about pursuing games, the games we talked about this morning, have you forgotten? Kong Yu promptly interrupted Juheng, casting a glance at Tang Ji, only to find she was utterly indifferent. Tang Ji leaned over to take a look at Juheng's lunchbox, her eyes lighting up as she pointed with her chopsticks, exclaiming, I want to eat that soft-boiled egg. I knew you would want it upon seeing it. I should have hidden it beneath the rice. Juheng sighed, reluctantly offering her the delicacy with his chopsticks. Tang Ji nodded in satisfaction after taking a bite. Juheng then turned to the dazed Kong Yu and remarked, you can continue discussing games now. Right. What games do you both play? Juheng and Tang Ji exchanged glances before replying in unison, we play everything. At that moment, Tang Ji turned to Juheng and asked, did you watch last week's match? I knew their team would lose, they played terribly. Juheng nodded and replied, to be honest, their jungler was quite lacking, you could tell from those gank attempts, completely failing to account for summoner spells, and their ultimate AoE was abysmal. The ADC was mediocre too, their damage output was too low. I can't comprehend why they didn't back off during that last push. Wait. Seeing that he was unable to interject and could not follow their conversation, Kong Yu quickly called for a halt, feeling like he was becoming invisible in this discussion. He quietly asked, do you all play those card games? Tang Ji nodded, answering, yes, we do. She then turned back to Juheng, inquiring, have you seen the new OTK deck that just appeared on the ladder recently? I have, and to be honest, I was quite surprised. I didn't expect that kind of combo, the opponent was too swift in executing their kills. After Juheng spoke, he noticed Kong Yu looking disheartened, so he asked, what card games do you play? Dota. That's called a card game. Sorry. Kong Yu lowered his head, focusing on his meal and refraining from further interruptions. His greatest miscalculation was attempting to pander to their interests by discussing games, presuming a young girl would only indulge in casual, light-hearted games. He had thought of games like dress-up or romance simulation, believing that even without experience, he could easily engage in the conversation. He was still stuck in the phase of thinking girls only played such games, never imagining he would embarrass himself in this manner. It seemed he would need to practice his gaming skills diligently upon returning home. Tong tong, tong tong. R.Jen run, what's wrong? Tong Yining snapped back to reality, glancing at the girl before her, looking somewhat dazed. What is the matter? You seem distracted. Me distracted? Not at all, millimeter. Jin Run pointed at Tong Yining's meal, prompting her to look down and realize that she had been unconsciously crushing her rice grains, as if playing rather than eating. I have the monthly exam coming up, and I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Really, you're worried about an exam? Your grades are quite good. Even Ran, who's first in the class, worries about exams, let alone me. The class monitor is an exception. After all, she has maintained her top position for 2 years. It would be quite disheartening if she were to slip down. I wonder how this time will turn out. I also wonder if she will be able to come to school before the exam. Millimeter. Tong Yining nodded, continuing to poke at the grains of rice, perplexed about her own thoughts. Was it truly about the exam? It didn't seem like it. Qian Run gently patted Tong Yining's arm, offering comfort. All right, don't fret. Your grades are not a concern. The one who should be worried is someone like Juhang. Juhang. Tong Yining's gaze instinctively drifted toward Juhang, who was eating with Tang Ji and Kong Yu, engaged in conversation. In the past, whenever she looked in his direction, he would undoubtedly be looking back, their eyes meeting. However, now, she had been staring for several seconds, and Juhang had not glanced her way at all. This feels off, very off. Tong Yining furrowed her brow slightly, muttering to herself as she increased the pressure on her chopsticks, crushing the rice grains further. In the afternoon, during self-study, Juhang was diligently working through problems, occasionally scratching his head and furrowing his brow. As he stared at the dense text on the test paper, he felt drowsy. Juhang studying. This is quite unusual. Tong Yining noted Juhang's earnestness in studying, feeling puzzled. Normally, during self-study, he would be catching up on sleep, but today he was actually studying. Had the sun risen from the west? Meanwhile, the unyielding Kong Yu once again approached Juhang and the others with his test paper in hand. Oh, Tang Ji, I can't solve this question. Could you help me out? Tang Ji lifted her head, shot Kong Yu a glance, then lowered her gaze again, replying, if you can't do it, go ask the teacher. Why ask me? Oh, you're good at studying, didn't the teacher say to learn from good students? Juhang glanced up and took the test paper from Kong Yu, saying, I can solve this question. Let me show you how. I just learned it yesterday. Before Juhang could teach him, Kong Yu snatched the paper back and whispered in Juhang's ear, don't cause trouble. Do you know what it means to have ulterior motives? Juhang, who had initially been eager to validate his learning, felt his enthusiasm dampened by Kong Yu's interruption. He furrowed his brow and replied coolly, all I know is, if you keep coming here out of boredom after a full meal, I'll kick you out, believe it or not. Kong Yu was about to retort when he caught sight of Tang Ji, who was casting him a frosty glare. His throat constricted, and he hurriedly departed, despite claiming he liked Tang Ji's demeanor. Confronting her made him a bit apprehensive. Once Kong Yu left, Tang Ji quietly whispered to Juhang, it seems Tong Yining has been glancing at you quite often today. Is it that she finds it difficult to adjust since you didn't confess to her? Upon hearing Tang Ji's words, Juhang did not raise his gaze to look at Tong Yining but continued working on his problems, saying, I don't know. Let her be, it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 8 I do not perceive this as being kind to you, rather, I believe it is merely what ought to be done. Tong, school is over, shall we go? Qian Run approached Tong Yining's desk, noticing that she had already packed her belongings but seemed in no hurry to depart. I will be leaving shortly, Tong Yining replied vaguely, her gaze wandering elsewhere. At this moment, there were only a few remaining students in the classroom. The majority had already left, while Juhang was still busy organizing his things. Typically, he would be the first to exit after classes, but today, having engaged earnestly in his studies, his belongings were in disarray, making the task of tidying up particularly arduous. After what felt like an eternity, Juhang finally stood up, preparing to leave the classroom. Simultaneously, Tong Yining also rose to her feet and headed toward the door. If nothing unexpected occurred, they would inevitably cross paths at the entrance. HMPH. That insufferable Juhang, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tong Yining observed Juhang's pace, and noticing she was lagging slightly behind, she deliberately quickened her steps, ultimately reaching the classroom door ahead of him. She turned her head, feigning to beckon Qian Run to hurry along, while her eyes covertly darted a glance at Juhang. She was acutely aware that this was his final opportunity for the day. He would undoubtedly approach her to confess his feelings, just as he had done in the past. To punish him for his tardiness today, Tong Yining resolved to reject him with even greater ruthlessness than before. Ju Heng, absorbed in his phone, failed to notice Tang Yining standing at the threshold of the classroom. He walked past her without a glance, perfectly missing her. Tang Yining felt as if she had been turned to stone, disbelief flooding her expression as her mouth fell open in astonishment. Could it be that Ju Heng truly did not see her? Was it intentional or merely an oversight? Standing at the door, she watched as he strode further away, his back turned, and her spirits plummeted to an all-time low. She had gone out of her way to create an opportunity for him, only for him to squander it. How foolish she must appear. Excuse me. At that moment, Tang Yining heard a voice from behind her. Instinctively, she stepped aside and turned to see that it was Tang Zhi.as, Ju Heng's deskmate. She was not particularly familiar with this individual, having had almost no interaction with her over the past 2 years of being classmates. All she knew was that Tang Ji performed well academically and occasionally walked home with Ju Heng, but where they went afterward remained a mystery to Tang Yining. Could it be that Ju Heng is with Tang Ji? A wave of doubt surged within Tang Yining, although she quickly dismissed it as illogical. Ju Heng had left school directly without waiting for Tang Ji. They did not seem particularly close. Besides, they had been deskmates for over 2 years. If they were meant to be together, surely it would have happened by now. Why had he spent so long pursuing her? Tong, what are you doing? Let us go. Qian Run exited the classroom, noticing that Tang Yining remained standing there, seemingly lost in thought. As if in a daze, Tang Yining turned to Qian Run and asked, "A run, don't you think?" Ju Heng was acting a bit strange today. No. I actually think you seem a bit odd today. At that moment, Ju Heng was already on his way home, passing by the steps where he had encountered Yin Mengran the day before. Him. I should have asked for her phone number. What if she leaves? I only have that one key, but she mention she didn't bring her phone? Upon returning home, he stood at the door and knocked. Bang, bang. Moments later, he heard footsteps approaching from inside, which eased his anxiety. Creak, the door swung open, revealing Yin Mengran. She appeared somewhat different from the morning he had seen her, radiant and polished, her skin fair and smooth, dressed in new clothes, her hair neatly tied back, and at the moment she spotted Ju Heng, her eye sparkled with a glimmer of light. You're back. Yeah, thankfully you didn't leave, otherwise, I would have had to pay 200 for a locksmith. Hearing Ju Heng's words, Yin Mengran lowered her head and replied softly, I promised you I wouldn't leave. As Ju Heng stepped inside, he immediately noticed how much tidier the house was compared to when he had left that morning. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air, and the clothes he had lent her were washed and hung up. While he went off to school, Yin Mengran had taken it upon herself to tidy the house and do the laundry, resembling a housewife. By the way, did you really forget your phone? I am worried I won't be able to reach you if something comes up. Ju Heng set down his bag, took out his phone, and looked at Yin Mengran. Yin Mengran, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned her head away and said, a few days ago. I accidentally threw my phone into the river. Only you could manage that. Ju Heng sighed in resignation and tucked his phone back into his pocket. The person before him seemed nothing like the kind-hearted, gentle, and cheerful class monitor he remembered. Rather, she resembled a lost child he had found while out for a stroll, weeping in despair. Ju Heng rose from his seat and returned to his bedroom. After a while, he emerged, holding an old phone. Here, you can use this for now, it still works. I'll give you my second SIM card so at least I can get in touch with you. Really? Yin Mengran accepted the phone, her face displaying surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. Although it was an old device, he was just giving it to her. She was merely his classmate, not a relative. Why was he being so kind? Why are you being so nice to me? Is it because of Tong? Yin Mengran asked softly, suspecting this might be a plausible explanation. Could it be that because of her close relationship with Tang Yining, and Ju Heng's feelings for Tang Yining, he was trying to forge a bond with her in hopes of getting closer to Tang Yining? Yet hadn't Ju Heng just said yesterday that he would no longer pursue Tang Yining? Ju Heng, sitting in a chair, looked at Yin Mengran with curiosity and asked, what do you mean by being nice to you? I mean, why are you so good to me? Yin Mengran's voice grew softer, feeling increasingly unlike herself. Why was she asking such cautious questions? In the past, she would have casually inquired in a joking manner, appearing natural, but now it felt utterly unnatural. Ju Heng was taken aback for a moment, then fell silent for a few seconds before shaking his head and responding, I don't perceive this as being kind to you. Rather, I believe it is merely what ought to be done, just as you tidied up my home. It is not an act of kindness but rather something you felt was necessary. Moreover, regardless of what I do, it certainly has nothing to do with Tong Yining. Chapter 9. What are you saying? Is this some kind of two-dimensional talk? Juheng, seated at the table, began to study diligently, quietly working through his exercises, while Yin Mengran, on the sofa, fiddled with her phone. She opened the photo gallery and discovered it contained pictures. Instinctively, she considered exiting. As these were Juheng's private images, it would be inappropriate if she stumbled upon any intimate photos. However, at first glance, she only saw a series of screenshots, not a single image of a person. Curiosity got the better of her, and she clicked on the screenshots, finding them to be chat records. The individual conversing with Juheng was someone she recognized, Tong Yining. As she perused the chat content, Yin Mengran was taken aback. Tong Yining had previously confided in her that her relationship with Juheng was not particularly strong. Even though they were classmates from middle school, they were hardly familiar with each other and had scarcely exchanged words. Yet, judging by these chat records, despite the absence of any suggestive content, it was evident that their relationship was quite amicable, suggesting they were at least good friends. Yin Mengran knew it was inappropriate to scrutinize these records, but the contents compelled her to continue reading. Ultimately, she discerned the pivotal moments captured in the screenshots, which chronicled the evolution of Juheng and Tong Yining's relationship. Wait until next semester when I turn 18, and I'll promise you. Let's talk about it later. The recent exam pressure is quite intense, and I don't wish to discuss this now, perhaps next semester. Did I ever say that, Maybe during senior year, believe it or not. Tong Yining's engagement seemed to culminate here. Afterward, Juheng likely changed his phone. Yin Mengran witnessed firsthand how Juheng's messages dwindled from numerous to sparse, culminating in a simple in response to Tong Yining's last message. Although these were merely records of conversations, Yin Mengran could perceive the shifts in Juheng's mindset, from eager anticipation to weary persistence, then to gradual numbness, and ultimately to complete disillusionment. She grasped the entangled dynamics between them, beginning with Juheng's pursuit of Tong Yining in their first year of high school. Juheng was not the same person he was then. Now his communication was succinct and at times rather irritable. The chat records revealed that he once relished conversing, particularly with Tong Yining. While it was evident that his emotional intelligence was somewhat lacking and his speech clumsy, he had previously been quite talkative. Tong Yining had promised Juheng that she would consider his affections once she reached adulthood in the second semester of her first year. However, it seemed that this promise had not materialized, yet Juheng did not relent. He persisted. As time went on, Tong Yining's demeanor grew increasingly frosty, while Juheng's messages became progressively terse, and their frequency of communication diminished. Fast forward to their senior year, essentially the present, Juheng had transformed into an entirely different individual, having resolved not to pursue a futile path any longer. Yin Mengran inhaled sharply. No wonder she had previously struggled to understand why Juheng had clung to hope for such an extended period. 2 full years. It turned out he had once glimpsed a flicker of hope, a hope gifted to him by Tong Yining, only for her to extinguish it herself. This was something Juheng had never shared with anyone. Others remained oblivious, and he alone became the subject of ridicule in the class. In that moment, she found herself harboring disdain for Tong Yining's actions, coupled with sympathy for Juheng. Yin Mengran lifted her gaze toward Juheng, only to be startled as she realized he was sitting there, pen in hand, casually resting his foot on his knee while silently observing her. She had been so engrossed in her reading that she failed to notice Juheng's fixed gaze upon her. Now, embarrassment washed over her, accompanied by guilt for having pried into someone else's privacy out of sheer curiosity. Juheng turned away, returning to his studies, and remarked nonchalantly, "If there's anything on your phone, you might as well delete it. There's nothing useful left." Upon hearing Juheng's words, Yin Mengran paused, momentarily taken aback. She believed those chat records held significance. Deleting them seemed rather regrettable. However, upon reflection, it was indeed true that these memories no longer served any purpose for Juheng. Keeping them would merely act as a wellspring of sorrow for him, so it was better to erase everything and pretend nothing had ever occurred. Complying with his request, Yin Mengran deleted all the screenshots. Beneath the screenshots lay a photograph, seemingly a group picture from their middle school graduation, but Juheng had cropped out a small section, the part where Tang Yining stood. She deleted that photo as well, reasoning that since Juheng claimed there was nothing of value left on his phone, it was best to remove it all. After completing the deletions, Yin Mengran decided against further perusing the phone. Instead, she resolved to study for a while, as school would resume the next day. Even though her past performance had been commendable, she had fallen behind considerably, and her previous state of mind had been chaotic. Regaining her focus on studying would not be an easy task. Juheng, could you lend me your notes? She had left all her study materials at school, so she had no choice but to turn to Juheng. Without hesitation, he handed over his notes without lifting his head. Yin Mengran settled beside Juheng, opened his notebook, and began to study. The two sat together at the table, quietly absorbed in their studies, even as the clock approached 11 o'clock at night. TSK. Juheng began to scratch his head in frustration. He was stumped by a problem that seemed utterly insurmountable. If it were a new game, he could master the mechanics within half an hour, yet facing a new question felt like an insurmountable challenge that could take him months to unravel. What's wrong? Are you stuck on something? Yin Mengran rose and approached Juheng, glancing at the exam paper before him. Juheng recognized that the type of question before him would appear exceedingly simple to Yin Mengran, so simple that she could not comprehend where he might be struggling. Yet, he remained utterly clueless. Yin Mengran pointed at the problem on the paper, explaining, well, let me teach you. You see, since y(f(x) is monotonically increasing on the interval a-2, 1, f(x) 3 times 2 times b0 holds true for all x in a-2, 1. Wait, what are you saying? Is this some kind of two-dimensional torque? Yin Mengran paused momentarily before bursting into a soft laugh. Stop joking, I'm trying to teach you, so please take it seriously. I swear I'm being serious. What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. Chapter 10. What could possibly be more worthless than returned love letters and gifts? After enduring the patient guidance of Yin Mengran, Juheng finally grasped how to solve the problem. At the moment he penned the correct answer, he slumped helplessly in his chair, his expression one of utter despair. His mind felt akin to a clogged toilet, stuffed to the brim. He simply could not absorb any more knowledge today. Mathematics, he surmised, was indeed a terrifying beast, at least in the realm of gaming. It was akin to a T0 level boss, the kind one might expect to struggle against, yet triumphing over it would leave one feeling invincible. Juheng cast her a sidelong glance, uttering nothing in response. He felt a profound sense of hopelessness regarding how he might elevate his ranking in the upcoming exam. Just then, amidst Yin Mengran's laughter, a sudden gurgling sound broke the air. Yin Mengran, she had ventured out to procure various items and had taken a bath, exhausting her energy. By the time she recognized her need for sustenance, the school day was drawing to a close, and fearing that dining out would consume too much time, she decided against it. Now, at midnight, her hunger had become undeniable. Juheng exhaled heavily through his nose, then rose and made his way to the kitchen, stating, wait here. Upon seeing Juheng's intent to cook for her, Yin Mengran quickly waved her hands, urging, oh no. It's too much trouble, I don't need to eat, it's too late, let's just forget it, I cannot allow you to go hungry. Juheng replied matter-of-factly, stepping into the... Having experienced his stubbornness the previous day, she knew that no amount of persuasion would be effective. She sat in her place, her head slightly bowed, gazing at the table, lips pressed together. Yet, regardless of her musings, the gnawing sensation of hunger was inescapable. After a short while, the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sounds of food being prepared, followed by tantalizing aromas wafting through the air. She had savored a bowl of noodles Juheng had made the day before and his breakfast that morning. Although neither dish had been extravagant, she could tell he was quite the skilled cook. 10 minutes later, the kitchen light clicked off, and Juheng emerged, carrying a steaming plate of fried rice. Here, eat. He gently pushed the dish toward Yin Mengran. With no further reluctance, she accepted the fragrant fried rice, her stomach having gone a whole day without food. Thank you, she murmured softly before diving into her meal. She took small bites, never resorting to ravenous consumption, yet she continued steadily until the plate was empty. Once finished, she promptly stood to wash the plate, realizing Juheng's culinary talents were truly remarkable. The thought of enjoying his cooking daily, or perhaps bringing his meals to school, seemed like a delightful prospect. Yin Mengran quickly shook off that notion. She was merely a temporary resident here, and once she settled, she would inevitably leave. It was unthinkable to remain indefinitely, and she intended to pay Juheng some rent before departing. She could not simply stay here and consume his food without offering something in return. That was not her style. Exiting the kitchen, she cast her gaze forward and froze. Juheng stood beside the cabinet, fixated on a cardboard box. Inside lay the love letters and gifts he had prepared for Tong Yining, which she had seen that morning. Although she hadn't fully pried into its contents, she had not returned them to their original order, leaving them haphazardly after her brief glance. Indeed, upon noticing Yin Mengran, Juheng asked, "Did you?" "I just saw one letter." Juheng picked one up, glanced at it, then tossed it back into the box, muttering, "It's fine to look, it's utterly ridiculous, better viewed as a joke. I plan to dispose of these first thing in the morning." "Really, you're going to throw them away?" "Indeed, what could be more worthless than returned love letters and gifts? Just a pile of rubbish." Juheng's gaze darkened as he surveyed the box of letters, his eyes betraying a flicker of disappointment. Yin Mengran perceived this shift in his demeanor, and her heart swelled with sympathy. She understood that Juheng had once harbored dreams of being with Tong Yining, dreams that ultimately remained unrealized. He took a roll of tape, sealed the box, and carried it to the door, placing it alongside the garbage slated for disposal in the morning. He then turned, his expression transforming entirely. The earlier disappointment vanished, and he proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. Yin Mengran was taken aback by how swiftly his mood had shifted. However, she soon considered that perhaps it was precisely because he had borne so much that he could now let go with such ease. Over the past 2 years, he may have grappled with these emotions countless times, and now he no longer felt the need to dwell on them. Soon, the clock struck 12:30, ushering in the moment Yin Mengran dreaded the most, the prospect of sleep. "The lights are off," she announced. Millimeter. Click. As the lights extinguished, the bedroom plunged into darkness. The two lay in bed, separated by a blanket. As expected, Yin Mengran cocooned herself tightly in the covers, with only her head peeking out, resembling a swaddled infant. They had not discussed who would sleep in the bedroom and who would take the sofa, yet following the previous night's arrangement, they both found themselves in the bed once again. For the second time, she was sharing a bed with a male classmate. If their classmates were to find out, how on earth would she explain it? She feared she could not articulate it even if she had 10 mouths. In that moment, however, a different voice echoed in her mind. But did she truly care about being misunderstood at this juncture? Her family had undergone a significant upheaval. There had been times when she felt as if death were preferable, wandering in her school uniform, weeping without regard for the judgment of others. She had to acknowledge that if it were not for Juheng, she might still be lost in turmoil. Tomorrow, she would have no desire to attend school. It could be said that Juheng had rescued her. In comparison, this trivial matter seemed utterly insignificant. "Juheng, ear millimeter?" Juheng responded softly upon hearing her call. The next moment, she uttered a gentle, almost fragile, "A good night." A chapter 11. Oh, how I wish she could hear the words you speak. Yin Mengran, this time, found her slumber to be notably more restful than the previous night. Perhaps it was due to the familiarity gained from repetition, or maybe she had simply come to terms with her circumstances, having endured monumental blows that seemed insurmountable. She felt as though nothing could possibly bring her down now. When Yin Mengran opened her eyes, she discovered that daylight had arrived, and as was the case the day before, she was alone in bed. However, she soon heard the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen, a fact that filled her with admiration, even reverence, for Juheng. Both being high school students, she surmised that the majority of their peers could not possess the self-discipline that Juheng exhibited, rising when he chose, consistently preparing breakfast, and maintaining a regular exercise regimen. He had even begun to engage in self-directed study, showcasing immense potential for growth. Aside from his somewhat lacking emotional intelligence and communication skills, he appeared virtually flawless. This must be the very reason his parents felt at ease allowing him to live independently. There was truly little to worry about. As Yin Mengran sat up and tied her hair back, she began to make her bed. By the time she emerged from her room, Juheng had already prepared lunch. Yet, she noticed something unusual compared to the previous day. There seemed to be 2 lunch boxes on the table. Upon hearing her exit, Joo-hyun glanced up briefly before returning to his task of arranging the boxes. He secured the lids on both containers and then pushed the smaller one toward Yin Mengran, saying, "This is." Yin Mengran blinked in surprise at the box before her. "It's for you. Just a little something I whipped up. It saves on meal expenses. If you don't want it, I won't prepare it again tomorrow. No, I want it," she exclaimed, instinctively shielding her lunchbox as if afraid Joo-hyun might reclaim it. "Oh, and there's fruit and yogurt too." With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed a small container filled with cut fruits and a packet of yogurt her way. Wow! Yin Mengran's eyes sparkled as she beheld the offerings before her, transporting her back to her childhood, to the days in first grade when her mother would prepare snacks and fruits for her. Now, that long-lost feeling of care was unexpectedly found in a classmate. The joy radiating from Yin Mengran's gaze was unmistakable, and witnessing her reaction only solidified Joo-hyun's suspicions from the previous day. Was Yin Mengran still, in essence, a child at heart, so different from how she comported herself at school? Thus, he had taken the time to prepare these special treats, and the outcome suggested that she bore little distinction from a young child. Yin Mengran clicked her tongue, gazing at Joo-hyun, and remarked, "I truly don't understand why Tong Tong hasn't he accepted you. Clearly, being with you would be wonderful." Joo-hyun snorted dismissively, muttering, "I wish she could hear what you just said." He had only spoken offhandedly, yet Yin Mengran took it to heart. After a few moments of contemplation, she asked, "Would you like me to help you after school today? I could play matchmaker for you too. I think you just need someone to mediate." "No thanks. I've already said that I won't have any further dealings with her. If you keep talking like that, you'll be just like her. Then forget I said anything." Yin Mengran quickly clamped her mouth shut, recognizing the seriousness in Joo-hyun's demeanor, and refrained from pursuing the topic further. The two of them proceeded to wash up, have breakfast, and gather their belongings before stepping out to head to school. Yin Mengran felt a pang of anxiety. It had been quite some time since she last attended, and she was apprehensive about how she would fit back in. Surely, her classmates would swarm her with questions about her absence and what had transpired. She truly wished to keep these matters to herself. Upon exiting, Joo-hyun disposed of the box filled with his sorrowful memories without a second glance, treating it as mere refuse. As Yin Mengran adjusted her clothing, she turned to Joo-hyun and inquired, "Do you feel any difference in me now compared to how I was at school 10 days ago?" She wished to maintain the facade of her former self, not wanting her classmates to perceive any change. After applying a cold compress for quite some time yesterday, her puffy eyes had finally returned to normal, yet she still feared being discovered by Tong Yining and the others. If they were to learn she lived alone, what if they decided to visit her unannounced? Surely, she couldn't impose any surprises on Joo-hyun. Joo-hyun scrutinized her intently for a while without responding. "What is wrong?" Yin Mengran asked, puzzled. To be honest, I don't have much recollection of how you were at school, so I can't tell if there is any difference. All right then. Yin Mengran turned her head in resignation, regretting her inquiry, yet she dared not criticize Joo-hyun, for her own impressions of him during their school days were equally vague. They were merely two individuals in the class who rarely interacted, scarcely exchanging a few words throughout an entire semester. As they walked, they maintained a respectful distance, failing to appear as if they were heading to school together. Upon reaching the school entrance, Yin Mengran inhaled deeply, calming her racing heart, mentally preparing herself for how she would confront her classmates upon their reunion. "Hey, class representative." At that moment, she heard a voice and turned to see several classmates approaching from behind. Yin Mengran extended her hand and softly uttered, "It's been a while. Is that really you, class representative? You're back to school. We've missed you so much. What happened to you? We were all so worried." The group hurriedly closed in around her, seemingly oblivious to Joo-hyun standing nearby. He, however, was unfazed and continued walking ahead. Yin Mengran found herself navigating the enthusiastic inquiries of her peers, overwhelmed by their chatter. Yet, the warmth of their greetings alleviated some of her apprehension. Just then, she noticed a girl sidling up to Joo-hyun, who was walking ahead. Here, Joo-hyun caught the piece of gum that Tang Ji tossed his way and popped it into his mouth, asking softly, "How did it go?" "Millimeter, it's secured, top quality, good, we'll trade later, I'll treat you to some online time soon." the two were walking closely together, and Yin Mengran observed with a pang of envy, noting how Juheng conversed effortlessly with her, in stark contrast to the distance he maintained with her. It was the first time she had witnessed him engage in such smooth dialogue. The chatter around her faded into the background as her gaze remained fixed on the two ahead. Is that Juheng's deskmate? Tangji, Chapter 12, Do I need to inject insulin to finish this? Ran, you finally made it. I was so worried about you. What on earth happened? Upon seeing Yin Mengran, Tong Yining rushed over and enveloped her in a tight embrace, resembling someone who had just reunited with a long-lost family member. I had some family issues, that's why I couldn't come, Yin Mengran responded verbally, yet her gaze drifted towards Juheng and his companions. Most of their classmates had gathered around her, while Juheng and his friends remained seated in their own spots. Observing Juheng and Tangji engaged in animated conversation, she wondered where they had found so many topics to discuss. Even during her stay at Juheng's home, he had never conversed with her to such an extent. Class monitor. The teacher requests your presence in the office. Oh, all right. Rising from her seat, Yin Mengran prepared to head to the office to meet the teacher. Before exiting, her eyes lingered on Juheng's direction, but he never cast a glance in her way. Once outside, a strange feeling enveloped her. It was entirely normal for Juheng to chat with her deskmate, so why did she feel this sense of imbalance? Was it merely because Juheng had never spoken to her as much? But that was only expected, given their prior lack of familiarity. Yin Mengran's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts, causing her to overlook the presence of someone ahead. Bang! She collided with the individual, hastily stepping back and apologizing. I'm sorry. Yin Mengran, you're back at school? She looked up to see a boy before her, his face illuminated with surprise. Lu Yunxiu, yes. I've been dealing with family matters these past few days. The tall boy stood before her, the class's physical education representative. During her absence, he had frequently sent her messages to check in, though she had failed to respond, ultimately discarding her phone into the river. Are you all right? You seem a bit off. Lu Yunxiu leaned closer, trying to discern something in her expression. Yin Mengran instinctively stepped back, hurriedly dodging him. The teacher called for me to go to the office. Goodbye. She quickly fled the scene, while Lu Yunxiu watched her retreating figure, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What could they possibly be discussing? Will Juheng tell Tangji about her staying at his house? I never knew much about Tangji. She seems quite reserved and doesn't respond enthusiastically when spoken to. Could it be that their personalities align, hence the topics they share? Tangji performs exceptionally well academically. If Juheng encounters a challenging problem, he would likely consult her. Yin Mengran called out. Yin Mengran suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she was still before the teacher, her thoughts having wandered so far. What had she been contemplating? The teacher gently grasped Yin Mengran's hand and spoke softly. Are you all right? I understand how you feel right now. If you're feeling particularly distressed, please let me know. If there are difficulties, don't hesitate to express them. We will certainly get through this together. Should any classmates utter anything inappropriate, come tell me, and I will handle it. Okay, thank you, teacher. Yin Mengran acknowledged, aware that she needed to look forward. The past several days had plunged her into profound sorrow. She had contemplated everything she could. Unfortunately, reality remained unchanged. No matter how deeply she mourned, it would not alter the facts. Upon returning to the classroom, her classmates began to shower her with concern, a testament to her popularity among them. Juheng glanced at the gathering crowd around Yin Mengran, feeling unsurprised. He had anticipated such a situation. Fortunately, her seat was relatively distant from his, ensuring a degree of tranquility. Had a throng encircled him, it would have been quite a disturbance. Suddenly, someone dashed over to Juheng, prompting an exasperated sigh from him. It appeared the only one capable of causing a ruckus had arrived. Kong Yu held a bag and handed it to Tangji. Tangji, I bought this for you. Juheng glanced over and noticed a bag of candies. He surmised that Kong Yu had likely purchased it because Tangji often indulged in sweets. Tangji didn't even glance at it, shaking her head. Thank you, but I don't want it. I've already bought it, so just accept it. If you truly don't want it, you can always throw it away. Kong Yu set the bag on Tangji's desk, then returned to his seat. Tangji sighed, staring at the bag of candies with resignation. I suppose I would need insulin to finish this. Congratulations in advance on your diabetes. Juheng remarked teasingly, as a multitude of candies appeared on his desk. Tangji shrugged, let us celebrate together. After consuming these, how long will it take to metabolize? No thanks, you should heed his advice and just toss it. Juheng shook his head, rejecting her, and returned the candies to their original place. He had been too busy with various matters recently to find time to exercise, and indulging in so much sugar would truly be detrimental. Sigh, fine, savor them slowly, Tangji said, placing all the candies back into the bag and setting it on the floor. Once you accept a gift, you instill hope in him. He will continue to shower you with gifts, whether you accept or refuse. If you decline later on, he will reproach you for accepting gifts without reciprocating. Tangji wore a look of exasperation, covering her face and muttering, this is precisely why I detest dating. It is such a hassle. She then handed the bag of candies to Juheng. Please return this to him for me, I'll reward you handsomely upon completion. This has nothing to do with me. You can return it yourself. I'll give you the rare mount I defeated the boss for. Hand it over. Juheng directly snatched the bag from her, rising to approach Kong Yu's desk. Kong Yu was still reveling in his own delight when, in an instant, the bag he had given away was hurled back at him. Buddy, take it back. She doesn't want it. Juheng looked down at Kong Yu, speaking with a nonchalant tone. Kong Yu was momentarily taken aback, turning to Juheng with a furrowed brow. He stood up, glaring incredulously, then tilted his head, hands on his hips. What does it have to do with you? Juheng remained unperturbed, replying, it's no concern of mine. I merely returned it on her behalf. Why are you so meddlesome? Don't tell me you like Tangji. Kong Yu's last remark was intentionally amplified, causing the classroom to fall silent in an instant. Even the previously lively conversations around Yin Mengran ceased, with everyone turning to Juheng's side. Both Yin Mengran and Tong Yining widened their eyes in disbelief. Juheng maintained his composure, exhaling slowly, closing his eyes momentarily before reaching into the bag and extracting a few candies. In the next moment, he unwrapped them and promptly shoved them all into Kong Yu's mouth. Chapter 13, You're the instigator, what more do you desire? Kong Yu, with his mouth full of candy, plopped down onto his chair. Juheng said nothing and returned to his seat, leaving the classroom engulfed in silence, all eyes on Juheng and Tangji. Yet, the two seemed utterly unconcerned, proceeding with their activities as if unaffected. Kong Yu spat out the candy and stood up, intending to confront them, just as the teacher entered the classroom. All right, return to your seats, class is starting. Kong Yu exhaled heavily, shooting Juheng a fierce glare before resuming his seat. In his mind, he had already categorized Juheng as a rival, pondering why his deskmate was so closely connected to Tang Zhi. To his shock, Juheng openly declared his feelings for Tong Yining while secretly harboring affection for Tangji. What a despicable person. Throughout the lesson, Kong Yu occasionally glared at Juheng, his gaze filled with rage, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had initially hoped to embarrass Juheng in front of the entire class, yet it appeared that Juheng was completely indifferent to him, leaving Kong Yu feeling rather awkward. He was not the only one observing Juheng. Yin Mengran found it difficult to concentrate during class, her thoughts consumed by the earlier events. This morning, the two had seemed quite close. Could there be something more to it? Had Juheng's affections for Tong Yining faded in favor of Tangji? Unconsciously, Yin Mengran glanced towards Juheng's direction, only to discover someone else was also secretly observing him. Tong, is she secretly watching Juheng? Juheng remained focused on the lesson, acutely aware that he could not afford to slack off, for he genuinely knew nothing. If he failed to improve his ranking, his living expenses would be deducted, resulting in his inability to participate in any upcoming activities. You seem to be quite popular. Many are sneaking glances at you, Tangji whispered softly into Juheng's ear. Juheng shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, isn't he that all thanks to you? Do you still have the audacity to gloat? I shall recommend you to the court as a general to fend off arrows. In that case, I'd rather take my own life. On a serious note, my mother asked when you would come to my house for a meal yesterday, perhaps another day. As soon as the class ended, Kong Yu sprang from his seat and headed towards Ju Heng, determined to reclaim his dignity. He could not simply swallow his anger. Approaching Ju Heng, he tapped him on the shoulder and coldly commanded, "Hey, step outside." The rest of the class turned their attention towards them, captivated by the unfolding drama. After all, who would want to miss the spectacle? Ju Heng, without lifting his gaze, replied, "No, or can't you comprehend my words?" Kong Yu seized Ju Heng's shirt. Immediately, Yin Mengran stood up to intervene, declaring, "Don't resort to violence." As the class monitor, it was her responsibility to manage such situations, especially since it involved Ju Heng, her benefactor. Following her words, another individual intervened, Lu Yinshur. He swiftly approached them and pried Kong Yu's hand away. "Hey, let go, Lu Yinshur, stay out of this, it's none of your business." Kong Yu attempted to shove Lu Yinshur aside, but Lu Yinshur's imposing stature dwarfed Kong Yu's, rendering him powerless. "No fighting, otherwise, I'll inform the teacher." Yin Mengran also moved closer, warning Kong Yu. Throughout the commotion, Ju Heng remained unperturbed. Even Tangji didn't lift her head, leaving Kong Yu feeling increasingly embarrassed, as though his efforts had met with nothing but futility. Lu Yinshur then spoke up, "If you truly wish to settle this, why not do so civilly? Arm wrestling, it can be competitive, yet it doesn't have to escalate into a brawl." Arm wrestling? Kong Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating Ju Heng's arm. Though concealed beneath clothing, he sensed that Ju Heng was likely not his match. After all, he regularly exercised. How could someone like Ju Heng, who spent most of his time gaming, possibly win? Besides, if he were to brawl, Tangji might look down upon him. Yet, if they were to arm wrestle, winning would grant him some pride without inciting her disdain. "I'm game." "Hey, do you dare?" Kong Yu challenged Ju Heng, who had remained silent since the onset. Ju Heng, his chest rising and falling, turned to Kong Yu and nonchalantly replied, "Whether it's arm wrestling or fighting, you decide how to make me stop bothering you." Damn! Kong Yu, infuriated, felt a surge of anger. Ju Heng's words clearly conveyed his disdain. "Fine, let us do this. If I lose, I'll never bother you again, deal? Hey, and while you're at it, don't pester me either," Tangji suddenly interjected, looking at Kong Yu. Our Kong Yu was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching as his expression soured. To utter such a statement before the entire class felt akin to receiving a resounding slap in the face. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. "Fine, if I lose, I won't disturb you again, but what if I win?" "If you win, then you win, you're the troublemaker here, what more do you want?" "How naive can you be?" Ju Heng scoffed, casting him an exasperated glance. This remark elicited laughter from the onlookers, causing Kong Yu's face to turn an unhealthy shade of green, as if poisoned, shaking with fury. Kong Yu sat in front of Ju Heng, extending his hand, ready for a showdown. The classmates gathered around, some even beginning to wager on the outcome. Yin Mengran observed, convinced that Ju Heng should not lose, given his considerable strength. Ju Heng gazed at Kong Yu and remarked, "You may use both hands." Kong Yu's brows knitted tightly. Previously unfamiliar with Ju Heng, he now realized just how boastful this individual was, insisting he use both hands. Was he attempting to make winning unremarkable? Enough with the chit-chat, class is about to start. Just your right hand, let us get on with it. Kong Yu impatiently extended his right hand. Ju Heng mirrored the gesture. Lu Yinshur stood between them as the referee, announcing, "Ready, set, go." At the outset, Kong Yu gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength, intent on a swift victory, while Ju Heng appeared relaxed, his expression betraying no effort. Seconds passed, and Kong Yu's face flushed crimson, yet he remained immovable, slowly realizing something was amiss. No way. Chapter 14. Just, not my type, damn it. Kong Yu exerted all his strength, yet remained utterly immobile. His heart raced, his face flushed as if it might bleed, and he sensed Ju Heng beginning to apply pressure. To his dismay, he found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. His arm was slowly yielding downward. In truth, Ju Heng could have easily forced it down, but he hesitated, concerned that acting too swiftly might snap Kong Yu's arm. Kong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he was on the verge of defeat, and in front of everyone, he was the instigator of this debacle. His dignity was about to be obliterated. In a reflexive motion, he extended his other hand, attempting to push back with both. The onlookers responded with disdainful glances. Such behavior was nothing short of childish, akin to refusing to play fair. Ju Heng, however, remained unfazed, recognizing that Kongyu was now using both hands. He assumed he was no longer as weak and began to exert his strength. Smack! In an instant, the contest concluded decisively, with Ju Heng emerging victorious. Ju Heng wins. I truly don't know what to say. You should take care of yourself, Lu Yunshiro remarked, patting Kongyu on the shoulder with a shake of his head, clearly expressing contempt for Kongyu's early act. Meanwhile, Kongyu stood frozen, appearing dazed, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, resembling someone who might drool if cured. He had never anticipated losing, especially not through such underhanded means, and with both hands no less. In terms of competition and character, it seemed he had suffered a complete defeat. Goodbye, make sure to eat more sweets on your way home, Ju Heng waved dismissively, signaling for Kongyu to leave. Kongyu glanced up at Tangji, only to find her gaze averted, not the least bit surprised, as if she had foreseen the outcome of the contest. His heart sank, and he rose, trudging back in a daze. Ju Heng flexed his wrist. At that moment Tangji offered him a wet wipe. Here, wipe your hands. Thus, this fast drew to a close, and the class's attention shifted. Initially, in the corridor, Yin Mengran, Tong Yining, and Qian Run made their way to the restroom. Qian Run, somewhat astonished, remarked, I didn't expect Ju Heng to be so strong. He never seems to exercise. TCH, a dullard can sometimes possess a bit of brute strength, Tong Yining scoffed, her mind still preoccupied with the events of the morning. She had harbored suspicion since yesterday that Ju Heng and Tangji might be involved, and today her doubts only deepened, to the point where she believed her suspicions might be correct. At that moment, she was intensely curious to uncover the truth. Why hadn't Ju Heng confessed to her as he usually did yesterday, and was he truly with Tangji? Yet she could not inquire, as that would reveal her concern for him. He seems a bit dull, doesn't he? Hey, Ran, what do you think of Ju Heng? Do you think he would be a good match for Tong Tong? Qian Run asked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Tong Yining feigned anger and lightly swatted Qian Run. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Really, you still don't know how much I dislike him. She had initially thought Yin Mengran would remain silent, but to her surprise, she nodded earnestly, responding, well, I do think he is rather dull, but he is a good person. As for whether he is suitable for Tong Tong, suddenly recalling the chat logs she had seen the previous night, Yin Mengran shook her head and said, I don't think they are a good match. Tong Yining spread her hands and said to Qian Run, see, I told you it wasn't a match. Yin Mengran internally added, sorry, Tong Tong, but I believe you don't deserve the affection he offers. Qian Run nodded in resignation. Yes, not a match. You should be with someone handsome like Lu Yunshiro, right? Lu Yunshiro, please, who doesn't he know he likes Ran? He is definitely hers, wouldn't you agree? Tong Yining smirked knowingly, nudging Yin Mengran with her elbow, resembling Qian Run just moments ago. However, upon hearing this, Yin Mengran slowly shook her head. No, I don't like him. Tong Yining and Qian Run exchanged surprised glances, incredulously asking, oh, why not? He is tall and handsome, and his grades are good. What is wrong with him? He is not lacking in any way. It's just not my type. Then what type do you prefer? Yin Mengran paused momentarily, contemplating before soft. Who could that be? Are there any boys like that in our class? Qian Run and Tong Yining exchanged glances, searching their minds for the traits of boys in their class, trying to identify any that might fit the description. However, on the surface, it appeared there was no such individual. I'm just saying I like that kind of type, not that I'm referring to anyone in particular. A flicker of panic crossed Yin Mengran's eyes as she hurriedly explained. What kind of type is that? With your qualities, you could certainly aim higher. Hearing their remarks, Yin Mengran lowered her gaze, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Qualities. I should be particularly lacking right now, she murmured to herself, her heart heavy with melancholy. At this moment, all she could do was study hard to improve her circumstances, yet there was an aspect of her situation that could never be remedied. Who would want to marry someone like her in the future, a girl without a family, without anyone to care for her? Even if she were to marry, lacking family support, she would undoubtedly face bullying. She had resigned herself to the reality of being alone for a lifetime. The morning hours swiftly passed, and lunchtime arrived. Yin Mengran had been eagerly anticipating lunch since the morning, particularly because it was a meal prepared by Juheng himself. She retrieved her lunchbox from her desk, placing it on the table. Upon opening it, an array of delectable dishes greeted her, causing her eyes to sparkle. Merely gazing at it was enough to whet her appetite. "Hey, Ran, why did you bring lunch today?" Tang Yining inquired, surprised at the sight of Yin Mengran's lunchbox. In her memory, it seemed Juheng was the only one in the entire class who brought his own meals. "Oh, I just had a sudden whim." Chapter 15. The challenge makes it interesting. "Are you afraid? Let me have a taste. Did your mother make this?" Tang Yining inquired with a smile as she gazed at Yin Mengran's meal. "No. I made it myself. Oh really? Let me try." Tang Yining picked up her chopsticks, took a small bite, and slowly began to chew. After a moment, her chewing slowed, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Did you really make this yourself?" Yes. What's wrong? Him. It's nothing, just feels a bit familiar in taste, but it's quite delicious. You're really impressive. Oh, it's nothing much. Yin Mengran felt a slight panic. She hadn't anticipated that Tang Yining would find the flavor familiar. Had she perhaps tasted something made by Juheng before? They had shared a good relationship previously, so she must have eaten it at some point. Thankfully, she didn't recognize that it was Juheng's creation. Tang Yining returned to her seat, gradually swallowing the food in her mouth. After a brief moment, she turned to glance at Juheng, who was also having his meal, and couldn't help but frown, seemingly pondering something. Strange. Yin Mengran finished her meal, washed her lunchbox, and returned to finish her fruit and drink some yogurt. Finally, satisfied, she rested her chin on the table, a faint smile gracing her lips. For some reason, she felt as if she had returned to her childhood, back when she brought her own lunch to elementary school, prepared lovingly by her mother each morning. Tears welled in Yin Mengran's eyes, rolling down her cheeks and dripping onto the table. She hurriedly sat up, wiping away her tears to avoid being seen by others. The summer afternoon was rather sultry, as the students in the classroom began to feel drowsy, on the verge of falling asleep. As the afternoon arrived, they were greeted by a rare physical education class, which had become quite scarce, with only one session each week. Most other classes had eliminated this period, but everyone descended to the playground, ready to indulge in spirited play. The boys, clutching basketballs, headed to the court, relishing what was arguably the most joyous part of their day. Juheng, however, chose to sit in a shaded area with a book in hand. He contemplated stepping outside for some fresh air but felt compelled to squeeze in study time, knowing his grades were far from satisfactory and that he needed to exert more effort than others to catch up. "Hey, look, Juheng is reading over there. He doesn't seem to be pretending. He is genuinely studying hard." Qian Run pointed out to Tang Yining and Yin Mengran beside her. She had sensed a subtle change in Juheng since yesterday, and seeing him diligently studying today confirmed her suspicions. Yin Mengran nodded gently, fully aware of how hard Juheng was working, studying earnestly at home, reflecting his determination. Tang Yining, seemingly uninterested, tugged at both Yin Mengran and Qian Run, exclaiming, "Hey, let us go watch the boys play basketball." Yin Mengran, reluctantly pulled along by Tang Yining, would have preferred to join Juheng with his studies, but that would come off as too obvious. She didn't mind the gossip herself. Her primary concern was not wanting to disrupt Juheng's focus. The three arrived beside the basketball court, watching the boys play. Despite her lack of enthusiasm, there was one girl whose presence seemed to have the most impact. The moment he caught sight of Yin Mengran by the court, his demeanor transformed dramatically. He became animated, shouting for others to pass the ball to him and even attempting an ostentatious dunk, though he failed miserably. Yet, he seemed to blame others for his failure rather than acknowledging it as his own mistake. While the basketball court buzzed with excitement, Juheng remained in his tranquil bubble. Just as he turned the page of his book, a basketball suddenly landed in his lap, narrowly missing his nose. Juheng frowned slightly, looking up to see Tangji, clad in an oversized t-shirt and athletic shorts, her long, fair legs exposed, adorned with white high-waisted socks that accentuated her slender ankles. Juheng tossed the basketball back to her, inquiring, "What's up? Let us play for a bit, see if your skills have declined," Tangji said, bouncing the ball twice, a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes. Juhan casually gestured. Why not play with those boys? They are dull. Challenging you is far more interesting. Are you afraid? Smack. Juhan abruptly closed his book, setting it aside as he stood up. Just don't go home crying like you did as a child if you lose. Well, you'd better win against me first. Juhan removed his outer jacket, revealing a short-sleeved shirt that accentuated his well-defined chest and muscular arms. Together, he and Tangji headed to another basketball court where the boys were playing. Suddenly, the boys' eyes widened, and one elbowed another, whispering, "Hey, who's that over there? Those legs are so white." "Huh, legs? Where?" The boys on the court, as if possessed, began searching frantically until they spotted Tangji not far away, their eyes widening even further. "Wow, is that Tangji? No way, dude, even though I usually prefer long hair, seeing her now, short hair works." "No, short hair is even better. Tangji is packing quite a punch." "Bro, I'm enlightened." Lu Yunshuo's thrown ball rolled away, neglected, as he stared, astonished, following the gaze of others. The three observing girls found it peculiar that the boys had all halted to gaze in the same direction. However, when their eyes followed suit, their astonishment matched that of the boys. Upon seeing Juhan next to Tangji, Yin Mengran's heart skipped a beat, a mix of surprise and inevitability flooding her. Meanwhile, Tong Yining's brows knitted tightly. She felt an inexplicable displeasure, a deep-seated annoyance. It was as if something precious had been snatched away from her. Biting her lip, her profound eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. "Let us go take a look." Chapter 16. What a pristine ball. Oh no. What precision in those legs. What is going on? Are there more people around? Not just a few. Before Juhan and Tangji could begin their match, they noticed a throng of onlookers surrounding the court. The boys who had been playing basketball moments ago had abandoned their game to come watch the legs and the ball. Is Juhan's physique really that impressive? Qian Run and her two companions were completely captivated by Juhan, astonished by his athletic build as he donned a short-sleeved shirt that accentuated his form. I had no idea. Tong Yining was also taken aback. How had she never noticed Juhan's remarkable physique before? Had he always looked like this? Was such a physique hidden beneath the school uniform? Yin Mengran was aware of Juhan's impressive build, given that his pajamas were particularly revealing each night. Are we still playing? Juhan felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of so many eyes and turned to Tangji. When did you start caring about others' opinions? That is true. Let us go. Nodding in agreement, Juhan took his position opposite Tangji, served the ball to her, and prepared to defend. Tangji began her offensive, dribbling towards Juhan, poised to break through. She was exceptionally agile, her movements swift, with her knees slightly bent and her center of gravity lowered. She held the ball close to her chest. And the next moment, she pushed off with her left foot, pivoted slightly to the right, and lowered her left shoulder to advance, shifting her weight forward. She stepped out with her left foot to the right, drawing the ball to her side before dribbling again, propelling herself past Juhan with her right foot, then, executing a jump shot, the basketball swished through the hoop with precision. What a beautiful crossover. This ball is so pristine. Oh no. What precision in those legs, the boys on the sidelines exclaimed in awe, erupting into applause for Tangji. She glanced at Juhan and smiled softly, saying, "How do I compare to before?" "You've improved, but not by much." Juhan stretched his limbs and wrists, readying himself for the next round. Their one-on-one match was exhilarating. Both defense and offense were executed with exceptional skill, leaving the spectators in awe. Juhan refrained from utilizing his physical advantage, relying solely on his agility. Otherwise, Tangji would have had little opportunity to score. The onlookers had never seen Juhan play basketball before, and they were astonished by Tangji's unexpected prowess. Kong Yu watched with parched lips, feeling a dryness in his throat. He hadn't anticipated this side of Tangji. With such agility, he mused, if they were to play together, she would likely dominate him. Lu Yunshuo, at the back of the crowd, bit his lip, unable to contain his frustration as he stomped his foot. He had intended to impress Yin Mengran, but now it seemed Juhan had stolen the spotlight. Each time Juhan scored, Yin Mengran clapped along, utterly absorbed, in stark contrast to her earlier indifference. Moreover, he had just discovered how skilled Juheng was, and how impressive his physique appeared. Cough, Juheng cleared his throat, gripping the ball and focusing ahead. The score was tightly contested, but he was determined to alter the tide, aiming to create a slight lead over Tang Ji. Without relying on his physicality, he found himself lacking any significant advantage. Tang Ji's defense was formidable. With that in mind, in the next moment, Juheng charged towards the basket, slamming the ball against the backboard. As Tang Ji turned her head, Juheng seized the moment, sprinting forward. Before she could react, he leaped, catching the ball midair and executed a powerful dunk. Smash! With an explosive sound, the backboard erupted with spiderweb-like cracks, shattering into a cascade of glass shards. Juheng landed gracefully, a look of bewilderment on his face. Oh! The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, their eyes wide with shock, mouths agape. The girls were particularly startled, witnessing a dunk that shattered the backboard for the very first time. Liu Yinshore and Kong Yu felt their eyes welling with envy, watching Juheng in awe, wishing it were they who had accomplished such a feat. If they had shattered the backboard, it would surely have warranted a school-wide announcement. The thought of Liu Yinshore's recent failed dunk made him wish he could disappear into a hole. Tang Ji approached Juheng, brushing off the glass shards from his clothes, and remarked, "All right, you've won. Just pushing you to this point is enough." Oh, Juheng sighed, covering his head. He had thought he could remain unaffected by the crowd, yet today had proven otherwise. Wasn't that so cool? When he jumped, I think I saw his abs. Jian Run exclaimed, shaking Tong Yining's arm excitedly, bouncing around like a giddy fangirl. Tong Yining, still in shock, stared fixedly at Juheng, her pupils flickering. She felt she had known Juheng well enough, but her previous impressions of him, a dull, emotionally challenged, academically mediocre boy, seemed entirely misplaced. How had she not realized he was such a skilled player? His athletic prowess was astonishing, and his physique was undeniably impressive. Moreover, from this perspective, he appeared quite handsome. Yin Mengran observed the girls around her, noticing the glances of admiration directed at Juheng. She felt an inexplicable sensation deep within, a flicker of unease. As the physical education class came to a close, Juheng took the initiative to apologize, and ultimately the school did not require him to pay for the damages. They merely gave him a verbal reprimand and instructed him to clean up the mess. However, the legend of Juheng began to circulate within the school. The cheers had been loud enough for students in the classroom to hear, and those by the windows rushed to see what had transpired, quickly discovering that it was a senior named Juheng behind the astonishing act. The boys in his class were green with envy, yet Juheng felt this newfound attention was not particularly welcome. After standing out, he sensed the stares directed at him had multiplied, and the nature of those gazes had shifted. Especially from the girls, who seemed to fixate on his torso, sending an uncomfortable shiver down his spine. Now, he had taken to zipping his school uniform all the way up to his neck. At that moment, Kong Yu approached Juheng, speaking softly, I'm sorry about this morning. It was my fault. Oh, please don't hold it against me. He had initially thought Liu Yinshore was intervening to assist Juheng, but it now appeared he was merely looking out for himself. Had he not intervened, he might have ended up shattered like that backboard. Juheng lifted his gaze to meet Kong Yu's, shaking his head and replying, I wasn't holding anything. The day swiftly passed, and soon it was time for school to end. Juheng always harbored a peculiar sense that he would be besieged after class. Whether it would be by boys or girls, or what they would confront him about, he had no inkling, yet the feeling persisted. Thus, as soon as the bell rang, Juheng hastily gathered his belongings and made a swift exit from the classroom. Upon witnessing Juheng's urgency, Yin Mengran felt a tinge of panic and quickened her pace, shouldering her bag to follow him. Hey, Ran, wait a moment, let us walk together, Tong Yining called out to her, noticing Yin Mengran's haste. However, Yin Mengran had no time to wait for Tong Yining, and if she walked with her, her intention to return to Juheng's home would be easily divulged. Hence, she halted and replied, No, I have matters to attend to after school. I'll go ahead. With that, she dashed out of the classroom, leaving Liu Yinshore, who intended to follow, in her wake without a trace. Matters, what could possibly be so urgent at this late hour? Tong Yining pondered, feeling somewhat puzzled. Reflecting on the day, she recalled that Yin Mengran had seemed slightly off, appearing uneasy and burdened with worries. However, she was aware that Yin Mengran's family seemed to be facing some issues, so she refrained from probing further, yet it felt as though there was an unspeakable secret lingering beneath the surface. Yin Mengran sprinted out of the school, heading in the direction of Zhu Heng's home, where she finally spotted him. She hurried over to his side, breathlessly exclaiming, "Wait for me, why are you walking so fast?" Zhu Heng, taken aback by her panting state, inquired, "What is the rush? You know where I live, there is no need to hurry. Oh, well, Yin Mengran contemplated Zhu Heng's words and realized he had a point. If she caught up to him, there was a chance of being seen, of exposing her secret, so why was she so eager to follow him? Deep down, she had yearned to speak to Zhu Heng openly the moment school ended. Thus, she dismissed all thoughts and, at the mere prospect of walking back with him, pursued him fervently. Didn't he get hurt, did you? Yin Mengran recalled the shards of glass that had fallen on Zhu Heng today, and, concerned for his well-being, softly inquired. No. That is good. Oh, by the way, I finished all the food today, it was delicious good. Zhu Heng's monosyllabic responses dampened Yin Mengran's spirits, and she couldn't help but draw comparisons to how effortlessly he conversed with Tangji earlier. Why was chatting with her so different? Was it because Tangji was special? This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time, even during gym class when Zhu Heng hadn't played basketball with the boys, while she sat reading. Yet, as soon as Tangji approached him, he was quick to join her in play. Overwhelmed by her inner turmoil, she couldn't resist asking, I'd like to ask you something, please don't be angry. Do you like Tangji? Zhu Heng furrowed his brow slightly and asked, why would you think that? Is it because you mentioned it today? No. It's because I saw how naturally you talked to her, how easily you conversed, and how close you seemed, but with me, it feels rather. Yin Mengran felt a sense of embarrassment as she spoke, as if jealousy had compelled her to voice such thoughts. However, if she didn't seek clarity, it would plague her mind for far too long. Zhu Heng shook his head, explaining, that is because I'm not very familiar with you. When I'm with someone I don't know well, I don't talk much. I've known Tangji for a long time. Well, do you like her? In what way are you referring to? As a friend, I like her quite a bit. She is my best friend since I don't have many friends. I mean in a romantic sense. No. Zhu Heng's reply was unwavering, devoid of even the slightest hesitation, so resolute that Yin Mengran found it hard to believe. Had he truly never considered it? Really, but I feel, you two have a good relationship. She excels academically, is quite attractive, and possesses remarkable athletic skills. Surely, she can't be any less appealing than Tang Yining. You must have thought about being with her, right? Zhu Heng shook his head again, denying, no, my father would kill me. Why? Because it's against ethics to be with one's cousin. Yin Mengran abruptly halted, her eyes wide with shock, her expression an amalgamation of disbelief and alarm, as if struck by lightning. Cousin, she sprinted after him once more, her eyes round with astonishment. Indeed, her mother is my aunt. My father's cousin Tangji and I grew up together. You forgot that she switched classes a few days after the start of the first year. We weren't in the same class initially. It was later arranged specifically for us to be desk partners because her mother feared she wouldn't make friends and would have no one to talk to. Otherwise, why do you think we've always been desk partners without switching seats? Zhu Heng's words illuminated Yin Mengran's understanding, as if awakening her from a dream. And oh wonder, Zhu Heng and Tangji seemed so close, so amicable. Having grown up together, how could their bond be anything less? She even suspected they were somewhat restrained, perhaps due to their personalities. It made sense, with their excellent rapport and mutual qualities, yet not being together. If it wasn't due to a lack of attraction, it was likely because of their familial ties. No wonder her athletic prowess mirrors yours. It must be a family trait. Yin Mengran breathed a sigh of relief, the tone of their conversation shifting back to a more relaxed state. So, you understand what happened today, right? In front of everyone, someone shouted that they liked their cousin. I'm just glad I didn't get angry. You weren't angry. I thought you were about to explode. It was quite terrifying. Not at all. It was far from that. People like that aren't worth my anger. If I were to get angry, I should have slapped him. Yin Mengran pursed her lips and let out a light laugh. Zhu Heng turned to her and asked, What are you laughing at? I'm being serious. Nothing, just feeling a bit closer to you. Our conversation has become more engaging. Chapter 18. Why must things change? Juheng and Yin Mengran returned home together. Upon entering the house, Yin Mengran experienced an unexpected sense of familiarity and belonging. Although she had only been there for 2 days, it felt as if she had resided there for an eternity, as if she were already considering it her home. Perhaps it was Juheng's manner towards her that evoked memories of her past at home. Juheng proceeded to prepare dinner. Typically, the school provided meals in the evening, but they had chosen not to partake. Instead, Juheng had taken to cooking for himself upon returning home. Yin Mengran felt incredibly fortunate, for she truly relished Juheng's cooking, which perfectly suited her palate. While Juheng busied himself in the kitchen, Yin Mengran helped tidy up the household. Despite the house being sufficiently neat, she still sought out tasks to occupy herself. They shared a meal together, during which a silence enveloped the table. Yin Mengran attempted to spark conversation, but Juheng adhered to a philosophy of no talking while eating, consuming his food swiftly and quietly. Consequently, she refrained from disturbing him further, hastening her own eating to finish dinner alongside him. After their meal, she took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes, while Juheng removed his jacket and approached the bathroom door. Suddenly recalling something, he called out to Yin Mengran in the kitchen, "Do you want to take a shower?" "Shower, a shower." Yin Mengran peered around, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson upon noticing Juheng in a short-sleeved shirt, standing at the bathroom door. I don't need one. I'll wash outside." She found it quite challenging to bathe in Juheng's home, having done so outside the previous day. With Juheng present, she felt even less inclined to do so. "All right, you can use the bathroom." "It's fine, it has a lock," Juheng reassured her before stepping inside. Okay," she replied softly, her earlobes glowing with embarrassment. After tidying up, she returned to the table, took out her study materials, and prepared to immerse herself in her studies. Before long, she heard the sound of water running from the bathroom. The mere thought of Juheng bathing sent her mind racing with images of his physique. That V-shaped silhouette, what would it look like while showering? For a fleeting moment, hazy visions danced in her mind. No. Yin Mengran shook her head, immediately casting aside such thoughts, chiding herself for allowing her mind to wander in that direction. Despite her efforts to concentrate, she only regained her composure when the water ceased flowing. She quickly feigned diligence in her studies, staring intently at her book, pen in hand. Shortly thereafter, Juheng emerged from the bathroom, clad in pajamas, his hair damp and covered with a towel. The fabric clung to his abdomen, accentuating his well-defined muscles. Despite her earnest attempts to focus, her gaze would inevitably drift towards Juheng. Gulp. Yin Mengran's eyes widened in disbelief. What was she doing? Had she just swallowed? Was this real? Could she truly be this kind of person? Having never been in a romantic relationship, she had always viewed herself as a studious bookworm, entirely different from those who boldly pursued love during their adolescence. Yet now, why was her heart so tumultuous? Why couldn't she concentrate on her studies? Juheng remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, merely glancing at her before turning to dry his hair. Yin Mengran slapped her cheeks lightly, urging herself to regain her composure, forcing herself to immerse in the ocean of knowledge, casting aside all distractions and emotions. Buzz, at that moment, she heard Juheng's phone ringing on the table. Instinctively, she glanced at the source of the sound and noticed a new message notification on his screen. Tong Tong. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She recognized that the message was from Tong Yining. Why is she messaging Juheng? Isn't she always bothered by him? A surge of curiosity flooded Yin Mengran's mind. She had only glimpsed the sender's name, not the content of the message. The mere thought of Tong Yining reaching out piqued her interest. She extended her hand, eager to touch Juheng's phone, just to catch a glimpse. But her hand suddenly halted midair as she realized that this might be inappropriate. It felt like an invasion of privacy. What if the message contained something inappropriate? She had only seen the screenshots from his old phone, which dated back to before their senior year. and had no knowledge of whether they had conversed on Juheng's new phone or what their discussions entailed. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Mengran retracted her hand, convincing herself that she could not engage in such behavior, even though her desire to know what Tang Yining had sent was overwhelming. When Juheng returned, he retrieved his exercise book, preparing to study. Yin Mengran awkwardly spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. Your phone rang just now. Did it? Juheng picked up his phone, opened it briefly. After a mere glance, he turned off the phone without responding. Yin Mengran observed Juheng's expression closely. His reaction only intensified her curiosity. What could Tang Yining have messaged him? Was it possible that she was confessing her feelings for him? That seemed unlikely. Having reviewed the chat history on her own phone and witnessed Tang Yining's attitude at school today, it was evident that she had no desire to pursue a relationship with Juheng. Meanwhile, in Tang Yining's home, she lay on her bed, phone in hand, contemplating the message she had just sent Juheng. What are you doing? Though it consisted of only 3 short words, it had taken her considerable time to muster the courage to send. In the past, Juheng would have replied promptly. Even if he didn't respond immediately, he would eventually explain why. Yet now, half an hour had passed without a word from him. She desperately wished for a read receipt feature to ascertain whether he had seen her message or if he simply chose to ignore it. Tang Yining hesitated, her fingers hovering over the screen as she typed, "Why are you ignoring me?" She yearned to click send, but her finger refused to comply, as if engaged in a mental tug-of-war. After a moment, she deleted the message, switched off her phone, and lay back on her bed, covering her eyes with her arm. How frustrating. Things were so much better before. Why must they change? Chapter 19, Just avoid contact with her. The lights are off. In the dead of night, the two returned to the bedroom, preparing to sleep. Yin Mengran had grown accustomed to the presence of Juheng. By their third encounter, her initial apprehensions had dissipated. After all, if Juheng intended to act upon anything, he would have done so days prior. She had gained some insight into his character and understood the essence of who he was, thus lowering her guard. As she extinguished the light, she gazed at the pitch-black ceiling, her mind wandering back to the events of the day. For their classmates, Juheng had undoubtedly been the central figure, leaving a significant impact on others, possibly altering their perceptions of him. The most astonishing revelation for her was discovering that Juheng and Tangji were relatives. Upon reflection, it seemed Tangji had indeed transferred to their class shortly after the start of their first year, and had remained Juheng's desk mate ever since. Her impression of Tangji was quite similar to that of Juheng. Both were reticent, lacking in social skills, and devoid of friends. She had never witnessed Tangji engaging in activities with others. Often, she would see her seated alone, seemingly lost in thought. Does Tangji have no friends? Yin Mengran suddenly inquired softly, her voice piercing through the stillness of the room. Then, if I approach her for a conversation, will she respond? Yin Mengran found herself intrigued by Tangji, even wishing to learn more about her. The prospect of forming a friendship was enticing, yet she worried that Tangji might shy away from interaction. She will, but I suggest you refrain from befriending her. Why? Yin Mengran was momentarily taken aback, convinced she had misheard. Juheng remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. If you spend too much time with her, I fear your confidence may be undermined. What does that mean? Nothing much, just avoid contact with her. She doesn't need friends. Juheng turned over, seemingly withholding further thoughts. Yin Mengran, fueled by the news of Tang Yining, was brimming with curiosity that had yet to wane. Now, with Juheng's cryptic remarks regarding Tangji, she could hardly contain herself. If she could not uncover this mystery, sleep would elude her that night. Propping herself up with her arm, she fixed her gaze on Juheng, stating earnestly, "Just tell me." "I'm determined to befriend her, rest assured." Juheng opened his eyes, surprised by Yin Mengran's resolve. After a moment of hesitation, he sat up and switched on the light. Fine. Juheng rose from the bed and began rummaging through the desk in front of him. Yin Mengran also sat up, leaning against the headboard, unsure of what he was searching for. After a while, he retrieved a photograph and handed it to Yin Mengran. Upon examining it, she saw a young girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, with long black hair and a radiant smile. Most strikingly, she held a stack of awards in her left hand and a trophy in her right. Tangji, is this for real? Yin Mengran struggled to believe her eyes. The disparity between the little girl and the current Tangji was immense. Setting aside the contrast between long and short hair, the girl's demeanor resembled her own childhood, vibrant, cheerful, and full of laughter. What had transpired to render her so aloof now? Yes, it's true, Juheng affirmed, nodding. She is the epitome of the ideal child, the most intelligent I have ever encountered. From a young age, she displayed extraordinary talent, excelling in music, chess, literature, and art. She mastered everything effortlessly and consistently topped her classes. Your grades place you in the top 5, right? If she devoted just a month to her studies without distractions, she would undoubtedly surpass you. Really? Yin Mingran's mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had always known Tangji to be exceptional, but never imagined to such an extent. I could never measure up to her. Her gifts were so remarkable that her prideful nature kept her from acknowledging me as her cousin. For a long time, I harbored a strong dislike for her. Juheng sat there, lost in memories, his gaze becoming contemplative. In the end, I could only assert my dominance through our physical differences. Once, during a basketball game, I managed to win. It was the first time I had bested her in anything. She cried, while I felt an unparalleled joy. After that setback, she promptly cut her hair short, determined to surpass me in sports, as the shorter hair would be more convenient. I understood that to overcome her, I had to leverage my own strengths. I began introducing her to video games. Though she possessed great talent and quickly adapted to any game, I still held a slight edge. She worked diligently to catch up, and gradually, I regained some confidence. She finally recognized me as a rival. Her haughty demeanor softened, and she began to ground herself. Juheng tossed another photograph her way. In this one, he and Tangji appeared to be in middle school, likely a few years prior, with Juheng making a wish over a birthday cake while Tangji, donning his birthday hat, sneakily indulged in the cake, captured candidly by the camera. I believe the bond you share is perhaps more steadfast than that of typical siblings. Yin Mengran returned the photograph to Juheng, a hint of envy glimmering in her eyes. She found their relationship admirable, stirring a longing within her. As she had never experienced such camaraderie or kinship, she began to comprehend why they both lacked friends. Perhaps for them, having one another was enough. Perhaps, as long as we never quarreled. Juheng placed the photograph back down, then turned to Yin Mengran, stating, "So, do you understand now? Interacting with someone like her can be exhausting. There's no need to pursue a friendship. She doesn't require it." Yin Mengran gently shook her head, a faint smile curving her lips. No, I am even more eager to befriend her now. Learning from someone exceptional will only aid my growth. Chapter 20. If I confess to him, will he agree? Tang Yining stepped out of her home, making her way towards school. However, her demeanor was far from optimal. She appeared as though she had scarcely slept. Last night, she had waited for Juheng's message until the late hours, and after approximately 2 hours, she concluded that he had undoubtedly seen her message yet chose to ignore it deliberately. Initially, she felt quite angry and intended to confront Juheng at school, yet, upon reflection, she pondered whether he might truly have decided to cease pursuing her. In the past, this realization would have brought her joy, as she would feel liberated from Juheng's affections. But now, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Surely, she could not be fond of him, otherwise, she would not have consistently rejected him. So, what was truly the matter? These questions plagued Tang Yining throughout the night, resulting in her restless slumber. She resolved to seek the counsel of Yin Mengran and Qian Run at school, hoping their opinions might offer some clarity. Tang Yining yawned as she walked along the road, gazing at the path ahead, feeling as though the school was still a distant destination. At that moment, she earnestly wished for Juheng to suddenly appear behind her, calling her name, so they could walk to school together. This would provide them the opportunity to converse while they were alone on the path, a luxury not afforded to them within the school walls. Alas, such was merely a fantasy. How could that ever be feasible? Tang Yining's eyes widened as she noticed someone passing by her side. That silhouette, was it not Juheng? Juheng, she instinctively called out. Upon hearing her voice, Juheng turned his head to glance at her, then looked behind her before turning away and walking off. Before Tang Yining could utter another word, another figure appeared beside her. "Good morning, Tong Tong. What a coincidence to run into you here. Ran, you walk this way too. How come I never saw you during our school days?" A flicker of surprise crossed Tong Yining's eyes as she recognized the person beside her, Yin Mengran. Had she overheard her calling for Juheng just moments ago? I moved, and now I live in that direction, which is why I take this route, Yin Mengran stammered, gesturing towards the direction behind her. Fortunately, she had seen Tong Yining ahead and deliberately slowed her pace to distance herself from Juheng. "Oh, what's wrong? Didn't sleep well, you seem rather out of sorts," Yin Mengran observed, noting Tong Yining's appearance, reminiscent of her own from a few days prior. Tong Yining nodded, responding wearily, "Yes, I didn't sleep well." Yin Mengran recalled that Tong Yining had messaged Juheng the night before without receiving a reply. Surely, this was the reason for her restless night. But what exactly did Tong Yining desire? Had she perhaps reconsidered and wished to be with Juheng? Upon arriving at school, they walked into the classroom, where a lively atmosphere greeted them, the air filled with chatter. "What is going on?" Yin Mengran inquired of Qian Run, who was seated at her desk. Qian Run pointed towards Juheng and Tangji's direction, saying, "Juheng and Tangji have become quite the favorites, ho." Both Yin Mengran and Tong Yining turned their gazes towards Juheng and Tangji, observing how people flocked to them, engaging in conversation and offering gifts. "Tangji, here are the snacks I bought for you this morning. Tangji, do you want to join us for basketball this weekend? We re-short one player." "Juheng, we're going karaoke this weekend, are you coming?" "Juheng, could you teach me how to play basketball?" The stream of admirers surrounding them never seemed to cease, much like the throng of admirers that had surrounded Yin Mengran just the day before. The attention was overwhelming for Juheng and Tangji, who appeared quite vexed. Since entering the classroom, their expressions had grown increasingly sullen, their brows furrowed in evident annoyance. Bang! Suddenly, Juheng slammed his hand on the desk. Though not overly forceful, the gesture startled those around him, silencing the classroom in an instant. A chill swept through the air as everyone sensed the tension. Juheng and Tangji said nothing, yet their displeasure was palpable, with Tangji displaying a clear expression of irritation. "Let us get out of here." The onlookers quickly retreated to their seats, fearing the ire of the two, unwilling to provoke them further. Once the area around them cleared, their expression softened. Qian Run observed the scene and remarked, "They truly are difficult to get along with. No wonder they lack friends. I believe they simply prefer solitude. They may not be unapproachable, they just dislike noise and aren't very familiar with the other students." Yin Mengran instinctively defended them, now informed of Juheng and Tangji's situation. They bore no malice, they merely shunned social interaction, their temperaments somewhat peculiar. After all, Juheng was like this, and as his close companion, Tangji likely shared similar traits. Tong Yining gazed at Juheng, her heart brimming with unspoken words, yet finding no opportunity to voice them. After all, she once held a special place in his affections. Could she not be the unique one? It was astonishing that in merely 3 days, Juheng had transitioned from orbiting her to being the center of attention for so many others, while she found herself distanced from him. She had initially come to school to seek the counsel of Yin Mengran and Qian Run on how to face Juheng, but now, observing the situation, she realized that her inquiries were of little consequence. If she wished for answers, she would need to ask Juheng himself. However, Juheng truly looked dashing yesterday. "What do you think, if I confessed to him, would he agree?" Qian Run gazed expectantly at the two, seeking the desired response. Yet, both women shook their heads almost in unison, without a moment's hesitation, causing Qian Run's expression to fall. How rude. At that moment, Juheng and Tangji were in a foul mood. Just yesterday, their space had been a sanctuary. How had it devolved into chaos today? How annoying. Tangji couldn't help but murmur, discarding her chewing gum. Juheng looked at her and asked, "What is going on?" "What have we done? We merely played a game of basketball yesterday. Is that really a cause for this?" "I don't understand. They must simply be drawn to novelty. Since they aren't familiar with us, they likely wish to interact," Juheng replied, casting a glance at the source of his ridicule for the past 2 years, Tong Yining. To his surprise, he found her staring back at him. In that instant of eye contact, Tong Yining felt her heart race and a wave of anxiousness wash over her. She quickly turned her head away, her cheeks flushed like cherries, placing her right hand gently on her chest, murmuring, "What is happening?" Chapter 21. Does he no longer like me? After class, Tong Yining swiftly departed from her seat and made her way to Yin Mengran's side. Ran, would you accompany me to the restroom? Oh, Yin Mengran hesitated for a moment before rising to leave the classroom alongside Tong Yining. As they walked down the corridor toward the restroom, Yin Mengran noticed that Tong Yining seemed to harbor something she wished to express, otherwise, she wouldn't have called her out alone. Usually, they were accompanied by Qian Ran, and the three of them would act in unison. What's the matter? If you have something to say, just speak up, Yin Mengran encouraged, having discerned Tong Yining's thoughts. Tong Yining glanced around, ensuring no acquaintances were nearby, and then leaned in closer to whisper in Yin Mengran's ear. Well, I need to confide in you, but please don't share this with anyone else. You know how I said I didn't like Juheng, but for some reason, the more I see him, the more appealing he becomes. What could this mean? Huh. Sure, lower your voice, you absolutely cannot tell Qian Run. She will undoubtedly mock me. Tong Yining's face flushed crimson, her large eyes widening in alarm. Meanwhile, Yin Mengran's expression turned slightly dazed, almost incredulous. She recalled how Tong Yining had messaged Juheng last night and noted her less than stellar demeanor this morning, realizing that her feelings toward Juheng had truly shifted. You can't possibly have developed feelings for him, can you? I really don't know. If I were to admit that it's possible, would you laugh at me? Tong Yining gazed at Yin Mengran, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Liking someone isn't inherently laughable. However, if she were to fall for someone she had previously rejected for 2 years, it would certainly invite ridicule. She found the situation somewhat absurd. Juheng had pursued her for 2 years without success, and now, wasn't that utterly shameless? I wouldn't laugh at you, but I think this realization has come a bit late. Juheng is quite popular now, and hasn't he gone several days without confessing his feelings to you? Right, does this mean he no longer likes me? Tong Yining's internal turmoil reached its zenith. Initially, she had felt elated when Juheng ceased to pester her, but by the second day, a disquieting sensation began to creep in, and by the third day, she found herself engulfed in anxiety. Was she truly that easily swayed? What if Juheng's silence was merely a tactic to provoke her interest? I think that's likely, Yin Mengran replied, reluctant to divulge the truth. After all, she had witnessed Juheng's indifference firsthand when he read Tong Yining's message without responding. It was evident he no longer harbored feelings for her. However, to voice this bluntly would undoubtedly wound Tong Yining's heart. What should I do then? You could talk to Juheng. Who knows, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yin Mengran was acutely aware that Tong Yining's chances were slim, yet she suggested this route, hoping it would compel her friend to confront reality. Perhaps a direct rejection from Juheng would allow her to move on. Talk to Juheng directly. All right then, could you do me a favor? Could you tell him that I want to chat during lunch by the stairs? Huh. You want me to tell him? Why don't you go speak to him yourself? I don't have the courage, Tong Yining admitted awkwardly. The thought of approaching him in front of others filled her with dread. The prospect of being rejected on the spot was even more mortifying. Fine, I'll go tell him, but I can't guarantee he'll agree. Yin Mengran hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. After all, Tong Yining was her dear friend, and this was a small favor she could grant. Great, thank you. Tong Yining exclaimed, joyfully embracing Yin Mengran before turning to return to the classroom. Hey, Yin Mengran barely had a chance to say anything before Tong Yining disappeared. With a heavy sigh, she felt a tangle of emotions. As Tong Yining's friend, she should have been rooting for her success, yet inexplicably, she found herself wishing for the opposite. She silently prayed that Juheng would not be swayed by Tong Yining's words and would not acquiesce to her request. At that moment, Yin Mengran sensed a fragrant breeze wafting past her. She looked up to see someone brush by her. Tangji. Yin Mengran recognized the figure as Tangji, recalling her inquiries about Tangji last night while speaking with Juheng, and her desire to become friends with her. However, the concept sounded simple, yet she had no idea how to interact with someone like Tangji. Although initiating a conversation might yield a response, engaging in small talk without a topic would likely result in an awkward silence for both. Clatter. Just then, Yin Mengran noticed something fall from Tangji's pocket. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a set of keys. The corridor was bustling, and Tangji seemed unaware of her loss. Without hesitation, Yin Mengran hurried over to pick up the keys, which were adorned with a small trinket, presumably a gaming accessory, albeit one she did not recognize. Tangji. Millimeter. Tangji turned her head, perplexed to see Yin Mengran standing behind her. Yin Mengran waved the keys in her hand and said, "You dropped something." Tangji patted her pockets and confirmed she was indeed missing something. She approached Yin Mengran and retrieved the keys. As she took them away, she reached into another pocket and produced something, placing it into Yin Mengran's palm. "Thank you." After a soft expression of gratitude, she departed. Yin Mengran barely had time to respond before Tangji was gone. She glanced at her palm to discover that Tangji had given her a lollipop. She realized that befriending Tangji would not be an insurmountable challenge, but it required patience. Like Zhuheng, Tangji exhibited a particularly aloof demeanor towards strangers. Even conversation might consist of one-word replies. However, once familiarity was established, it became clear that they were genuinely wonderful individuals. A faint smile graced Yin Mengran's lips as she took the lollipop into her pocket and turned to head back to the classroom. Chapter 22. If it were someone else, I wouldn't dare. With some time left before class, Tong Yining cast a glance at Yin Mengran, signaling her to assist in conveying a message to Zhuheng. Noticing that there was no one beside Zhuheng, Yin Mengran stood up and approached him. As the class monitor with a charming personality, she would not attract any gossip while approaching anyone in this class, except for one individual. Lu Yinshore sat in his seat, feeling a pang of anxiety as he watched Yin Mengran walk towards Zhuheng. He had already been unnerved by Zhuheng's popularity earlier that day, and the thought of Yin Mengran being near him only intensified his unease. Fortunately, it appeared that Yin Mengran was not getting too close to Zhuheng. If he were to see her walking side by side with Zhuheng, even if merely in proximity, it would shatter his heart. Just as he was feeling relieved, he was struck by the sight of Yin Mengran approaching Zhuheng. If he remained seated here without taking any action, wouldn't that mean he had lost his opportunity? Yin Mengran arrived by Zhuheng's side and softly said, Zhuheng, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Millimeter. Zhuheng lifted his head and glanced at her before responding nonchalantly, "Speak." He was already quite exasperated from being bothered all morning. It was not an act of aloofness. After all, these were the very people who had ridiculed him for 2 years. When he had tried to be amicable, he had been the butt of their jokes, and now that he desired some peace to catch up on his studies, they had come flocking to him. His mood was still somewhat irritable, but upon recognizing it was Yin Mengran, he decided to entertain her. If it had been anyone else, he would have truly ignored them. Cough, cough. That. Yin Mengran, I have a problem with the question, could you help me with it? At that moment, Lu Yinshore dashed over with his practice book, interrupting her. Yin Mengran was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts completely derailed as she stared blankly at Lu Yinshore. Although many sought her help due to her amiable nature and good grades, there was a time and place for everything. She was currently engaged in a conversation with someone, and moreover, the subject she intended to discuss was particularly sensitive. For Tong Yining's sake, she could not let anyone else know. How could she possibly voice it now? You were speaking with Zhuheng, right? No worries, you go ahead, I'm not in a hurry. Lu Yinshore attempted to cover up, feigning nonchalance, yet he did not step back. Instead, he lingered nearby. He wanted to listen, to hear what Yin Mengran had to say. That way, he could gauge the situation. Could you possibly? Yin Mengran looked visibly distressed, unable to articulate her thoughts. If she voiced her intent and Lu Yinshore overheard, it would undoubtedly spread like wildfire, leading to an awkward situation for Tong Yining and Zhuheng. She was acutely aware that Zhuheng did not wish to be the subject of mockery or speculation, hence this matter must remain unheard by Lu Yinshore. Yet, she was hesitant to ask Lu Yinshore to step away, as it would imply she was discussing something illicit, which could lead to misunderstandings. Zhuheng raised his gaze, observing the troubled expression on Yin Mengran's face, then glanced at the unyielding Lu Yinshore. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up, grasping Yin Mengran's wrist and, under Lu Yinshore's wide-eyed stare, led her out of the classroom. Yin Mengran was utterly bewildered. The sensation of Ju-heng holding her wrist reminded her of the time he had dragged her home in the pouring rain. Tong Yining had been discreetly observing the situation, and upon witnessing this scene, her mouth fell agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. Liu Yinshore, on the other hand, was completely stunned, his mouth twitching and eyebrows twitching in agitation. Had Ju-heng truly taken Yin Mengran away right in front of him? At that moment, Ju-heng brought Yin Mengran to the stairwell, where no one was passing by. He released her wrist and looked at her, saying, "All right, speak. What is it? Aren't you afraid of others spreading rumors? They might misunderstand your intentions." Yin Mengran lowered her head, speaking softly. The mere memory of Ju-heng pulling her out of the classroom sent her heart racing. Ju-heng closed his eyes and slowly replied, "You are asking someone who has been ridiculed for 2 years if he fears gossip. Should I be afraid? No. But you, if you're worried about misunderstandings, I can explain things to them later." Yin Mengran hurriedly waved her hands and clarified, "No, I'm even less afraid." She understood her current predicament. She was already isolated, having lost everything. What could she possibly fear from mere gossip? "Then that's settled. Now, what is it you wish to say?" "Class is about to start." I'm merely a messenger. Tong Tong wants to speak with you privately. She wishes to meet you right here at noon." "I refuse. Tell her there's nothing to discuss." Ju-heng shook his head resolutely, not even pausing to contemplate. Yin Mengran had long anticipated such a response. In fact, given her understanding of Ju-heng, this was the most likely outcome. "Are you truly not considering chatting with her? Perhaps, after your conversation, she might end up with you. Then I absolutely cannot speak with her. Think about it. I pursued her for 2 years, and she declined. Now, after just 3 days of no pursuit, she wants to talk. That would make me rather unworthy." "That is true." "Very well, I shall convey that to her." Millimeter. After their conversation, the two returned to the classroom. As soon as they entered, Ju-heng felt the weight of curious gazes upon him, yet he remained unfazed and returned to his seat. Tenji tapped her pen against the desk and, once Ju-heng was settled, asked, "When did you become so close with the class monitor? How did you discern that? Would you have held her wrist and dashed out otherwise? Aren't you concerned she might slap you and call you a rogue?" Ju-heng shot her a sidelong glance and replied, "You think too much. I know she's a good person and wouldn't do that, which is why I dared. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have had the courage." "Very well." Tenji accepted Ju-heng's words. As for what he and Yin Mengran had discussed, she chose not to pry, despite knowing that if she did, Ju-heng would undoubtedly share. Some individuals are indifferent to knowledge, while others are driven to the brink of madness by curiosity. Liu Yinshore fidgeted in his seat, feeling as though ants were crawling on him. He was utterly desperate to discover what Ju-heng and Yin Mengran had discussed, yet he could not follow them out just now. That would reveal his intentions too clearly and earn him their disdain. What troubled him the most was that Ju-heng had pulled Yin Mengran away, and she had not resisted, but rather accepted his lead. Tong Yining, another witness, was also taken aback by Ju-heng's actions, yet she understood what they had likely discussed. Thus, she eagerly anticipated good news from Yin Mengran. Chapter 23. If she participates, then I shall too. Is that agreeable? As the class approached, Tong Yining eagerly made her way to Yin Mengran's side. "Ran. How are you?" as she whispered, her voice and gaze brimming with anticipation. However, upon noticing the unusual expression on Yin Mengran's face, her heart sank. "Well, Tong Tong, you should really give up on Ju-heng. Haven't you said yourself that you two are not suited for each other? He rejected me, didn't he?" Tong Yining's eyes fell, a tightness forming around her eyes as the urge to weep arose. She did not feel particularly wronged, rather, she sensed a self-inflicted wound. After all, she had not merely missed an opportunity, she had disregarded it for 2 years while it lay before her. It felt as if fate were mocking her. Despite not having harbored feelings for him for 2 years, she found herself drawn to him just days after he had expressed his disinterest. Yin Mengran was at a loss for how to comfort her, gently shaking her head and saying, "It's all right, you are so beautiful. Once you reach university, many will be drawn to you. Now that we are in our final year of high school, even if you were to get together with Ju-heng, your grades may not align for the same university. making a long-distance relationship even more challenging. Millimeter. Tong Yining was uncertain of how to proceed, merely accepting Yin Mengran's consolation. What else could she do? Could she really beg Zhu to reconsider? Just moments ago, she had contemplated what to say to him at lunch, but now those thoughts seemed futile, as he was evidently unwilling to engage with her. What else going on? Yin Menggran, however, gently tugged at Jianrun's hand, signaling her to refrain from inquiring further. Obediently, Jianrun fell silent, though she had a hunch it was related to Zhu Hing. When lunchtime arrived, Yin Menggran cheerfully retrieved the bento Zhu Hing had prepared. Previously, she had not looked forward to lunch, as she ate sparingly and considered mealtime somewhat of a waste of. However, now, it was the highlight of her day. As the break approached its end and most classmates returned, the homeroom teacher entered and stood at the podium. Let me address two matters. The teacher's voice instantly drew the attention of the resting students. Firstly, we have a monthly exam coming up next Tuesday. Everyone should study diligently to achieve good results. The second matter is that at the end of the month, our school will hold its sports meet. This is your last opportunity to participate in such an event during high school. Oh, upon hearing about the sports meet, the students erupted in excited chatter. The pressures of academic life were immense, and the 2 days of the sports meet represented a chance for them to unwind and have fun. The events for the sports meet are listed here. Participation is voluntary. Additionally, there will be a performance during the opening ceremony, which you can discuss and decide amongst yourselves. Class monitor and sports committee, I leave these matters in your capable hands. The teacher handed the forms to Yin Menggran, who sat at the front, before leaving the classroom. In the next moment, a swarm of students gathered around, eager to join in the conversation, including Lu Yinshuo, the sports committee member, who perked up at the chance to collaborate with Yin Menggran. The surrounding voices became a cacophony, buzzing in Yin Menggran's ears as the classroom descended into chaos. All right, all right. Yin Menggran quickly called for order, looking at them and stating, the sports meet is at the end of the month. There's plenty of time. Right now, the priority is the monthly exam next Tuesday. Those interested in signing up for events may do so, while the rest should focus on their studies. We can discuss the opening ceremony performance after the exam. Hearing Yin Menggran's words, Lu Yinshuo promptly supported her, adding, yes, listen to the class monitor. Everyone, go back to your seats. Those who wish to sign up can come to me. Tang Ji, roused from her slumber by the commotion, lifted her head, bleary-eyed, and glanced at Zhu Heng, asking, what is happening? Next Tuesday is the monthly exam, and the sports meet is at the end of the month. Tang Ji yawned and said, oh, can we take a day off for the sports meet? Let us just skip out and go online, otherwise, it will be too boring. Probably not. Between the sports meet and the exam, I'm more concerned about how to tackle the latter. Zhu Heng cradled his head in his hands, already feeling overwhelmed. With over 200 students in the grade, the pressure was palpable, and he had no confidence in climbing 50 places in the rankings. Do you want me to come over this weekend to help you study? No, your way of thinking is beyond me. Zhu Heng recalled how long it took to grasp the concepts even when Yin Menggran explained them. Having Tang Ji teach him was out of the question. She was not cut out for teaching. She would merely provide an answer and expect him to deduce the process. All right then. It seems you won't be able to go out tonight either. I was thinking we could hang out at an internet cafe after school. Forget it, you should just stay home and play. I truly don't have time to go out. Then I'll just log into your account and complete your tasks. Sure. After school, Zhu Heng left for home, while Yin Menggran did not rush to follow. She knew where his home was and walked home with Tong Yining and Jianrun. After chatting for a while, she bid them farewell and made her way to Zhu Heng's house. Upon knocking and entering, she found him already preparing dinner. As they shared a meal, Yin Menggran sought to spark a conversation and asked, are you interested in the sports meet? You are so athletic. Aren't you going to sign up for an event? She remembered that Zhu Heng had not participated in the sports meet in the past 2 years, and, now that she knew about his athleticism, she did not want to let this talent slip away. If he participated, he could certainly win several gold medals. Zhu Heng shook his head and replied, not interested. What about Tangji, do you think she would be willing to participate? Yin Mengran pressed on, recalling that Tangji could easily compete with Zhu in sports, and she would be a strong contender in the women's events. Her. If she doesn't fake an illness to take a day off, that would be a miracle. You expect her to sign up for an event, not a chance. Yin Mengran perked up, raising an eyebrow and asking, oh. What makes you so sure? Well, I'd bet you anything, if she participates, then I will too, how about that? Deal. Yin Mengran eagerly agreed, uncertain if she could persuade Tangji, but if she succeeded, she would gain Zhu as well, effectively doubling their chances of victory. How could they possibly lose? Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted the challenge. Chapter 24. I will go next week. During the weekend, after dinner, Zhu and Yin Mengran were studying at the table. Zhu was now fully committed, and with Yin Mengran's assistance, he encountered fewer obstacles, achieving remarkable efficiency in his studies. Yin Mengran glanced at the time and then at Zhu's profile, appearing somewhat hesitant. After a few moments of contemplation, she slowly spoke up, softly inquiring, may I take a shower? Oh, of course, go ahead. Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Why would she need to ask him about something so trivial? Yet, Yin Mengran felt it necessary to ask. She couldn't simply treat his home as her own without consulting the owner first. Well, all right, then I'll go, she replied, gradually rising and making her way to the bathroom. This was her first time showering at Zhu's place, and she felt a bit nervous. She had prepared everything, bringing a change of clothes to ensure she didn't forget anything, as she couldn't expect Zhu to fetch it for her. Locking the bathroom door, she surveyed the toiletries Zhu used. Although she had purchased some personal items like a toothbrush and towel, she hadn't bought shampoo or body wash. Since she intended to bathe, she would have to borrow Zhu's products. Peeking out of the bathroom, she quietly asked, may I use your shampoo and body wash? Sure. Zhu didn't even look up as he replied, seeing it as a trivial matter. After receiving permission, Yin Mengran closed the door, and shortly thereafter, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Despite the door being securely locked, the knowledge that Zhu was just outside made her heart race. As she lathered Zhu's body wash onto her skin, she was enveloped by the familiar scent reminiscent of lying in bed. Once she finished showering, she dried her hair in the bathroom and emerged to find Zhu still seated at the table, engrossed in his studies, his posture unchanged. She thought he was perhaps studying a bit too diligently. If he continued at this pace, he would surely tire out. After all, learning was not something that could be achieved overnight, and a balance between work and rest was essential. I noticed you have a computer in your room. Don't you ever play? I do, but with exams approaching, I don't have time to play. Zhu recalled how he used to play games as soon as he returned home, teaming up with Tangji. Yet, she managed to balance her studies effortlessly. Her intelligence allowed her to grasp concepts quickly in class while still enjoying gaming with him. He ranked over 200, while she consistently placed in the top 20, even after frequent visits to the internet cafe together. No matter how he tried to help her with gaming, she always ranked higher, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Actually, you could play a bit, there's no need to study continuously. You'll wear yourself out. Why not take a short break and play for a while? Yin Mengran understood that she might not sway Zhu's determination, as his stubbornness was formidable. However, to her surprise, after she finished speaking, Zhu hesitated and put down his pen. He lifted his gaze to Yin Mengran and tentatively asked, really, is it really okay? Of course, you've been studying for so long, you deserve some leisure time. It's important for relaxation and better learning. Well, if you say so, cough, cough, then I'll play for a bit. Zhu stood up and headed to his room. Since that day he had gone to the internet cafe with Tangji, he hadn't touched a game. Listening to her recount her gaming experiences made him long to play. Now that Yin Mengran suggested it was fine to indulge for a while, he was more than willing to heed her advice. After all, could the top student of his class and one of the top 5 in the year be wrong? Certainly not. Oh. Yin Mengran was taken aback. She hadn't expected Zhu to actually follow her suggestion. Was it possible he genuinely wanted to play on the computer? Given that she rarely saw him engage with his computer, she assumed he wasn't interested in gaming. She followed him into the room and observed as he sat before the computer, powering it on. She took a seat on the bed, curious about what game he would play, only to find that the game he opened was completely unfamiliar to her. Juheng seemed to have opened a chat window with someone, typing a few words before placing the headphones on the table, turning the volume up to the maximum. "Hey. Can you hear me?" Yin Mengran was startled. She recognized the voice emanating from the headphones. It was Tang Ji. "I can hear you. Why are you online today? Aren't you supposed to be busy studying? Work and rest must be balanced." Then come help me with a quest. I've grouped with you." Yin Mengran quietly watched from the sidelines, noticing how engrossed Juheng was in the game, not daring to make a sound for fear of being overheard by Tang Ji on the other end. "Oh, Mom. What are you doing?" At that moment, Yin Mengran was taken aback when she heard Tang Ji call out "Mom" from the headphones. The voice then shifted to that of a woman. "Is it Xiaoheng?" Upon hearing this, Juheng's eyes widened, and his brows furrowed as he quickly responded, "Yes, it's me, Xiaoheng." His voice was soft and cautious. It was the first time Yin Mengran had heard him speak in such a manner, and it felt as though she was discovering a different facet of him, which was quite intriguing. "You see, I thought I heard your voice just now. When are you coming over? Your aunt and I miss you. I'll make you something delicious when you visit." The woman's tone was gentle, her words reminiscent of a mother's care. Auntie, I'll come next weekend." "All right then, I've noted it down. I'll buy groceries for the weekend, so don't forget to come." "Sure, I promise to be there." As Yin Mengran listened intently, a hint of envy glimmered in her eyes. This was the feeling of having family, being cared for, being thought of. Unlike her own situation, the memories of her recent past brought her pain so profound it felt like a knife slicing through her heart. Lowering her head, her long hair cascading over her chest, revealing a delicate neck, she felt a surge of emotions, an ache, a warmth, as tears blurred her vision. Juheng caught a glimpse of her state and, after a moment, spoke into the headphones. "All right, I'm logging off." "Okay, bye." He promptly exited the game and shut down the computer. Yin Mengran quickly turned her head away, not wanting Juheng to see her current condition. Although she had managed to look forward, thoughts of the past still threatened to bring her to tears. What could she do? She was merely a girl who had just barely crossed into adulthood. After turning off the computer, Juheng gazed at her and softly said, "I think you need to talk to me." Chapter 25. The term keeping is somewhat inaccurate. What should we talk about? As soon as Yin Mengran spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, her nose tinged with a poignant ache, rendering her voice muffled. "Of course, we should discuss your matters. Surely, there are many things you haven't clarified, such as why do you have no place to stay?" Although Juheng had long harbored these doubts, he refrained from asking, fearing he might touch upon Yin Mengran's wounds. Today, however, he felt it was time for her to express herself. At the very least, someone should be there to listen, to alleviate her burden. Otherwise, she would be left to bear the sorrow and suffering alone, without anyone to comprehend her plight. I don't want to talk about it." Yin Mengran buried her head low, tears cascading down as she quietly sobbed. She had cast these matters aside, resolved never to mention them again, but today, the memories had stirred her emotions. If she could forget these things forever, she would do so without hesitation. Juheng seemed to sense that Yin Mengran was reluctant to voice her thoughts. He stood, approached the bed, and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Aren't you supposed to look forward? Then you must express it. Why bear the sorrow alone? You can always confide in me. At least there will be someone who understands your feelings." Yin Mengran lifted her head, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, yet upon meeting Juheng's gaze, her inner sadness inexplicably lessened by half. "I have no place to stay because I no longer have a home. That home does not belong to me, and I cannot reside there." "Then whose home is it?" Juheng inquired, somewhat perplexed, sensing that there were deeper, unspoken issues at play. He fetched some tissues for her to wipe her tears, and once her emotions had calmed considerably, she slowly began to share her story. "My home is from my mother's remarriage. I was brought there by her. My father has children too, but they are from his previous marriage. After they passed away, my father's ex-wife came with his son and took over the house, because during the divorce, she did not claim the house, but now they want it back, and I am utterly helpless, which is why I have no place to stay. Ju-heng's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. Taking advantage of someone in distress. How can such a person be so cruel? Doesn't she intend to offer you any compensation? Yin Mengran shook her head in despair, and Ju-heng realized that such a question was futile. If she could stoop so low as to exploit a misfortune, it was unlikely she would have any conscience. After my mother remarried, our relatives disapproved, and now, none of them are willing to help me. Behind my back, they all call me a wild child. What about your biological father? I can't find him, I have no contact information. I haven't seen him in many years, and even if I did, wouldn't care about me. After voicing her sentiments, it was evident that Yin Mengran's emotions had stabilized significantly. Perhaps these words had been bottled up within her for too long, becoming too heavy to bear, yet, articulating them brought her some relief. Ju-heng silently nodded, understanding the weight of her burdens. He had not anticipated that Yin Mengran was shouldering such immense pressure in life. Initially, he thought she was merely unable to move on, frequently shedding tears and struggling to face reality, lacking the inner strength. However, his perspective shifted, having endured these experiences, finding herself lost in the rain with nowhere to go. She merely wept, using this method to alleviate her pressure and sorrow. She did not seek revenge on society, did not indulge in self-destruction, and did not contemplate suicide. Remarkably, she could still attend school and wear a smile. Ju-heng believed she was already remarkably resilient, strong enough to earn his profound respect. With this thought, he made a silent resolve. Since fate had placed him in a position to help Yin Mengran, he would not allow her to stagnate or squander her potential. Such an exceptional girl deserved a bright future, one that should not be hindered by external circumstances. It would be a pity, and he felt a deep sense of loss at the thought. He gently patted Yin Mengran's shoulder and said, "Do not worry about anything, you need not concern yourself with food or housing. I will take care of that. You also need not fret about living expenses. I will support you until you find work and can sustain yourself. Focus on your studies and live well." Yin Mengran lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief, her entire visage reflecting incredulity, her mouth agape in shock. "I cannot bear to see such a diligent student crushed by life's burdens. Rest assured, my family, is reasonably well off, providing me with a substantial monthly allowance. If you look at my gaming equipment, you'll see that I can share half of my living expenses with you each month." Yin Mengran hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. "No, no, no. That's out of the question. We are merely classmates. I cannot accept this." She could scarcely believe that Ju-heng would make such a promise, considering they were just high school classmates, and had hardly known each other over the past 2 years. Now he was offering to support her. "Enough, don't argue with me, you know you can't win this debate. My greatest flaw is my obstinacy." Yin Mengran recognized this truth. She could not contend with Ju-heng. Moreover, given her current situation as a guest in someone else's home, her foremost obligation was to heed the words of her host. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then, what do you need me to do? What do I need you to do?" "Well, typically, after a man supports a woman, isn't there usually something expected in return?" Yin Mengran understood that if she accepted, she would undoubtedly have to meet certain conditions. "Nothing comes without a cost." As she uttered these words, her face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet Ju-heng's eyes. Ju-heng stroked his chin thoughtfully, responding nonchalantly, "The term-keeping is somewhat imprecise, but I do indeed require your assistance with something. You say." Yin Mengran's face was so flushed it seemed she could bleed, trembling like a startled fawn, yet she mustered the strength to voice her thoughts. For her, this opportunity was rare. She had to survive to contemplate other matters, such as her studies, dignity, and even her well-being. If it were anyone else, she would likely refuse without a second thought. Yet, facing Ju-heng, her heart accepted the notion with surprising ease. Ju-heng nodded and stated, "My family has indicated that if my ranking does not improve by 50 places in the upcoming monthly exam, they will cut my allowance. Therefore, for the sake of our living expenses, I need you to help me review and ensure my grades rise before the exam." Chapter 26. How does it feel to stay at Ju-heng's house? Tong Yining awoke with a start from her slumber. sitting up abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. It was the dead of night, and the room was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the soft ticking of the clock. Hugh, she gasped for breath, striving to steady her heartbeat, and once she calmed down, she hastily grabbed her phone from the bedside, only to find it devoid of any messages. A dream, just a dream. She set the phone down, her mind lingering on the vivid imagery of the dream she had just experienced. Perhaps it was due to her thoughts before sleep, but the dream revolved entirely around Juhang, reliving their acquaintance and deepening connection, interspersed with fabricated scenarios where they were together, sharing countless conversations on their phones, their bond growing stronger by the day. However, this bliss was short-lived, as an interloper, Tang Ji, appeared and disrupted their relationship. It was this very realization that jolted her awake. Having resolved to relinquish her feelings for Juhang, she now found her heart inexplicably yearning for him after the dream. Am I truly unable to let him go? Tang Yining pondered, gazing at the chat history on her phone, the messages she had sent lingering unanswered. Her attempts to engage him in conversation had been rebuffed, yet following the dream, her resolve wavered. She had made up her mind to make an effort before graduation. After all, wasn't Juhang persistent in pursuing her? What harm could there be in her turning the tables and chasing after him? If she were to become a subject of ridicule, so be it. She had grown indifferent to such concerns. After a moment of contemplation, she recognized that her most formidable rival was none other than Tang Ji, Juhang's desk mate. Their camaraderie perplexed her, as their personalities seemed strikingly similar, leading her to feel that they could easily become a couple at any moment. Thus, it was indisputable that Tang Ji was her primary adversary, rated 5 stars on the danger scale. As for the second threat, it would be the other girls in their class, who appeared to harbor interest in Juhang as well, definitely a cause for caution, rated 3 stars. Lastly, she felt compelled to include Qian Run, who had once jokingly mentioned confessing her feelings to Juhang. Although it was likely a jest, there remained a slim chance it could materialize, half a star on the danger scale. In summary, these 3 obstacles loomed before her, and she realized she needed assistance. Therefore, the first person she thought of was Yin Mengran, someone she considered a friend rather than an enemy, rated 0 stars on the danger scale. If she needed a strategy, Yin Mengran was undoubtedly her best option. Even Qian Run would not suffice. Mengran, I am counting on you. Tang Yining silently prayed before lying down to resume her slumber, understanding that a good night's rest was essential for presenting her best self. The next morning, Juhang and Yin Mengran stepped out of their homes, ready to head to school. Juhang noticed that Yin Mengran's demeanor today was markedly different from the previous day. The tension that had weighed upon her seemed to have lifted, and she wore a gentle smile. Today is Saturday, we'll be dismissed in the afternoon, and tomorrow is a day off. These next 2 days are crucial. I need your help with my studies. Yin Mengran turned to Juhang, nodding earnestly. All right, she replied softly. In the past, they maintained a deliberate distance during their morning commutes, a precaution taken by Yin Mengran to prevent Tang Yining from growing suspicious. However, this morning, she walked closely beside Juhang. Unhurriedly, Juhang glanced at her and inquired, "Aren't you worried about being seen together?" "Not at all. What's wrong with classmates walking to school together?" True enough. They entered the school together and soon spotted a familiar figure ahead. Upon recognizing her, Yin Mengran's eyes lit up. "Is that Tang Ji?" "Yes," Juhang affirmed, instantly recognizing the silhouette before them as Tang Ji. "Would it be all right if I went to speak with her?" "Of course." With his permission, Yin Mengran eagerly approached Tang Ji. She recalled Juhang's promise from yesterday. If Tang Ji were to participate in the sports meet, he would as well. Since Juhang had dared to make such a wager, it was clear that no amount of persuasion would suffice to change Tang Ji's mind. There was a chance she might even perceive her as bothersome, so Yin Mengran felt compelled to employ a clever strategy to secure both Juhang and Tang Ji on her side. Yin Mengran hurried to Tang Ji's side and greeted her. "Hi." At that moment, Tang Ji was blowing a bubble with her gum, which had expanded to the size of a fist. Yin Mengran's voice startled her, causing the bubble to pop with a loud bang, leaving a sticky residue at the corner of her mouth. Sorry." "No worries," Tang Ji replied nonchalantly, retrieving the gum wrapper to dispose of the remnants in her pocket. Just as Yin Mengran was about to speak, Tangji leaned in closer, causing her to feel flustered and momentarily forget her words. Tangji was mere inches away. After a moment's contemplation, she broke into a knowing smile. The sight of this smile sent a shiver down Yin Mengran's spine, prompting her to force a smile and feign calmness as she asked, "Oh, what's up? How does it feel to stay at Juheng's house?" It feels, well." Yin Mengran's eyes widened in shock, her mind blanking instantaneously. Her face turned pale, then flushed a deep crimson. How did you know I was staying at Juheng's house?" "I guessed." "Guessed? How could you guess so accurately?" "Indeed, the scent on you is the same as Juheng's. It's the same brand of shower gel." As his desk mate, I am close enough to discern the difference. I initially thought it was a coincidence. But your hair smells identical as well. Same shampoo. This surely can't be mere coincidence. You must have bathed at his place. Did you wash up on your first visit? Surely, you cannot be that close. At least he can't be, so I deduce that you are staying at his house. Chapter 27. Unless there are intentions to be with her in the future. Is that so? Have you really deduced it? How can you be so certain? What if it's merely a coincidence? Then I shall apologize. What is the big deal? I am not Conan. It's quite normal to make a mistake in deduction. Besides, even if I was bluffing just now, you have admitted it, haven't you? A knowing smile graced Tangji's face, and she shrugged, exuding a sense of pride, much like a child who has successfully pulled off a prank. Yin Mengran immediately clamped her mouth shut, her face alternating between pale and flushed in a most dramatic fashion. For the first time, she genuinely felt the sting of intellectual humiliation. She realized that Juheng might indeed be right. If she spent too much time with Tangji, her self-confidence would likely take a hit. In that moment, the retorts she had meticulously prepared evaporated from her mind. She understood that whatever she said would be futile, as Tangji would certainly see through it, and might even turn the tables on her. Yet, Tangji had no intention of letting Yin Mengran off the hook. She reached out and grasped Yin Mengran's wrist. Yin Mengran looked up to find Tangji sporting a mischievous grin as she softly inquired, "All right, you must tell me why you are residing at Juheng's house. I trust you are aware of the nature of my relationship with him, correct?" As they walked towards the classroom, Yin Mengran recounted her encounter with Juheng and the circumstances that led her to stay at his home, omitting the events of the previous night. She merely mentioned that she was currently residing temporarily at Juheng's. Upon hearing about Yin Mengran's unfortunate experiences, Tangji's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The teasing demeanor she had just displayed vanished. "I see. My condolences," she said, gently patting Yin Mengran's shoulder, offering no words of comfort, which Yin Mengran understood, as it reflected Juheng's demeanor as well. Once they entered the classroom, the two returned to their respective seats. When Juheng arrived at his desk, he immediately noticed Tangji's unusual expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Tangji cast a sidelong glance at Juheng and replied softly, "I was wondering why you haven't had time to play games with me. It turns out you have a secret affair." Juheng furrowed his brow slightly, and within moments, he grasped the situation. He was well aware that such matters could not remain hidden from Tangji for long. Sooner or later, she would discover the truth. "Sorry, I'm not one to take jibes lightly." The corners of Tangji's mouth lifted slightly as she responded, all right, I didn't mean to mock you. I heard about the class monitor incident. I support your decision." Juheng stared at Tangji for several seconds before slowly speaking, "You support? If it were you wouldn't handle it like I did." Coincidentally, at that moment, Yin Mengran also looked in Juheng's direction. They exchanged a brief glance, and Yin Mengran offered a faint smile before quickly turning her head away. Juheng's teeth ground together, his gaze deep and contemplative. Moments later, he spoke, "So, I am me, and you are you. We are not the same. Of course, there is no standard by which to judge right or wrong. You should simply pursue what you believe to be right." Tangji leaned back in her chair, nodding in agreement with Juheng's sentiment, then added, "However, I must admit, I find her rather endearing. She seems a bit silly, which makes her quite cute and amusing to tease. Indeed, to you, everyone appears a bit silly. By the way, you are included in that assessment, brother. Well, let us refrain from that. Next time, just call me by my name, or else I might get goosebumps. Excessive. Juheng and Tangji exchanged glances, and Tangji let out a light laugh, while Juheng's eyes crinkled with suppressed amusement, teasingly calling her nuts. After class, Yin Mengran stepped out of the classroom alone, intending to visit the office to inquire about matters concerning the upcoming February exam. Upon exiting, she noticed someone waiting for her at the door. Tong Tong, what are you doing here? I'm waiting for you. Tong Yining had followed Yin Mengran out after seeing her leave the classroom alone. Upon noticing her enter the office, she waited outside. Waiting for me? What's up? Do you need something? Seeing that Tong Yining seemed to have something to say, Yin Mengran directly inquired. Let us talk while we walk. The two strolled leisurely down the corridor, and recalling her unwavering resolve from the previous night, Tong Yining spoke. Ran, I don't intend to give up on Juheng. I want to pursue him. Oh, I see, that's great, give it a shot. Tong Yining was taken aback by Yin Mengran's swift approval, having expected her to dissuade her from pursuing it. Really? You agree? Do you think I can do it? That, I cannot say, but it's perfectly normal to want to try. It's merely an attempt, which is surely better than regretting later. Millimeter, you're right. With Yin Mengran's support, Tong Yining felt a surge of confidence, as such matters often lacked understanding and backing, leaving one truly insecure. You will help me, won't you? Well, Yin Mengran hesitated. She was reluctant to get involved, but seeing the hopeful glimmer in Tong Yining's eyes made her reluctant to refuse. Oh fine, but how can I assist you? Didn't I already try to help you talk to him before, and it failed? Millimeter. Tong Yining fell into thought, seemingly pondering how to enlist Yin Mengran's assistance. Yin Mengran exhibited a slightly troubled expression, knowing full well that Juheng would not offer Tong Yining any further opportunities, regardless of how minuscule the chance might be. After all, she was her friend, and if she repeatedly meddled in Juheng's affairs, what if he grew to dislike her? Juheng had previously stated that if she interfered, she would meet the same fate as Tong Yining. He would cease to engage with her. She had to maintain a balanced relationship with both sides. One was her dear friend, while the other was, to be honest, Yin Mengran was still unsure of what her relationship with Juheng truly was. Classmates, friends, or roommates. By the way, Tong Yining nodded, then turned to Yin Mengran and earnestly said, You must help me distract Tangji. What do you think? Why do I need to distract Tangji? I believe she is my greatest adversary. All you need to do is get as close to her as possible to divert her attention. That should be simple for you, right? No. Not at all simple. Chapter 28. However, I have discerned that you harbor feelings for him. After finishing his lunch, Juheng made his way to the restroom. Throughout the morning, although he did not consciously observe, he could not help but notice that Tong Yining was stealing glances in his direction whenever he inadvertently caught sight of her. This situation left him feeling somewhat disconcerted, causing an unsettling sensation during class, as if something were amiss upon his visage. Just as Juheng turned to exit the restroom, he was startled to find someone had appeared behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had materialized, causing him to exclaim, What the? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Kong Yu, the repugnant individual who had previously sought to pursue Tangji. At this moment, Kong Yu stood behind him, wearing an obsequious expression, and the restroom atmosphere made Juheng feel quite uncomfortable. Juji, what do you want? I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Juheng's brow furrowed slightly. Although he held no fondness for Kong Yu, after all, the latter had previously caused him trouble, he acknowledged that an apology had been offered. Thus, he refrained from being overly confrontational. Now, as Kong Yu sought his counsel, it was likely related to his pursuit of Tangji. Well, I have decided to abandon my pursuit of Tangji. I have come to realize that the disparity between us is insurmountable. I have no chance whatsoever. A wise choice. Juheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. After all, the lack of any opportunity was indeed factual. However, if this matter did not pertain to pursuing Tang Ji, then what could it possibly be? Therefore, I wish to pursue someone else, and I would like to seek your approval, What do you mean? You may pursue whomever you desire. It has nothing to do with me. If you choose not to pursue, then so be it. Well, the rumor circulating in class is that you no longer have feelings for Tang Yining, so I came to verify with you. If you are no longer pursuing her, may I then pursue her? Kang Yu stammered, quickly covering his head as if bracing for an outburst, adding hastily, please do not be angry. I was merely inquiring. Ju Hing remained silent for a few moments before walking past him, stating nonchalantly, pursue her as you wish. You need not consult me. It has no bearing on me. Kang Yu gazed at Ju Hing's departing figure, astonished and bewildered. Truth be told, he had mentally prepared himself for a reprimand from Ju Hing, who had been pursuing Tang Yining for 2 years. He could scarcely believe that Ju Hing would relent. Yet, the rumors circulating in class were so compelling that he felt compelled to inquire. To his astonishment, Ju Hing truly seemed to have given up. In their class, there were several attractive girls, yet the consensus among the boys identified only a handful as particularly appealing. Yin Mengran, Tang Ji, and Tang Yining. Kang Yu was acutely aware that he stood no chance with Yin Mengran. Pursuing her would invite ridicule from the entire class, branding him as someone who aspired far beyond his reach. Currently, the only one likely to win her affection was Lu Yunshu. Thus, he had aimed to pursue Tang Ji, only to discover that his prospects there were equally bleak. The class was abuzz with the belief that only Ju Hing had a realistic chance of being with Tang Ji, given their evident closeness. With this in mind, Kang Yu turned his thoughts to Tang Yining. If Ju Hing was now likely to pursue Tang Ji, did that imply an opening for Tang Yining? Could he possibly take a chance? Having received Ju Hing's implied consent, Kang Yu felt a surge of confidence. Oh yeah, go for it, you can do it, he exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm, as if success were already within his grasp. At that moment, a teacher entered the restroom and exchanged a glance with the exuberant Kang Yu. Their expression akin to that of observing a fool. Embarrassed, Kang Yu hastily departed. As Ju Hing prepared to return to the classroom, he suddenly heard a timid voice calling from behind, Ju Hing, millimeter. Ju Hing turned to see the person behind him, his brow furrowing involuntarily. In truth, he could recognize her voice without needing to look. It was Tang Yining. Although they had been classmates, she had always pretended not to know him, and it was exceedingly rare for her to call out his name in the corridor. She appeared to want to say something to Ju Hing, yet she seemed too bashful to articulate her thoughts, fidgeting and avoiding direct eye contact. Having noticed Ju Hing exiting the classroom and parting ways with Tang Ji, she realized this was her opportunity. Thus, she resolved to approach him before he re-entered the classroom. While Yin Mengran occupied Tang Ji's attention, Yin Mengran sat at Ju Hing's desk, casting furtive glances at Tang Ji, who was engrossed in her work. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Ji set down her pen and inquired, what is up? Tang Ji, do you often play games with Ju Hing? Tang Ji paused momentarily before nodding and responding, yes, why? Are you feeling jealous? Are you envious of his kinship? No. What jealousy? I have no reason to be jealous. Yin Mengran stammered, her composure faltering as a flicker of panic crossed her dark eyes. Suddenly, Tang Ji leaned closer, her serious gaze locked onto Yin Mengran's flustered expression. What is going on? Yin Mengran felt increasingly flustered under Tang Ji's penetrating gaze, as if her innermost thoughts were laid bare. In an instant, her ears flushed crimson. After a few seconds, Tang Ji withdrew, turning her face aside, chuckling lightly, it's nothing, I was just teasing. Teasing? Yin Mengran's expression froze, her heart racing as if it might stop. At that moment, she desperately wanted to tell Tang Yining, why don't you try to keep Tang Ji occupied, see if you can hold her off. Just surviving this encounter without being overwhelmed would be a small victory. However, Tang Ji suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, lowering her voice as she leaned closer to Yin Mengran, saying, Ju Hing mentioned he has developed an interest in someone else, someone from our class. Would you like to know who? Who? Yin Mingran's eyes widened in disbelief. Tangji clicked her tongue and shook her head. No, that's not a good idea. He told me not to disclose it to anyone. He would be upset if I did. Yin Mengran bit her lip, pondering for a moment before declaring, I promise not to tell anyone. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Tangji nodded and beckoned Yin Mengran closer. As Yin Mengran leaned in, Tangji whispered in her ear, I don't know who he likes, but I can tell you that you have feelings for him. Chapter 29 I am merely assisting someone. I owe her that much. Yin Mengran rested her face on Ju Heng's desk, her entire visage buried in it, with only her ears peeking out, particularly flushed. Her feet shuffled restlessly on the floor. Tangji laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks, only ceasing her mirth when she gently patted Yin Mengran's shoulder, saying, all right, I apologize. I truly did not mean it. It's just, you are too amusing, and I couldn't help myself. Millimeter, Yin Mengran subtly shrugged her shoulders, seemingly resisting Tangji's apology, feeling overly naive and embarrassed by the teasing, wishing to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Sensing that she had perhaps gone too far, Tangji softly reassured, don't be upset. I genuinely believe that Ju Heng must have some interest in you, otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed you to stay at his home, right? If I were to choose who is most suitable to be with Ju Heng, it would undoubtedly be you. Yin Mengran slowly lifted her head, revealing one eye as she regarded Tangji beside her. Are you teasing me again? No, this time it's the truth. I swear, Tangji replied, a slight smile gracing her lips, which made Yin Mengran believe her words, finding her demeanor far more trustworthy than when she was serious. All right then, Yin Mengran sat up, contemplating, and soon realized that she seemed to have fallen into a trap. It had barely been 5 minutes, yet she felt as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Why had she admitted to having feelings for Ju Heng, and why did she feel joy at Tangji's support? This left her feeling utterly humiliated. When did you start to have feelings for Ju Heng? Facing Tangji's question, Yin Mengran momentarily froze, her mind going blank. When, indeed, had she developed such sentiments? Was it when Ju Heng spoke those words to her last night, making promises, or was it during lunch when he regarded her as if she were a child, or perhaps earlier, when he brought her home, prepared food for her when she was cold and hungry, fetched her hot water and medicine, and insisted she stay? After pondering for an extended period, Yin Mengran came to a realization. These feelings were not born from a single, unanticipated moment. From the day she met Ju Heng, her feelings had begun to blossom, gradually increasing until now, when she had to admit that they were unmistakably evident. She felt delight at Ju Heng's rejection of Tang Yining, relief upon learning of his relationship with Tangji, and anxiety when a classmate approached him for conversation. If these feelings did not prove her interest in Ju Heng, then she would be in denial. Since the first day I stayed at Ju Heng's house, I suppose, Yin Mengran answered honestly, unperturbed by embarrassment, for everything she possessed now was a result of Ju Heng's generosity. Oh, I see. Are you truly content with that now? Yin Mengran was taken aback, staring blankly as she asked, what do you mean? Tangji pointed to the empty seat in front of her, stating, I know why you're here. You came just as Tang Yining left to find Ju Heng, didn't you? She's been watching him for days, and with her mindset, she probably considers me her rival, prompting you to come and chat with me while she seeks him out, to prevent me from running into them and ruining her plans, right? That, Yin Mengran's mouth opened slightly, struggling to articulate a response. Tangji raised her hand to stop her, saying, you needn't explain anything to me, it makes no difference whether it's true or not. I simply wish to assist you because I had offended you earlier. I understand you are doing this for your friend, but are you truly content? Tangji's question left Yin Mengran utterly speechless, her mind in turmoil. Seeing her lack of response, Tangji waved her hand dismissively. Of course, I'm no expert in romance. If you are satisfied, then let us pretend I said nothing. Yin Mengran inhaled deeply, biting her lip hard, her fists clenched tightly beneath the table, fingertips whitening, her heartbeat quickening. At that moment, Ju Heng, having been called by Tang Yining, initially intended to ignore her, but she had grasped his sleeve, insisting on leading him to the staircase to talk. He felt reluctant to shake her off, as a forceful action might cause her to stumble. Regardless, he could not bring himself to treat a girl roughly. After all, throwing a girl to the ground in a corridor, with so many witnesses, would make him not merely a laughingstock but a scoundrel. Juheng. I speak quickly. Juheng's brow furrowed, irritation creeping into his tone, which instilled a flicker of fear in Tong Yining. This was not the attitude she had expected from him. It felt foreign and made her hesitant to voice her thoughts. Clutching her clothing nervously, she recalled the dream she had the night before. Given the circumstances, retreating now would only worsen matters. I know I've promised you multiple times to be with you, but I have gone back on my word. Nothing I say now can amend the hurt I've caused you, but I still hope you can grant me another chance. Let us be good friends like we were in middle school, shall we? No. Juheng's refusal was succinct, devoid of any unnecessary explanations. He felt that elaborating was futile. After speaking, he intended to turn and leave, but Tong Yining clearly had no intention of letting this rare opportunity slip away. She stepped forward, grasping his arm. What can I do for you to forgive me? TSK. Juheng's brows were tightly knitted, his irritation escalating as he attempted to shake her off, feeling overwhelmed by her persistence. Why did Tong Yining have to be a girl? If she were a boy, he would have resorted to force. He could only hope the class would commence soon so he could retreat to the classroom. So you're here. At that moment, they both heard a familiar voice. Turning, they saw Tangji had arrived, with Yin Mengran following closely behind. I need to talk to you, come with me. Tangji nearly ignored Tong Yining, striding past her and seizing Juheng's wrist, pulling him away. Tong Yining stood there, bewildered, watching as Tangji whisked Juheng away, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Yin Mengran approached her, whispering, I'm sorry, Tong, I couldn't. He stopped Tangji. There was nothing I could do. At that moment, Juheng breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Tangji as he quietly said, thank you. Tangji glanced back, replying, no need to thank me. I am merely helping a friend, I owe her that. Chapter 30. Soon, they would be home. If they left now, they would be in someone's living room. On a Saturday afternoon, around 4:30, school was out. Juheng was apprehensive about being held back by anyone, particularly those girls he felt he couldn't handle. Therefore, as soon as the bell rang, he promptly vacated the classroom. Yin Mengran, having gathered her belongings, was also preparing to depart. She noticed that Tong Yining appeared rather despondent, and felt powerless to offer solace. The events of noon seemed to weigh heavily on her. Yin Mengran averted her gaze and spotted Tangji, who was also ready to leave. She trailed behind but did not rush to her side, waiting until they had exited the teaching building before hastily catching up. Tangji, about earlier, thank you, Yin Mengran whispered her gratitude as she approached Tangji. She recalled how she had deliberated for quite some time at noon before deciding to seek Tangji's assistance. Tangji understood her desire to maintain her friendship with Tong Yining while not wanting to let Tong Yining interact with Juheng. Thus, she volunteered to play the villain, reasoning that since Tong Yining viewed her as a rival, she might as well let her continue to think that way. This led to the earlier scene where Tangji intervened and took Juheng away, merely to lend a helping hand to Yin Mengran. It's nothing. Even setting aside the fact that it was to compensate you, given your, current situation, it's only right that I assist you. Yin Mengran genuinely felt that it was no big deal now. At the very least, she and Tangji could be considered friends. She had long since stopped dwelling on the teasing she had endured. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, by the way, since tomorrow is a day off, do you have any plans? Not really. Unless playing games at home counts as a plan, Tangji replied. Would you like to come over to Juheng's place? We could play together. It's always more fun with more people, right? Tangji looked at Yin Mengran with a hint of confusion, as if questioning, are you serious? After all, it was a rare day off, and one would expect the two of them to be alone together at home. I'm fine with it. Isn't Juheng supposed to be reviewing? I mentioned to him yesterday that he should balance work and rest, and he agreed. After all, one cannot study all day long, can they? Tangji nodded in response. All right then, I'll come by tomorrow. Yes, and there's also that. Yin Mengran suddenly remembered something. She took out the phone Juheng had given her and said, could we add each other as friends? Sure, Tangji replied, pulling out her own phone to add Yin Mengran as a friend. After more than 2 years of being classmates, they had finally exchanged contact information. Making friends with classmates was typically a simple and commonplace matter for Yin Mengran, but now that she had befriended Tang Ji, she felt a particular joy. Yin Mengran and Tang Ji together, what is going on here? Why isn't she leaving with Tang Yining and the others? At that moment, 2 boys were following behind Yin Mengran and Tang Ji, one of whom was Lu Yinshuo. He had felt something was off when he saw Yin Mengran sitting in Zhu Heng's seat earlier that day. After school, he had followed them out and was astonished to find Yin Mengran leaving with Tang Ji. When had their relationship become so close? Could it be related to Zhu Heng? After all, whenever Tang Ji is mentioned, Zhu Heng comes to mind, remarked one of the boys. Lu Yinshuo cast him a sidelong glance and shook his head, refuting, impossible. How could Yin Mengran have anything to do with Zhu Heng? They are worlds apart, it's absolutely impossible. Maybe not, hear me out, what if they both like Zhu Heng, and Yin Mengran is negotiating with Tang Ji to see who stays by Zhu Heng's side? Lu Yinshuo shot him a glare and said sternly, Liang Zhexiang, if you dare spread rumors about Yin Mengran again, I'll slap you. Do you believe it? Believe it or not, maybe Yin Mengran hasn't gotten together with you because you're too violent. What do you think? You TSK, I won't bother arguing with you. Lu Yinshuo, feeling defeated, chose to ignore him and continued to follow Yin Mengran and Tang Ji from a distance. He was eager to know what they were discussing, but he couldn't draw too close for fear of being discovered. From afar, he could only observe them, unable to hear their conversation, and even turning a corner could easily cause him to lose track of them. Eventually, Yin Mengran and Tang Ji bid each other farewell and walked off in different directions. Parting ways, Liang Zhexiang patted Lu Yinshuo on the shoulder and said, all right, let us head home. Are you still following them? They'll be home soon, and then you'll just be lurking around their living room. Just let me follow for a bit longer, I want to see where she lives. Liang Zhexiang looked at him incredulously and exclaimed, if you keep this up, I'm calling the police. You a creep, tailing a classmate home, have you forgotten everything you learned in civics class? It's not like that. I mainly want to give her a gift. It's not easy to give it in class. She definitely wouldn't accept it in front of others, and that would be so awkward for me. I thought, leaving it at her doorstep would be better. Wow, how creepy and perverted. You don't look like the type who would do such a thing. Just think about it, you leave for school in the morning, and when you open your door, there's an unknown gift from a classmate waiting for you. Honestly, if she really likes you, she might begrudgingly accept it, but anyone with a neutral relationship with you would find it rather disgusting. Lu Yinshuo shot him a disdainful glance and muttered, you don't understand anything. You don't get it. You just like to dwell on nonsense. At that moment, the 2 saw Yin Mengran enter a building. Lu Yinshuo's eyes lit up, realizing this must be Yin Mengran's home. All right, let us go. Liang Zhexiang grabbed Lu Yinshuo's hand, trying to stop him from advancing further, but Lu Yinshuo shrugged him off, saying, are you crazy? I need to see what floor she lives on, otherwise, where should I leave my gift? At the elevator on the 1st floor. What if someone kicks it away without me knowing? Unbelievable. The 2 entered the building and glanced at the elevator, which indicated 6th floor. She lives on the 6th floor. Got it, let us go. Accompany me to check on the gift. I want to surprise her tomorrow. Lu Yinshuo nodded and pulled Liang Zhexiang along as they exited. Liang Zhexiang wore an expression of utter despair, letting out a sigh as if he had reached the pinnacle of exasperation. Can't you just go by yourself? If you don't know what to buy, you come to me. When I give you advice, you don't listen. If it turns out well, you take the credit, and if it doesn't, you blame me for not advising you. Oh, come on. When people are in love, they always bring their strategist along. Can't you help me out a little? Chapter 31, as long as I am present, I shall ensure that she no longer entangles you. In the classroom, Tang Yining, burdened by her thoughts, was tidying up at a rather sluggish pace, her mind preoccupied with various concerns. Qian Run approached her with a backpack slung over. You look as though you've just been jilted. Tang Yining abruptly lifted her gaze, despair etched across her features as she stared at Qian Run, embodying a spirit devoid of hope. Qian Run immediately covered her mouth, realizing she may have hit the nail on the head. Normally, wouldn't he Tong Yining retort with, who could possibly jilt me? She had merely spoken casually, yet throughout the day, she had sensed something amiss with Tong Yining, which had rendered her somewhat reticent. Ahehe, at that moment, the two girls were startled by a sound reminiscent of Zhu Barji laughing boisterously as he galloped over. They turned to discover Kong Yu approaching, his face alight with a mischievous grin, sending a shiver down both Tong Yining and Qian Run's spines. What do you want? Tong Yining exclaimed, promptly retreating behind Qian Run, who instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Tong Yining, wary of Kong Yu. In that classroom, they were the only three present, who wouldn't he feel apprehensive with a boy sporting such a sinister smile. Oh, I'm looking for Tong Yining, I have something to discuss. Kong Yu scratched his head awkwardly, gesturing toward Tong Yining hidden behind Qian Run. What is the matter? Tong Yining cautiously peered out, her curiosity piqued despite her utter disinterest in the subject at hand. Ever since the altercation with Zhu Heng, her feelings towards him had soured considerably. Now, his demeanor only amplified her desire to flee, and the fact that she hadn't bolted was already a testament to her civility. Could we perhaps speak privately, just the two of us? Rest assured, I mean no harm and will not cause you any distress. Let us go, let us go. Qian Run swiftly seized Tong Yining and whisked her away from the classroom. Tong Yining felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, merely listening to his words ignited an urge to alert the authorities. Kong Yu stood frozen in place, his body stiffening as if petrified. He was bewildered by the circumstances, questioning why everyone seemed to avoid him. Could it be that he was truly insufferable, impossible? He dismissed the notion. He couldn't fathom himself as the unwelcome party. Although he acknowledged his lack of popularity, being outright detested seemed far-fetched. Having reconciled this thought, Kong Yu breathed a sigh of relief and exited the classroom, convinced that Tong Yining was merely having a difficult day, and he would seize the next opportunity to converse with her. Yin Mengran returned home to find her desk cluttered with an open exercise book, indicating that Zhu Heng had already commenced his studies. Reflecting on the events of the day, she was engulfed by guilt. She was acutely aware that Zhu Heng wished to sever ties with Tong Yining, yet she had knowingly supported Tong Yining despite this knowledge. If Zhu Heng were to discover her duplicity, she would undoubtedly face a similar fate as Tong Yining. What's wrong? Zhu Heng queried, noticing Yin Mengran standing in the doorway, lost in thought. And nothing, she replied, having internally vowed never to repeat such a blunder. Although Tong Yining was her friend, Zhu Heng held a more significant position in her heart, a fact that required no further contemplation. Yin Mengran hastily set down her belongings and settled beside Zhu Heng, saying, "Let me help you study." Okay, Zhu Heng nodded in agreement, recognizing that having Yin Mengran tutor him was indeed a splendid idea. It offered a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, given his previous academic pace, merely maintaining his current ranking during the upcoming monthly exam would be a victory, let alone improving by 50 places. As Zhu Heng observed Yin Mengran beside him, memories of the lunchtime incident flooded his mind. Yin Mengran had arrived with Tang Ji, who was aware of his entanglement with Tong Yining, implying that Yin Mengran must also be in the loop. Yin Mengran, you are good friends with Tong Yining, correct? Yes, Yin Mengran stammered, momentarily taken aback before responding softly. A sense of unease crept over her, as she feared Zhu Heng might have unearthed some uncomfortable truth and was preparing to confront her. Numerous scenarios flashed through her mind, ranging from being expelled from his life to being treated as a pariah, equating her with Tong Yining. After a brief pause, Zhu Heng spoke, "Consider it a favor, please persuade her to stop pursuing me. I cannot handle her attention as a girl, I need you to talk some sense into her. I'm counting on you." Yin Mengran was momentarily stunned, processing the request. You want me to help? Yes, a girl should handle a girl's matters. Tangji isn't he familiar with her, so I must rely on you. As Yin Mengran felt a wave of relief wash over her, she also sensed Zhu Heng's trust in her. This feeling not only filled her with joy but also deepened her sense of guilt for having let him down. She nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will never allow her to harass you again." "Thanks," Zhu Heng replied, suddenly struck by another thought. "Oh, by the way, that Kong Yu seems to have an interest in her." Why not play matchmaker and set them up? He recalled the boy who had attempted to stake his claim on Tong Yining earlier that day in the restroom. In Zhuheng's mind, Kong Yu was quite the oddball. However, every class has its fair share of eccentric individuals, which was hardly surprising. What baffled him was how he had gotten entangled with such a character, and he regretted the conflict that had arisen. Ignoring such people was undoubtedly the best course of action. Engaging with them only risked associating himself with their peculiarities. Yin Mengran paused, momentarily unable to recall who Kong Yu was. Kong Yu. Her thoughts were tangled. As class monitor, she was familiar with all her classmates, even if she didn't know them well. Among the boys, Kong Yu ranked near the bottom in terms of reputation and academic performance, making it rare to see anyone socializing with him. I'll do my best. Yin Mengran agreed verbally, but she knew that if she were to introduce someone like Kong Yu to Tong Yining, she would surely face her wrath. Tong Yining would undoubtedly believe she was being played for a fool. With Tong Yining's predicament addressed, Yin Mengran now pondered whether she should inform Zhuheng about her invitation to Tangji. After all, it was his home, and inviting Tangji over should ideally require his consent. Initially, she had thought Zhuheng would not object given their relationship, but now she felt it prudent to ask. Zhuheng, I invited Tangji to come over and hang out tomorrow. Do you approve? Chapter 32. She mentioned to me that she holds quite a favorable impression of you. Zhuheng fell into silence for a few seconds before responding. Tangji, I'm completely fine with that, but you truly became friends with her. Well, is that not permissible? Yin Mengran slightly lowered her head, wearing an expression that suggested she feared reprimand. She was apprehensive about Zhuheng's disapproval, mindful of her status as a guest, which necessitated a cautious approach in both actions and words. Zhuheng turned away, resuming his writing as he remarked, Of course it is permissible. I owe you my gratitude. Gratitude for what? Yin Mengran queried, perplexed about what she could possibly be thanked for. Zhuheng nodded and elaborated, Indeed, during our first year of high school, her mother expressed a desire for me to help her make a few friends, so she wouldn't be left without anyone to converse with at school. But that truly underestimated my capabilities. Had I known how to forge friendships, I would have done so long ago. Thus, for the past 2 years, it has been just the two of us. You befriending her, despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor, should bring her quite a bit of joy. Is that so? Yin Mengran's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the extent of Zhuheng's assertion. She was indeed overjoyed internally, yet Tangji appeared rather nonchalant. Yes, she confided in me that she has a favorable impression of you. Really? Upon hearing this, Yin Mengran's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Initially, she had worried about possibly incurring Tangji's disdain, but hearing Zhuheng affirm it directly brought her instant reassurance. Indeed, truly. So, if she inadvertently offends you in any way, please do not take it to heart. She has simply been out of practice in socializing with friends for quite some time. Yin Mengran replied, her heart brimming with happiness. She harbored no anger or feelings of offense regarding today's events. She merely felt shy at having her innermost thoughts laid bare. With her internal concerns alleviated, Yin Mengran's mood significantly improved, and while tutoring Zhuheng, she frequently wore a smile. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, they both began to feel a bit hungry. Zhuheng set down his pen and stood up, saying, I'll go prepare dinner. Wait a moment, HM. Zhuheng turned his head, puzzled by Yin Mengran's interruption, while she stood up and said, let me do it. Aren't you supposed to be focused on your studies? Can you cook? Yes, I can. Yin Mengran nodded firmly and added, I just hope it will suit your taste. No worries, give it a try. Zhuheng was indifferent, as he genuinely wished to maximize his study time. If it weren't for Yin Mengran's presence, he would have settled for a simple instant noodle meal, but with her here, he felt he couldn't be so careless. Knowing that Yin Mengran could cook, he was more than willing to let her take over, thus saving himself considerable time. All right. Yin Mengran proceeded to the kitchen to begin cooking, reminiscing about the times she used to prepare meals for her parents at home. Unfortunately, such opportunities were no longer available. After half an hour, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of cooking. Although Juheng wished to study more during this time, his attention occasionally drifted towards the kitchen, concerned about her potential missteps or accidents that could render the food inedible. Fortunately, the process went smoothly, and after about another hour, Juheng was greeted with an enticing fragrance wafting from the kitchen. Yin Mengran emerged with the dishes, calling out to Juheng, "All done. You can come to eat." "Millimeter, coming." Juheng set down his pen and approached the dining table. Upon seeing the spread, he noted that the steamed rice appeared perfectly cooked, each grain plump and of appropriate texture. The two dishes were visually appealing, fragrant, and flavorful, leaving Juheng relieved. "It looks quite promising. Give it a taste," Yin Mengran said with a smile, gesturing for Juheng to take a seat. He picked up his chopsticks, sampled a bite, initially furrowing his brow before silently nodding in approval, exclaiming, "Millimeter, very delicious." "Oh really, as long as you enjoy it, that's what matters." Yin Mengran's heart, which had been in suspense, instantly settled. She was confident in her cooking skills yet still worried that Juheng might not find it to his liking. Now that it had passed muster, it was more significant than anything else. Yin Mengran took a seat, ready to enjoy the meal, stating, "If you like it, I can cook from now on, saving you quite a bit of time." Juheng hesitated before responding. He glanced at his workout area, realizing he hadn't exercised in quite some time. The current hours were too scarce for him. After school, he rarely had any time left. Finding a couple of hours to work out seemed utterly impossible. If Yin Mengran cooked, it would indeed free up time for him to exercise or attend to other matters. However, he felt that since Yin Mengran was a guest, it was inappropriate to have her cook. After a moment of reflection, Juheng suggested, "Let us alternate cooking duties, one day each, or every other day works too." Yin Mengran paused, as if contemplating his proposal, and after a while, she seemed to grasp Juheng's intent, nodding in agreement, "Millimeter, all right." After dinner, they resumed their studies. By 10 o'clock, both had taken turns showering. When Juheng emerged from the bathroom, he sat at the desk, pen in hand. He initially aimed to study for a few more hours, but a yawn escaped him, and an overwhelming wave of drowsiness swept over his mind. His eyelids felt heavy, as if they were about to shut completely. He recognized that this was due to a week of inadequate sleep, and with the prospect of a break tomorrow and the evening still early, he found it increasingly hard to resist sleep. Another yawn escaped him, one that felt even more burdensome than the last. He quickly rose and headed to his bedroom, preparing for sleep, lest he succumb to slumber at the desk. He entered the bedroom and flopped onto his side of the bed, barely taking the time to pull up the covers before shutting his eyes and drifting off into a deep sleep, releasing all the fatigue he had accumulated over the week. Meanwhile, Yin Mengran remained in the bathroom, unaware that Juheng had already retired to bed. After finishing her shower and donning her pajamas, she stepped out of the bathroom to find the place utterly deserted. Juheng's chair was empty, and the books on the table were still open. Chapter 33, Isn't it possible to get pregnant just by holding hands? Yin Mengran entered the bedroom and found Juheng lying on the bed, already deep in slumber. His long eyelashes rested gently, and his eyes were closed, emitting a soft rhythm of breath. Observing Juheng in such a peaceful state, Yin Mengran's lips curled into a faint smile. She quietly approached the bedside, picked up the blanket, and covered him gently, whispering, "Good night." Turning off the bedroom light, she settled on the other side of the bed. At this moment, she felt far less anxious than on their first night together. Lying there felt as comforting as being at home. The cool moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a serene glow in the quiet room. In stark contrast to Juheng's deep sleep, Yin Mengran found herself wide awake, her mind racing with thoughts of the day's events. If there was one significant takeaway from today, it was the friendship she had forged with Tangji. Despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor, she must be quite pleased. Yin Mengran recalled Juheng's words, still finding it hard to believe. Could the seemingly aloof Tangji really be delighted to befriend her? She retrieved her phone and opened the chat interface with Tangji, only to find that they had yet to converse, save for a single verification message. Curiously, she browsed through Tangji's moments, only to discover it was just as barren as Juheng's. Contemplating the contrast, she thought that if she were to check Tang Yining's moments, she would find a plethora of photos showcasing delectable dishes and beautiful landscapes from her outings. At this hour, it seemed likely that Tangji was still awake. An impulse to send her a message arose. After all, she had nothing better to do, but perhaps Tangji was busy gaming. Would it be an intrusion? After a moment's hesitation, Yin Mengran decided a simple greeting would suffice. If Tangji were preoccupied, she would not respond. She sent a casual greeting sticker and promptly turned off her phone, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Tangji was an enigma to her. She could scarcely predict whether or how she would reply. Approximately 2 minutes later, her phone buzzed. She quickly opened it to find a message from Tangji. "What's up? Shouldn't you be cuddling with Juheng right now? How come you're free to message me?" Millimeter. Yin Mengran's eyes widened in disbelief as she read the text. She quickly glanced over her shoulder, anxious to see if Juheng had stirred. If he caught wind of this message, she would surely die of embarrassment. "Cuddle? No, we're sleeping separately. There's a blanket between us." "Huh, you two are really sharing the same bed?" Yin Mengran realized she had inadvertently disclosed too much. She shouldn't have revealed such details to Tangji. The latter only knew she was staying at Juheng's place, not that they shared a bed. Had she just exposed herself? Tangji responded with a sticker expressing her astonishment, and recognizing that any explanation would be futile, Yin Mengran confessed the truth. Initially, she had planned to sleep on the sofa, but Juheng insisted otherwise. They had both insisted on their positions until they ended up sharing the bed. It had been several nights now, and they had grown accustomed to it. "Well, since you're already sharing a bed, why not just confirm your relationship?" How do I confirm a relationship?" Yin Mengran stared at the chat, her heart racing. This was truly an exhilarating conversation. "I don't know, that touches upon my area of ignorance. Isn't it enough to just hold hands to get pregnant?" Yin Mengran pondered on Tangji's message, inwardly acknowledging that she must possess a wealth of knowledge, certainly more than she herself did. Yet, she was still withholding it from her. Suddenly, bang! Yin Mengran's phone slipped from her grasp, narrowly avoiding a collision with her face. Her hand froze, paralyzed, her eyes wide with shock, as she felt Juheng's arm draped over her. He had shifted in his sleep, positioning himself squarely on the blanket, his arm reaching out to rest upon her. In that moment, it felt as though Juheng was embracing her in slumber. Yin Mengran mechanically turned her head to face Juheng's countenance, a mere 10 centimeters away from hers. He remained oblivious, lost in dreams. What should she do now? Should she wake him? Any sudden movement might rouse him from his deep slumber. He must be utterly exhausted, and she couldn't bear to disturb him. This past week, due to her presence, Juheng had undoubtedly endured considerable stress and fatigue, especially with exams looming. Tomorrow, he would have a chance to rest, allowing his tense nerves to unwind. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Mengran lowered her hand, deciding against waking Juheng. Let him sleep peacefully. If she were to rouse him, guilt would surely weigh heavily on her conscience. Staring at the dark ceiling, sleep eluded her. The unusual situation heightened her restlessness. Feeling the solidness of Juheng's arm provided an unexpected sense of security, even through the blanket. She began to fantasize about what it would be like to lie in his embrace. The comforting sensation of being enveloped would surely be immensely reassuring. Time passed, and for 20 minutes, Yin Mengran remained still, allowing Juheng to rest. Then she felt his arm shift, moving from her abdomen to her chest. A shiver coursed through her body. In the darkness, her face was undoubtedly flushed, burning with embarrassment. Thankfully, the blanket shielded her. Without it, she would have been frozen in place. After another 10 minutes, Juheng turned once more, retreating to his side of the bed, leaving her with his back. Yin Mengran's tense body relaxed, as she had felt as if she were suspended in midair moments before. He surely won't remember any of this tomorrow, she mused, yet a part of her secretly wished for Juheng to retain the memory of it all. Though she understood such a notion was unrealistic, after enduring this internal struggle, Yin Mengran finally succumbed to weariness and closed her eyes, quickly drifting into slumber. A while later, Juheng awoke, his eyes wide as saucers, seemingly drenched in cold sweat. He was terrified. just before he had turned, he had indeed awakened, realizing he was sprawled across the bed, his arm resting on Yin Mengran. He panicked, uncertain whether she was asleep or not. He quickly flipped over, facing the wall, heart pounding with trepidation. What if Yin Mengran was awake? Would she confront him tomorrow? He would simply claim ignorance. After all, he had been in a deep sleep. Yes, Chapter 34. Have you lost your mind over a music box? The following morning, warm sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow into the room. Yin Mengran slowly opened her bleary eyes, taking a few moments to regain her consciousness, akin to a machine powering on. She turned her head to the side and noticed that the bed was empty. Juheng had already risen. Sitting up, she adjusted her pajamas, realizing that one of her shoulder straps had slipped off during the night. After tying her hair up neatly, she made her bed, drew back the curtains, and stepped out of the bedroom. At that moment, Juheng was just finishing breakfast, setting the table with the meal he had prepared. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and instantly, the events of the previous night flooded back into their minds. Though Juheng only retained 10 minutes of memory, he was aware of what had transpired. He was now eager to know how long it had lasted and whether Yin Mengran had been awake at the time. The thought of her being awake was mortifying. If she chose to confront him later, he would have to feign ignorance. Meanwhile, as Yin Mengran recalled the events from last night, a pair of rosy blushes crept onto her cheeks. It was the first time in her life that a boy had held her, and on a bed no less. She couldn't help but feel that their physical disparity was rather pronounced. In his embrace, she must have seemed quite diminutive. Good morning. Let's have breakfast, Juheng said, perhaps due to a sense of unease. This was his first time wishing Yin Mengran a good morning, and he found it rather unfamiliar. Okay, I'll go freshen up first. Yin Mengran noticed this detail and hurried into the bathroom. Gazing at her reflection, she splashed her face with cold water, hoping to calm her nerves. She certainly did not wish to commence a brand new day under such circumstances. After completing her morning routine, she joined Juheng at the dining table, and they began a silent meal together. Around 9:30 that morning, two individuals arrived at the entrance of Juheng's residence, Liu Yinshore and Liang Jiaxiang. Liu Yinshore clutched a gift box, sneaking down the elevator and glancing around furtively, much like a thief. Liang Jiaxiang followed closely behind him, eager to kick him in the rear. Hey, why are you here so early? Are you out of your mind? Sure. Liu Yinshore quickly turned around, signaling him to be quiet, almost dropping the gift in the process. Keep your voice down. Are you foolish? At this hour, her parents are most likely at work. Even if she plans to go out today, she is probably still at home, making it the perfect time to deliver the gift. But what if her parents are home? What will you do with the gift? I'm not worried. My intentions are sincere. Since I've decided to pursue her, I'm not afraid of her parents finding out. Liu Yinshore patted his chest confidently. Liang Jiaxiang glanced at the 3 doors in front of them and said, but there's another issue. You know she lives on the 6th floor, but do you know which door is hers? Liu Yinshore's hand froze mid-air, his expression blank. He indeed had no idea which door belonged to Yin Mengran. If he mistakenly left the gift at her neighbor's door, it would be quite embarrassing. I mean, what exactly did you buy? You asked me to go with you yesterday, yet you're keeping it a secret. Just tell me. Liang Jiaxiang pointed at the gift box in Liu Yinshore's arms with a puzzled expression. A music box. Liang Jiaxiang's brows furrowed in disbelief, blinking in astonishment. Huh. Is there a ring hidden inside, or perhaps a necklace or bracelet? No. It's just a music box, but when you open it, a carousel spins. It's quite beautiful. Liu Yinshore felt Liang Jiaxiang's gaze intensifying, causing his confidence to wane, and his voice dropped to a whisper. Liang Jiaxiang took a deep breath, looking as if he might explode from frustration. He pointed at Liu Yinshore and whispered angrily, have you lost your mind over a music box? Are you lacking common sense? Do you think this is something a child would give on Children's Day? What's wrong with it? You're giving this to someone you like. You can't possibly think that you saw it online labeled creative birthday gift for a girlfriend and assumed it would bring her to tears. That's not it. I think it's quite nice, and it wasn't cheap. Go ahead, give it to her, and then prepare to be thoroughly embarrassed. At future class reunions, they won't even remember your name. instead referring to you as their guy who gave the music box. What should I do then? Should I change it? Lu Yinshur began to realize the gravity of the situation, feeling flustered. Of course, you should change it. Come on, I'll help you pick something better. Let us go. Liang Jiaxiang urgently grabbed Lu Yinshur's arm, pulling him along as they pressed the button for the elevator. As they awaited the elevator's arrival, the door slowly opened, but as they were about to step forward, they abruptly halted. Standing at the elevator entrance was a girl, her black cap concealing a bob of short hair, a pale pink headphone adorning her snow-white neck. She wore a jacket with the sleeves rolled up and a fitted tank top, accentuating her figure, while her shorts elongated her legs. The black knee-high socks added an air of elegance. Beneath her delicate and graceful lips, she was sucking on a lollipop. Upon seeing the girl before them, Lu Yinshur and Liang Jiaxiang stood frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Tangji. Are you too? Tangji raised her eyebrows, looking at the pair with surprise, but when her gaze landed on the gift box in Lu Yinshur's hands, a knowing expression crossed her face. You're here to give a gift to Yin Mengran. How did you know she lived here? Tangji stepped forward, exiting the elevator and causing Lu Yinshur and Liang Jiaxiang to back away repeatedly. They hadn't anticipated encountering Tangji here. Was she looking for Yin Mengran? Liang Jiaxiang's eyes darted to the item in Tangji's hand, which appeared to be something significant. Upon realizing what it was, his eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of his head. PS5. Tangji was here to play games with Yin Mengran. Two girls playing PS5. Lu Yinshur, on the other hand, was oblivious to what that was, feeling increasingly anxious. If Tangji discovered that he had stalked Yin Mengran yesterday to find this place and revealed it to her, he would be in serious trouble. In a moment of panic, he blurted out, I asked Tong Yining. Yes, she told me. She said Yin Mengran lives here. Oh. Tangji tilted her head, one eyebrow raised, a smirk forming on her lips as she asked coolly, You're saying you asked Tong Yining, and she told you that Yin Mengran lives here? Are you sure? Chapter 35. Absolutely not. I shall not accept his gift. Are you certain? Surely, they are not merely acquaintances. Is it not quite natural for her to know where Yin Mengran resides? Lu Yinshur felt as though he had successfully evaded suspicion, releasing a sigh of relief and silently congratulating himself on his quick reflexes. Tangji let out a disdainful snort, turned her face aside, and cast a glance at the gift in Lu Yinshur's hands. Extending her hand, she stated, Hand it over, I shall deliver it to her on your behalf. No. What's the matter? Are you going to give it to her or not? Tangji arched her crescent-shaped brows, her expression tinged with a hint of contempt, as if she were voicing her disdain for them. Lu Yinshur found such expressions intolerable, especially when they emanated from a girl. Resolving himself, in a fit of exasperation, he relinquished the gift, saying, Very well, then you may take it to her. Beside them, Liang Jiaxiang widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lu Yinshur, questioning whether his previous words had fallen on deaf ears. Tangji, undeterred, took the gift and made her way toward the door. Liang Jiaxiang attempted to voice his concerns, but Lu Yinshur would not afford him the opportunity, shoving him into the elevator as they prepared to depart. He feared that upon opening the door, should Yin Mengran see him, he would be unable to explain how he knew of her residence. Knock, knock. Tangji rapped on the door, and soon footsteps could be heard from within. As the door swung open, there stood Yin Mengran, her face brightening with a joyful smile upon seeing Tangji. Tangji, you've come. Yin Mengran's expression radiated delight as she inquired, Where's Juheng? He's studying. We just finished breakfast. Tangji stepped into the room and noticed Juheng engrossed in his studies at the table. She set down her other belongings and approached him with a paper bag, placing it on the table. Juheng looked up in surprise and asked, What's this? My mother knew I was coming here, so she asked me to bring you some food. It's quite heavy. Tangji stretched her sore shoulders, feeling utterly drained from carrying the items. Juheng peeked into the bag, discovering a delightful assortment of food, fruits, pastries, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and a treasure porridge, an abundance to behold. Please extend my thanks to your aunt, he said, placing the paper bag on the floor before returning to his studies. Tangji glanced at the exercise book on the table and remarked, "Mengran and I shall entertain ourselves first, we won't wait for you." Go ahead and have fun," Juheng waved his hand dismissively. Although he too wished to play with the PS5 that Tangji had brought, his priority remained on reviewing his studies, adhering strictly to the balance of work and leisure before indulging in playtime. Yin Mengran, unfamiliar with the console, observed its substantial size. However, her attention was drawn to another box nearby. It appeared to be a gift box. Was it brought by Tangji? For whom? This is. Yin Mengran picked up the gift box, glancing at Tangji with curiosity. Tangji looked up and replied, "That encountered a couple of con artists at the door, and one of them sent this to you." Con artists? Indeed, one is the sports representative, and the other is the life representative. What? Yin Mengran struggled to comprehend, and after a moment, she inquired, "Lu Yinshore and Liang Jiexiang. They are con artists, but they were just at the door." Yes, the sports representative is a master of deceit, spinning lies without batting an eye. He claimed to have learned of your residence from Tong Yiqing, but I suspect he has been stalking you. Tangji's face contorted with disgust. Such blatant falsehoods repulsed her. If this truly were Yin Mengran's home, she might have considered the lie, but the truth was, this was Juheng's residence. How could Tong Yiqing possibly know that Yin Mengran lived here? Was it not blatant mockery, stalking someone to their doorstep, only to surreptitiously deliver gifts? Should such behavior occur to her, she would genuinely consider contacting the authorities. Yin Mengran examined the gift in her hands, her brow furrowing. She had not anticipated that Lu Yinshore could be such a person. This was not her home, it was Juheng's, and such actions undoubtedly brought trouble to Juheng, thus implicating herself as well. Juheng paused in his writing, looking up at the two as if pondering something profound. He then extended his hand toward Tangji and softly inquired, "Does Lu Yinshore have feelings for her?" "Yes, that's common knowledge in our class. Even I'm aware of it. Did you not know?" "I had no idea." Juheng shook his head, his expression sincere, devoid of any semblance of deceit. After all, he genuinely was unaware. Approximately a week ago, whether it was Yin Mengran or Lu Yinshore, he was hardly acquainted with either. His daily routine consisted of attending school and confessing to Tong Yiqing, returning home to play video games and exercise. He had no time to concern himself with the affairs of others. Thus, their secret, well known among his classmates, had escaped his notice entirely. "I do not like him," Yin Mengran blurted out vehemently, her voice resonant and unwavering. Both Tangji and Juheng were taken aback, gazing at Yin Mengran in astonishment. Her reaction suggested a fervent desire to clarify her stance. Yin Mengran seemed to realize her response was somewhat excessive, as a wave of crimson flushed her cheeks, spreading from her jawline to the corners of her eyes and brow. Very well." Juheng nodded, stammering in response. To him, Yin Mengran's reaction clearly indicated her strong aversion to Lu Yinshore, prompting such an urgent clarification. Tangji shook her head and suggested, "Let us not dwell on this for now. Let us unwrap the gift and see what lies within." "No, I shall not accept his gift. Even if you intend to discard it, you should at least take a look." "No. When you return to school, he will undoubtedly inquire whether you received the gift and whether you liked it. If you are unaware of its contents, how can you respond? If you were like us, indifferent to the opinions and gazes of others, then by all means, do as you please. However, as the class monitor, it is imperative to maintain good relations." Upon hearing Tangji's words, Yin Mengran hesitated, though she was resolute in her decision not to accept it. Tangji's reasoning held some weight. As class monitor, fostering harmony within the class was crucial. Should a rift occur, it would reflect poorly on her. "I suggest you take a glance. If it truly bothers you, you can always return it when you go to school. Viewing it first and then returning it signifies your disinterest in the gift, and he would have no grounds to protest." Very well." Yin Mengran nodded, acquiescing to Tangji's suggestion. At that moment, Juheng could no longer remain seated. He rose and approached them, eager to see what gift Lu Yinshore had bestowed, curious how it compared to the presents he had previously given to Tong Yiqing. If the gift were indeed commendable, he could draw inspiration from it for future endeavors. Chapter 36. He was asking you if his recent move was impressive. Yin Mengran slowly opened the gift box, while Tangji and Juheng both stretched their necks, curiously peering inside. Upon unveiling the contents, a miniature carousel-like contraption appeared before the trio. Juheng and Tangji furrowed their brows in confusion, with Juheng directly inquiring, "What on earth is this?" "It seems to be a music box." Yin Mengran extracted the item, cradling it in her palm. It was delicately crafted and adorned in a myriad of vibrant colors. "Is this a gift?" Tangji's brows knitted together, her face reflecting utter bewilderment, as if she feared she had misread the situation. Holding the object, Yin Mengran felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, akin to possessing something utterly shameful. She had witnessed the array of gifts Juheng had bestowed upon Tong Yining, an entire box filled with love letters and presents, leaving her with a pang of envy. Yet, this item paled in comparison to those discarded treasures. The mere thought of Juheng's gifts to Tong Yining, juxtaposed with this trinket in her hands, filled her with profound shame. "Let's open it and see if something might spring forth," Juheng suggested, still perplexed but reluctant to dismiss it so hastily. In his mind, this object might hold some mechanism that could unveil a delightful surprise. Yin Mengran opened the music box, and as soft, melodious notes filled the air, the carousel began to turn gracefully, its colorful lights illuminating. However, the three stood there for what felt like an eternity, approximately half a minute, and the item remained unchanged. Juheng's mouth parted slightly. Raising a hand to point at the object, he quietly asked, "This is merely a music box, isn't it?" "It's hard to assess. I'll look up the significance of giving a music box," Tangji replied, turning her head to retrieve her phone. Feigning ignorance, Juheng remained baffled, his brows knitting together. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Gift-giving can vary by person. Some individuals genuinely appreciate such items. Don't you find these little trinkets delightful?" Perhaps he chose it with you in mind. "Not really." "Oh, then forget I mentioned it." Juheng regretted his attempt to offer an explanation, realizing it only served to make him appear foolish, mirroring his own inadequacy. He had initially contemplated emulating Lu Yinshuo's creativity, but now it seemed a futile endeavor. This item, if given to a casual friend or sibling, might be acceptable, but presenting it to someone one harbors feelings for felt rather thoughtless. At least, Juheng could not comprehend it. Unless it was an expression of genuine affection or indifference toward the gift itself, for when two people reciprocate feelings, any present would surely bring joy. Yin Mengran closed the music box and set it aside, feeling utterly helpless. Had she known, she would not have opened it. Now, her heart was heavy with discontent. She lowered her gaze and noticed something else in the gift box. Upon retrieving it, she discovered a letter. Opening it revealed, indeed, a love letter, but the content was so painfully lackluster that she could barely bear to look. Having read Juheng's letters to Tong Yining, she knew this one fell woefully short. After skimming just a line or two, she hastily returned the items to the box, vowing to return them without fail. She could not bear to keep them, feeling deeply humiliated, as if she had willingly accepted such a gift. "All right, let us not dwell on that. Tomorrow at school, simply return it to him. Come, join me to play some games." Tangji had already connected the PS5 to the living room television, beckoning Yin Mengran to join her. "Sure, but I'm not very good at games." "No worries, I'll teach you." The two girls settled onto the blanket before the sofa, gazing at the television, while Tangji enthusiastically explained how to play, leaving Juheng to sit at the table, confronted by incomprehensible test questions, forcing himself to concentrate on studying. Hearing the cheerful sounds of the two girls and the game from the living room, Juheng felt an unbearable itch within him, his restlessness escalating to a near intolerable level. He began to fidget, tapping his foot and spinning his pen, utterly unable to focus on his studies. He took a deep breath, calming himself significantly, then forced his attention back to his books, firmly believing that through sheer willpower, he could prevail. Subsequently, he picked up his pen, diligently working through problems, reassuring himself, "Studying is splendid too, now is not the time for frivolity. Once the exams are over, I can indulge in play." About an hour later, Yin Mengran approached Juheng, softly asking, "Would you like to take a break?" Play a game. Sure, Juheng replied without a moment's hesitation, casting aside his pen as if propelled by springs beneath him. Dashing into the living room, Yin Mengran stifled a giggle, having anticipated his eagerness, and promptly called him over. She glanced at Juheng's practice book, observing the problems he had just solved, and nodded silently. It was evident that Juheng had made remarkable progress. Had this been just a few days prior, he would have struggled with some of these questions, but now, his accuracy had improved significantly. Returning to the living room, Yin Mengran settled onto the sofa, watching Juheng and Tangji play. She noted how Juheng seemed transformed, visibly joyful. Truly, it was only during moments of gaming that she could witness such a side of him. Suddenly, it struck her that she had never seen Juheng smile. Even when it was apparent he was in high spirits, his smile eluded her, a curious phenomenon indeed. Yin Mengran focused intently on Juheng's face, attempting to catch a glimpse of his smile. Nice. At that moment, the corners of Juheng's mouth lifted slightly, though it was but a modest arc. Yin Mengran caught sight of it. He abruptly turned to her, inquiring, "What do you think? Impressive, right?" Yin Mengran momentarily froze, her throat constricting, lips parting as she softly responded, yeah, impressive." Tangji glanced at Yin Mengran, muttering, he was asking if his recent move was impressive. Realizing her misunderstanding, Yin Mengran's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, feeling extremely awkward. Had she misinterpreted the situation? Moreover, had Tangji noticed? What had she been thinking when she responded? It seemed she had been contemplating the slight lift of Juheng's lips. Chapter 37. How about a punishment for the loser? Juheng had only played for about half an hour before returning to his studies, for the exam was merely 2 days away, and he dared not allow himself any slack. Around 1 in the afternoon, none of the three had eaten yet as they played. Tangji felt a slight hunger pang and called out to Juheng across the table, "Juheng, I'm hungry, when are you going to cook?" I'll take care of it." Let Juheng focus on his studies. Yin Mengran quickly rose, setting down her controller, and prepared to head to the kitchen. After all, her cooking had received Juheng's approval the previous day, which bolstered her confidence. With Juheng needing to dedicate his time to learning, it was best she handle the cooking. "Wait, you can cook?" "Ew." "Yes, I made a meal yesterday, and Juheng said it was quite good." Yin Mengran turned back with a slight smile, feeling a sense of pride in being able to prepare meals that satisfied Juheng. Living in his home, she always sought to contribute as much as possible, as it provided her with a sense of reassurance. However, upon entering the kitchen and opening the refrigerator, she was dismayed to discover a near-empty stock of ingredients. She stepped back out and informed Juheng, "There isn't much left in the fridge, I should go buy some more." Juheng glanced at her, stood up, and replied, "No need, I'll go." Yin Mengran recalled Juheng had dietary restrictions, but she was unfamiliar with the specifics of what he could or could not eat. Thus, it would be unwise to let her go shopping, for she might purchase the wrong items. Once Juheng left the house, Yin Mengran returned to the living room. She remembered that Tangji seemed to have eaten at school rather than bringing her own lunch, which piqued her curiosity. "Tangji, are you also of a minority ethnicity?" Tangji, licking her lollipop, answered, "My mother is, but I am not. I follow my father's ethnicity." "I see." Yin Mengran nodded in understanding, then scrutinized Tangji's features. Although she exhibited some traits of a minority ethnicity, they were not as pronounced as Juheng's. It appeared she had inherited more of her father's appearance. Yin Mengran's gaze shifted downward to Tangji's figure, and she inwardly marveled at her athletic physique, which was quite standard. However, Tangji appeared particularly slender, giving the impression of having little flesh, yet upon closer inspection, her skin was taut, devoid of excess fat, with well-defined lines. Suddenly, Yin Mengran remembered the wager she had made with Juheng. If she could persuade Tangji to participate in the sports meet, Juheng would also join. As the class monitor, she felt a responsibility to consider the honor of her class. Securing additional gold medals would certainly be ideal. Given the abilities of Juheng and Tangji, she was well aware of their prowess, and the rest of the class knew it too. If they were willing to participate, they could undoubtedly secure numerous gold medals. The pressing concern was how to encourage Tangji to sign up. Seated on the sofa, Yin Mengran observed Tangji's silhouette, deep in thought. Before long, her gaze drifted to the game screen, and an idea blossomed in her mind. Hey, Tangji, how about we play together? What do you think of a punishment for the loser? Tangji pressed the pause button, turned to Yin Mengran, and inquired, you want to challenge me? You won't win. Let's give it a try, then let us go. Yin Mengran settled down, picked up the game controller, and prepared to face Tangji in a duel. She understood her chances of victory were slim, but she could afford to lose countless times. All she needed was to win once. A single victory would compel Tangji to enroll in the event. During the selection phase, Tangji asked, what kind of punishments are we talking about? Anything goes. Yin Mengran replied confidently. She feared that if she won and Tangji refused to participate, it would hinder her plans, so she accepted any potential punishment, believing there was little that would be unacceptable to her. All right, I'll also go with anything. Tangji seemed brimming with confidence, agreeing to the same terms as Yin Mengran. Round 1 fight. Bang bang bang. Despite Yin Mengran's frantic button mashing, she felt as though her character had never touched the ground. Meanwhile, Tangji's inputs were deliberate and methodical, creating a seamless barrage of combos with hardly a gap. Before long, the first round concluded with Yin Mengran's defeat, lasting not even 30 seconds. Yin Mengran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had thought she might have at least a fighting chance. After all, they were both girls. Surely even with her lack of skill, it should have been a closer match, perhaps a 30-70 split. Yet, it turned out to be a complete shutout. She had no opportunity to counterattack. Round 2 fight. As the second round commenced, Yin Mengran adopted a more cautious approach, refraining from hastily launching an assault. Instead, she opted for a defensive strategy. After successfully fending off several of Tangji's combo attacks, she began to contemplate a counterattack. However, while her imagination painted a glorious picture, reality proved to be unforgiving. Just as she intended to retaliate, Tangji seized the opportunity, effortlessly executing a series of moves that led to her swift defeat. Thus, the first match concluded in less than 2 minutes, with Yin Mengran suffering a resounding loss. I concede defeat. Propose a penalty, and then let us continue. Allow me a moment to ponder. Tangji grinned, revealing a slight canine tooth, as she began to contemplate. From the expression on her face, Yin Mengran felt a pang of concern. Would she truly suggest an excessively harsh demand? Let us do this. Considering it is the inaugural match, I shall refrain from imposing an overly severe penalty. When you return that gift tomorrow in front of your classmates, you must tell Lu Yinshore, I do not have. For her, this hardly constituted a punishment. Before long, the second round commenced. This time, Yin Mengran engaged with utmost determination, her gaze fixed intently on the screen, her fingers pressing with greater intensity. She launched a fervent series of probes, yet just as Tangji was about to land a hit, she swiftly retreated. Despite her efforts, Tangji managed to capitalize on an opening, leading to her loss in the initial round. However, this time, Yin Mengran felt a glimmer of hope, for she had managed to deplete a considerable portion of Tangji's health. She believed that this tentative strategy of attacking while retreating proved to be quite effective. As the second round commenced, Yin Mengran persisted with her chosen strategy. However, it soon became evident that her gaming experience paled in comparison to Tangji's. In just a single round, Tangji swiftly discerned the countermeasure to her tactic. Unbeknownst to her, the game possessed the capability for ranged attacks. While she continued to hop and probe, Tangji expertly manipulated the controller, unleashing a barrage of shockwaves that caught her completely off guard. In the second round, she, without exception, suffered another defeat. Alas, let's go again. You may declare the punishment, Tangji remarked, somewhat taken aback, and inquired, you're willing to continue? What do you truly wish for me to do? You're putting in such effort. Chapter 38, Your Personal Machine, Are You Mocking Me? I'll let you know when I win, provided that I actually do win. Yin Mengran expressed a hint of uncertainty, as she couldn't shake the feeling that she might not secure even a single victory in the end. Very well, then the penalty shall be, when Juhan returns, Tangji hesitated for a few seconds before continuing, at that time, you should give him a kiss. What? Yin Mengran's eyes widened in shock, her heart fluttering uncontrollably as she looked at Tangji in disbelief. Initially thinking she was jesting, Tangji quickly clarified, but it should just be a kiss on the back of his hand. Even if it's a joke, it's better not to kiss his face or lips. He would genuinely be upset, and I would certainly find myself on the receiving end of his scolding. He would be upset. Indeed, if they are not in a romantic relationship, he finds such pranks quite distasteful, believing it to be disrespectful to both parties. Is that so? Yin Mengran nodded, initially thinking that his anger would be due to her actions. Upon hearing this, she felt a sense of relief, understanding Zhu Heng's perspective. Such antics were indeed inappropriate outside of a romantic context. Nevertheless, despite this realization, a tinge of disappointment lingered within her. All right, I accept that. Let us move on to the next round. Yin Mengran nodded, eager to commence the next game, convinced that all of this was worthwhile, as it served to lay the groundwork for her own desires. As the first round commenced, Tangji appeared to let her guard down slightly. She thought that being overly serious might dampen Yin Mengran's enthusiasm for the game, and she feared that if Yin became upset, it would ruin the fun. After all, the essence of gaming lies in enjoyment. However, Yin Mengran remained remarkably focused and demonstrated rapid improvement. Her capacity to learn was by no means inferior to that of Tangji, whether it pertained to acquiring knowledge or mastering gaming skills. Thus, after their initial 2 confrontations, she had amassed considerable experience. Coupled with Tangji's relaxed demeanor, she managed to deplete a significant portion of her opponent's health early on. In a moment of desperation, Yin Mengran frantically pressed the buttons, and in an instant, her character unleashed a powerful ultimate move. Clearly, Tangji had not anticipated this turn of events. Caught off guard, she was struck by the ultimate attack, her health bar plummeting to 0 in an instant. Yay! A sweet smile blossomed on Yin Mengran's face as she joyfully cheered. Though she was unsure how she had achieved this, she had surprisingly won. It was her first victory over Tangji. Tangji realized something was amiss. If she were to lose the second round, it would mean her complete defeat. Observing Yin Mengran's determination to endure multiple penalties just to continue playing, an ominous premonition washed over her. She sensed the gravity of her potential punishment. Thus, in the second round, she steeled herself, refusing to relax any further and allowing Yin Mengran no openings. With an overwhelming display of skill, she claimed victory in the second round. Now, the third round would be the decisive match. Yin Mengran felt her heart racing, her hands trembling slightly with anxiety. This was the closest she had ever been to victory, and she knew that if she missed this opportunity, there might not be another. As the round began, she launched the first attack. In the initial round, she recognized that her victory was largely attributed to fortune. However, as she approached the subsequent round, she surmised that luck would no longer be in her favor. Thus, her strategy was to secure a slight advantage before stalling for time. If she could finish the match with a greater health pool than Tangji, victory would be hers. The tension-filled confrontation unfolded as Yin Mengran managed to gain a modest lead, only to swiftly retreat and adopt a defensive posture to buy time. Tangji, however, discerned her intentions and did not acquiesce to her strategy, unleashing a series of unmitigable attacks. Yet, Yin Mengran remained composed, acutely aware that Tangji was not an adversary to be underestimated. Her primary objective was to minimize her health loss, preparing to go all in as the clock neared its conclusion. 24. 23. 22. Yin Mengran silently counted down in her mind. As the final 10 seconds approached, she ceased her defense and launched an offensive, her fingers moving with astonishing speed. Click! At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhu Heng entered, carrying the groceries he had purchased. I'm back. In that fleeting instant, Tangji cast a glance at Zhu Heng, momentarily distracted, and Yin Mengran seized the opportunity, landing an additional blow in that brief half-second. Time's up, yay. I won. Yin Mengran exclaimed, leaping up in exhilaration, her heart racing with joy. The health bars of both players had been so closely matched that it was nearly impossible to discern who had the upper hand. Yet, fortune smiled upon her, allowing her to claim victory by the narrowest of margins. Huh. Zhu Heng paused, bewildered by Yin Mengran's jubilant celebration. Why was she so elated? Was she truly such a gaming enthusiast? Hadn't he noticed before? Was winning such a cause for delight? I can't believe I lost, this is disheartening. Tangji leaned back against the sofa, tilting her head back with a look of resignation. Had she not intentionally let Yin Mengran win in the first round, she wouldn't have found herself in this predicament. Primarily, she felt a twinge of guilt for winning against Yin Mengran, fearing it might dampen her spirits. However, it was evident that she did not truly understand Yin Mengran, who had already resolved within herself that even if she lost repeatedly, she would not concede. She must win at least one game. All right, go ahead and announce the punishment. Seeing Yin Mengran so delightfully animated lifted Tang Ji's spirits as well. This, she believed, was the true essence of gaming, enjoyment above all else. The outcome, at times, was of little consequence. Punishment. Upon hearing this, Juheng placed the items on the table and moved to the living room, where Yin Mengran finally had the chance to unveil her long-conceived scheme. Then you shall sign up for events in the sports meet. You can choose several. What? Tangji gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment as she stared incredulously at Yin Mengran. She had been pondering what sort of punishment Yin Mengran would propose, but she never anticipated this. For her, this truly constituted a genuine punishment. No. Wait, I don't understand. What are you all doing? Juheng, standing by, was utterly confused. Hadn't he merely stepped out to buy groceries? How had things taken such a strange turn? Subsequently, Yin Mengran explained to Juheng the consequences of their gaming session, revealing that she had lost the first 2 rounds but had triumphed in this one, and the punishment she proposed had just been mentioned. Upon hearing that Tangji had actually lost, Juheng's face registered surprise as he fixed his gaze on her, exclaiming, "Tangji, you lost, are you playing me for a fool?" Chapter 39. Well then, you can enjoy your candy while watching me run. What? What does that have to do with you? Tangji looked at Juheng, her expression a mixture of confusion and mild irritation. Juheng, on the other hand, appeared utterly helpless, cradling his forehead in his hand. He was acutely aware of the reason behind Yin Mengran's request, which stemmed from his own wager. He had explicitly stated that if Tangji signed up, he would too. At this moment, Yin Mengran was particularly elated as she turned her gaze towards Tangji and eagerly asked, "Are you willing to accept?" She knew that Tangji had not taken her previous 2 penalties seriously, perhaps believing it to be mere jest. However, her bombshell revelation had left Tangji utterly flabbergasted. Tangji shot her a sidelong glance, clicked her tongue, and murmured, "Had I known you were playing for such high stakes, I should have suggested a more challenging penalty." "Well, it's fine, you can always refuse. After all, the penalty you proposed isn't nearly as severe as mine." Yin Mengran felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the stakes she had laid out were far more serious than what Tangji had initially suggested. It felt as if she had taken a light-hearted game far too seriously, which was rather unfortunate. While she hoped for Tangji to participate, she also considered the situation from a class perspective. As a friend, she genuinely did not wish to put Tangji and Juheng in a difficult position. If they were adamant about not participating, she certainly could not force them, as it was entirely voluntary. Tangji waved her hand dismissively and declared, "No need, I accept. I stand by my word, a bet is a bet." Although she was reluctant to participate, she felt compelled to honor her commitment. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Yin Mengran smiled and nodded, while Juheng squatted down, clutching his head, a visage of disbelief. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Tangji felt something was amiss and poked him with her finger, inquiring. Juheng remained silent, prompting Yin Mengran to explain the situation to Tangji. She divulged the details of her wager with Juheng, indicating that he too would have to participate in the sports event. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Tangji would enroll in such a manner, nor had he foreseen his own participation. "Oh, so that means he has to sign up too?" Tangji's eyebrows lifted in intrigue, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "Yes. Well, that's much better. This eases my mind considerably." Tangji nodded in satisfaction. Her greatest discomfort stemmed from the prospect of Juheng witnessing her potential embarrassment. If she performed poorly, she would surely face his teasing. However, now that he too was required to participate, that burden had been alleviated, making her heart feel significantly lighter. "By the way, what penalties did you impose on her?" Juheng asked Tangji, since she had lost in the 3rd round. What had been the punishments for the first 2 rounds? Tangji exchanged a glance with Yin Mengran, then subtly gestured to her. Yin Mengran immediately understood that it was time to fulfill her penalty. She approached Zhu Heng, and in a state of utter bewilderment, she gently took his hand, bending down to bestow a soft kiss on the back of his hand, her lips a delicate shade of rosy yet pressed tightly together. Huh. Zhu Heng stood there, entirely dazed, struggling to comprehend the significance of this act. Was it some ancient ritual, or perhaps a foreign greeting? After Yin Mengran lifted her head, a slight blush adorned her cheeks as she softly murmured to Zhu Heng, "I'm sorry, this is my punishment." Zhu Heng paused momentarily, then glanced at Tang Ji, who merely shrugged and offered an innocuous smile, though her eyes were keenly observing Zhu Heng's reaction. She was acutely aware of what he could tolerate. This gesture was unlikely to incite his anger, yet she remained vigilant of his expressions. Despite their frequent banter, she understood that provoking him too far would be unwise. Having achieved her goal, Yin Mengran spoke up, I'll go prepare dinner, you two have fun." With that, she hurried to the kitchen, employing this tactic to ensure that Zhu Heng and Tang Ji were now inextricably linked in their predicament, fearful of retribution for her actions. Once in the kitchen, she began to reflect, chastising herself for being rather despicable. However, at that moment, neither Zhu Heng nor Tang Ji bore any resentment towards Yin Mengran. After all, the penalties were mutually agreed upon, and they had made their own bets. If they were to blame anyone, it would only be themselves for being so hasty, with no ill will directed towards Yin Mengran. "Well, since we've already agreed to it, and it's just the last sports event of high school, a bit of fun wouldn't hurt," Zhu Heng mused as he reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, merely seeking solace for his thoughts. "Right, let us consider what events to sign up for." She didn't specify how many events we could enter, did she? Would signing up for just one suffice? "I'm not sure." Zhu Heng and Tang Ji glanced towards Yin Mengran in the kitchen, whispering to one another. Although they had accepted the idea of participating, they had not committed to how many events they would enter. If it was merely one event, that would be manageable and hardly a concern. "What are you planning to sign up for?" "Shot put, perhaps." "I could do sprints too, but long-distance running is out of the question. Let the track athletes handle that." Tang Ji nodded in agreement with Zhu Heng's suggestion, softly stating, "You have muscle but lack endurance." "Indeed, for a muscular guy like you, long-distance running would be quite the challenge. However, I can manage that. I'll sign up for long-distance running." Zhu Heng slowly turned his head, his brow furrowing as he retorted, "What do you mean?" "I can't run long distances. I'll have you know that I can run. I regularly train in cardio and work on my legs. I'm not avoiding long-distance running to give the track athletes a chance to shine, understand? If I participate, they won't stand a chance." Zhu Heng adjusted his pants, revealing his legs, muscles taut and well-defined, exuding strength. Tang Ji feigned innocence, saying, "But do you remember that time we ran a marathon, and halfway through that was because I had low blood sugar? It wasn't because I couldn't run." Tang Ji produced a lollipop and placed it in Zhu Heng's palm, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Oh, so that is it. In that case, you can indulge in your candy while watching me run." Chapter 40. Why are you AA in strength and speed? Zhu Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Tang Ji. Subsequently, he raised his hand and pointed at her with a lollipop, declaring, "I am truly going to sign up for long-distance running. 1,500 meters, is that acceptable? Just watch, if I don't secure first place, I will dismantle all the gear in my account." Tang Ji snatched the lollipop from him, unwrapped it, and promptly shoved it into Zhu Heng's mouth. "Brother, please don't overexert yourself. I am not saying you can't do it, but the reality is that with your considerable muscle mass, your energy expenditure will be substantial. Why do you presume to be AA in both strength and speed? You should stick to shot put, just leave long-distance running alone." Zhu Heng was momentarily at a loss for words, and his irritation surged anew. In the next moment, he calmed himself, speaking in an odd tone, "Indeed, I can guarantee victory in shot put, but your success in long-distance running is less certain. If you lose, don't come crying to me. I simply cannot face my aunt." Tang Ji's expression shifted, and she crossed her arms, complaining, "Zhu Heng, you've only beaten me in basketball once when we were kids. What about now? Then why do you keep challenging me? You know you can't win. I don't want to say it, but your stubbornness is insatiable." Zhu Heng spread his hands wide, exuding an air of triumph, utterly pleased with himself. Tanji promptly rose from the sofa, narrowing her eyes at Juheng, and softly asserted, "Fine, I'll sign up for 2 events and win 2 gold medals. Let us see how you'll retain your pride then." I'll enter 3 events. I'll enter 4. I'll not only sign up for events, but I'll also perform a piece at the opening ceremony. What do you think? Pfft. Do you think you're the only one who can perform? I've won more artistic awards since childhood than your gaming achievements. That's quite the boast. Yin Mengran was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, unaware of the confrontation unfolding in the living room. The noise from the range had masked their voices. Once she finished cooking and brought the dishes out, she called to the 2, "All right, come and eat." When Yin Mengran glanced towards the living room, she found Juheng and Tangji standing face to face, as if locked in a standoff, their expressions grave and their gazes sharp. "Hey! What are you 2 up to?" Yin Mengran initially thought they were arguing and rushed over, positioning herself between them, though she dared not stand too close, fearing she might not be able to mediate if they truly began to quarrel. Juheng suddenly turned to Yin Mengran and stated, "Yin Mengran, for the men's events in the sports meet, sign me up for as many as you can, provided there are no scheduling conflicts. I want the same. By the way, please ask the school if I can participate in the men's competitions. I wish to personally win against someone and show him that being skilled in basketball doesn't equate to being an all-around athlete." What on earth is going on with you 2? Yin Mengran stood there, utterly perplexed. How had the 2 of them arrived at such a state? She had hoped for them to each sign up for 1 event, which would at least yield 2 gold medals, sufficient for her satisfaction. Yet, in the time it took to prepare a meal, it seemed they had locked horns. "Oh, right, the opening ceremony performance hasn't been settled, has it? I'll sign up for a martial arts display. I'll sign up for a dance." The 2 had now set their sights on competing in the opening ceremony performances rather than just the athletic events. Yin Mengran found herself in quite the predicament, as it was indeed her responsibility as class monitor to make such decisions, but a single class could only have 1 performance. Then, could you 2 perhaps collaborate on a single performance? Absolutely not. Juheng and Tangji replied in perfect unison, leaving Yin Mengran in a state of exasperation. It was indeed a challenge to appease these 2 formidable personalities. How could she arrange matters to satisfy them? If they were displeased, would their ire be directed at her? I'll give it some thought. You both need to calm down. Let us eat first. There's plenty of time before the sports meet. Yin Mengran extended her hands, pulling each of them by their wrists and leading them to the dining table. For now, she could only employ a delaying tactic, postponing the resolution of their issue, hoping that perhaps in a day or 2, they would change their minds. At that moment, she regretted having encouraged their participation. Had she known it would lead to this, she might have been better off leaving them out of it entirely. All right. The 2 nodded in agreement and sat at the dining table. Tangji picked up her chopsticks and turned to Juheng, gently asking, "By the way, I'm craving that eggplant dish you make. When will you cook it for me again?" "Next time. I forgot to buy the ingredients this time. Maybe next weekend when I come to your house, I'll prepare it for you." Yin Mengran stood beside the dining table, witnessing the swift reconciliation between the 2, her body frozen in astonishment. She had been fretting over how to mediate their dispute, yet here they were, having made amends in an instant. How is it that you're no longer angry?" Tangji and Juheng looked up at Yin Mengran and replied, "That's just how we are. We separate issues. We want to carry emotions from one matter into another. Since we've decided to set that issue aside for now, we'll just proceed as we see fit, and we're not angry. We were merely engaging in friendly banter and competition, far from reaching the point of an argument." I see. Yin Mengran gradually took a seat, still feeling a tad incredulous. So they could indeed compartmentalize their emotions. One moment they were bickering, and the next they could discuss other matters normally. Had they archived their quarrel? No wonder she had heard Juheng mention that he and Tangji hardly ever argued. This must be the reason. Tangji took a bite of food, her eyes lighting up as she turned to Yin Mengran, saying, "Your cooking is genuinely delicious. It rivals Juheng's culinary skills." "Oh, not at all. I am far from as skilled as Juhang, but, if it suits your palate, that's all that matters. As the three enjoyed their meal, suddenly, a phone rang, cutting through the atmosphere. Yin Mengran froze, realizing the ringtone belonged to her. She quickly retrieved her phone, and a video call notification popped up on the screen. Upon seeing it, she furrowed her brow in distress. Tangji pointed at the phone and inquired, "What's wrong, who is it?" Yin Mengran stammered, "Oh, it's Tong Yining." Chapter 41. Moreover, you are not allowed to speak ill of Juhang in my presence. I will go outside to answer. Yin Mengran thought it inappropriate to take Tong Yining's call in front of Juhang, fearing the risk of being discovered to be living here. Thus, she instinctively began to rise from her seat to step outside, but before she could do so, Juhang waved his hand and said, "It's fine, just answer here, we won't make a sound." This Yin Mengran, who had stood up, sat back down. Since Juhang had said so, she might as well answer here. She tapped to accept the call, and soon, Tong Yining's face appeared on the screen. "Ran, what are you up to?" I'm at home, what's the matter?" Yin Mengran replied calmly, though her gaze furtively glanced at Juhang and Tangji. Tong Yining seemed to be lying on her bed, looking quite bored as she held her phone. "I'm so bored." "Are you going out to play? How about we go shopping?" I don't think so, I really need to focus on my studies these days, the monthly exam is coming up soon. No way. You still need to study, how diligent, what about us? Of course I need to study, I don't possess any superhuman ability to remember everything at a glance. By the way, let me tell you, yesterday after school, there was a creep in our class. I don't know what he wanted from me, it was terrifying. If it weren't for Qian Run being there, I might have been in real trouble. A creep, who? Kong Yu. Upon hearing Tong Yining utter that name, Juhang, who was eating, nearly choked on his rice. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an urge to laugh. What was that noise? Do you keep a pig at home? Juhang narrowed his eyes, his brows knitting into a frown. It's me, I just burped. Yin Mengran bit her lip and hastily offered an explanation. She certainly did not want Tong Yining to discover that she was with Juhang. The prospect of a falling out or an argument with her was trivial compared to the risk of her spreading rumors that could affect Juhang. At that point, Juhang would undoubtedly place the blame on her, and she would be left with no choice but to leave. By the way, what does that Tangji want? I was chatting with Juhang, and she came over without a word and dragged him away. Do you think she sensed my intentions? I don't know. Yin Mengran instinctively glanced at Tangji, only to find her maintaining a neutral expression, quietly eating her meal, seemingly indifferent to what Tong Yining was saying. She's so annoying. No wonder no one wants to hang out with her, she obviously has ulterior motives. You're being too exaggerated. I think she's quite nice. Yin Mengran quickly shifted the camera away, her eyes widening in embarrassment as she looked at Tangji. Tong Yining truly had no filter. Tangji was right beside her. Tangji merely paused momentarily, her brow slightly furrowing, but otherwise showed little reaction. Yin Mengran couldn't help but admire Tangji. She truly remained composed and unconcerned about others' gossip. If it were her, hearing such remarks would likely bring her to tears in the next instant. Come on, stop it, Ran, didn't you see how she plays basketball? She flaunts her arms and legs on purpose, seducing Juhang and all those boys into a frenzy. Enough, stop talking about her. Tong, it's wrong to speak ill of others behind their backs. Moreover, I do not share your opinion of Tangji. Yin Mengran interrupted her, raising her voice several decibels, her gaze darting nervously as she felt cold sweat trickling down her back, for she had already caught a glimpse of the cold, piercing look in Tangji's eyes. She genuinely regretted answering this call indoors. Fine, let us not talk about her, let us discuss Juhang instead. What do you think he is up to? Is he playing hard to get with me? Tong. I advise you, do not pursue Juhang any further, you two are truly not suited for each other. When it came to Juhang, Yin Mengran recalled that he had asked for her help in persuading Tong Yining to stop bothering him, and she had vowed that as long as she was around, she would not allow Tong Yining to cling to Juhang any longer. No way. I just want to be with him, you must help me think of a way. Tong Yining began to roll around on her bed, holding her phone, playfully coaxing Yin Mengran. Feeling utterly helpless, Yin Mengran thought to herself, if only she had agreed when he pursued her for 2 years, would there have been such troubles now? Why wait until his patience ran out and he lost interest before trying to win him back? Who could achieve that? And now, she was essentially being supported by Zhu Heng. What could she possibly do? Tong, you really need to stop clinging to him. Think of others. If it's really unfeasible, how about you get to know Kong Yu? He might turn out to be a decent guy. The moment Yin Mengran finished her sentence, Tangji began to stifle her laughter, covering her mouth, her cheeks flushed from suppressing her mirth. She was on the verge of bursting into laughter at Yin Mengran's antics, certainly deserving full marks for this performance. Don't joke with me, Ran. Oh right, do you think this tactic will work? Zhu Heng must be feeling pretty popular right now, thinking someone likes him, and that he's all high and mighty, so if I bring him down a peg, won't that work? What do you mean? Yin Mengran's brows furrowed slightly, a bad premonition creeping into her mind. I could spread a few rumors to tarnish his reputation, so no one pays attention to him anymore. When he is feeling particularly helpless, I will appear, and I guarantee that I will seem like an angel to him at that moment. It's foolproof. You want to spread rumors about Zhu Heng? To ruin his reputation? What are you thinking? When did your heart become so tainted? Yin Mengran's expression grew serious, and a flicker of anger emerged between her brows. Tong Yining was oblivious to Yin Mengran's stance. For her, Zhu Heng's existence was incomparable to anyone else. He had saved her, given her everything she had now. Calling him a savior would not be an exaggeration, yet her friend was suggesting using such despicable means against her benefactor just to be with him. She would never allow it. What is the big deal? It's not like anyone else knows, only you and I. To be honest, I can only trust you now. I don't even dare trust Chen Run, and this plan is absolutely feasible. Although Zhu Heng is physically strong, he is quite simple-minded and naive. He definitely won't realize this is my scheme. Tong Yining, I truly misjudged you. If you dare to do this, we shall sever ties. Furthermore, you are not permitted to speak ill of Zhu Heng in my presence. Chapter 42, if you don't mind, perhaps we can play together in the future. Beep, after a furious exclamation, Yin Mengran abruptly terminated the call. She could no longer tolerate Tong Yining's shamelessness. While Tong Yining managed to maintain decent friendships, her moral integrity was utterly lacking. If she treated others in such a manner, Yin Mengran might have merely looked down upon her and offered some gentle admonishment. However, her treatment of Zhu Heng was absolutely intolerable, and Yin Mengran would not hesitate to sever all ties with her, vowing never to associate with her again. After hanging up, Yin Mengran awkwardly glanced at Zhu Heng and Tangji, realizing that she had undoubtedly provoked their ire. The insults and vitriol hurled by Tong Yining during the call had been clearly audible to them. She was still considered a friend by them. Surely they would not redirect their anger towards her, would they? To her surprise, the two before her appeared remarkably composed, quietly enjoying their meal, chewing thoughtfully, their expressions unchanged. It seemed as though she alone had erupted in anger, her breath coming in heavy gasps. Just then, Zhu Heng set down his bowl and went to the kitchen. Upon his return, he placed a cup of warm water in front of Yin Mengran, saying, "Take it. There's no need to waste your energy on such a person. She isn't worth it." All right. Yin Mengran cradled the cup in her hands and took a gentle sip. To her astonishment, her internal fury seemed to dissipate by half, for she had heard Zhu Heng's soft, comforting words. She had intended to console him, to urge him not to be angry, yet he had turned the tables and comforted her instead. And what of Tangji? Tong Yining had just subjected her to considerable humiliation. Yin Mengran shifted her gaze towards Tangji, attempting to explain and dissuade her from harboring any anger. Tangji looked up at her, as if perceiving her thoughts, and gently patted Yin Mengran's shoulder, saying, "You simply chose your friends unwisely. This is not a reflection on you. Do not carry the burden of guilt." Okay. I understand. Yin Mengran nodded vacantly, taken aback by Zhu Heng and Tangji's unwavering composure. They were not angry at all. Zhu Heng spoke up, "If you genuinely feel that she is not worth your time, then perhaps you should sever ties with her. She is certainly not a good person, and being her friend diminishes your own worth." Yin Mengran lowered her head and nodded gently, replying, "Millimeter, I understand. I have truly seen her for who she is this time. I will not be her friend any longer." Despite being the most well-liked individual in class, she had very few friends with whom she could genuinely enjoy herself. Most people maintained a friendly demeanor towards her, but when it came to spending time together, they had to think twice. She was certainly capable of being an excellent class monitor, but that did not necessarily qualify her as a good friend. In class, her only companions were Tong Yining and Chen Run, with Chen Run favoring her time spent with Tong Yining. If Yin Mengran were to cut ties with Tong Yining, it was highly likely that Chen Run would side with Tong Yining. At that moment, Tang Ji turned her gaze towards her and said softly, "If you don't mind, you are welcome to play with me in the future." "Really?" Yin Mengran suddenly lifted her head, her face illuminating with joy, her eyes sparkling once more. Tang Ji nodded and continued, "Yes, but my reputation is rather tarnished, as you may have heard. Most girls in the class likely share that sentiment. That is merely their opinion, I do not care." Yin Mengran was unconcerned about Tang Ji's reputation, for she understood the kind of person Tang Ji truly was. Those individuals simply did not know her. "All right, if you are unfazed by the potential tarnishing of your own reputation by associating with me, then I would be pleased to be your friend." Tang Ji nodded, speaking softly. Juhan glanced at Tang Ji's face. Although she expressed no emotional fluctuation while saying this, he could distinctly sense her happiness. Yin Mengran seemed even more elated. While friendships should not be hierarchically valued, she felt as though she had traded up significantly. Meanwhile, at Tong Yining's home, she lay on her bed, staring at her phone, perplexed by the terminated call. Confusion etched across her face. The echo of Yin Mengran's earlier outburst lingered in her mind, yet the more she pondered, the less she understood. How strange. Is she truly angry? What could she possibly be angry about? Did I say something wrong? Tong Yining was utterly baffled by Yin Mengran's sudden anger. Their conversation had not been offensive, they had merely discussed Tang Ji and Juhang. What did that have to do with her? Why was she upset? Sigh. What a pity, she would have been the ideal candidate for executing this plan I devised specifically for her. Tong Yining set her phone down and rested her arm on her forehead. She had originally intended to enlist Yin Mengran's help to spread rumors, banking on her popularity and credibility within the class. If Yin Mengran assisted her in disseminating rumors about Juhang, no one would doubt them. Even the most outrageous tales would be believed if they came from her lips. At that point, she would have successfully isolated Juhang. She was convinced that Juhang's current indifference towards her was merely due to being elevated by others, leading him to believe he was exceptional enough to attract better company. All she needed to do was make him face reality, and the distance between them would diminish. When he felt helpless and lost, her reappearance in his life would make him realize just how considerate and wonderful she truly was. Though Yin Mengran had withdrawn her support, Tong Yining had no intention of abandoning her plan. "Who else is there who can assist me in this endeavor?" Tong Yining began to contemplate. She herself could not spread the rumors, as her relationship with Juhang was well known to everyone in class. If she were to speak out, her motives would be glaringly obvious, and no one would believe her. She needed someone with minimal ties to Juhang, yet still capable of making an impact. Chen Run. No, she won't do, her influence is insufficient. After considering numerous individuals, she eventually turned her gaze towards the class officials. While they might not possess the influence of Yin Mengran, each had decent social standing. Moments later, she thought of someone who, among the boys, had the best rapport. Lu Yinshore. Chapter 43, Uncertainty. What kind of girl does Juhang like? Do you need me to give you a ride? No, it's not dark outside yet, it's unnecessary. I'm leaving now. Tang Ji stood at the door, bidding farewell to Juhang and Yin Mengran. Having spent the entire day here, it was now past 4 in the afternoon, and it was time for her to return. Goodbye, see you at school tomorrow. Yin Mengran smiled and waved her off. The thought of spending time with Tang Ji the next day filled her with joy and anticipation. Now that she had made a new friend, after Tang Ji departed, Juhang returned to his study desk, preparing to continue his studies. He had played for quite a while today, as well as studying diligently, achieving a commendable balance between work and leisure. However, Ju Hing's gaze suddenly fell upon his fitness equipment, feeling as though something was amiss within him, an emptiness lingering. Having had ample time today, he had both studied and played, yet he realized he had not exercised for nearly a week. Muscles, if not worked, would weaken. He even sensed a decline in his muscle tone. Perhaps I should work out for a bit. Ju Hing rose, heading towards the equipment, intending to train for an hour or two. Just then, Yin Mengran emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly washed fruits, intending to assist Ju Hing with his studies. However, upon seeing him in the workout area warming up, her eyes widened in curiosity. She quietly settled down, eager to observe how Ju Hing exercised. As it was her first time witnessing it, she was keen to understand the kind of workout required to maintain his impressive physique. After completing his warm-up, Ju Hing picked up a pair of dumbbells. Observing how effortlessly he lifted them left Yin Mengran momentarily stunned. She recalled how exhausting it had been to move those very dumbbells while tidying up her room. Yet here was Ju Hing, lifting them with such ease. Each weighed around 30 kilograms, she surmised. Subsequently, she watched as Ju Hing began his training, starting with chest exercises. Each press showcased his robust pectoral muscles, leaving Yin Mengran in awe. In a fleeting moment, she recalled her middle school days when she had confided in friends about her disdain for muscle-bound men, preferring instead the lean, delicate types. Yet now, she realized how naive her past judgments had been. Ju Hing's physique set her heart racing. After finishing his chest workout, he stood up, placing the dumbbells down, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his shirt dampened at the collar from exertion. His focus remained solely on his workout, oblivious to Yin Mengran's gaze fixed upon him. In an instant, he even forgot that she was in the house, and without hesitation, he removed his shirt. Yin Mengran's eyes widened, her pupils slightly trembling as she instinctively covered her mouth, her face etched with astonishment. She beheld Ju Hing's muscular physique, the defined contours of his muscles, and his impeccably maintained body fat percentage, lean yet not overly thin, an epitome of aesthetic appeal. At that moment, she could not tear her eyes away, captivated by the sight. After completing his chest workout, Ju Hing transitioned to back exercises, performing bent-over dumbbell rows that seemed to accentuate the definition of his back muscles with each repetition. Positioned with his back to her, every movement was vividly observable, and Yin Mengran found herself entranced, momentarily at a loss for what to do, sitting silently and watching. After thoroughly working out his shoulders, abdomen, and arms, Ju Hing finally set the dumbbells down, drenched in sweat, yet the invigorating feeling was immensely satisfying. Having been engulfed in studies lately, his shoulders and back had felt particularly sore, as if he were on the verge of hunching over. This session of exercise had rejuvenated him considerably. When Ju Hing turned his head, he suddenly realized that Yin Mengran was sitting there, her gaze still fixated on his physique. Yin Mengran snapped back to reality, embarrassed to find herself caught staring as Ju Hing finished his workout. She quickly turned her head away, her cheeks flushed, pretending she had merely glanced by accident. After a brief respite, Ju Hing headed for a shower to wash away the sweat, while Yin Mengran took the opportunity to tidy up in the workout area, returning the equipment to its rightful place. She noticed the floor was damp with Ju Hing's sweat, and this sight filled her with admiration for him. Despite the immense pressure of his studies, he still managed to carve out time for dedicated workouts. Such a physique was indeed well-deserved. Once tidied up, Yin Mengran's gaze fell upon the other equipment, the stationary bike, treadmill, and so forth. Perhaps she could also make use of these. She pondered whether it was time for her to engage in some exercise herself. After all, today she had caught a glimpse of Tang Ji's physique beneath her school uniform. Her taut skin and shapely curves were enviable, the fruits of her dedication to fitness, and undeniably aesthetically pleasing. Now that she had befriended Tang Ji, it was only natural that she would wish to align with her interests, whether it be gaming or exercising. She ought to give it a try. Otherwise, if Tang Ji invited her to play games or engage in basketball or other activities, she would surely be left behind, regretting not having trained herself earlier. Moreover, Ju Hing had mentioned that spending extended periods with Tang Ji could be daunting, given her multifaceted talents. Therefore, she must strive to improve herself, at least aiming to excel in one or two areas, so she would not be looked down upon. I wonder what kind of girl Ju Hing likes. Would he prefer someone athletic, or perhaps someone more artistic. Yin Mengran mused aloud as she stepped onto the treadmill, trying to discern what qualities might attract Juheng to Tang Yining. Yet, she found herself at a loss, unable to pinpoint any admirable traits. Perhaps his 2-year pursuit of her was merely due to Tang Yining's early arrival in his life. In that tender age of awakening emotions, encountering Tang Yining and falling for her was something beyond his control. The fact that he had pursued her for 2 years attested to his loyalty. After all, with Tang Yining's demeanor, most would have given up long ago, yet he persevered. Just then, Juheng emerged from the shower, spotting Yin Mengran lost in thought atop the treadmill, seemingly pondering something. "What's wrong? Are you planning to work out too?" Chapter 44, There is no need to compare yourself to me, simply measure yourself against your own progress. I just want to give it a try, Yin Mengran said as she stepped down from the treadmill, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at exercising in front of Juheng. Having observed his intensity, she knew that once he saw her level of exertion, the disparity would be glaringly obvious, rendering her efforts almost trivial, much like a novice timidly entering a gym, hesitant to exercise in the presence of seasoned athletes for fear of ridicule. "Well, give it a go, but you should definitely start with a lighter weight. Too heavy could lead to injury," Juheng advised, approaching her to adjust the dumbbell plates. He removed several of the hefty weights until only a modest 5-pound plate remained. "This should be suitable. Now, try it out." "No. I can't," Yin Mengran replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. While she was somewhat familiar with weights, her real struggle lay in her lack of experience with exercise. Although Juheng's movements appeared simple, she was acutely aware that her execution would likely fall short of his, and even with her scant knowledge, she understood that improper form could have serious consequences. "I'll guide you. Just lift it," he encouraged. "Okay," she responded, grasping the dumbbell. The weight felt incredibly light, presenting no challenge at all. Juheng then moved behind her, extending his hands to gently clasp hers. Yin Mengran couldn't help but let out a soft hum, her body instinctively trembling at the closeness of Juheng's solid frame. She could feel his heartbeat and the comforting security that enveloped her as his hands enveloped hers. "Take your time, focus on the point of exertion, and maintain a steady breath," he instructed, guiding her through the motions. At that moment, Yin Mengran found it challenging to concentrate on her muscles. Simply remaining upright was a feat in itself. Juheng, still fresh from a shower, exuded a subtle fragrance that only intensified her distraction. "Once you become accustomed to the movements, you'll be fine. Remember to correct any improper form immediately." After offering his guidance, Juheng stepped back, allowing her to attempt it independently. Following a set, he offered further adjustments to her movements. Smack! After completing 2 sets, Yin Mengran set the dumbbell down, feeling a dull ache in her arms, unable to lift them any longer. I can't lift it anymore," she said, casting an apologetic glance at Juheng. Her efforts amounted to perhaps 10 minutes, a stark contrast to Juheng's intensity, leaving her feeling woefully inadequate. Yet, she was merely a girl with a relatively weak constitution, unable to compare herself to someone like Tang Ji. The prospect of muscle soreness loomed, and she feared her arms would be immobile by morning. She anticipated Juheng's disappointment or mockery for her frailty, but instead, he offered encouragement and comfort. "It's all right, take your time, fitness isn't achieved overnight, just focus on your own progress, there's no need to compare yourself to me." He understood that no one is born strong and that ridiculing others would only be a reflection of his past self. The mere fact that she possessed the spirit to engage in fitness was commendable. He silently admired Yin Mengran, harboring no disdain for her efforts. Upon hearing his words, Yin Mengran felt a surge of motivation wash over her, her previous insecurities dissipating. A smile crept onto her lips as she declared, "Yes, rest assured, I won't give up." Juheng nodded in approval, saying, "Let me teach you some leg exercises. Girls often prefer to work on their legs, at least more so than boys do." Yin Mengran glanced at Juheng's legs, clad in pajamas that revealed his calves. While not overly muscular, the definition was clear, and she could only imagine the strength of his thighs concealed beneath the fabric. The thought of her legs transforming to such a degree felt somewhat inappropriate. "Leg workouts, will I end up with those muscular legs?" she tentatively inquired. She pursued fitness to enhance her physical condition, aspiring to resemble someone like Tang Ji, but excessive muscle mass was not to her liking. Ju-heng shook his head, reassuring her, "Don't worry. Building muscle isn't as easy as you think, you need not fret about that. We're still students with limited time for fitness, and achieving those kinds of legs is much more challenging than you realize." "Oh, I see." Moreover, girls primarily focus on leg workouts to enhance their glutes, improving their overall physique. "Oh, all right, I understand, please teach me," she acquiesced. Under Ju-heng's guidance, Yin Mengran embarked on her first earnest workout. The experience was undeniably arduous, yet the sense of satisfaction and fulfillment that followed was almost addictive. Even as sweat soaked her attire, her hair clinging to her forehead, and her cheeks flushed, she felt an inkling that she might just fall in love with fitness. "Don't shower immediately. Take a moment to cool down," Ju-heng reminded her. Though drenched in sweat, it was unwise to rush into a shower. She recognized that her current appearance was likely a stark contrast to her usual self, yet she relished the feeling of letting go, simply following Ju-heng's guidance through an invigorating workout. Later that evening, after her shower, Yin Mengran sat beside Ju-heng, assisting him with his studies while he had taught her about fitness. This mutual exchange of support felt particularly gratifying, as she no longer felt useless. Especially as Ju-heng made even the slightest progress in his studies, her confidence soared. As the night deepened, they returned to the bedroom, preparing for sleep. Yin Mengran recalled the events of the previous night, her emotions somewhat tangled, yet she was curious to know if Ju-heng remembered. She glanced at him and whispered, "You seemed quite sleepy last night, you were in such a deep slumber." Chapter 45, It's nothing. I told you I don't care. Upon hearing Yin Mengran mention last night's events, Ju-heng immediately recalled that after waking up abruptly, he seemed to have been holding Yin Mengran. He was uncertain about how long he had embraced her or whether she had been awake at that moment. After regaining consciousness, he had not opened his eyes, instead quickly turning away. Now that Yin Mengran brought it up once more, Ju-heng awkwardly averted his gaze, responding, Yes, I was so tired yesterday that I just fell asleep as soon as I lay down." He felt that it might not be appropriate for him and Yin Mengran to share the same bed anymore. When he was in deep slumber, he tended to toss and turn, and he worried that if he rolled over and inadvertently landed on her, he might end up being kicked out of bed. After a moment of contemplation, Ju-heng pointed toward the door and suggested, "How about, I sleep on the sofa instead?" Yin Mengran froze for a moment, her mouth slightly agape, appearing a bit taken aback. She was baffled as to why Ju-heng suddenly proposed to sleep on the sofa, especially since they had been sharing a bed for nearly a week now. "Let's not, the sofa isn't comfortable." Yin Mengran shook her head and responded softly. This was the first day they had quarreled over the matter, and they had not reached a conclusion about who would sleep on the sofa. Now, she was even less inclined to let Ju-heng take that option. "Well, all right, I just worry that you might feel cramped." Ju-heng shifted slightly on the bed, moving over to provide Yin Mengran with more space, even adjusting the blanket that divided them. However, Yin Mengran found this somewhat absurd. Their physical sizes were quite different, and she felt that having a smaller space was inconsequential for her. If Ju-heng were to have a cramped space, it would be quite uncomfortable, leaving him with no room to turn, risking a bump against the wall while asleep. Thus, she moved the blanket back, reducing her own space a bit to afford Ju-heng more room. Ju-heng's emotions were quite complicated. He felt he had erred and should apologize. It was wrong of him to wishfully think he could sidestep the matter and avoid it altogether, as that was not his character. Yin Mengran, you stayed up quite late last night, didn't you?" Ju-heng spoke slowly, prompting Yin Mengran to purse her lips. After a few seconds of silence, she nodded and replied, "Millimeter. I was really tired last night, and when I fell asleep, I must have rolled over and ended up on your side, perhaps even resting my arm on you. I'm sorry about that." Yin Mengran, with her back to Ju-heng, widened her eyes in surprise upon hearing his words, astonished that he remembered such an incident. She had thought he had been unaware at the time. It's all right, when one is asleep, who can control themselves, it's nothing, I truly don't mind these little things," Yin Mengran quickly responded, her voice gentle, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly. She genuinely appreciated Juheng's straightforward nature and wished she could be more like him. If it were her, she would have adamantly insisted that she had been completely unaware, pretending nothing had happened, as she found the thought of admitting it quite embarrassing. She despised this weakness in her character and hoped to change it in the future. If she could be with Juheng, perhaps his influence would help her achieve that. With Yin Mingran's response, Juheng felt considerably more at ease. Indeed, being candid aligned more with his character. Expressing it had made him feel much better. Well, if something like this happens again, just wake me up or simply push my arm away. It's nothing. I told you I don't care. Yin Mingran's subsequent words were so soft that Juheng could barely hear them. The lights are off. Millimeter. With school awaiting them the next day, the two fell silent after turning off the lights and drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, Juheng was the first to awaken, quietly leaving the bedroom to prepare breakfast. It was 5 minutes later that Yin Mengran stirred from her sleep, her eyes still bleary as she rubbed them, ready to stretch and rise. Ow! Before she could fully extend her arms, the soreness in her body jolted her into full awareness. She winced, biting back a gasp, furrowing her brows, too wary to stretch her arms or put any pressure on her legs. Although she had anticipated some soreness from last night's workout, she had not expected it to be this severe, making even getting out of bed a challenge. It seemed she had truly fallen out of shape. Her level of exertion yesterday had paled in comparison to Juheng's, and the extent of her discomfort was a testament to her poor physical condition. Determined, she sat up, managing to rise from the bed and, despite the pain, folded the blanket before stepping out of the room. Spotting Yin Mengran emerging from the bedroom, Juheng had intended to greet her with a cheerful "good morning," but upon seeing her struggle, he quickly grasped her predicament. He recalled a time when he had first started working out, having experienced a similar phase where even dressing and using the restroom had been a challenge, let alone navigating stairs. "Are you all right?" Millimeter. She was currently leaning against the wall, moving slowly. Any sudden motion sent sharp pangs through her muscles. It's normal to feel this way at the beginning. Your muscles are adjusting to the new intensity of your workouts. Keep at it, and it will get easier, Juheng reassured her, feeling a twinge of concern that she might give up on her fitness journey. Though her fitness regimen was of no direct concern to him, he hoped for shared interests between them. He could endure solitary workouts, but having a companion would undoubtedly be the ideal scenario. Millimeter, I will. Yin Mengran had no intention of giving up. The thought of enduring such discomfort again if she quit was enough to solidify her resolve. After washing up in the bathroom, she joined Juheng for breakfast. Once she had tidied up, she prepared to head to school with him, placing the gift that Lu Yinshore had given her into her backpack, intending to return it. Additionally, she needed to fulfill the punishment that Tangji had assigned her, which entailed telling Lu Yinshore, "I don't like you." For her, this was hardly a punishment but merely an expression of her true feelings, a realization she should have embraced long ago. She had only pretended not to know due to her timid nature. Now, she was determined to change, and this was her first step. As Yin Mengran attempted to lift her backpack, the soreness in her muscles transformed the seemingly trivial task into a struggle, and by the end of it, her face reflected her discomfort, still unable to hoist it onto her back. Just then, Juheng approached and extended his hand to take her backpack. "Let me help you with that." Chapter 46. Last night's exercise has left its mark, and here I am today. It's nothing, I'll manage on my own, don't push yourself. I can understand the pain you're in right now. Juheng, carrying Yin Mengran's bag, strode out the door, not allowing any rebuttal from her. Yin Mengran wished to say something, but upon witnessing Juheng's departure, she retracted her outstretched hand. A slight curve formed at the corners of her mouth, and she leaned against the wall as she made her way out. On their way to school, Juheng did not hurry, staying by Yin Mengran's side, fearful that she might stumble and be unable to rise again. Yin Mengran, too, walked cautiously, acutely aware of her surroundings, anxious not to trip or step into thin air, knowing that her legs would be powerless and a fall would be inevitable. Fortunately, they arrived at school without incident, gripping the handrail as they ascended the stairs. Climbing was manageable, yet Yin Mengran fretted about descending. That, she knew, would be excruciating. As they walked down the corridor, they spotted Tangji, who had just arrived at school. Yin Mengran promptly called out, "Tangji." Millimeter. Tangji halted, turning to see Juheng and Yin Mengran behind her. She found it peculiar that Juheng was carrying Yin Mengran's bag, as she appeared unable to walk properly, leaning against the wall. "What is wrong with you?" Tangji approached Yin Mengran, her brow furrowed in concern. Yin Mengran glanced at Juheng before whispering, "Well, I exercised a bit last night, and this is the result, oh." Tangji's eyes widened in surprise as vivid images flashed through her mind, portraying a scene of intense physical exertion and hormonal fervor. You're not implying. It was just legitimate exercise." Oh, Tangji's words were interrupted by Juheng, who seemed to anticipate her line of thought. The vivid images in Tangji's mind dissipated instantly. She extended her hand, pointing at Juheng, and looked at Yin Mengran, asking, "You didn't let him push you too hard, did you?" "I trained with him once and was sore for 3 days." No, it was nothing compared to his intensity," Yin Mengran replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Simultaneously, she was taken aback by Tangji's earlier comment. Although Tangji mentioned being sore for 3 days, she had actually trained with Juheng and survived. If she were to endure such intensity, not only would she not last, but she would likely end up in the hospital, far beyond mere muscle strain. It appeared that she was not only worlds apart from Juheng but also from Tangji. Tangji shook her head in resignation, stating, "If you wish to train, I can assist you. I assure you, my guidance would yield better results than Juheng's, who knows little about how girls should exercise." "Hey, it's one thing to praise yourself, but why must you disparage me in the process?" Juheng shot her a glare and quickened his pace, entering the classroom ahead of them. Upon entering, several pairs of eyes fixated on him. Juheng paid little heed to their stares, placing Yin Mengran's bag on her desk before returning to his seat. Among the scrutinizing gazes, the most unfriendly belonged to Lu Yinshou. Upon seeing Juheng enter with Yin Mengran's bag, his eyes widened, and a knot formed in his stomach. He then noticed Yin Mengran and Tangji entering in succession, engaged in conversation. Lu Yinshou tapped the shoulder of the person seated in front of him, Liang Zhexiang, who turned to him, inquiring, "What's up?" "Hey, did you see that Juheng came in carrying Yin Mengran's bag?" "I did, so what?" Lu Yinshou spread his hands and, lowering his voice, exclaimed, "What do you mean, so what? What is going on here?" "How should I know? Maybe he just saw her along the way and kindly offered to help." Slap. Lu Yinshou smacked Liang Zhexiang's shoulder, his irritation evident. "Kindly? Do you really think he would do that? If you saw a female classmate on the way, would you help her carry her bag for no reason?" No. Exactly. What does that suggest? It indicates that Juheng intends to vie for Yin Mengran. Well, Juheng certainly has a formidable rival. He'd better step up his game. Liang Zhexiang scoffed, his words laced with meaning. He had already warned Lu Yinshou multiple times yesterday that the gift undoubtedly marked the end of his pursuit of Yin Mengran, yet Lu Yinshou remained unconvinced, insisting that Yin Mengran was different, stating she wasn't the type to be swayed by material gifts and would undoubtedly appreciate any present she received. Liang Zhexiang chose not to press the matter further. Unless Yin Mengran truly was different, the reality would not change. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yinshou turned to Liang Zhexiang and asked, "What should I do?" "Juheng's capabilities are not to be underestimated. I'm genuinely feeling threatened. Please, don't call me your strategist. You never listen to my advice. If you lose, don't blame me." Liang Zhexiang turned away, ignoring Lu Yinshou. He was a fine individual in most aspects, but his stubbornness was a flaw. He always believed he was right, likely due to his fortunate upbringing, having never faced significant setbacks and assuming everything would come easily. After a while, Tang Yining entered the classroom. Her gaze immediately fell upon Yin Mengran. As she had reflected on her actions yesterday and felt compelled to apologize, she recognized Yin Mengran as the class leader, who surely considered the unity of the class. Asking her to do such a thing felt akin to coercing a police officer to commit a crime under the guise of friendship. It was indeed excessive. She cherished her friendship with Yin Mengran, having regarded her as her only confidant for over a year. Tang Yining approached Yin Mengran, intending to initiate a light-hearted greeting to ease any tension between them. She reached Yin Mengran's side and playfully tapped her arm. Hey Ran, good morning. Hiss. Yin Mingran's eyes widened in shock as she gasped sharply, gritting her teeth, her expression immediately darkening as she turned to glare at Tong Yining with a fierce scowl. Tong Yining was taken aback. She had assumed their disagreement was minor, but seeing Yin Mengran's reaction suggested her anger was far greater than anticipated. Had her simple tap inadvertently provoked such fury? Was that look one of impending retribution? Chapter 47. Who are you bullying? Have you consulted me? Ran, are you still angry with me? Tong Yining involuntarily took a step back, and upon seeing Yin Mengran's expression, she felt a genuine sense of fear. Having known Yin Mengran for so long, it was the first time she had witnessed such a countenance, prompting Tong Yining to question whether she had inadvertently struck a nerve. Yin Mengran lowered her head and remained silent for a considerable time, before finally speaking in a measured tone. Tong Yining, from now on, we shall merely be classmates. Tong Yining was rendered speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. She had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. As the class monitor, was Yin Mengran so concerned about the unity of the class? She had merely voiced a couple of disparaging remarks about Tang Ji, followed by some unflattering words about Zhu Hang, and now Yin Mengran wished to sever their ties. Surely, it couldn't be that severe. She had merely spoken her mind, without any intention of causing harm. Was she not even afforded the chance to acknowledge her mistakes? That's not. Ran, I realize I spoke out of turn yesterday. I swear I won't repeat those words, and I won't take any actions against anyone. Please, don't be like this. Aren't we good friends? Tong Yining softened her tone, genuinely reluctant to lose Yin Mengran as a friend. Their previous rapport had been so close, with no secrets between them. Yet, why did it feel as if everything had changed since Yin Mengran returned to school after her absence of several days? Their relationship had soured, and now it seemed that Yin Mengran wished to cut ties entirely. Such thoughts had never crossed her mind before. Upon hearing Tong Yining's words, Yin Mengran sensed her conciliatory attitude, and for a fleeting moment, her heart softened. However, she still could not overlook Tong Yining's prior remarks, so she chose silence, lowering her head. When Tong Yining saw her refusal to respond, she grew anxious and reached out to grasp Yin Mengran's shoulders, pleading, I mean it. Ran, please believe me. Oh. Yin Mengran gasped, startled by the sudden grip, her gaze directed at Tong Yining filled with a terrifying intensity. Tong Yining recoiled in shock, retracting her hand. Hey. At that moment, Lu Yinshore, who had been observing from the shadows, noticed the escalating confrontation between Tong Yining and Yin Mengran. Realizing an opportunity had presented itself, he swiftly intervened. Tong Yining, what are you doing? Why resort to physicality? Can't you see Yin Mengran is uncomfortable? He positioned himself protectively in front of Yin Mengran, exuding a heroic demeanor. In his mind, he fancied himself exceptionally dashing, believing he had elevated his stature in Yin Mengran's eyes. His loud voice was intended to draw the attention of the entire class, to witness this moment of gallantry. Surely, rumors of a romance between him and Yin Mengran would soon circulate, paving the way for their union. This unexpected display left both Yin Mengran and Tong Yining dumbfounded, as well as the rest of the class. Liang Jiaxiang covered his ears with both hands, bowing his head in an attempt to shield himself from the sheer embarrassment of the moment, wishing for a fast-forward button to skip past this awkward encounter. The onlookers had presumed Lu Yinshore to be invincible, only to be taken aback by the emergence of someone even bolder. After a brief pause following Lu Yinshore's declaration, another voice rang out. Lu Yinshore. Who do you think you're bullying? Have you consulted me? Kong Yu seemed to have tapped into the same wavelength as Lu Yinshore, sensing it was the opportune moment to stand up. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to confront Lu Yinshore, resolutely placing himself in front of Tong Yining. Now it was Lu Yinshore's turn to be taken aback. He had considered the possibility of Zhu Heng standing up, but never had he anticipated this particular individual would do so. This was truly an unforeseen development. Zhu Heng and Tang Ji remained seated, watching the unfolding farce with bewilderment. Tang Ji leaned closer to Zhu Heng, whispering, "What is going on?" "I'm not sure." "Perhaps they are rehearsing for a drama," Zhu Heng replied. "Should we assist Yin Mengran?" "She should manage on her own for now." Zhu Heng shook his head, remaining an observer, both of them were aware of Yin Mingran's fragile condition. Should the two boys resort to violence, it would undoubtedly affect her. They could always intervene later if necessary, preferring to avoid drawing attention to themselves as Liu Yinshore and Kang Yu did. While they genuinely did not care about others' opinions, it did not mean they wished to embarrass themselves in front of the entire class. My goodness, at that moment, Tian Run had just entered the classroom. Observing the silence and the collective gaze directed at the four individuals, her intuition warned her that something monumental had just transpired. She quickly set down her backpack and approached Tong Yining, inquiring, Tong, what is happening? What are you all doing? I don't know. Tong Yining stepped back, distancing herself from Kang Yu, utterly perplexed by his actions. In that fleeting moment, she had entertained the thought of Zhu stepping forward to defend her, but why did it have to be someone like him? Was this supposed to be protection or merely a source of embarrassment? Kang Yu, what are you up to? What does this have to do with you? Liu Yinshore furrowed his brow, crossing his arms and taking a step forward, towering over Kang Yu, conveying an air of disdain. Kang Yu, however, was undeterred, stepping forward and puffing out his chest, asserting, what does it matter to you? Yin Mengran and Tong Yining are merely chatting. What business is it of yours? How can it not concern me? Yin Mengran's affairs are indeed my concern. Liu Yinshore shot a glance at Yin Mengran, noticing her rummaging through her bag. His heart raced with urgency, thinking, sister, what are you searching for at a time like this? Look at me, listen to what I'm saying. It's not easy to speak up in front of the entire class. Aren't you even a little touched? Bar, you're simply imagining things, aren't you? You're always daydreaming. You've liked the class monitor for so long. Has she ever acknowledged you? You're just embarrassing yourself, and this is the least relevant matter to you, understand? Kang Yu, I see you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Liu Yinshore, infuriated, seized Kang Yu by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury, his face pale, breath coming in heavy pants. It was the first time he had encountered someone daring enough to insult him, especially someone he considered beneath him. How could he possibly tolerate it? Come on then, you want to throw hands? Go ahead and try. Kang Yu stood firm, feigning indifference, though internally, his hands trembled slightly. Liu Yinshore was stronger and taller than him, yet he had already stepped forward in front of Tong Yining. Even if he was scared, he could not retreat. Zhu Heng's gaze sharpened as he prepared to rise and intervene, but just then, Yin Mingran's voice rang out, cutting through the escalating tension. Liu Yinshore. Upon hearing Yin Mengran call his name, Liu Yinshore immediately released his grip and turned to face her. What's wrong? What do you need? His smile faltered upon noticing what Yin Mengran held in her hand. It appeared to be the gift he had presented to her just the day before chapter 48, when she appears distressed. Do not bother her. Yin Mengran, suppressing her pain, gradually rose to her feet. Subsequently, she extended the gift in her hand towards Liu Yinshore. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Yin Mengran fixed her gaze coldly upon him and spoke slowly, her voice measured. Liu Yinshore, this is the gift you presented to me yesterday. I am returning it to you now. Furthermore, please refrain from giving me any gifts in the future, as I do not harbor feelings for you. A collective gasp swept through the room, with most students gaping in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated such a spectacle so early in the day. Almost everyone in the class was aware of Liu Yinshore's affections for Yin Mengran, and many had already envisioned them as a couple destined to be together. Thus, upon hearing Yin Mengran's declaration, they could scarcely believe their ears, as if their entire worldview had crumbled before them. After speaking, Yin Mengran instinctively glanced towards Zhu Heng and Tangji. Tangji discreetly gave her a thumbs up, her face reflecting admiration. At that moment, Liu Yinshore appeared as if his heart had ceased to beat, standing frozen in place, eyes unblinking, mouth agape, limbs stiffened. His complexion turned ashen, and his expression seemed to convey to everyone, I am undone. Tong Yining and Chen Run shared looks of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Yin Mengran would utter such words at this moment. Particularly for Tong Yining, she realized that Yin Mengran had indeed changed, becoming a person entirely unlike the one she once knew, rendering her somewhat unfamiliar. But har 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 har. Oh, har 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 har, the loudest laughter came from Kong Yu, whose laughter shook his chest, leaving him breathless as he clutched his stomach and pounded the table. Moments ago, Lu Yunshur had been boasting arrogantly to him, acting as Yin Mengran's staunch protector. The next second, he was betrayed by her. The crux of the matter was that, had Yin Mengran spoken to Lu Yunshur privately, it might have been more bearable. However, she had made her declaration before the entire class. Now, everyone was aware, and Lu Yunshur's reputation lay in tatters. Tangji nudged Juhang with her elbow, whispering, "This is my punishment for Yin Mengran. It's somewhat unfair to her, as she has been cast in the role of a bridge burner. If Lu Yunshur gets agitated and attempts anything against her, you must assist her." Understood. Juhang nodded in agreement, knowing he would have acted similarly even without Tangji's prompting. Should Lu Yunshur become desperate, Yin Mengran could find herself in peril. Liang Zhexiang could no longer remain seated. He stood up and stepped forward, grasping Lu Yunshur's arm and pulling him back. Although Yin Mengran's actions were unanticipated, ultimately, Lu Yunshur was reaping the consequences of his own folly. His decision to follow her home yesterday was misguided, and despite Liang Zhexiang's earlier attempts to intervene, Lu Yunshur had ignored him. Now, the situation had escalated beyond remedy. Yin Mengran resumed her seat, opened her book, and disregarded the gazes of her classmates. She had accomplished what she needed to do. The rest was no longer her concern, nor did she wish to involve herself further. At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. "Kong Yu, what are you doing? Why are you laughing so heartily? Do you not realize this is a study period? Go stand outside." Oh, Kong Yu's laughter abruptly ceased, and in that instant, he learned the meaning of joy turning to sorrow. The teacher observed that several students were clustered around Yin Mengran, whose expression appeared rather grim, suggesting she was in a foul mood. The teacher furrowed his brow and addressed the entire class from the podium. "Let me make this clear, no one is allowed to bully Yin Mengran. If you see her in distress, do not bother her. Anyone who dares to harass her will face my wrath. Do you understand?" "We understand," the class responded in unison, silently marveling at the close rapport between Yin Mengran and the teacher. Such evident favoritism was enviable. Who else enjoyed such privileges? Yin Mengran felt deep gratitude towards the teacher, for she was acutely aware of her current circumstances and received special care. His words served as a warning to others not to disturb her during her vulnerable moments. Thus, as class monitor, even if solely to repay the teacher's kindness, she remained diligent in her responsibilities to ensure their class maintained its top position in the grade. "All right, everyone return to your seats and settle down. Class is about to begin. Maintain silence." During the lesson, many students found their thoughts wandering. Tong Yining occasionally stole glances at Yin Mengran, her mind rife with questions and concerns. Her greatest worry was the state of her relationship with Yin Mengran and how to navigate the current situation. Lu Yunshur, on the other hand, sat in a daze, staring blankly at his desk, his mind devoid, possibly devoid of thought altogether, utterly unable to focus on the lesson. Kong Yu remained outside in detention, relegated to eavesdropping on the class. After class, Yin Mengran felt the urge to visit the restroom, yet her body felt cumbersome and uncooperative. Rising from her seat proved to be a Herculean task. She felt as though she required crutches. She attempted to stand multiple times, each effort ending in failure, her arms and legs lacking strength. At that moment, Tong Yining approached again, standing before Yin Mengran. "Ran, can't we talk? I believe there must be some misunderstanding." Yin Mengran's internal turmoil was reaching a breaking point. She had no desire to discuss misunderstandings at that moment. She needed to go to the restroom. The girls' restroom was not particularly close to the classroom, and given her current state, a round trip would take about 5 minutes. Time was of the essence. "Ran, please don't ignore me. What are you still angry about?" Yin Mengran found herself at a loss for words, unwilling to divulge the truth, especially at that moment. Suddenly, a hand reached out towards her. Tong Yining turned her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Tangji." Yin Mengran also noticed Tangji standing nearby. Tangji nodded slightly, raising one eyebrow without uttering a word, yet Yin Mengran immediately understood. A smile graced her lips as she extended her hand, resting it in Tangji's. Tangji then assisted her to her feet, guiding her away from Tong Yining. Tong Yining's gaze followed them until they exited the door, disappearing from view. Run approached Tang Yining, inquiring, "What just happened? I saw Yin Mengran leave with Tang Ji. When did they become close?" I don't know." Tang Yining shook her head in confusion, her eyes glazed over, her thoughts a tangled mess. In that moment, she reflected deeply, recalling Yin Mengran's expression upon seeing Tang Ji. It mirrored her own past encounters with Yin Mengran. A void seemed to open within her, and in the next instant, everything clicked into place. She began to comprehend why Yin Mengran had undergone such a transformation, why she had grown distant and cut ties with her. It had to be related to Tang Ji. Surely, Tang Ji was the instigator behind this upheaval. In her mind, Yin Mengran would not harbor any serious grievances against her. They had been friends for 2 years, rarely quarreling. Yin Mengran was inherently kind and gentle, never holding her mistakes against her, nor laying blame. Yet now, everything had changed, and the most suspicious factor was Tang Ji's emergence in Yin Mengran's life. Thus, Tang Ji must be the culprit behind this entire predicament. Upon realizing this, Tang Yining clenched her fists, her expression icy, her eyes sharp as daggers. "Tang Ji, have you taken Juheng from me, and now you seek to steal Ran as well? This is utterly intolerable." Chapter 49. So, she is truly wicked, utterly malevolent. TSK, at noon, Lu Yunshur stood before the sink in the men's restroom, his face a mask of sorrow, pallid and drawn, his delicate brows nearly knitted together in anguish. "Damn it!" Bang! Lu Yunshur forcefully hurled the gift. The impact caused the music box within to tumble out, rolling into the corner, where the wooden horse began to twirl, playing a silent melody. Lu Yunshur's face flushed crimson, as if he were a furious lion, and with a leap, he stomped on the music box. Crash! The box shattered underfoot, fragments scattering across the floor, yet the music did not cease. Instead, it transformed into a bizarre, intermittent tune that continued to play. AI era damn. Lu Yunshur was on the brink of collapse, squatting down on the floor, cradling his head, yearning to scream, yet fearing that others might deem him insane. At that moment, he felt as though he might explode. "Could you please calm down? Such emotional volatility is unbearable for anyone." A Liang Jiasheng strolled in from outside the restroom, observing Lu Yunshur and the scattered shards with a resigned sigh. Lu Yunshur lifted his gaze, fixing Liang Jiasheng with a fierce stare, veins bulging on his forehead. He suddenly sprang up, charging forward to shove Liang Jiasheng against the wall, gripping his shirt tightly, and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you suggesting that because my emotions are unstable, Yin Mengran does not like me?" Liang Jiasheng maintained a stoic expression, his demeanor unchanged, shrugging slightly as he replied, "Well, it's possible. It could also be that you are overly aggressive." "To hell with you, what good does discussing this do now?" she declared in front of the entire class that she doesn't like me. "Have you considered my feelings? And so what, is it wrong for her to not like you? Furthermore, did you not also stand before the whole class and make her uncomfortable? You walked over." Though he still disagreed with Liang Jiasheng's perspective, he realized that it was futile to argue further. He sank to the ground, his eyes vacant, his expression dazed. Liang Jiasheng straightened his clothes, approached, and extended a hand to help him up, saying, "Enough already. It's merely a matter of pursuing someone else. There's nothing to be overly concerned about. There are countless fish in the sea, and besides, you're tall and handsome. Just temper that temper of yours." "No. You don't understand. Yin Mengran is irreplaceable. She is simply too wonderful. I truly cannot let go. Just her standing there captivates me. No one else compares." Lu Yunshur's eyes shimmered with desolation, his tone laced with regret. Liang Jiasheng wore a bemused expression, fully aware that Lu Yunshur was indulging in fantasies. Unwilling to confront reality, however, he refrained from stating this outright, knowing Lu Yunshur's temperament and the unpredictable actions it might provoke. Thus, he spoke slowly, "Then make the most of your final year, strive to improve. If she sees your progress, perhaps she will reconsider." No, that doesn't apply to me. I haven't done anything wrong. It must be her that has the issue. Lu Yunshur stroked his chin, a look of deep contemplation crossing his face, as if pondering something of grave importance. Liang Jiasheng gaped in disbelief, blinking rapidly, unable to fathom what he was hearing. At this point, he still did not perceive it as his own fault. What sort of singular-mindedness would lead to such a conclusion? Could it be someone spoke ill of me to Yin Mengran? It must be, and I can even guess who it is. Suddenly, Liu Yinshuo seemed to have an epiphany. Tapping his hand against the wall, Liang Zhexiang furrowed his brow, inquiring, Who are you talking about? Have you forgotten? Who was by Yin Mengran's side that day when we followed her, on the day we delivered the gifts, who brought the gifts inside? Are you saying, Tangji? Exactly, it could only be her. Think about it, when she encountered us that day, the disdainful expression on her face, it must have been her. After taking the gift inside, she surely spoke ill of me to Yin Mengran, slandering me. That's why Yin Mengran returned the gift and uttered those words. Liang Zhexiang shook his head, a grin on his face. No way, that makes no sense. Tangji has no grudge against you. Why would she waste her time slandering you? See, she is indeed wicked, purely malevolent. She seeks to ruin the feelings of others. Liu Yinshuo seemed to have unraveled the mystery, his fists clenched as he slammed them against the wall, furious enough to shatter his teeth. Calm down. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Besides, isn't there a rumor in class that she has a good relationship with Zhuheng? Whether they are actually together is still unknown. Liu Yinshuo bit his finger, deep in thought, suddenly recalling the day Zhuheng had abruptly pulled Yin Mengran outside, not knowing what was said. I get it. This matter undoubtedly involves Zhuheng. They are in cahoots. Hey, without evidence, you can't make baseless accusations. That's defamation. You're merely suspecting her. Why speak as though she truly conspired against you? Liu Yinshuo pointed at him, nodding as he declared, just wait. I will find the evidence sooner or later, and then you will help me deal with those two. Me, no thanks, I can't handle Zhuheng. Liang Zhexiang waved his hand, decisively refusing. He had witnessed Zhuheng's prowess on the basketball court. With that physique, he would undoubtedly be treated like a basketball himself if he went. I can't. I need to find someone to help me investigate. Liu Yinshuo paced back and forth in the restroom, contemplating suitable candidates, while Liang Zhexiang shrugged, suggesting, Tong Yining, isn't she Yin Mengran's good friend? I remember she supported you and Yin Mengran being together. Yes, that's a brilliant idea. I'll go find her immediately. Liu Yinshuo's eyes lit up, patting Liang Zhexiang on the shoulder before dashing out of the restroom. Hey, Liang Zhexiang attempted to say something, but Liu Yinshuo had already sprinted away, leaving no opportunity for dialogue. You just had a confrontation with her this morning. Instead of apologizing, you're now asking for her assistance. What are you thinking? Watching Liu Yinshuo's retreating figure, Liang Zhexiang shook his head and muttered to himself. He then turned his attention to the fragments of the music box scattered on the floor. He walked over, collected the debris, and disposed of it in the trash can, tidying up Liu Yinshuo's mess. After washing his hands, Liang Zhexiang exited the restroom, sighing, alas, that fool is bound to face consequences sooner or later. Chapter 50. Hello. I'm here. During mealtime, Yin Mengran approached Zhuheng and Tangji, holding her lunchbox. She took a seat at the table in front of Tangji, sharing the same table with her. At this point, she no longer cared about the opinions of others. Since Tangji had mentioned that they could play together in the future, Yin Mengran felt free to seek Tangji out, allowing her to be closer to Zhuheng as well. Zhuheng had never explicitly stated that she could join him at school, which made Yin Mengran apprehensive about potentially troubling him, thus refraining from openly conversing with him. Otherwise, given her current carefree demeanor, she would have long since interacted with Zhuheng as if they were at home. Seeing Yin Mengran sitting in front of her and joining her for lunch, Tangji whispered, You truly dare to associate with me. I had warned you in advance. My reputation is quite tarnished, and there may be a few who harbor grudges against me, which could inadvertently affect you. Don't you blame me then? Yin Mengran lifted the corners of her mouth in a playful smile and replied, It's all right. When the time comes, I will steadfastly stand by your side to support you. Tangji was momentarily taken aback, lowering her head in silence. Yin Mengran was puzzled by Tangji's reaction, wondering if she had said something amiss. Zhuheng gazed at Tangji with a placid expression, seemingly discerning her thoughts. After a moment, he exhaled slowly and spoke softly, Everything is fine now. Aunt can rest assured. Tangji lifted her head to meet Ju Heng's gaze and muttered, "Brother, if you keep speculating about my thoughts, I shall be displeased." "Does it require speculation? At this point, you're calling me brother, isn't he?" Your mood quite transparent. Yin Mengran listened to their conversation, feeling as though it were encrypted and utterly incomprehensible. However, she recognized that this must be their tacit understanding. She wondered when she might share such a connection with them. The trio shared their meal and engaged in conversation, drawing the attention of many onlookers, yet most were merely curious spectators, while a pair of eyes remained fixated on them, brimming with resentment, anger, and unwillingness. This person was Tong Yining, who regarded Tangji with an intensity akin to a blood feud, wishing she could kill her with just a glance. In her mind, she had already concluded that Tangji was the one who had disrupted her friendship with Yin Mengran. Although she could not fathom Tangji's motives, she was convinced that Tangji was certainly not a good person. "Enough, Tong Tong, stop staring. They are ignoring you, so why not ignore them as well? You still have me to keep you company." Jian Run extended her hand to gently redirect Tong Yining's gaze towards herself. In truth, Jian Run did not have a strong reaction to Yin Mengran distancing herself from them. Their relationship had always been rather ordinary, and it was only due to Tong Yining that they had spent time together. Now that Yin Mengran had chosen not to associate with her, Jian Run felt it made little difference. Tong Yining shook her head resolutely, declaring, "No, Ranran has merely been misled. I must rescue her. Tangji undoubtedly has some ulterior motive that will ultimately endanger Ranran." "Is that so?" The class monitor is such an intelligent person. How could she be so easily swayed? Perhaps she has some compromising secret held against her. "Exactly, you're spot on. Ranran must have been cornered by Tangji, who is using it as leverage to threaten her." In Tong Yining's mind, she had already conjured images of Tangji coercing Yin Mengran. Although she still did not understand Tangji's purpose, she felt certain that Tangji was the type to engage in such underhanded tactics. "Tong Yining." At that moment, she heard a soft call, the voice subdued as if trying to keep a low profile, yet it still reached her ears. She looked up to find Lu Yinshou standing at the classroom door, beckoning her. Upon seeing him, Tong Yining frowned, recalling the events of the morning when Lu Yinshou had been quite rude to her in defense of Yin Mengran. To this day, she had not received an apology. She had no intentions of causing trouble for Yin Mengran, yet Lu Yinshou had acted as if he were perched atop a moral high ground, indiscriminately admonishing her, which was particularly uncomfortable. "Hey! Come out for a moment, I need to speak with you." Lu Yinshou appeared oblivious to Tong Yining's displeasure, persistently gesturing for her to join him. He didn't dare enter the classroom, fearing that Yin Mengran and Tangji might see him. Tong Yining sighed helplessly, contemplating that perhaps Lu Yinshou wanted to apologize. Thus, she stood and slowly walked out of the classroom, maintaining a cold demeanor, unwilling to soften her expression before he offered an apology. Once outside, Lu Yinshou reached out to grab her arm, intending to lead her to a more secluded area for a private conversation, as he did not want their discussion overheard. Tong Yining narrowed her eyes and swiftly stepped back, evading his grasp, demanding, "Lu Yinshou, what are you trying to do? Are you being inappropriate? Do you think I want to report you to the teacher?" "No, you misunderstand. I have something to discuss with you that shouldn't be overheard by others, which is why I wanted to take you to a quiet place." "Oh, what exactly am I misunderstanding? Isn't this just your way of being inappropriate?" Tong Yining stared at Lu Yinshou with wide eyes, incredulous. His words seemed undeniably suggestive of impropriety. How could she be misinterpreting him? Lu Yinshou appeared momentarily tongue-tied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. His mind was a chaotic whirl, and his urgency only intensified his difficulty in speaking. "All right, whatever you wish to say is fine, but it must involve something significant regarding this morning's incident." Tong Yining shot him a glare, feeling exasperated. She thought to herself that she hadn't expected Lu Yinshou to be so oblivious. No wonder Yin Mengran found him unappealing. If she were in Yin Mengran's position, she too would find such a boy intolerable. He might be handsome, but his intellect left much to be desired, and being with him would surely be frustrating. As for this morning, Lu Yinshou furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before finally recalling the incident. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "I understand. This morning, I was too impulsive and confronted you without grasping the situation. I apologize for that. That's more like it. Tong Yining's expression softened considerably, given how much she had already reminded him. If Lu Yinchuo still failed to comprehend, there would be no need for further conversation. Now, what do you wish to discuss? If not, I shall not engage with you. Lu Yinchuo glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. Once he confirmed their privacy, he leaned closer to Tong Yining and lowered his voice, saying, "Aren't you? I wanted to discuss something with you. I feel that Yin Mengran seems different now. Moreover, I suspect that Tangji might be orchestrating something behind the scenes." Tong Yining's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Really? You think so too? Chapter 51, Can you guarantee that you haven't spoken ill of me in her presence? As evening descended and the school day concluded, students poured out of the building, eager to return home. With tomorrow's examination looming, they were all too aware that tonight would see another frantic bout of last-minute studying. Tangji walked alone along the path home, already accustomed to traversing these nocturnal streets. The thoroughfare was brilliantly illuminated, bustling with passers-by, leaving her with little to fear. Upon rounding a corner, Tangji furrowed her brow in surprise, as if she had caught sight of someone in her peripheral vision. Hurry up. Follow her. Sure, keep your voice down. A few moments later, two figures jogged around the corner, scanning the empty road before them. Have we lost her? These two were Lu Yinchuo and Tong Yining. As soon as school let out, they had set off in pursuit of Tangji, knowing that opportunities to engage with her at school were scarce and that they could not extract any information. They had agreed to follow her after class, hoping to discuss the matters between her and Yin Mengran. However, upon seeing Tangji turn the corner, they hastily followed, only to find her absence. What a terrible idea this was. Why didn't we just stop her at the school gate? Tong Yining shot Lu Yinchuo an irritated glare. She had not intended to accompany him. The thought of being seen with him at such a late hour was unappealing, as rumors might arise. Yet, considering that she would have to confront Tangji eventually, she reasoned that it was better to have a male companion for protection. Come on, with so many people after school, how could we stop her? Plus, there's Yin Mengran and Zhu hang around, we wouldn't find an opportunity. Lu Yinchuo, unwilling to concede defeat, ventured further into the alley, searching for Tangji's figure. This street was long. There was no reason to have lost her. Could it be that she had suddenly run off? They had not been following closely, always keeping an eye on Tangji, never looking back, so she certainly wouldn't have noticed them. I think we should just give up. I'll find her myself tomorrow, Tong Yining declared, already resigning herself to the idea. She felt that coming along was a mistake. After all, she could confront Yin Mengran independently to clarify the situation. However, Lu Yinchuo was insistent on interrogating Tangji, and knowing his stubborn nature, if he did not get clarity, a confrontation was inevitable. Seeing Tong Yining preparing to leave, Lu Yinchuo quickly implored, "Don't go. What about our alliance? What will I do if you leave me?" Who said anything about an alliance? Honestly, whoosh, just as they conversed, an object suddenly soared overhead, plummeting towards a passerby. Smack! Hey! Ouch! A man was struck on the head by the object, which was small but painful enough to elicit a grimace. Tong Yining and Lu Yinchuo turned their attention to the man, who was rubbing his head and now glaring at them. He advanced menacingly. Which one of you threw that, tossing things about in the street? What kind of upbringing do you have? It wasn't us. What are you talking about? Lu Yinchuo stammered, retreating and shaking his head in confusion. Still pretending. You're the only ones around, it must have been you, right? What did we throw? We really didn't do anything. Lu Yinchuo nearly lost his balance, tripping over a stone on the ground, utterly bewildered by the man's accusation. Meanwhile, Tong Yining sensed trouble brewing and decided to slip away. I think I should head home now, my mom will be worried. She turned and hurried off, anxious to avoid any complications. She did not feel sorry for Lu Yinchuo, rather, she thought herself the unlucky one. Had she known better, she would have stayed home instead of coming out. Hey Tong Yining, don't leave me, don't abandon me. No matter how loudly Lu Yinchuo called, Tong Yining did not look back, as if she did not know him at all. He too wanted to flee, but as he took a step, The man yanked him back. He found himself in a predicament, unable to voice his grievances. He had done nothing wrong. Was this his punishment for pursuing a female classmate? Tong Yining ran a good distance before she thought to glance back at Lu Yinshuo's situation. Just as she turned her head, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and seized her arm. Before she could react, she was pulled into a nearby alley. Just as she was about to scream in fright, a lollipop was shoved into her mouth, muffling her voice. Tong Yining's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the person before her. It was Tang Ji, the very one they had lost track of. The fact that Tang Ji had pulled her into this secluded spot suggested that she had been aware of Tong Yining and Lu Yunshuo's pursuit all along. Breathless and shaken, Tong Yining gasped for air, her chest rising and falling rapidly, gazing at Tang Ji, whose expression was remarkably calm. A sense of fear crept over her. Why were you following me? Do you have something to say? Tang Ji inquired softly, her tone measured. Tong Yining found herself at a loss for words, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she recalled Yin Mengran, the very reason she had trailed after Tang Ji. Now, the opportunity she sought was right in front of her. I just want to know what your relationship with Yin Mengran is. Also, why doesn't he hang out with me anymore? Do you know something? Tong Yining attempted to project an air of authority, fearing that Tang Ji might dominate the conversation. I'm merely a friend of hers. As for why she doesn't spend time with you, why would you ask me? Tang Ji was aware of the reason but had no intention of divulging it to Tong Yining. Tong Yining furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. Oh, can you assure me that you haven't spoken ill of me in her presence? I have not, Tang Ji replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. She had previously expressed her harshest sentiments about Tong Yining only to Yin Mengran, and that was in response to Tong Yining's own insults. Generally, she refrained from speaking ill of others unless circumstances warranted it, such as when addressing Lu Yinshuo and the others, who had pursued Yin Mengran and lied about it. Tong Yining, taken aback by Tang Ji's forthright response, found no hint of deceit on her face and momentarily froze. Had she misjudged the situation, or was Tang Ji indeed lying? Then how did you become friends with her? Chapter 52. Perhaps it would be best not to entertain any thoughts of confronting her. Tong Yining's confidence had noticeably diminished, and although she had been the one to raise her voice, she could not shake the impression that Tang Ji emanated an air of authority without any visible anger. Her tone was unremarkable, her expression impassive, yet she exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Whether she chooses to play with you or not is of no concern to me. The nature of my friendship with her is irrelevant to you, and I can assure you that there is no causal relationship between the two. Tang Ji replied softly, leaving Tong Yining uncertain whether her words were true or false, although her demeanor suggested honesty. Despite having prepared an array of questions, Tong Yining found herself at a loss for words, as if she already anticipated the answers she would receive. Can I trust you? Your belief or disbelief is inconsequential. After Tang Ji spoke, she turned to leave, unwilling to squander any more time. Her responses to Tong Yining's inquiries seemed merely a gesture of pity for those who had accompanied her for so long. Wait, just one last question, Tong Yining called after Tang Ji. However, her inquiry was not solely about Yin Mengran. There was another matter of particular importance to her. Tang Ji halted, not glancing back, and listened quietly. Tong Yining lowered her gaze, her hands awkwardly rubbing the hem of her clothing. After a brief pause, she whispered, about you and Juheng, he is my brother. Before Tong Yining could finish her question, Tang Ji interjected with a definitive answer and then departed, leaving her standing alone, the night breeze brushing against her cheeks, her mouth slightly agape, as if she were a wooden figure in a state of shock. She had considered numerous possibilities, yet she had never fathomed that their relationship was of such nature. In an instant, an uncontrollable joy surged within her, akin to a flower blooming exuberantly. Did this signify that her previous worries had been unfounded? Was it truly impossible for Tang Ji and Juheng to be together? Come on, I already said it's not like that. What a lunatic. Just then, Lu Yinshuo, having finally extricated himself from his previous engagement, approached and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tong Yining in the alley. You haven't left. Tong Yining regained her composure, feeling somewhat awkward in front of Lu Yinshuo. She had just abandoned him, after all. They were at least classmates, and it seemed rather inconsiderate to leave without a word. However, Liu Yinshore appeared unconcerned and did not bring it up again. He merely adjusted his disheveled clothing and remarked, "All right, let us head home. What rotten luck, we'll follow her again after school tomorrow." Tang Yining stepped forward and said, "I believe that my issues with Tang Ji are irrelevant. I think it's best not to pursue her any further." Liu Yinshore was taken aback, momentarily stunned, as he spread his arms in astonishment and asked, "Oh, what? Why have you changed your mind? Didn't you share my perspective that Tang Ji is the root cause? That was before, but now it is not. I believe Mengran's transformation must have deeper implications. By the way, I haven't asked you, what do you think has changed about her? I want to see if your thoughts align with mine." Tang Yining pondered thoughtfully, recalling the differences in Yin Mengran. She sensed that, compared to before, she had become more carefree, no longer fretting over trivial matters. She wanted to ascertain whether Liu Yinshore shared this sentiment, which would validate her own observations. Without hesitation, Liu Yinshore replied, "Isn't it obvious? She no longer likes me." She even stated it before the entire class. Such a thing would have been unimaginable before. Tang Yining stared at Liu Yinshore, her brow furrowed, her expression grave, as if her brain had momentarily ceased to function. His words had short-circuited her thoughts. She had never broached this topic with Liu Yinshore, believing their perceptions were likely similar, given that Yin Mengran's changes were quite evident, yet, Liu Yinshore's response seemed utterly baffling. "Wait, hold on. Are you saying that, Yin Mengran not liking you is what you consider her transformation, just that?" "Yes, don't you think so?" Liu Yinshore answered candidly, nodding earnestly. Tang Yining shut her eyes, drew in a deep breath, and felt a surge of frustration welling up within her. She now experienced a tingling sensation, akin to being deceived. She had genuinely believed that Liu Yinshore was deeply concerned about Yin Mengran and could discern her changes. It was now clear that Liu Yinshore was beyond redemption. No wonder Yin Mengran had so resolutely declared her feelings for him. Who could possibly like someone like that? What a waste of time. Tang Yining glared at Liu Yinshore, then brushed past him in haste, eager to escape. Throughout the day, from the moment it began, Liu Yinshore's image in her mind had been steadily crumbling. By now, he had become nothing more than a desolate ruin in her eyes, and even that ruin ranked lower than Kang Yu, who also stood as a mere remnant. "Hey! What's wrong? Was what I said incorrect?" Liu Yinshore, confused, watched as Tang Yining walked away. He could not comprehend why she was upset. After all, hadn't Yin Mengran undergone such a transformation? He spent the entire day entangled in bewilderment, first, wondering what had happened to Yin Mengran, who had betrayed him, then, Liang Zhexiang, who failed to understand him, and now, he had somehow lost track of Tang Ji, who seemed to have vanished. Furthermore, he had encountered a deranged man who insisted that he had thrown something at him, only to find a lollipop on the ground, with nothing else in sight. Now, Tang Yining was also diverging from his thoughts, making him feel as though he were being targeted, as if everyone were conspiring against him. What rotten luck! Am I cursed or something? Why does everything always seem to go awry for me? Liu Yinshore sighed in resignation and shook his head before departing. The thought of an impending exam the next day only added to his distress. Recently, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Yin Mengran, neglecting his studies, and he could clearly sense a decline in his academic performance. Later that evening, Tang Yining returned home and pulled out her phone. She glanced at the message list, which had once been filled with unread notifications from Zhuheng and Yin Mengran. Now, however, it was eerily quiet, with no responses to her outgoing messages. She opened the chat with Zhuheng, fully aware that he might not reply, or perhaps wouldn't even see her message, yet she still typed, "Good luck on the exam tomorrow." Chapter 53. It is uncertain how long this life can endure. There is actually a second method to solve this problem. Just in case, let me explain it to you. Yin Mengran patiently elucidated the question on the exam paper. However, before she could begin, a faint sound of breathing reached her ears. When she turned her head, she discovered that Zhuheng had already succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the desk with his eyes closed, unaware of when he had drifted off. A subtle smile graced Yin Mengran's lips, her gaze softening with tenderness as she looked at Zhuheng's sleeping figure, which stirred memories of the past days. She had witnessed his relentless efforts and remarkable progress. His struggles resonated deeply within her. For the upcoming examination, Juheng had exerted efforts several times greater than those of his peers. Juheng, you should go to your room and sleep. She gently patted his shoulder and whispered softly in his ear, yet Juheng remained ensconced in a profound slumber, impervious to her attempts to rouse him. Yin Mengran wished for him to rest well, for it was vital to rejuvenate before the exam, otherwise, fatigue would render all his hard work futile. Thus, she hesitated to wake him, knowing his temperament. He would likely continue studying upon waking. How, then, could she transport him to the bedroom? After contemplating for some time, Yin Mengran found herself at a loss. She was unable to move Juheng's body, and even now, she lacked strength. Though her condition had improved somewhat after a day, her body still ached. Consequently, she could only allow Juheng to continue sleeping in this spot. She retrieved her coat and gently draped it over him. Good night. Sitting beside Juheng, she too rested her arms on the table, her face turned towards him as she gazed at his serene countenance. She was lost in thought, but it seemed she could watch him for an entire night. I wonder how long this life can last. The night was profoundly quiet. Some were already in deep slumber, while others toiled under the dim glow of night lamps, striving for their dreams. As time meandered on, the night quietly slipped away. Around 4 in the morning, the first hints of dawn began to pierce the darkness outside. Juheng slowly opened his eyes, immediately feeling the numbness in his arms and the soreness in his waist. He sat up straight, stretching lazily. The sound of his joints cracking echoed around him. Thud. His coat slipped from his shoulders, and he glanced down, momentarily taken aback. He recalled that he had unknowingly fallen asleep the previous night, feeling his head heavy and his eyes unable to open. He had simply collapsed into a deep slumber. Juheng turned his gaze to his side, only to find Yin Mengran peacefully asleep beside him, her eyes closed, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. He hadn't anticipated that she would stay here with him. She could have easily returned to her room. The coat draped over him must have been hers, yet she had no covering of her own. Sleeping in the living room was quite chilly, and if she remained like this, she might catch a cold. Juheng noticed that Yin Mengran had curled herself into a tight ball, her hands tucked beneath her arms, a clear indication that she was cold. Yin Mengran, Juheng softly called her name, attempting to rouse her, at least to encourage her to move to the bedroom and continue her rest. However, after several attempts, she remained deeply asleep, oblivious to his calls. Juheng understood that he had neglected his own well-being in his fervor to revise, but he had also forgotten that Yin Mengran was equally exhausted. Each time he studied, she would be there beside him, providing guidance. If he stayed awake, she would too. Therefore, her fatigue mirrored his own, compounded by the pressures and worries weighing on her mind, which likely left her more mentally. Since he could not wake her, he decided to carry her to the bedroom. As long as he was gentle, he hoped not to disturb her. He stood, observing Yin Mengran, took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, then bent down and carefully lifted her. He cradled her in his arms, ensuring his hands did not touch her body, allowing her to remain undisturbed. It was evident that she was utterly exhausted, and a twinge of guilt washed over Juheng. He realized he must allow her to rest more in the future. She worked hard at school and then devoted herself to helping him study, leaving her little time to recuperate. Unlike him, who could doze off in class without scrutiny from the teacher, Juheng moved quietly toward the bedroom, his footsteps light, his grip steady, ensuring Yin Mengran felt no jolts. Upon entering the bedroom and approaching the bed, he prepared to lay her down when she suddenly shifted in his embrace, pressing herself closer to him and wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Juheng froze, his body becoming rigid as if transformed into a statue, utterly still. He looked down to see Yin Mengran nestled against him, seemingly still lost in her dreams. Her actions appeared to be instinctive, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. With her grasp on his shoulder, he found it impossible to place her on the bed. Should he wake her now? It seemed he had no other option. Just then, he heard her soft voice murmur from his embrace, "Mommy." Immediately, he felt her grip tighten around him, as though fearing separation, her body trembling slightly, revealing traces of fear and unease. Juheng swallowed hard, his intent to wake her dissipating. He had forgotten that, despite her outward strength and apparent resilience, Yin Mengran was merely a girl in her parents' eyes, still growing. At that moment, his only wish was for her not to awaken, to allow her to sleep a while longer. Perhaps in her dreams, she could spend more time with her mother. Ju-heng settled onto the bed, remaining utterly still, transforming into her makeshift bed and pillow, allowing her to rest peacefully in his embrace. After approximately half an hour, his body began to stiffen, his arms ached, and he was on the verge of collapse. Yet, he dared not move, knowing they still had half an hour before their usual waking time, and he wanted to grant her that precious extra time. 10 minutes later, Yin Mengran slowly opened her bleary eyes, and he noticed her eyelids were still glistening with tiny tears. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, she heard Ju-heng's voice. "Good morning." Chapter 54, I know your situation best. You will be just fine. After a brief moment of daze, Yin Mengran slowly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Morning, what is happening?" She realized that she seemed to be lying in Ju-heng's embrace, whereas her memory suggested she had been asleep on the other side of the table. "Perhaps you should get up for a moment. My arm is going numb." All right." Yin Mengran hurriedly sat up from Ju-heng's arms, allowing him to finally relax. Until that moment, he had dared not move, yet he felt it was worth it, a small compensation for Yin Mengran. Although she was unsure of what had transpired, she could surmise that upon waking, Ju-heng had wished for her to go to the bedroom to sleep, but like her, he did not want to disturb her, thus he had carried her in. Perhaps he had then failed to put her down. The mere thought of having slept in Ju-heng's embrace made her heart race. How could she have slept so soundly? If only she had been awake, she would have feigned sleep and savored the sensation of lying in Ju-heng's arms. She had completely forgotten the dream she had while asleep, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Otherwise, she wouldn't have slept so well. Even the soreness in her muscles had significantly eased. Ju-heng rubbed his arms, gazing at Yin Mengran, and gently inquired, "Did you sleep well? Would you like to sleep a bit longer? It is still quite early." I slept well." Yin Mengran's response was somewhat flustered and disoriented, as it was the first time she had heard Ju-heng speak so tenderly, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. She had never witnessed such an attitude from him, nor heard his voice in that tone. Though it might be an exaggeration, Yin Mengran genuinely felt a sense of being cherished. "Well, then I shall prepare breakfast." Ju-heng nodded, then stood up, preparing to leave the bedroom. Observing this, Yin Mengran quickly stopped him, saying, No, I will do it. You need to conserve your energy for the exam." Ju-heng looked at Yin Mengran's earnest expression. Initially, he had intended to instinctively refuse, but the words failed to leave his lips. In those silent seconds, he pondered extensively, ultimately giving a gentle nod in response. "All right, then I shall trouble you." Okay." Yin Mengran was momentarily taken aback, then quickly agreed and made her way to the kitchen. As she exited the bedroom, she felt a peculiar sense of confusion. She had been prepared for a debate with Ju-heng, yet this time, he did not contest her. This was so unlike him. Having merely taken a nap, why did it feel as though Ju-heng had changed so much? After they finished breakfast and tidied up, they prepared to leave for school. The exams today and tomorrow were of utmost importance to Ju-heng, as they would determine his living expenses. If he performed poorly, his allowance would be significantly reduced, making it impossible for him to support Yin Mengran, and perhaps even himself. Thus, he felt particularly anxious, having never cared much about exams before. Today he was especially serious. Ju-heng put on his shoes, stood at the door, and stared blankly at the entrance, appearing somewhat melancholic, as he still lacked confidence. According to previous report cards, he needed to rise by 50 places. Such a leap was no easy feat, especially since others would also be striving to perform well. Just then, Yin Mengran placed her hand on Ju-heng's shoulder, her gentle voice resonating in his ear. "Do not worry. I know your situation best. You will certainly be just fine." "Really?" "Yes, truly, I promise you." In Yin Mengran's eyes, there was an abundance of trust and support for Ju-heng, which greatly bolstered his confidence. Meanwhile, downstairs, two individuals had been waiting for 10 minutes, namely Liu Yinshore and Liang Jiexiang. "People have made their feelings abundantly clear. She doesn't like you. Why do you persist in waiting outside her building? Aren't you afraid of further hurtful comments?" Liang Jiexiang looked at Liu Yinshore with exasperation. He had been rudely awakened early in the morning by Liu Yinshore's insistence to come out, only to find himself in this contentious place. At times, he truly admired Liu Yinshuo's tenacity, akin to an indestructible cockroach. "You don't understand, she said not to give her gifts, so I won't, but what's wrong with bringing her breakfast? That can't be considered a gift, can it? Besides, she only said she doesn't like me, she never said she didn't want to be friends, so I still have a chance." Liu Yinshuo smiled slightly, lifting the bag in his hand, containing the breakfast he had purchased. He had spent a long time contemplating yesterday, recalling their first encounter and the first words exchanged. He knew he could never forget Yin Mengran. He genuinely liked her and was unwilling to give up, regardless of the obstacles. Therefore, such setbacks meant nothing to someone as resolute as him. "I truly don't comprehend your reasoning. A person like you will become docile once you see Yin Mengran with another boy." Liang Jiaxiang pointed at Liu Yinshuo, voicing his disbelief, his expression filled with reproach. He simply could not grasp why a boy would be so blindly infatuated. There were countless girls in the world, why fixate on just one? In response to Liang Jiaxiang's words, Liu Yinshuo scoffed dismissively, waving his hand. "That is impossible. The only boy who can be by her side is me. I have already pursued her to her doorstep. Who could be more capable than I? Is there anyone who can claim to have reached her home?" "Well, look here." Liang Jiaxiang suddenly patted Liu Yinshuo on the back, pointing behind him. Liu Yinshuo, puzzled, turned to see. The moment he did, his heart nearly stopped. He saw Yin Mengran emerge from the building, accompanied by a boy he knew all too well, Zhuheng. They walked side by side, engrossed in conversation, with a radiant smile adorning Yin Mengran's face, radiating pure joy. Smack! The breakfast in Liu Yinshuo's hands fell to the ground, its contents spilling out, yet he was utterly indifferent. Witnessing this scene, his heart felt as though it had been crushed, each breath painful, as if his throat were being throttled, nearly choking him. Liang Jiaxiang stroked his chin, calmly analyzing, It seems highly probable that Zhuheng stayed at Yin Mengran's place last night, and judging by their demeanor, it appears this isn't the first time." Liu Yinshuo clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Zhuheng's retreating figure, his heart ablaze with fury. At that moment, he completely overturned his previous thoughts. He had always believed Tangji to be the obstacle between him and Yin Mengran, yet now he was certain of who that obstacle truly was. "I must get to the bottom of this." Chapter 55. "I will not spare you. If it comes to it, we shall perish together." "Hey, no." Liang Jiaxiang immediately blocked Liu Yinshuo's path, gazing at him in disbelief as he inquired, "What do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? I've already said this has nothing to do with you. Aren't you just asking for trouble?" "How can it have nothing to do with me? I like her. Seeing this situation, shouldn't I inquire for clarity?" Liu Yinshuo, in a fit of urgency, shook off Liang Jiaxiang's arm, his face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled crab. Observing his state, Liang Jiaxiang understood that further persuasion would be futile and could merely offer caution. "Very well, you may ask, but remember, you are merely a classmate inquiring out of curiosity and politeness. Beyond that, do not harbor any other emotions, for you lack the corresponding standing." Upon hearing Liang Jiaxiang's words, Liu Yinshuo offered no response, instead fixating his gaze upon him for a moment, his eyes brimming with defiance and resentment. Ultimately, he chose silence and dashed forward. Sigh. Liang Jiaxiang exhaled deeply, disappointment etched across his face. He shook his head and turned to leave, already able to envision the outcome. He had done all he could, he had advised and assisted, yet he owed Liu Yinshuo nothing. The remainder was no longer his concern. Liu Yinshuo disregarded Liang Jiaxiang's words entirely, unable to contemplate such matters. The mere thought of Zhuheng residing at Yin Mengran's home, imagining what they might be doing together, caused his heart to ache. "Zhuheng!" Liu Yinshuo shouted, halting the two figures ahead. They paused and turned, their faces displaying surprise, particularly Yin Mengran, whose expression was tinged with disdain and annoyance. Liu Yinshuo stepped forward, confronting Zhuheng directly. Although they were of similar height, Zhuheng's physique was considerably more robust than Liu Yinshuo's. "Zhuheng, why did you come out of Yin Mengran's house? Are you living here?" Yin Mengran's house. Zhuheng glanced at the building ahead, which pointed towards his own home. It would not be inaccurate to refer to it as Yin Mengran's house. In fact, he hoped she considered it as such. Just as Yin Mengran was about to explain, Zhuheng nodded and spoke first. Yes, I live here. You. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Lu Yinshuo's face turned beet red in an instant, his gaze fixed on Zhuheng as if it were scorching flames. Despite his fury, Zhuheng remained unfazed. Lu Yinshuo turned to Yin Mengran, demanding, is what he said true? Why are you living together? What is your relationship now? Zhuheng, however, stepped protectively in front of Yin Mengran, placing a hand on Lu Yinshuo's shoulder to prevent him from advancing further. Why are you asking so many questions? This has nothing to do with you, and there's no need for you to have answers. Zhuheng's voice dropped, his expression growing cold. Once again, it has nothing to do with me, ho. Har, Lu Yinshuo scoffed, leaning forward to address Yin Mengran. Yin Mengran, is this truly acceptable? Are you really choosing Zhuheng? What makes him better than me? His academic performance is abysmal. Bringing someone like him home, do your parents approve? They would surely be furious. Zhuheng's brows furrowed at Lu Yinshuo's words. It was one thing to insult him, but to mention Yin Mengran's parents, regardless of the circumstances, casually referring to her deceased parents in her presence was utterly inappropriate. Although Lu Yinshuo was unaware of this, he had nonetheless struck a nerve with Yin Mengran. As expected, upon hearing that last remark, her expression darkened ominously, her eyes flickering with rage, particularly at the mention of a death, causing her heart and body to shudder slightly. Yin Mengran stepped forward, standing before Lu Yinshuo. He was entirely oblivious to her precarious state, feeling a flicker of joy, mistakenly believing she had a change of heart and wished to return to him. In the next moment, Yin Mengran suddenly reached out, grabbing Lu Yinshuo by the collar. As she lifted her gaze to meet his, her icy, piercing eyes rendered him speechless. Lu Yinshuo, let me make this clear. First, this is not my home, this is Zhuheng's house, and I am living in his home. Zhuheng is better than you in every way, you have no right to speak ill of him. Second, I've told you before, I do not like you. In fact, I find you quite detestable. If you continue to approach me, I will inform the teachers about this situation and your stalking. Third, if you dare to mention my parents again, I will not let you off lightly. I will ensure we both face dire consequences. Yin Mengran's frigid words, coupled with her piercing gaze, left Lu Yinshuo utterly speechless and motionless. After delivering her ultimatum, she shoved him slightly, causing him to stumble back a couple of steps, nearly falling to the ground. His expression had grown vacant, as if he had been struck dumb, unable to fathom how the gentle and kind Yin Mengran he had cherished could transform into this formidable figure. Yin Mengran's breath quickened, clearly infuriated. Zhuheng, witnessing this, noticed her ears had turned slightly red. He reached out and gently patted Yin Mengran's shoulder, murmuring, calm down. Turning to Zhuheng, Yin Mengran's expression shifted dramatically, her face softening in an instant. Okay, she responded softly, nodding, her demeanor so docile it left Lu Yinshuo utterly astounded, as though she might lean into Zhuheng's embrace at any moment. The stark contrast in how she treated the two of them was staggering. He had once thought that with enough effort, he still had a chance to be with Yin Mengran, but now he understood, he had no opportunity for redemption, utterly crushed beneath the weight of despair. Let us depart. Lu Yinshuo stood there, watching as they gradually receded into the distance, his heart trailing further away as if in a daze. It's over, I am utterly finished, what should I do, what can I do? Liang, he turned around, his voice abruptly halting. Behind him, there was no one. Liang Zhexiang had vanished without a trace now. He stood alone, engulfed in feelings of defeat, akin to an abandoned orphan. After a while, he took a step forward, but the direction was not towards the school. Chapter 56. He will definitely succeed, I believe in him. Zhuheng and Yin Mengran walked along the path, enveloped in an uncomfortable silence, perhaps a consequence of the unpleasant incident that had just transpired. After a brief moment, Zhuheng broke the silence, inquiring, what you said earlier, was that all true? Yin Mengran hesitated slightly, reflecting on her previous statements. Although she was unsure which particular remark Zhuheng referred to, she affirmed the truth of her words with a nod, responding, yes, indeed. Zhuheng remained silent for a few seconds, then unexpectedly declared, I won't allow you to face him alone. If he dares to offend you again, inform me, and I shall assist you. Do not act foolishly. Yin Mengran blinked in surprise, taken aback by Ju Heng's words. She had not anticipated him to express such concern. If she was not merely overthinking, then perhaps he was genuinely worried about her. This indicated that she held some significance in his heart, otherwise, he would not care or utter such sentiments. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily crept upon Yin Mengran's lips. In her moment of anger, her words had been exaggerated. She certainly did not wish to exchange her life for Liu Yinshuo's. That would be utterly unworthy. All right, I understand, she quickly agreed, her tone unmistakably laced with joy. She had not expected to gain such an unexpected reward. Ju Heng's attitude had alleviated the frustration she felt earlier in the morning regarding Liu Yinshuo. The two proceeded to school together, and as they entered the classroom, Ju Heng sensed the palpable atmosphere of impending exams. Typically, this time of day was filled with chatter, games, and copying assignments. However, today, an unusual tranquility enveloped the room. Most students were diligently utilizing the last moments to study, striving to absorb as much knowledge as possible, while a few indifferent individuals slumbered quietly, devoid of conversation. In the past, Ju Heng paid little heed to such an atmosphere, often joining the slumbering faction or engaging in unrelated activities, resolute in his disinterest in studying. Yet today, he too was influenced by the ambience, acutely aware of the tension preceding the examination, and felt an urge to sit down and commence his revision. Who could guarantee that even a brief moment of study in the morning might not yield a few extra points on his score? As Ju Heng settled into his seat, his deskmate, Tang Ji, leaned in and whispered, "Did anyone follow you this morning? Or was there some sort of conflict?" Ju Heng was taken aback and regarded her with curiosity. "How do you know?" Liu Yinshuo, right, I guessed as much. I had a similar experience last night. Last night? Ju Heng paused momentarily, but soon pieced together the situation. It appeared that Liu Yinshuo had not only troubled them but had also sought out Tangji the previous night. However, there was no need for him to inquire further. The outcome was already apparent. If anyone could easily gain the upper hand in a confrontation with Tangji, he would be intrigued to meet that individual and perhaps learn a few tricks, yet it was clear that this person could not be Liu Yinshuo. If he were to provoke Tangji, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Ju Heng had no time to dwell on such matters. His focus needed to remain on his studies, as the monthly exams loomed ever closer. Although there were numerous assessments in the senior year, they provided a clear insight into each student's recent academic performance, ensuring that students maintained a state of diligence leading up to the college entrance examinations. Laziness was not an option. Upon entering the examination hall, Ju Heng allowed himself a moment of relaxation. He understood that only by maintaining a calm demeanor and avoiding anxiety could he perform to the best of his abilities. For Ju Heng, this was a battle of utmost significance. For Yin Mengran, the ranking within the grade had lost its paramount importance. What was once a source of pride for parents, a reason for commendation, had now been diminished. There was no one left to feel proud for her accomplishments, nor would anyone praise or reward her for her performance. Thus, she swiftly completed the exam paper, even omitting the review process, her mind wandering to other thoughts. Although she had reassured Ju Heng before the exam, she was nonetheless deeply concerned for him, worried about his state of mind, fearful of him encountering difficult questions, anxious that pressure might cause him to falter. "I must prepare him a nourishing meal tonight. He needs to replenish his strength. It seems he's been staying up late recently. And he must ensure he gets adequate rest. He cannot afford another night like last night. He will surely succeed, right?" "Yes, he will definitely succeed. I believe in him." Yin Mengran nodded, her thoughts drifting far away as she focused on Ju Heng. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly begun to place his importance above her own. Cough, cough, this student, please focus on your exam paper. Yin Mengran snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Behind her in the same examination hall, Tong Yining watched Yin Mengran with a contemplative gaze. In the past, during an exam, they would often exchange glances and share knowing smiles, but now, she could no longer catch Yin Mengran's gaze, just as Ju Heng would no longer glance her way. The day of examination swiftly passed, and upon returning to class, students began to gather their belongings in preparation for their journey home. With another exam scheduled for the following day, they could expect results to be released a few days later. As school concluded, Liang Jiaxiang approached Lu Yinshuo's empty desk, his expression thoughtful and inscrutable. At that moment, Kong Yu approached, lightly patting Liang Jiaxiang's arm, and inquired, "Where's Lu Yinshuo? He didn't come to the exam today." Liang Jiaxiang exhaled heavily, nodding in response, "No, and I doubt he will come tomorrow either." What? What happened? Is he all right? Kong Yu furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the situation. Liang Jiaxiang did not answer, but his expression seemed to convey everything, prompting Kong Yu to refrain from further questioning. He was uncertain about what had transpired with Lu Yinshuo, but it appeared to be quite serious. Yin Mengran waited at the school gate for Zhu Heng to emerge so they could walk home together. After a short while, she noticed Tangji exiting first. Upon seeing Yin Mengran, Tangji approached her, asking, "Are you waiting for Zhu Heng?" "Yes." "How did your exam go?" "No, wait. I shouldn't ask, it must have been easy for you." Yin Mengran chuckled softly. Although she ranked first in their class, she acknowledged that in terms of intellect, she felt inferior to Tangji. Tangji nodded, replying, "It was fine. I didn't encounter any difficult questions, but whether I got them all right remains uncertain." As the two conversed, Zhu Heng emerged from the building. However, in stark contrast to Tangji's calm demeanor, he appeared troubled, lost in thought. "Will I be able to answer that last question correctly? If I get that question wrong, it won't be the end of the world, right? I should have enough points." Chapter 57, "It should just be a coincidence, right?" Tangji observed Zhu Heng approaching and gently patted Yin Mengran's back, saying, "Go on, he needs you now." With that, she departed, leaving Yin Mengran standing there in a daze, muttering, "He needs me." She gazed at Tangji's receding figure, her mouth slightly agape, feeling a surge of happiness at Tangji's words, even if she was uncertain of their deeper meaning. As Zhu Heng walked, he was lost in thought, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, Yin Mengran appeared before him, peering at him with a smile. "Hello, how did the exam go?" "I'm not sure, it should be fine, I suppose." Zhu Heng silently shook his head, his expression serious, revealing his underlying concern. He had merely recalled what he had learned and written down the answers, unaware of their correctness. If asked, he would feel confident that he had answered everything, having filled in every question without leaving any blank. Sigh, Zhu Heng exhaled, acknowledging that he had done his utmost. If the outcome was still unfavorable, he would have to accept. Yin Mengran noticed Zhu Heng's demeanor and was momentarily taken aback. Throughout their interactions, he had always exuded an air of emotional stability, facing challenges with composure, unflinching in the face of adversity, and exhibiting remarkable maturity, almost as if he were significantly older than her. He had cared for her like an elder, yet now, witnessing him, like an ordinary student, troubled by the exam, made her feel that the distance between them was not as great as she had thought. Especially seeing him with his head down, seemingly lacking confidence, stirred a protective instinct within her. For a fleeting moment, she yearned to embrace him, not wanting to see him distressed. However, she restrained herself, recognizing that they were in public and that her actions might unduly affect Zhu Heng. Gently tugging at his arm, she said, "All right, let's not dwell on the exam any longer. Shall we head back to review for tomorrow's test?" Zhu Heng turned his face towards Yin Mengran, catching sight of her soft pink lips curving into a smile. For some reason, his heart felt lighter, as if the importance of comfort had suddenly dawned on him. Alone, he feared he would struggle to study effectively that night. "Okay," he replied, and together they walked home, discussing the exam questions and answers. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was watching their every move. "Ran, why is she with Zhu Heng?" Tong Yining stood frozen, as if her mind had lost control, unable to believe her eyes. Why was Yin Mengran leaving with Zhu Heng? Were they close? Just yesterday, she had learned that Tangji was actually Zhu Heng's sister, which had relieved her worries about Zhu Heng being with Tangji. She had intended to keep a low profile, avoiding Zhu Heng, thinking it would be counterproductive to approach him now. She planned to wait until Zhu Heng seemed in a better mood before slowly drawing near, knowing she had a year to build her connection with him. Yet, witnessing this scene made it hard for her to reconcile. The sight of Yin Mengran and Zhu Heng together, without Tangji, left her bewildered about their destination. It should just be a coincidence, right? Tong Yining muttered to herself, attempting to comfort her racing thoughts, while her gaze remained fixed on the pair as they departed. She found it challenging to envision Juheng and Yin Mengran together, especially since she had once doubted even Chen Run's slim chances with Juheng. The idea of Yin Mengran being a possibility had never crossed her mind. In her perception, the two belonged to entirely different worlds, opposite in temperament, disposition, and academic performance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tong Yining shook her head, dismissing the dangerous thoughts swirling in her mind. She couldn't bring herself to believe that there could be anything between Yin Mengran and Juheng. Perhaps it was best to pretend she hadn't seen anything at all. Upon returning home, Yin Mengran encouraged Juheng to focus on his studies, offering to prepare dinner. Juheng accepted without hesitation, knowing he had to make the most of his time, with another exam looming the next day. After dinner, while Yin Mengran tidied up, Juheng continued to study. Once Yin Mengran had finished cleaning the table and washing the dishes, she stepped out of the kitchen and approached Juheng from behind. Unbeknownst to him, she gently placed her hands on his shoulders. Juheng turned abruptly, surprised to see Yin Mengran behind him. He was puzzled by her sudden gesture of offering a shoulder massage. I just noticed you seemed tired, so. Yin Mengran lowered her head, blushing as she spoke softly. She struggled to articulate her intentions, simply wanting to alleviate some of Juheng's stress. Juheng swallowed, turning his head away as he replied, "Thank you, but there's really no need for that. I'm fine. I'll study for another hour or so, then head to bed." "It's all right, just focus on your studies." They maintained a quiet atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by Yin Mengran's explanations as she helped Juheng with his studies. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. Juheng knew sleep was imperative, otherwise he would risk a repeat of the previous night's exhaustion. He and Yin Mengran took turns washing up before returning to their respective rooms, preparing for sleep. Typically, Juheng fell asleep swiftly, while Yin Mengran required some time to drift off. However, tonight, both lay wide awake, staring at the dark ceiling above. Chapter 58. I will find a way for you, so do not be so quick to give up. Juheng began to Conversely, if he did not achieve such a significant rise in rank, he must not surrender. His ultimate aspiration remained the Gaokao. Now that he was in his third year of high school, a sense of urgency enveloped him, making him acutely aware that he could not afford to indulge in frivolity any longer. "By the way, Yin Mengran, do you have a university in mind?" Juheng suddenly recalled something and inquired. Upon hearing Juheng's voice, Yin Mengran paused for a few seconds before pondering his question. "No. To be honest, I haven't considered it at all. I never thought I could attend university." Yin Mengran spoke slowly and softly, her response tinged with a hint of timidity and a touch of melancholy. Before arriving at Juheng's home, she had even contemplated the possibility of never returning to school, instead opting for any job that could sustain her, regardless of whether it aligned with her passions. She envisioned marrying someone, irrespective of her feelings, as long as they offered her material support, and simply allowing her life to pass by in such a haphazard manner seemed quite satisfactory. However, after encountering Juheng, a flicker of hope rekindled within her heart. She yearned to continue her education, to approach her life with earnestness, eschewing carelessness, and she wished to make thoughtful choices in matters of the heart, striving to pursue the one she cherished. Most importantly, she desired to repay Juheng in any way possible. "You must give it serious thought. With your exceptional grades, how could you not attend university? But attending university requires money, and I feel that whether I go or not, do not be so quick to give up." Juheng's words once again plunged Yin Mengran into silence. She found it difficult to respond. Her heart swelled with joy and a desire to accept his offer, yet both morally and emotionally, she felt she should not. Juheng owed her nothing. In fact, she felt indebted to him in many ways. Unsure of how to reciprocate, she could not allow him to continue aiding her in this manner, as it weighed heavily on her conscience. "I will consider it." She recognized that there was still a year to deliberate, and for the moment, she need not dwell on such matters. After all, who could predict what the future might hold? Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Nevertheless, if pressed to make a choice right now, she would undoubtedly assert without hesitation that she wished to attend the same university as Juheng. Having relinquished her hopes of ever attending university, it was Juheng who had reignited that hope within her. Thus, she no longer cared about the institution's prestige. Being with Juheng was what truly mattered to her. Even if Juheng were to attend a vocational college, she would want to join him. After a while, both of them succumbed to slumber. Early the next morning, it was Yin Mengran who awoke first. She intended to prepare breakfast as well as lunch for both herself and Juheng, hoping to afford him some extra time to rest. Upon Juheng's awakening and discovering Yin Mengran bustling about in the kitchen, he understood the situation. However, rather than retreating to his room to sleep, he opted to begin reviewing his studies early in the morning, as he believed the day's success hinged upon the morning's endeavors. He aimed to memorize as much as possible while his mind was still fresh. After breakfast, they headed to school together. Compared to the first day, Juheng felt considerably more relaxed. The thought that the day's examination would soon conclude brought him joy. He had already planned to reward himself with some gaming after returning home, a long overdue indulgence, which made him somewhat impatient, significantly alleviating his tension. Just as they stepped through the school gates, Juheng heard a voice calling from behind, "Wait, Juheng." Both he and Yin Mengran turned to see an approaching figure, and their brows furrowed in unison. The sole individual capable of eliciting such a reaction from them was none other than their class's abstract representative, Kong Yu. Yin Mengran leaned closer to Juheng and quietly asked, "Are you close with him?" "Not really, we're not connected." Juheng quickly waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Being perceived as having a close relationship with this individual would be the end of him. He had no desire to become so abstract. Kong Yu reached Juheng's side, glanced at Yin Mengran, and immediately shot Juheng an "I understand" look, which made Juheng want to punch him and, even more so, to tell him to get lost. Subsequently, Kong Yu, with a wry smile, said, "Bro, can you help me out? I'm in a bit of a predicament." "First, I'm not your bro. Second, your predicament has nothing to do with me, and I can't assist you," Juheng responded, shaking his head with an expression of indifference, as though he were conversing with a complete stranger. Kong Yu awkwardly grinned, then clasped his hands together and bowed his head, sincerely pleading, "I beg you, brother, please help me. I promise to repay you handsomely once this is resolved." Juheng instinctively opened his mouth to refuse, but the next moment, he furrowed his brow, looking at Kong Yu with interest, and asked, "Really?" "Yes." "Really?" Kong Yu raised his head, realizing there might be a chance, and nodded earnestly. "All right, I want a skin from a game, you buy it for me, and I'll help you." "Sure, I'll buy it." Juheng crossed his arms and tilted his head, asking, "Are you sure? Aren't you going to ask how much it costs?" "No problem, no matter the cost, I'll buy it. I must show you my sincerity." Kong Yu exclaimed, waving his arm grandly. In his mind, how much could a game skin possibly cost? Could it be more than 1,000? Having played numerous mobile games, he figured a skin would only cost around 100 or 2. Meanwhile, Yin Mengran raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Last weekend, when Tangji visited Juheng's home, she recalled Tangji mentioning that Juheng had long desired a weapon skin for a game, which cost over 2,000. Although it could be purchased with her living expenses, if he did not meet the standards in this monthly assessment, part of those expenses would be deducted, making it impossible to buy. At that time, she had genuinely contemplated purchasing it as a gift for Juheng. However, her current funds were insufficient. She had initially thought about finding a part-time job over the weekend and, after a few weeks, buying it for Juheng. Was the skin Juheng mentioned the same as the one Tangji had referred to? "All right, since you are so earnest, I can assist you. Now, tell me, what do you need help with?" Kong Yu's face lit up with joy, and he bowed to Juheng, saying, "Brother, please help me get Tong Yining to go out with me." Chapter 59, Even if you are deceiving me, I will accept it. What is it? Upon hearing this, Juheng's brows, as sharp as a freshly painted sword, instantly furrowed, and he took a step forward. This startled Kong Yu, who immediately took a step back, using his hands to shield his head, fearing that Juheng had come to strike him. Hey, a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. It was not only Juheng who reacted strongly. The displeasure was evident on Yin Mengran's face as well. After all, it was perfectly reasonable for him to seek assistance, yet he had chosen the one person he should not have approached. Was he not merely reopening Juheng's wounds? One could not help but wonder if he was merely looking for trouble. I cannot assist you, seek help elsewhere. Juheng waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. His suggestion that Kong Yu purchase that skin had merely been a jest. He would never extort his classmates over a trivial favor. Initially, he intended to dissuade him, but seeing Kong Yu's persistence, he reluctantly acquiesced, with no intention of demanding anything in return. He had assumed it was a minor issue, yet he was taken aback by Kong Yu's audacity to ask for such help. If he could indeed persuade Tong Yining to meet, why had he not done so before? Was it a matter of reluctance? Come on, bro, just help me out, I truly have no other options. Kong Yu hurriedly pursued him, his face resembling someone on the verge of tears, hands clasped in a plea, desperately begging. He was aware that the likelihood of Juheng fulfilling this request was slim, but upon reflection, it seemed that he had no one else suitable to turn to. Juheng's expression turned impatient as he opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, Yin Mengran stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Juheng. If you cannot secure a meeting yourself, how could you expect to succeed by relying on someone else's help? Even if you manage to arrange it, it would likely be due to Juheng's goodwill. Do you truly believe it would hold any significance? This, upon hearing Yin Mengran's words, Kong Yu's tongue seemed tied in knots, leaving him speechless. He could find no rebuttal, for her reasoning was indeed sound. He had always thought that merely getting Tong Yining to agree to meet would be half the battle won. However, now it dawned on him that being able to arrange it was merely the beginning. If he could not even secure that, what hope was there for anything further? Do you understand? In the future, do not bring such matters to me again. Juheng pushed past Kong Yu and strode forward. Kong Yu stood frozen in place, letting out a resigned sigh as his spirits plummeted. His last flicker of hope had been extinguished, and he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Should he simply give up? Yin Mengran did not hurry away. Instead, once Juheng had departed, she leaned in closer to Kong Yu and spoke softly. You still have a chance, do not give up. Perhaps you may yet succeed. Really? Kong Yu's head shot up, his eyes sparkling. The hope that had just been dashed was reignited by Yin Mengran's words. Truly, you go for it. After speaking, Yin Mengran hurriedly left. Truth be told, she was uncertain of the veracity of her words, having uttered them on a whim. Her motivation stemmed from a previous comment made by Juheng, suggesting she facilitate a connection between Tong Yining and Kong Yu. Though she could not fathom the reasoning behind it, she complied, believing that if Kong Yu were to pursue Tong Yining, it would eliminate any chance for Tong Yining to pursue Juheng. Oh, Kong Yu smirked, for if even someone like Yin Mengran believed it, he had no reason to doubt. This meant he indeed possessed a viable chance and did not require anyone else's assistance. I have attained enlightenment. Suddenly, Kong Yu felt a surge of clarity, a confident smile returning to his face as he walked into the classroom. The morning examination commenced swiftly, with students entering the examination room to begin. Juheng's mindset was markedly improved compared to the previous day, feeling considerably more relaxed as he answered questions, unlike yesterday when his palms had sweated profusely as he wrote. Once the morning exam concluded, everyone prepared for lunch. Juheng returned to his classroom, intending to sit down and eat, only to find Yin Mengran and Tangji already seated at his spot, enjoying their meals. Upon seeing Juheng enter, Yin Mengran's face lit up, and she waved cheerfully at him. As Juheng settled into his seat, he muttered, "You all must be quite carefree about your grades." How fortunate. The demeanor of Yin Mengran and Tangji stood in stark contrast to his own. For them, these past 2 days of examinations felt no different from regular school days. They felt no anxiety or concern. Juheng admired Yin Mengran's composure. If he were ranked first in the class, he would undoubtedly feel a constant pressure to maintain his position, fearing being surpassed or outshone. The drop from first place would be a significant blow, yet Yin Mengran exhibited no signs of tension, appearing completely unconcerned. Tangji casually snatched a fried egg from Juheng's lunchbox with her chopsticks and remarked, "Who told you not to study properly before? You're not unintelligent. If you had applied yourself, you wouldn't lag behind us." She then took a bite of the fried egg and turned to Yin Mengran, asking, "Did you make this?" "Yes, is it delicious?" Very much so. Juheng shook his head beside them, casting an exasperated glance at Tang Ji. You keep offering such futile reassurances, claiming I am no worse than others. I've grown weary of hearing that since childhood. Tang Ji maintained a calm expression and replied softly, I speak the truth, those who can surpass me cannot be that far behind. Juheng was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tang Ji for several seconds without uttering a word. At that moment, Yin Mengran nodded in agreement, adding, I believe so as well, you truly have no shortcomings. In every regard, well, at least, that is my opinion. Juheng fell into silence, and after a brief pause, he finally spoke, fine, even if you are deceiving me, I will accept it. Thank you both. Tang Ji and Yin Mengran exchanged knowing smiles, and upon witnessing this, Juheng's lips curled into a slight smile. After a while they were eating, Tang Ji suddenly remarked, Juheng, my mom asked me yesterday if there were any dishes you particularly wanted. She plans to prepare them for when you come to my house this weekend. I nearly forgot about that, I'm fine with anything, I don't have any particular cravings. Juheng suddenly remembered he had promised to visit Tang Ji's home this weekend, almost letting it slip his mind. Upon hearing this, Yin Mengran quietly lowered her head, realizing she would likely be at home that day, unsure of when Juheng would return. Just then, Tang Ji glanced at Yin Mengran and shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, you should come along with Juheng. Chapter 60 I am indeed a person of few words. Yin Mengran blinked her wide eyes, pointing at herself and stammering, Can I go too? Of course. What, do you think I would let you stay home alone? It's settled then, you must come. Yin Mengran took a deep breath and nodded earnestly, replying, millimeter. Outside the classroom, Tang Yining peered through the window, observing the three individuals within, her expression grave. What exactly is the relationship between Ran and Juheng? Are they friends? When did this happen? Since last night, Tang Yining had been preoccupied with this matter, which had disrupted her sleep and appetite, causing her to perform poorly on the morning exam. She attempted to recall any connection between Yin Mengran and Juheng, but no matter how hard she pondered, she could not fathom how the two had come to know each other. Tang Yining clenched her hands tightly, biting her lip, feeling a surge of unease. Could it be that Juheng has started to like Ran? Is that why he has been keeping his distance from me? The root of Tang Yining's anxiety lay in her awareness that Yin Mengran surpassed her in every aspect, be it character, academic performance, or appearance. If Juheng truly had feelings for Yin Mengran, then her chances would certainly diminish. Tong, what are you doing? At that moment, a voice that sent shivers down her spine reached her ears. She instinctively stepped aside, staring in terror at the person beside her. Upon seeing him, she felt a wave of dread wash over her. It was Kong Yu. He wore a smirk that he deemed charming, yet to an outsider, it appeared utterly repugnant. What do you want? Don't you come near me, if you do, I'll scream. Tang Yining retreated repeatedly, as if trying to escape a plague, wishing to flee to the ends of the earth. No. I mean no harm, I just wanted to ask if you have time this weekend. Kong Yu chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Tang Yining. Terrified, Tang Yining shook her head vigorously. No, I have a blind date arranged by my family this weekend. After that, I have to go home to harvest wheat, and then I have to work at the textile factory at night. I am too busy, I have no time at all. Kong Yu's mouth twitched, unsure of what Tang Yining was saying, but it seemed to imply a refusal. Noticing her gaze occasionally drifting into the classroom, he followed her line of sight and spotted Juheng and the others. Who are you looking at? Are you watching Juheng and the others? Tang Yining shot him a glare, lifting her chin defiantly, retorting, What business is it of yours? Kong Yu smacked his lips, suddenly recalling something, and hastily said, By the way, did you know? I heard that Juheng and class monitor Yin Mengran seem to be living together. Really? Tang Yining replied dismissively, before continuing to fixate on the classroom. After about 3 seconds, her pupils gradually turned towards Kong Yu, her mouth slightly agape, blinking in disbelief. What did you just say? Seeing that he had successfully captured Tang Yining's attention, Kong Yu continued, You still don't know. Look, isn't he Lu Yinshore absent too? When I spoke to him last night, he told me that because of this matter, he seems to have no intention of coming to school anymore. What on earth is going on? Hurry up and tell me. Tong Yining took a step closer to Kong Yu, her face betraying a look of confusion mixed with urgency, as if she desperately craved the truth. A glint of triumph flickered in Kong Yu's eyes, and he couldn't suppress the grin that crept onto his lips. Oh dear, but it wouldn't be proper of me to casually divulge other secrets, would it? I am, after all, a person of discretion. Though Kong Yu attempted to feign a troubled demeanor, his expression resembled that of a petty schemer reveling in his own cleverness. Tong Yining's face twisted in disgust as she stepped back, gritting her teeth and whispering, "So, what would it take for you to tell me?" I thought about it, and discussing such matters at school isn't ideal. If someone overhears, Juheng might retaliate against me, thus, it's much safer to talk outside of school. I'll be free this weekend. Kong Yu clapped his hands and then placed them behind his back, glancing around furtively, his words laden with obvious implications. You mean you want me to go out with you this weekend, and then you'll tell me? Tong Yining inhaled deeply, her brows knitted tightly. She hadn't anticipated that Kong Yu would resort to such shameless tactics to coerce her. That is about the gist of it. What do you think? After all, I'm the only one privy to this matter. Kong Yu dropped any pretense, directly stating his intent, having discerned that Tong Yining was genuinely eager to learn the details. Sure enough, after Kong Yu finished speaking, Tong Yining displayed a troubled expression, as if she were lost in serious contemplation. Noticing she hadn't yet agreed, Kong Yu pressed on, "Oh, this is quite the scandalous affair, and I haven't told anyone else. I am wary of getting into trouble myself, but I see you're quite eager to know, so I'm risking it all to inform you. If you're not interested, I'd be fine just keeping this secret to myself." With that, Kong Yu turned to leave, though his pace was so slow that even an elderly person with a cane could outpace him. It was a deliberate tactic of feigned indifference. He couldn't simply walk away without making an impression, could he? Tong Yining wasn't oblivious. If she couldn't see through this, she'd have lived in vain. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse this secret. She yearned to uncover it. The news of Juheng and Yin Mengran living together had struck her like a thunderbolt. If she didn't pursue this further, she would be in agony. After about 10 seconds, Kong Yu hadn't even moved 2 meters away, while Tong Yining had grappled with her thoughts 100 times in her mind. Was she truly going to sell her soul for a morsel of information? If this secret was indeed known only to Kong Yu, then she had no choice but to inquire. After all, it was merely a brief outing. She wasn't agreeing to a date. She could learn the secret and then leave. Finally, Tong Yining lifted her head, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Fine, I'll go out with you this weekend, but you must tell me everything you know." Kong Yu halted in his tracks, his grin nearly reaching his ears. He quickly composed himself, turned to Tong Yining, and softly assured her, "Rest assured, I will tell you everything, word for word." Chapter 61. I will let her watch me run long distances in silence. After finishing lunch during the break, Yin Mengran returned to her seat, perusing her books and reviewing the subjects for the afternoon. At that moment, a girl approached her and said, "Class monitor, the homeroom teacher is looking for you. Please go to the office." "Oh, all right." Yin Mengran nodded, closed her book, and stood up to leave the classroom. She arrived at the office, knocked on the door, and entered. Approaching her homeroom teacher's desk, she noticed that the teacher was on the phone. Upon seeing Yin Mengran, the teacher gestured for her to take a seat in the chair beside her and wait. Yin Mengran sat down, patiently waiting for the call to conclude. Once the teacher hung up, she turned her attention to Yin Mengran and said, "Yin Mengran, I have something to ask you. Our class's physical education committee member, Lu Yinshore, has transferred schools and will no longer be returning." Yin Mengran's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a picture of astonishment. Instantly, memories of her confrontation with Lu Yinshore the previous morning flooded her mind. He was transferring today. Could it possibly be because of her? That seemed utterly absurd. Regardless of the circumstances, transferring schools at this point, with only a year left until the college entrance examinations, would undoubtedly have repercussions. The homeroom teacher sighed and continued, "As a result, The position of the Physical Education Committee member is now vacant. You have a good rapport with your classmates, right? Feel free to choose someone. After all, once we reach the end of the senior year, the role becomes less significant, primarily aimed at assisting with the upcoming sports meet. Oh well, Yin Mengran scratched her head awkwardly, at a loss for words. She truly had no idea whom to choose. If she were to follow her instincts, the first choice would undoubtedly be Juhang, as he seemed the most suitable in every regard. However, she sensed that Juhang would not relish the idea of becoming a class officer, especially with the added responsibility of managing the sports meet. If given the choice, she thought it best for him to rest instead, so she refrained. As for the others, she hesitated to make any suggestions, as she did not know them well enough. I think it would be best if you decided, teacher. I really don't know who to choose. I see. Well then, let me consider who performs well in sports in our class. You may head back for now. Okay. After Yin Mengran left, the homeroom teacher began contemplating who might be suitable for the position of Physical Education Committee member. While athletic performance alone did not define capability, it was preferable to select. The moment Juhang stepped out of the examination room, he felt an immense sense of relief. Regardless of the outcome, the weight of the pressure had lifted, and he felt quite exhilarated. Just as he intended to return to the classroom, he spotted the homeroom teacher standing at the door. Juhang paused for a moment, feigning calmness as he proceeded forward, but with each step, he sensed something was amiss. The teacher's gaze seemed to be fixed upon him. Had he done something wrong? He believed not. Just as Juhang prepared to act as though he had not seen the homeroom teacher and walk into the classroom, she suddenly called out to him, Juhang, wait a moment. Oh, what is it, teacher? Juhang halted, glancing at the homeroom teacher with a quiet inquiry. Well, Liu Yinshore has transferred out, leaving the position of Physical Education Committee member open. Would you be willing to take it? Transferred out. Wait, me as the Physical Education Committee member? Don't joke around, teacher. I can't handle being a class officer. Juhang waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the notion without a second thought. The homeroom teacher squinted her eyes and remarked, it's not a significant burden. Since we're in our senior year, academics should take precedence. Plus, with the sports meet coming up, we need someone to assist Yin Mengran with these matters. After the meet, it will just be a title with little responsibility. Then I would be responsible for the sports meet. Juhang paused, widening his eyes as he looked at the homeroom teacher with curiosity. Yes, primarily for reporting events and similar tasks. It won't be too troublesome. All right, then I can do it. Juhang nodded in agreement, surprising even the homeroom teacher, who wondered why he had been so resistant moments before yet now seemed so eager to accept. That's great. You may return now. Juhang returned to the class and took his seat. The homeroom teacher soon followed, standing at the podium to address the students. I have an announcement. Some of you may already know. Consequently, Juhang will be taking over his position as our class's Physical Education Committee member, responsible for the upcoming sports meet. Huh. Yin Mengran was taken aback, her mouth agape. She turned to look at Juhang, who, feeling the weight of his classmates' gaze upon him, lowered his head in embarrassment. Yin Mengran had not anticipated that Juhang would agree to such a responsibility. She had assumed he would categorically refuse. Only Tangji wore a troubled expression, her brow furrowed as she turned to Juhang and remarked, how ruthless of you, accepting the role of committee member just to deal with me. Juhang raised his head. You've truly gone all out. Who told you to say I couldn't run long distances? If you take back your words and admit that I'm stronger than you, we can end this. In your dreams. After school that evening, Tong Yining deliberately observed as Juhang exited the classroom, promptly followed by Yin Mengran. Had she not overheard that piece of news, she would not have paid attention. However, the thought of the two possibly returning to the same home made her heart ache. On the way home, Juhang appeared. Meanwhile, Yin Mengran pondered why the homeroom teacher had chosen Juhang and why he had agreed to the position. Was he coerced? After a moment, she suddenly realized that with the exam, wasn't there some conflict between Juhang and Tangji regarding the events for the meet? In other words, was Juhang's intention to obstruct Tangji? Yin Mengran softly inquired, Juheng, now that the exams are over, we should start thinking about the sports meet. What events are you and Tangji planning to sign up for? Juheng nodded and replied, I can sign up for anything. Unless she retracts those hurtful words, I will not allow her to register. I will let her watch me run long distances in silence. Chapter 62, If you cannot manage it, then let her stay at my house. But having Tangji sign up was a punishment I initially set for her. Isn't it a bit? Weren't you wagering with me to win? Isn't it for me to sign up? Now that I have agreed to participate, she is no longer needed. But I believe that if Tangji also signed up, she would certainly be able to win. There's no need to exclude her. Yin Mingran's voice grew softer until it was nearly inaudible. When she raised her head to look at Juheng, she found him gazing back at her, prompting her to hastily shake her head and explain, no. Forget I said anything, please don't be angry. Juheng remained silent for a moment before slowly inquiring, Yin Mengran, where do you stand between me and Tangji? Whom do you support? Upon hearing this question, Yin Mengran was momentarily taken aback. She then lowered her gaze, her expression falling, while her ears subtly flushed with color. In a voice quieter than a whisper, she replied, you. After responding, she quickly lifted her head and added, but I still hope that you both do not stand opposed to each other. I wish for you to be on the same side. Oh. Juheng raised an eyebrow, noticing the determination in her eyes, which starkly contrasted with her earlier fearful demeanor. They fell into silence, walking a considerable distance before Juheng gently nodded and said, all right, I understand. I will defer to you, please arrange things for us. Really, are you serious? Yin Mengran found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, Juheng had appeared utterly unyielding. How could he suddenly change his mind? Moreover, he was allowing her to take charge. They had nearly come to blows over this matter before. Yes, truly, since you have said so, what more can I contest? Reflecting on it now, I should not have quarrelled with Tangji over such trivial matters. It was my narrow-mindedness. Oh, Yin Mingran's mouth formed an O shape, her surprise evident. She realized that Juheng was indeed different now. It seemed that ever since she had fallen asleep in his embrace and awakened, he had undergone subtle changes. Though she was uncertain of the reasons, she felt delighted that Juheng could evolve in such a manner, sensing that he had become more of a man. All right. I will take charge of the discussion with Tangji. We shall convene together to deliberate on how to arrange things reasonably for you both. Juheng nodded, stating, yes, I will do my utmost to assist you. Upon returning home, Juheng eagerly powered on his computer and logged into the game. Moments later, he heard Tangji's voice through his headphones, finally online. Are you happy? We can finally play the game. What do you think? Thankfully, I didn't purchase a pass this season. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. What about Yin Mengran? She said that since I have just finished my exams, I should play the game while she prepares dinner. Such a considerate person. Treat her well. If you can't manage it, let her stay at my house. She is my tutor. How could I possibly let her go to you, without you even saying I would treat her well? The two chatted in the bedroom while, at the door, Yin Mengran stood, not intentionally eavesdropping but having happened upon the conversation. Upon hearing this, she subtly curved her lips, a smile brightening her eyes, before returning to the kitchen to continue her cooking. About half an hour later, Yin Mengran brought the freshly prepared dishes to the dining table and then peeked into the bedroom, softly announcing, dinner is ready. Come eat. All right, coming, Juheng replied, turning to Tangji in his headphones, saying, no more playing, I'm logging off to eat. Okay. After that, he shut down the computer and joined Yin Mengran at the dining table, ready to eat. Juheng had grown accustomed to enjoying the meals prepared by Yin Mengran, and he had to admit that her cooking was indeed skillful, rivaling his own. Just as they lifted their bowls and picked up their chopsticks to begin their meal, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock, ho. Juheng and Yin Mengran both paused, exchanging bewildered glances. Typically, no one visited their home, apart from Tangji, and it was now around 10 in the evening. Who could it be? Yin Mengran felt a twinge of fear, slowly placing her bowl and chopsticks down, barely daring to breathe. Juheng stood up, saying, I'll go see who it is. He felt no fear. Even if there were intruders outside, he could handle 2 or 3 of them without issue. Approaching the door, he did not bother to inquire who was there and simply opened it. Standing at the door was a woman appearing to be in her 40s, with the passage of time leaving its marks at the corners of her eyes. Nevertheless, she was dressed beautifully and radiated vitality. As she saw Juheng, her face lit up with a smile. "Son, have you missed me?" Juheng's eyelids drooped slightly as he replied with a hint of exasperation, "No, Mom, why are you here? And at this hour, why didn't you give me a heads up? I knew you just finished your exams and couldn't wait to hear your results. I called Xiaoji, and she told me that you are studying diligently now." As Juheng's mother spoke, she began to step inside, but in the next moment, Juheng blocked her way, saying, "Mom, I just finished my exams, and the results aren't out yet. Wait until I have them before I tell you. Why the rush?" She placed the items in her hands down and pulled out a red envelope, bulging with contents, raising her eyebrows at Juheng as she asked, "Are you eager for your allowance? Don't you want it?" "I do, please come in." Juheng stepped aside, allowing his mother to enter. Yin Mengran, sitting at the dining table, immediately stood up upon seeing Juheng's mother, feeling nervous and preparing to greet her. However, as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she realized that his mother seemed unaware of her presence. She entered, immediately beginning to unpack the items she had brought, handing them to Juheng. "This is some delicious food for you and Xiaoji. It's all things you can't find around here. Once school starts, take it with you and enjoy it together. Mom, this is, oh, right, I brought your autumn clothes too. Make sure to wear them when it gets cold, so you don't catch a cold, understood?" Got it, Mom." "She is speaking of colds. Your father caught a cold a couple of days ago, and I brought you 2 boxes of a particularly effective cold medicine. Keep it on hand, take it if you catch a cold." "Mom, let me speak." Juheng exclaimed loudly, stopping his mother from continuing, and then pointed to the side. Juheng's mother paused, looking in the direction he indicated, and noticed the shyly step. "You didn't take advantage of the situation to do anything to her, did you?" Juheng's mother suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, glancing between Yin Mengran and Juheng, seemingly at a loss for words, as if her ability to speak had been stripped away. Juheng had anticipated her reaction and introduced her to Yin Mengran, saying, "This is my mother." "Hello, Auntie, I am Yin Mengran." Yin Mengran greeted nervously, her hands clasped in front of her, awkwardly twisting the hem of her garment, exceedingly cautious. She had not expected Juheng's mother to arrive so suddenly, catching her completely off guard. She hadn't even had the opportunity to slip away and hide. What would she do if she were to be expelled from the house? Hello, I'm Liu Wei, Juheng's mother." Juheng's mother appeared increasingly anxious, as if she were the stranger in the situation, her tone mirroring that of Yin Mengran's. "Liu Auntie," Yin Mengran called out softly, unsure of what to say next. She pondered whether she should explain who she was and why she was there, but she found herself at a loss for words. Liu Wei cleared her throat a few times, as if struggling with dryness, then turned to Juheng, hastily pushing him toward the bedroom and closing the door behind them. In a lowered voice, she pointed toward the outside and questioned, "What is going on? Have you got a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell us you were dating? You're in your senior year, at a crucial time for your studies. How could you know? She's a classmate." Juheng had foreseen her suspicion and casually clarified, "A classmate? What is she doing here so late? Isn't her family worried? A girl staying here at this hour? No, you must take her home immediately." Liu Wei frowned, giving Juheng a push, intending to force him out. However, Juheng stood his ground, sighed, and said, "Mom, listen to me, this is Yin Mengran. She has a special situation, special." Juheng proceeded to recount the events of that rainy night when he met Yin Mengran, detailing her current predicament. The more Liu Wei listened, the more her brow furrowed, her expression grave, occasionally gasping in shock. She sat quietly in a chair, absorbing Juheng's account without uttering a word. "That's how it is. How could I not help her? If you were in this situation, wouldn't you want assistance?" Juheng concluded, spreading his hands to clarify everything. He had nothing to hide, believing wholeheartedly that his actions were justified. After listening, Liu Wei stroked her chin in contemplation for a moment before nodding and murmuring, "Well, you truly did the right thing. In such circumstances, one must offer help. This young girl seems quite decent. How could we not assist her? What if she entertains thoughts of self-harm? She would never doubt Juheng's honesty, as she knew her son's character all too well, thus taking his words at face value. Then, she scrutinized Juheng, asking pointedly, "You didn't take advantage of her vulnerability, did you?" "No." "Well, that's more like it. If you had done anything inappropriate, that would change the nature of the situation entirely. It wouldn't be helping, it would be misconduct." Liu Wei nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping across the bedroom until it landed on the bed. She pointed at the 2 pillows and sets of bedding, looking quizzically at Juheng. "Are you two sleeping together? Why aren't you on the sofa?" "I was supposed to sleep on the sofa, but she insisted on taking it, and I wouldn't agree. In the end, we both ended up here." Juheng scratched his head awkwardly, bemused as to how they had ended up in the same bed, an occurrence that had now become so commonplace that he no longer felt it was unusual. "Oh dear, this room is indeed a bit cramped. Since the lease is about to expire, perhaps it would be best to find you both a new place," Liu Wei mused quietly to herself. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she pulled out an envelope from her pocket, handing it to Juheng. Juheng blinked in surprise as he received it, asking, "You're just giving it to me directly, wasn't it supposed to be awarded only after rising 50 ranks?" "Yes, that was the plan, but given the special circumstances now, you need to support 2 people, and how will you manage? However, do be frugal, no more spending on games." Juheng looked at Liu Wei in astonishment, asking, "Really, Mom, you're okay with Yin Mengran staying?" Liu Wei shot him a look, saying, "Of course. What do you take me for? Knowing how pitiful she is, how could I possibly ignore her? I think this child is quite good, and our family can certainly accommodate 1 more person. You know what, I've always wanted a daughter." Oh, Juheng was certain his mother would agree, as they were indeed cut from the same cloth. Thus, he had shown no signs of panic when she entered, nor did he intend to conceal anything about Yin Mengran. Although they had discussed it beforehand, outside, Yin Mengran sat anxiously at the dining table, untouched food before her, nervously picking at her hands. She had no idea what Juheng and his mother were discussing. As a parent, they surely would not permit her to stay, for she was not their child. If anything were to go awry, they could not bear the responsibility. Though she longed to assert her position, declaring she would never be a burden, it seemed there was no opportunity for her to speak now. What if she had to leave shortly? Where would she go? Just as she had begun to feel a renewed sense of purpose and contentment with her life, was it to end so abruptly? Click! Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Yin Mengran instinctively stood up, her nervousness palpable. Liu Wei emerged, noticing Yin Mengran bending slightly, offering a timid nod. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable. Liu Wei's eyes softened slightly, as if smiling, and she approached gently, saying, "You must be Yin Mengran, right? Then I shall call you Xiaoran. Please, sit down, don't be afraid. From now on, this will be your home as well. There's no need to be tense in your own house." Chapter 64. It is only natural to earn rewards for your labor. My own home. Yin Mengran momentarily paused, softly murmuring to herself, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Doubting her own hearing, she soon confirmed that she had not been mistaken, and a wave of elation surged within her. If she had interpreted that statement correctly, it meant she was permitted to continue residing here, suggesting that she had indeed gained their approval. Liu Wei, upon observing the meal laid out on the dining table, turned to Juheng and remarked, "What were you thinking, spending all your money on video games? Could you not have purchased some better food? Is this all you prepared to entertain Xiaoran? Wouldn't some ribs be more appetizing?" Juheng silently nodded in agreement, refraining from retorting, for he indeed had squandered a considerable amount on gaming. The groceries he bought were predominantly vegetarian, lacking any substantial meat. Yin Mengran quickly interjected, "I apologize, Auntie. I prepared all of this myself. I promise to buy Juheng some delicious food next time." Liu Wei blinked in surprise, looking toward Yin Mengran with disbelief. "You made all of this?" Yes, I did. Since Juheng studies so diligently, I thought I might alleviate some of his burden by cooking for him." "You can cook? My goodness, that's impressive. To be honest, I still can't cook, and at home, it's Juheng's father who does all the cooking." Liu Wei expressed her astonishment, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Yin Mengran. Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Yin Mengran lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. Zhu Heng chimed in, "She cooks quite well. Have you eaten dinner yet? Let me serve you a bowl of rice to sample." With that, Zhu Heng exchanged a knowing glance with Yin Mengran, who promptly went to fetch a bowl of rice for Liu Wei. "All right, I shall taste Xia Ran's culinary skills," Liu Wei nodded, accepting the bowl. Zhu Heng then brought her a chair, and she sat down. As Liu Wei sampled the dishes, nodding approvingly while chewing, she remarked, "Delicious, young people who can cook are becoming increasingly rare. It's even more uncommon to find someone as young as Xia Ran who is so skilled, truly remarkable." Liu Wei did not hold back her compliments. Yin Mengran bit her lip, attempting to smile while maintaining her poise. Being lauded by Zhu Heng's mother filled her heart with joy. "Auntie, you flatter me. By the way, I heard from Zhu Heng that you are a class leader." Yin Mengran nodded and softly replied, "Yes. I am the class monitor." Liu Wei was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as she turned to Zhu Heng, who shrugged and nodded in affirmation. Leaning closer, Liu Wei whispered, "Then, you must excel academically, right?" "I do all right," Yin Mengran responded modestly, but Zhu Heng interjected, "Top 5 in the grade, first in the class." Clap. In the next moment, Liu Wei's hand, holding the chopsticks, slapped the table, startling Yin Mengran, who trembled slightly. "You perform so well academically," Liu Wei exclaimed, her astonishment akin to a thunderclap, her eyes brimming with disbelief, her mouth agape. Yin Mengran was too intimidated to respond. She had never considered her grades to be anything exceptional and thus failed to comprehend Liu Wei's intense reaction. "My goodness, with such outstanding grades, you must not neglect your studies. Rest assured, Xia Ran, focus solely on your studies, and do not worry about anything else. Auntie will support you wholeheartedly," Liu Wei said, extending her hand excitedly, which in turn stirred a wave of exhilaration within Yin Mengran. She had not anticipated that Zhu Heng would inherit such a commendable trait from his mother. These words echoed those Zhu Heng had spoken to her. She promptly stood up and bowed deeply to Liu Wei, earnestly expressing, "Thank you, Auntie." Liu Wei regarded Yin Mengran with a gaze that exuded warmth and affection, as if thinking, "What a wonderful child she would make as my daughter." At that moment, her fondness for Yin Mengran grew ever more profound, almost as if she were increasingly captivated by her. Yin Mengran lifted her head and continued, "However, Auntie, I cannot simply accept your kindness without giving something in return. I feel it would be inappropriate otherwise." Though she was delighted, it would be too brazen to accept without offering anything in return. After all, she had not earned their goodwill. All right, Liu Wei smiled gently, gesturing for Yin Mengran to sit down. "How about this? I heard that thanks to your tutoring, Zhu Heng performed well on the monthly exam. Why don't you continue to guide Zhu Heng's studies? Consider it my way of hiring you as his tutor. It is only fair that you should receive compensation for your efforts, don't you think?" "Well, Auntie, even if you hadn't suggested it, I would have continued to help Zhu Heng with his studies. It doesn't feel like labor to me." Yin Mengran attempted to articulate her thoughts further, feeling that this arrangement was akin to doing nothing at all, hardly deserving of compensation. However, at that moment, Zhu Heng suddenly coughed loudly twice. Ahem. Yin Mengran's words were abruptly cut off, her thoughts retreating. She glanced at Zhu Heng, who was focused on his meal, seemingly conveying an unspoken message through his demeanor. In that instant, Yin Mengran appeared to grasp something profound. She shifted her tone and softly said, "Understood. Thank you, Auntie." As soon as she spoke, she noticed a look of satisfaction blooming on Liu Wei's face, as if pleased with her change in attitude. In truth, Yin Mengran was unsure what Zhu Heng's hint meant, but instinctively, she adjusted her stance. When she glanced back at Zhu Heng, she saw that the frown that had been etched on his brow had relaxed, and she too began to smile, thinking that perhaps she and Zhu Heng had developed a certain tacit understanding. After dinner, as Yin Mengran began to tidy up the dishes and the table, Liu Wei seemed ready to leave. Approaching the door and putting on her shoes, Yin Mengran hurried over and inquired, "Auntie, won't you be staying here tonight?" Liu Wei smiled and waved her hand, saying, "It's already cramped enough for both of you here. I've booked a hotel nearby. Don't worry." As Liu Wei opened the door and prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled something, turning back to continue speaking to Yin Mengran. By the way, I plan to stay here until Juheng's exam results come out, so I should be here for a few more days. Tomorrow, I'll invite Xiaoji and take you all out for a meal. Chapter 65, You are now one of us. Really, did my aunt come by last night? Did she truly say that? Tangji exclaimed in mild astonishment, casting a disbelieving glance at Juheng. This morning, Juheng had recounted the events of the previous night to Tangji, and he felt a sense of relief. He had received his living expenses and no longer had to worry about his examination results, all thanks to Yin Mengran's assistance. Indeed, and she invited you to join us for dinner. My mother should call my aunt today to inform her, so you can accompany us this evening. Okay. Tangji nodded, her gaze drifting towards Yin Mengran in the front row, who appeared to be in high spirits, exchanging smiles and greetings with fellow classmates. As Juheng took out his books, preparing to study, Tangji inquired, How did you decide on the events for the sports meet? Were you planning to exclude me from participating and register for everything yourself? Juheng tapped his fingers lightly on the desk and replied nonchalantly, I won't intervene. It's entirely up to Yin Mengran. Really, what made you change your mind? Juheng glanced at Yin Mengran, murmuring softly, Nothing much, just realized that my past self was somewhat childish. The day swiftly passed. As school let out, Tangji chose not to leave as she usually did, but instead waited for Juheng and Yin Mengran. Once the three of them had gathered their belongings, they departed together. Noticing that Yin Mengran seemed somewhat off during their walk, Tangji reached out and gently touched her arm, asking, Are you nervous? Didn't you meet my aunt last night? Yes, but I still feel a bit anxious. Yin Mengran answered honestly. Despite having gained approval the previous night, she remained cautious, aware that, ultimately, she was still an outsider and must always maintain politeness and respect, avoiding any presumption. Don't worry, relax. My aunt has agreed for you to stay with us, we are all family now. Tangji consoled her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Family, Yin Mengran murmured, feeling a stirring within her heart, her nose suddenly tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Once they exited the school, Juheng squinted and scanned the area. Eventually, he spotted a car in a nearby vacant lot. As the driver's window rolled down, Liu Wei's head emerged, and upon seeing the trio, she waved cheerfully. Juheng stepped forward first, followed by Tangji, with Yin Mengran trailing behind. Juheng opened the passenger door and took a seat, while Tangji and Yin Mengran settled into the back. After entering the car, Tangji greeted Liu Wei from the front, Hello, aunt. Liu Wei smiled warmly, responding, Hello, Xiaoji, it's been a while, your words are truly delightful. Liu Wei glanced in the rearview mirror at Yin Mengran, who appeared somewhat uneasy, and gently called out, Xiao Ran. Oh. Auntie, Yin Mengran replied hastily, fearing any delay would offend Liu Wei. Liu Wei, in a soft tone, asked, What would you like to eat? Just say anything, it's up to you. I'm fine with anything, aunt, you decide, no need to consider my preferences, I see, then aunt will make the decision. If you don't like it, just speak up. As Liu Wei drove away, heading towards a bustling street lined with illuminated restaurants, she eventually parked in front of a hot pot establishment and led the three of them inside. The restaurant was crowded, but fortunately, there were still available seats. After being shown to their table, Liu Wei handed the menu to Yin Mengran, wanting her to order. However, Yin Mengran politely declined, feeling unworthy to choose since she was merely a guest. Juheng, noticing Yin Mengran's discomfort, decided not to press her further and took the menu himself to place the order. Once the order was finalized, Liu Wei's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, stood up, and informed the others, You all start eating, I'll take this call. With that, Liu Wei left the table. He told me this morning that the events for the sports meet would be arranged by you. I was almost ready to argue with him over it. I didn't say much. The events may be decided by Yin Mengran, but what about the opening ceremony performance? That's a must for me. They chatted for a while, and soon the hot pot base was served. The dishes arrived promptly, and even though Liu Wei was still on the phone, Juheng picked up his chopsticks, indicating to the others that they could start eating. However, Yin Mengran hesitated, believing they should wait for Juheng's mother to return before they began. She lifted her gaze towards the direction Liu Wei had gone, but in doing so, she inadvertently locked eyes with a woman passing by their table. The woman halted abruptly upon seeing Yin Mengran, standing beside their table and scrutinizing her, her brows furrowed. Yin Mengran's face paled instantly, her mouth slightly agape, lips trembling, her eyes wide with shock. The woman was in her middle age, somewhat plump, with a sharp nose and prominent features that exuded an air of intimidation. Yin Mengran. The woman raised an eyebrow, a disdainful smile curling her lips. Hearing her name, Juheng and Tangji looked up, bewildered by the woman's presence. Yin Mengran, despite having her name called, remained silent, her icy gaze fixated on the woman, her teeth biting into her lip, nearly drawing blood, her hands clenched tightly on the table. The woman crossed her arms, her posture akin to that of a barrel, tilting her head and speaking with a mocking tone. What's wrong? No greeting. Didn't your mother teach you manners? Oh, I forgot, it's too late for that now. Tsk. At her words, Yin Mengran's breathing quickened, her body trembling slightly, her fists white-knuckled from tension. Juheng and Tangji furrowed their brows, with Tangji placing her chopsticks down and glaring at the woman. Excuse me, who are you? Chapter 66. How dare you bully my child? Such audacity. Auntie, who are you speaking to? Little girl, ask her, who am I? The woman placed her hands on her hips, pointing at Yin Mengran, her anger palpable, as if she were struggling to catch her breath. Tangji turned to Yin Mengran, lifting her chin slightly to inquire about the woman's identity. She is my father's ex-wife, the one who cast me out of our home. Yin Mengran lowered her head, seemingly transported back to the most painful period of her life, a time when she truly wished for her own demise, her mind plagued with thoughts of ending it all. Hey. Don't you dare slander me. How is it your home? That is my house, and it was entirely justified to expel you. How dare you act aggrieved? The woman's voice grew increasingly louder, her shrill tone grating on the nerves of nearby patrons, who began to express their annoyance. Juheng immediately recognized the woman before him. He had heard Yin Mengran recount tales of her, the one who had forced Yin Mengran out of her home with her son, nearly leading to her demise. Juheng narrowed his eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze on the woman as he slowly spoke. Madam, we are here to dine. If you have nothing of importance, kindly remove yourself from our presence. Your presence makes it impossible for me to eat. Old ho, you little brat, who are you calling old? The woman, incensed, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her flabby arms, ready to confront Juheng. He tilted his head, rising to his full height, towering over her by at least 2 heads, his muscular chest resembling an impenetrable wall before her. The woman froze, seemingly taken aback by his formidable physique. However, the next moment, she refused to back down, hands on her hips, shouting defiantly, What's the matter? Do you want to hit me? Come on, hit me, go ahead. Her brazen demeanor attracted the attention of many within the restaurant. Juheng, although he had no intention of resorting to violence, found himself yearning to deliver a punch. Observing this, Yin Mengran quickly reached out, tugging at Juheng's arm, and whispered, Juheng, please, calm down, don't be angry. Juheng exhaled a deep breath, gradually sitting back down, picking up his chopsticks, determined to ignore the woman. Yet, she was unwilling to relent, continuing to address Yin Mengran. So Yin Mengran, now that you have friends to support you, is it spending your days with these dubious acquaintances? What do you think your mother would think if she saw you? You truly are unfilial. Smack! Yin Mengran slammed her hand on the table, her face flushing deeper, lifting her gaze to glare at her. What right do you have to speak of my mother? I have lost everything now. What more do you want? Do you wish to drive me to despair? Har, you ungrateful wretch, I'm merely attempting to provide guidance for your own good. Why can't you discern between right and wrong? Truly, children without parents are often so uncultured. You. A wave of anguish surged through Yin Mengran, her eyes misting over with unshed tears. What do you mean by you? Let me tell you, your mother is a vixen, and you are but a little vixen yourself. Just look at the havoc you and your mother have wreaked. Your family has been shattered. Serves you right. Spit. Each of her words pierced Yin Mingran's heart like daggers, causing her immense pain, as if her heart were being twisted by a knife. Her lips quivered, unable to form a single coherent word, her chest heaving as crystalline tears began to spill forth, cascading down her cheeks. Falling to the ground, she wept, standing there utterly helpless, reliving the depths of her despair. Hiss. Juheng could no longer contain his fury, his expression darkening as he abruptly stood, pointing at the woman and shouting, "Do you think that because we are silent, we are afraid to confront you? How much longer will this continue? Can you just leave? If you don't, I won't hold back." Gripping a glass soda bottle from the table, his powerful arm bulged with veins, his eyes glinting with menace, as if he were poised to shatter the bottle over the woman's head. Tangji rose as well, pulling Yin Mengran behind her, glaring at the woman and softly saying, "Old hag, dare you bully her again and see what happens." The woman scoffed dismissively, clearly unperturbed by Juheng and Tangji's threats, crossing her arms defiantly. "Am I wrong in what I say? I have a connection with her, and I'm merely trying to teach her a lesson on behalf of her mother. What does it concern you, a bunch of little kids trying to intimidate me? Come on, here I stand, what can you do to me?" Juheng's brow furrowed in anger, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as his rage boiled over. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he took a step forward, ready to deliver a proper lesson to the woman. Smack! At that moment, a hand suddenly landed on the woman's shoulder. Juheng was momentarily taken aback, observing the figure behind the woman. Instantly, the explosive tension dissipated, and he stepped back, slowly sitting down again. Tangji, still holding Yin Mingran's shoulders, gently guided her to sit. The woman furrowed her brows, turning her head to look at the person behind her, only to find Juheng's mother, Liu Wei, standing there, phone in hand, a smile gracing her face as she conversed with someone on the other end. "Aha, yes, I understand, don't worry." "Oh, you," the woman attempted to speak, to confront Liu Wei, but before she could utter another word, the hand resting on her shoulder suddenly tightened. The flesh on the woman's shoulder was pinched painfully, causing her to grimace in agony, her body bending slightly as she frantically reached for Liu Wei's hand on her shoulder. "Let go. Let go, that hurts." Yet Liu Wei continued to smile, engaged in her phone conversation, seemingly unaffected by the woman's plight, completely ignoring her protests. Yes, I'm out with 3 kids for a meal." All right, we'll talk another time." "Okay, goodbye." Once Liu Wei concluded the call, tucking her phone away, she lifted her head, her smile vanishing in an instant, her expression darkening as she narrowed her eyes, revealing only an abyss of darkness within them. Releasing her grip, she stepped forward, towering over the woman, her voice icy as she addressed her. "Who do you think you are? How dare you bully my child? Such audacity." Chapter 67. However, I shall certainly treat you as my own daughter. "Your child?" The woman rubbed her shoulders and glanced at Juheng and the other two, raising her eyebrows in disbelief. "Which one is your child? How have you raised them? Such a lack of manners. After all, I am their elder." She shot a glare at Juheng and Tangji, her nose wrinkled and lips pouted, wearing an utterly speechless expression. Yin Mengran leaned against Tangji's embrace, her head bowed, unable to meet their gaze. She was acutely aware that this trouble was of her own making, and it had inadvertently dragged Juheng and Tangji into the fray. What parent would permit their child to associate with someone like her? There was always the risk of such complications arising, and she was already a considerable burden. Thus, when Liu Wei arrived, all Yin Mengran felt was guilt, for it was her presence that had attracted such a person. Liu Wei furrowed her brows, appearing exceedingly displeased. She pointed toward Juheng and the others, declaring, "All 3 of them are my children. Who are you calling impolite? Try saying that again." At that moment, Yin Mengran's head shot up at Liu Wei's words, tears still glistening on her cheeks as she looked at her in disbelief. Was she included in that? Just like Juheng and Tangji, the thought of being ostracized now would indeed fill her with profound sorrow, leaving her feeling utterly superfluous. Yet, at that moment, a unique sense of security surged within her, enveloping her in the warmth of having a mother to protect her. 3 of them. So, Yin Mengran, you consider yourself one of the family. Yin Mengran, is this the stepmother you found? Truly, I never misjudged you, you ungrateful wretch. Your mother has been gone for only a few days, and you've adjusted remarkably fast. Slap. The instant the woman's words fell, a glass of water splashed across her face, drenching her hair and collar. She widened her eyes in shock, momentarily stunned, before raising her gaze to Liu Wei, who appeared utterly unperturbed. Her nonchalant demeanor ignited the woman's fury to its peak. "What are you doing?" the woman shrieked, her voice sharp and grating, her body quaking with indignation. Liu Wei looked up with an expression of innocence, spreading her hands in feigned bewilderment, and said calmly, "What did I do? I merely intended to pour out this water. Who told you to stand there?" Grinding her teeth, the woman pointed an accusatory finger at Liu Wei, shouting, You. Liu Wei narrowed her eyes, glaring back fiercely. "What are you going to do? Just look at you. You resemble a QR code. No one would know what you are without scanning. Quite the creative appearance, living with such audacity. Is your arrogance buoyed by some animal association protecting you? No amount of cheap perfume can mask your animalistic stench." I. What eye are you referring to? Don't think you can act recklessly just because your brain is miswired. Does that donkey of yours do nothing but kick your head all day? With a face like yours, couldn't you at least save some dignity, bullying children at your age, and you dare call yourself an elder? You're merely faster at dying than these kids. The woman gasped, struggling to catch her breath, stumbling back a couple of steps, her legs trembling. Had she not braced herself against the wall, she might have collapsed. This was the first time she had faced such humiliation. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a furious lion, her features contorted in rage. Juheng and Tangji had already covered their faces with their hands, fearing they might burst into laughter, while Yin Mengran looked on in astonishment, never expecting Juheng's mother to possess such formidable prowess. She had always spoken to them with great gentleness. Who would have thought she had this side? If it were her being scolded, she would have been wailing uncontrollably by now. Liu Wei fixed her gaze ahead, her voice icy as she stated, "Let me make this clear. Xiaoran is different now. She is my child. If you dare bully her again, I will not let you off easily, be it in the light or the shadows, black or white. Do you truly believe our family is easy to provoke?" All right, the woman pointed at Liu Wei and then at Yin Mengran, her face resembling a boiling pot of popcorn, before she wiped the water from her face and stormed off in a huff. As she left, the restaurant returned to a serene quietude, instantaneously harmonious once more. Liu Wei exhaled, as if releasing all the frustration she had just unleashed. She then sat down beside Yin Mengran, who had ceased her tears. Liu Wei had stood up for her, and she felt immensely relieved, although remnants of tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Thank you, Auntie." Unsure of how to express her gratitude or how to face Liu Wei now, the words, "She is my child," echoed in her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. She felt a tightening in her throat, nearly overwhelmed with tears. Perhaps those words were merely for that woman's ears, but now that the situation was resolved, should she take them to heart? At that moment, Liu Wei reached for a few tissues, gently wiping the tears from Yin Mengran's eyes. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. You need not fear her bullying you any further. You have someone to protect you now, and I will always be here for you." Liu Wei grasped Yin Mengran's hand, her lips curling into a smile as warm as precious jade, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Yin Mengran was taken aback, and soon her eyes sparkled, her lashes fluttering in disbelief. In the next moment, she burst into tears like a child, her cheeks streaming with tears. Unable to contain the most vulnerable emotions within her, she threw herself into Liu Wei's embrace, crying out loud. Liu Wei held Yin Mengran close, gently patting her back, whispering in her ear, There, no need to be afraid any longer. While I may never match your mother's love, I promise to treat you as I do Juheng. You need not regard me as your mother, but I will undoubtedly cherish you as my own daughter." Yin Mengran sobbed, struggling to articulate a complete thought, unable to believe this was real, as if trapped in a dream. Ever since her family had fallen into misfortune, she had not felt the warmth of home again, yet, within Juheng's family, she experienced that feeling once more, longing to belong, yearning to be a part of it all. Thus, this unexpected situation left her pleasantly astonished. If it were a dream, she wished never to awaken. Tangji, observing from the side, suddenly spoke up, "Auntie, why not adopt Yin Mengran as your goddaughter? Didn't you always say you wanted a daughter?" Liu Wei smiled, as if she had been waiting for this opportunity all along. She turned to Yin Mengran in her arms and gently asked, "Would you like that?" Chapter 68. At that time, it was uncertain which lad would be allowed to carry the basin away. Yin Mengran sat up from Liu Wei's embrace, wiped her tears with her hand, and stammered, I am willing. Wonderful, my dear, I have taken quite a liking to you." Now, do not cry," Liu Wei exclaimed, overjoyed, as she enveloped Yin Mengran in a warm embrace, gently soothing her. Within Liu Wei's arms, Yin Mengran felt a sense of comfort akin to that of being in her mother's embrace, which instantly calmed her. She closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Since her parents' departure, she had developed a lingering sensitivity. Even the slightest provocation or fright would cause her heart to race, as though it might leap out of her throat, leaving her breathless. Yet now, that affliction seemed to have faded away unnoticed. Nestled in Liu Wei's embrace, her heartbeat was steady and soothing. Though Yin Mengran longed to remain in this blissful state indefinitely, she knew it was not feasible. She sat up, stifling a few soft sobs, and said, "Auntie, I still calling me auntie?" Liu Wei remarked with a slight smile, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind Yin Mengran's ear. A faint blush spread across Yin Mengran's cheeks, and after a brief silence, she whispered, "Godmother, oh dear, Godmother sounds rather formal. Let us not be so distant. We are family," Liu Wei replied, her smile growing wider. Yin Mengran's face deepened in crimson, her head lowering a fraction more, until her voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to Liu Wei, "Mom, are." Liu Wei responded, gently caressing. Tangji tugged at Yin Mengran's arm, softly suggesting, "Come, I shall take you to the restroom to wash your face." Millimeter. Yin Mengran followed Tangji out, making their way to the restroom. Liu Wei's eyes remained fixed on Yin Mengran's retreating figure, a smile lingering on her lips. Zhu Heng cast a glance at his mother and asked, "Is this truly wise? It seems you are rather eager. Might you frighten her?" "TSK, you have no idea how envious I was of Zhu Yalan back in the day." Zhu Heng stared at her in surprise, asking, "My aunt, what did you envy about her?" Liu Wei shot him a look, exasperated. "What do you think?" "I envied her for having such an exceptional daughter. Xieji has never caused her parents a moment's worry regarding her studies. Look at you, I spend every day fretting over you. It drives me to despair." Zhu Heng lowered his head, regretting his inquisitive nature, now feeling acutely embarrassed. Liu Wei sighed and continued, "I have always preferred daughters. Now, with such an outstanding girl right before my eyes, I adore her. She excels academically, is polite, and is adorable and beautiful, no less than Xieji. It's truly a rarity." As Zhu Heng munched on his food, he remarked, "Raising a daughter is akin to nurturing a delicate flower. In the end, you may not even allow any lad to take her away, and then you'd find yourself distressed." His words rendered Liu Wei silent. She inhaled deeply, her brow furrowing as if genuinely contemplating his statement. After a moment, she leaned in and quietly asked, "Do you think you have a chance with Xiaoran? It would be ideal. She wouldn't even need to change how she addresses you, and I wouldn't have to deal with a complicated in-law situation. Even your father and I wouldn't need to prepare a dowry." "Wait," Zhu Heng began but was interrupted by Liu Wei, who declared, "Oh, that's unlikely. Xiaoran probably wouldn't agree. My son is indeed handsome, but his academic performance is quite lacking. If only he could keep up with his studies, then he would be perfect." Zhu Heng, hearing this, felt exasperated, resting his forehead in his palm. "Honestly, I don't understand why you all place such importance on grades. Just because my grades are poor doesn't mean I'm doomed. A lack of academic success doesn't equate to a lack of potential in the future. If I don't get into university, can't I pursue other paths?" He had been subjected to such comments since childhood, his ears nearly calloused from hearing about the achievements of others. Had he been a different child, he might have succumbed to depression or despair, yet, due to his character, Zhu Heng's resilience allowed him to shrug off such remarks, even if he still struggled to comprehend why his parents cared so deeply about his academic performance. The world doesn't solely require high achievers. Should those who struggle in school be condemned? Noticing Zhu Heng's simmering frustration, Liu Wei remained silent for a time. After he calmed, she gently placed her hand on his. "Son, as your mother, my concern extends far beyond your grades. Education is not the sole path to success. It may not even be the most suitable one for you, however. I believe it is a relatively straightforward route. Many have found success without formal education, but do we wish to gamble? A simple path lies before you, why not take it? Juheng fell silent, refraining from responding but listening intently. Your father and I share the same mindset. It matters not how much you earn. You need not give us a dime. We merely wish for you to avoid undue stress, to forego those high-risk jobs with dreams of instant wealth. Just focus on being practical, able to support yourself and your family, to shoulder the responsibilities of a household. In my eyes, that would make you the most remarkable person. Liu Wei held Juheng's hand, speaking softly. He could feel the roughness of her palm, a stark contrast to the softness he remembered from his childhood. Years ago, her hands had been smooth and delicate, a comforting presence. Now, they had grown calloused and sturdy. He had matured from a child oblivious to their circumstances to a young man who recognized the sacrifices his parents had made. Though he struggled academically and had a penchant for mischief, he was not the type to ignore reason. Rather, he had come to understand their good intentions and was now determined to study diligently, not for the sake of excellence, but to meet their expectations. Juheng exhaled softly, replying, I understand. Chapter 69, Do not overthink, let us remain as we have always been. After dinner, a few of them prepared to depart. Liu Wei first drove Tangji to her home, stopping at the foot of her building. Goodbye, aunt, remember to come over to my house to play another day. Liu Wei waved her hand and said, all right, this weekend, Juheng and Xiaoran will come to your place, right? Keep an eye on Juheng, and don't let him cause any trouble for your mother. Tangji chuckled softly, ready to turn away. No worries, I won't let that happen. I'll be on my way now, aunt. Drive safely. Sure thing. Head back quickly. After Tangji left, Liu Wei rolled up the car window and drove off, taking Juheng and Yin Mengran home. Yin Mengran sat in the back, gazing out at the night scenery through the window. The illuminated homes made her lips curve slightly. Not long ago, she had thought she would be forever gazing at the myriad of lights alone, without a place to call home. But now, nestled in the comfort of the car, she was returning to her new sanctuary, surrounded by two individuals who felt like family, allowing her to once again experience the warmth of home. At that moment, Yin Mengran suddenly pondered, as Juheng's mother's goddaughter, did that mean she and Juheng had become siblings? No, that couldn't be right. They were not a blended family, and she wasn't adopted, so their relationship didn't quite fit that mold. Essentially, they had their individual lives. She called Juheng's mother Mom, but her connection with Juheng was not that of siblings. They could be family, friends, or classmates, but it could never equate to brother and sister. With this realization, Yin Mengran felt a wave of relief wash over her. Liu Wei drove Juheng and Yin Mengran to the foot of their building. Before they exited the vehicle, she remarked, before dinner, I received a call. I have to head back tomorrow. Juheng, remember to inform me once your grades come in. Sure, I got it, but don't have too high expectations. Juheng nodded and then got out of the car, walking towards home. After Yin Mengran followed suit, she hesitated, standing aside, her expression betraying her indecision as she looked at Liu Wei inside the car. Noticing Yin Mengran's demeanor, Liu Wei's eyes twinkled as she broke into a gentle smile. Go on, sweetheart. I'll come to visit you again soon. We exchanged numbers and added each other as friends. Remember, if you need anything, just let me know. Don't be shy. Yin Mengran lifted her head, her lips curling into a delighted smile, and nodded vigorously. Okay, Mom, please take care and be safe on your way back. Liu Wei paused, slightly taken aback by the soft sound of Yin Mengran's voice. After a moment, she smiled warmly, got out of the car, and approached Yin Mengran, gently cradling her face in her hands before planting a kiss on her forehead. Yin Mengran's eyes widened in astonishment, and as Liu Wei whispered in her ear, don't fall ill, she stood there, momentarily dazed, even after the car had driven away. She placed a hand on her forehead, her mouth slightly agape, only her blinking eyes proving she hadn't turned to stone. The cool summer breeze brushed against her face, tousling her hair, sending a shiver through her body, yet her heart felt ablaze, refusing to cool down. Seeing that Yin Mengran had not yet gone upstairs, Juheng came down, stepping out to find her still standing there. "What's wrong? Aren't you heading home? Isn't it chilly outside?" Oh, Yin Mengran snapped out of her reverie and hurried to join him as they entered the building together. While in the elevator, Juheng spoke. "The weather is turning cooler. My mum brought me some autumn clothes. You should see if there's anything you can wear. Take it first, and when you get a chance, you can buy your own. I'll lend you the money." "Don't refuse, it's my mum's wish." Yin Mengran nodded obediently, replying, "Understood." Once home, Yin Mengran gazed at Juheng's retreating figure, a lingering thought unspoken in her heart. She felt she should clarify something with him. It would be unfortunate if she unknowingly offended him. Juheng turned to look at her upon hearing her voice. Yin Mengran turned her head to the side, her hand gripping her elbow as she quietly asked, "About me being your mum's goddaughter, would that make you unhappy?" "Would you mind?" she inquired softly. Considering Juheng was the biological son, she felt it important to seek his opinion. If he had any reservations, she certainly wouldn't want to overstep. The thought of altering this outcome frightened her. Juheng raised his eyebrows, pausing for a few seconds before shaking his head. "As long as you're happy, and my mum is happy, I'll be happy too. I've received all my living expenses, so how could I possibly mind? Your relationship with my mum has changed, but our relationship remains unchanged. Don't overthink it. Let us continue as we always have." Hearing Juheng's words, Yin Mengran felt her anxious heart settle. Her greatest fear was that her relationship with Juheng would deteriorate, that it would not be as it used to be. Since Juheng had reassured her, she felt at ease. That evening, they took turns showering and changed into their pajamas, preparing to return to the bedroom. As Yin Mengran looked at the bed they would share, she wondered if her godmother already knew about this arrangement. Did she not voice any objections? Did that imply tacit approval? Juheng entered, glancing at the bed, suddenly recalling his mother's words from the previous day. "Oh, by the way, my mom mentioned that this place is a bit small for the two of us since there's only one bedroom. So when the lease is up, we'll need to find a new place. Or is that so?" Yin Mengran's gaze faltered, her response a bit forced. The thought of moving meant they would likely no longer share a bedroom, which implied she wouldn't be sleeping beside Juheng at night anymore. Yin Mengran's heart sank, and she quickly dismissed the notion. What was she thinking? Given the current situation, it certainly would not be comfortable for Juheng, who was tall and sturdy, to share a bed with her. She would have to sleep on the sofa, and Juheng would likely object, but if they had two bedrooms, he would have much more space to sleep comfortably. That would be a good thing. So why did she feel a twinge of disappointment? Chapter 70. What should one say when confessing? Will Juheng agree? The lights are off. Millimeter. The two lay in bed, Juheng with his eyes closed, already drifting into slumber, while Yin Mengran found herself wide awake, unable to shut her eyes. The events of the day weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil. She mentally replayed the day's occurrences, ultimately fixating on Juheng's mention of their impending relocation. In times like these, the days seem to dwindle, don't they? She mused, gazing at the ceiling. Although they shared the same bed each night, they did so without physical intimacy, separated not only by different bedding but also by a barrier. Their interactions were limited to the occasional whispered conversations after the lights went out, devoid of any true connection. Suddenly, a recollection struck her, the one day that had deviated from their norm, when Juheng had been utterly exhausted and had inadvertently rolled over in his sleep, resting his arm upon her. If one were to consider it closely, he had indeed held her in his slumber. The following day, he had even apologized, clarifying the incident. Now that they would soon be parting ways for sleep, could it be possible? A treacherous thought flitted through Yin Mengran's mind. If Juheng could unwittingly turn towards her in his dreams, then perhaps she could orchestrate a similar maneuver. After all, Juheng had been oblivious. She could feign the same ignorance by pretending to be asleep. Come morning, she could act as if nothing had transpired, entirely unaware of her own intentions. Yin Mengran bit her lip, her heart racing with excitement at the prospect of an action she had never before contemplated. However, she refrained from immediate movement, knowing that if she intended to feign sleep, she must maintain the charade for at least half an hour to avoid suspicion. Who falls asleep and immediately begins to shift? Thus, she remained still for over half an hour, the hour growing late, the room cloaked in darkness, devoid of any light. Feeling it was time to act, she subtly shifted her body, as if testing the waters. The barrier between them was but a mere obstacle. A simple turn would allow her to traverse it, yet, should she cross over, she would be encroaching upon Juheng's territory, their proximity so close that she could nearly press against him. Therefore, she had to tread carefully, ensuring her movements appeared entirely subconscious, avoiding any hint of intention. First, she slid her blanket aside, lest she become ensnared within it when she turned. Next, she positioned herself to face Juheng, though the darkness rendered her unable to discern whether he was asleep. Ideally, he would have just succumbed to slumber, for even if she inadvertently roused him, he would remain unaware of her intentions. If he were awake, however, she would need to appear natural in her actions to prevent him from perceiving her ruse. After a brief moment, feeling the time was ripe, she rolled over, attempting to position herself atop the blanket, allowing her arm to rest upon Juheng. Yet, she underestimated the force of momentum. During her turn, she realized she could not halt her motion. In the next instant, she found herself fully across the barrier, nestled in Juheng's space. Startled, a cold sweat broke out over her skin, her heart racing with anxiety over whether her bold movement might arouse Juheng's suspicion. Yet, after remaining still for several seconds, she sensed no response from him. Her leg brushed against his body, their distance so minimal that not even a fist could fit between them. With a slight opening of her eyes, she dared to glance at him, discovering that he lay with his back to her, facing away. The realization that he remained undisturbed brought her a measure of relief. Yin Mengran exhaled softly, her heartbeat gradually returning to a steady rhythm. However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. The last time, she had believed Juheng was asleep throughout, only for him to awaken unexpectedly. If he were feigning slumber now, would she be none the wiser? She carefully adjusted the blanket behind her, creating space so that she would not be pressed against Juheng. The distance between them became manageable, allowing her to remain close yet not overly so. Contemplating her next move, she faced Juheng while he remained turned away. Should she extend her hand to rest upon him, or would it be wiser to simply brush her hand against him? Just as she pondered this, Juheng shifted slightly. Yin Mengran quickly closed her eyes, slipping into her act of feigned sleep, pretending to be utterly oblivious. In the next moment, Juheng rolled over, providing her with just the space he needed to turn. Yin Mengran's entire being quivered. With her eyes shut, she could not witness the unfolding scene, yet her body was acutely aware of the sensations. Her head now nestled against Juheng's chest, while his arm draped over her. In that instant, she was truly enveloped in his embrace. What on earth? Yin Mengran dared not open her eyes or move. She had yet to execute her plan, still contemplating how best to position her hand upon him, yet here she was, ensconced within his arms. Was Juheng asleep or awake? She could feel the rhythm of his steady breathing and the thrum of his heartbeat against her. Listening intently, she noted that his heartbeat remained unchanged. Logically, if he were awake, it would have quickened. Thus, it appeared he was indeed still asleep. Could it be? After a brief pause, Yin Mengran's hand began to rise slowly, hovering in the air for a few seconds before gently resting upon Juheng's waist. In that moment, they seemed to embrace, and she found herself enveloped in an overwhelming sense of tranquility. At that juncture, a thought crossed her mind. It was rather tragic that she could only experience such a feeling while Juheng was asleep. When would they be able to share such an embrace while he was awake? Surely, it would be after they had forged a deeper bond. Her feelings for Juheng were undeniable. She no longer needed to question them, yet, she remained uncertain whether he harbored similar feelings for her. If she were to confess, would Juheng reciprocate? Nonetheless, she recognized that she could not impede his studies at present. With her eyes closed, nestled in Juheng's embrace, she soon drifted into slumber herself. Yet, unbeknownst to her, as Yin Mengran succumbed to sleep, Juheng slowly opened his eyes in the darkness. Chapter 71, Tangji, have you been secretly studying? Yin Mengran opened her drowsy eyes, noticing the sunlight had already crept through the gaps in the curtains of their room. She emitted a sound heavy with nasal tones, glancing beside her only to find Juheng's absence. The memory of falling asleep in his embrace the previous night rendered her feeling surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. She had drifted off quickly, leaving her unaware of what transpired thereafter. They must have turned over and parted ways, though she wondered if Juheng had any inkling of last night's events. Yin Mengran sat up in bed, her nightgown slipping from her shoulder, revealing her ivory-like, porcelain skin. After changing her clothes, she pulled back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to flood in, and neatly arranged the bedding. Upon stepping out of the bedroom, she discovered Juheng had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Yin Mengran, Juheng greeted her softly, "Good morning." "Good morning," Yin Mengran replied with a radiant smile, showcasing her pearly white teeth. Her entire demeanor was markedly different from the previous days, as if she had undergone a transformation. After freshening up, she joined Juheng at the dining table for breakfast. Juheng took a sip of congee and inquired, "The results should be out today, right? I remember it usually takes about 2 days." "Yes, by this morning, most of the results should be released. If all goes well, the rankings might be available by the afternoon." Sigh. Juheng let out a deep breath, prompting Yin Mengran to regard him with mild surprise. "Are you still worried about your results?" "It's all right, even if you don't meet your goals, it's merely a monthly exam. You didn't have much time to study, so just do your best next time." "Yes, I understand." After finishing breakfast, they tidied up and headed to school together. Perhaps due to the impending results, the atmosphere at school felt notably oppressive. Most students had lost their jovial spirits, living in constant anticipation and dread. Each time a subject's results were announced, a wave of commotion would ensue. Juheng, however, was eager to discover his results, hoping to gauge his performance against others. Previously, he had ranked around 200 in his grade, and in class, Kong Yu was roughly at the same level as him, their past scores being quite similar. However, this time, the gap had widened significantly. As each subject's scores were revealed, Juheng not only focused on his own results but also made it a point to check Kong Yu's scores. To his astonishment, he found that his scores surpassed Kong Yu's by a considerable margin. Meanwhile, Yin Mengran was equally concerned for Juheng. She paid little attention to her own results, fixated instead on his. With each announcement, she meticulously recorded his scores and even compared them to his previous results. Witnessing Juheng's remarkable improvement, a smile finally graced Yin Mengran's face. "You truly performed excellently this time. Moving up by 50 places should be no trouble at all. With your previous rank being over 200, there's ample room for advancement. It's quite straightforward." Upon seeing Juheng's scores, Tangji also offered her praise, surprised by the rapidity of his progress. "It seems your decision to refrain from gaming for several days has truly paid off." "I hope so." Juheng felt confident, but hesitated to be completely certain. After all, he was not the only one striving for improvement. What if others performed exceptionally well too? It would be challenging to rise in rank under such circumstances. Once the results were announced, it was a moment of mixed emotions. Kong Yu, however, was on the verge of despair, slumped over his desk, cradling his head in utter hopelessness. He had not anticipated such a poor performance, lamenting that it was worse than his last exam. Reflecting on his lack of preparation, he thought back to the time spent pursuing Tangji, and after that failed endeavor, shifting his focus to Tong Yining. Now, just as a glimmer of hope emerged with Tong Yining agreeing to go out with him this weekend, this devastating news threatened to shatter his spirits. After lunch, as the afternoon classes commenced amidst a palpable tension, the dreaded news finally shattered their anxious hearts. The rankings are out. Sheets detailing their scores and rank changes were distributed. Juheng felt a chill run down his spine as he searched for his name on the list. In previous instances, he could easily start from the end, knowing he would be among the lowest. However, this time, to his astonishment, he found no trace of his name among the bottom 10. At that moment, he finally located his name nestled in the midst of the class rankings. He had risen over 10 places within the class. Grade ranking from 233 to 168. Bang! Juheng excitedly slammed his hand on the table, the sound drawing the attention of every classmate. Ahem, he cleared his throat awkwardly, lowering his gaze and shielding his forehead with his hand. This marked perhaps the most exhilarating moment of his year. When tasked with the goal of rising 50 places, he had doubted his ability to achieve it, yet he had astonishingly surpassed expectations, advancing by 65 places. Glancing around, he realized he had made the most significant improvement in the entire class. Juheng acknowledged that Yin Mengran was instrumental in his success. His progress was largely attributable to her support. When Juheng turned his gaze towards Yin Mengran, he found her looking back at him. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and a delicate smile graced her lips, forming a lovely arc as she raised her hand to give him a cheerful yay, as if celebrating his achievement. Juheng, fixated on her, felt a flicker of a smile break through his typically stoic demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Yin Mengran froze momentarily before quickly turning her head away, a rosy blush blooming on her cheeks. Seeing Juheng smile inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. The last time she had seen such a smile was during a gaming session with Tang Ji, but that had been a mere hint of a smile, scarcely noticeable. This time, however, it was crystal clear, and the sensation it evoked made her heart race. She found Juheng's smile captivating, and the image lingered in her mind. Juheng bowed his head, continuing to scrutinize the rankings of others. He didn't need to ponder. The top spot was undoubtedly Yin Mengran's. Even after being absent for several days, her prowess was undeniable, allowing her to maintain her position at the forefront. After glancing at Yin Mengran's rank, Juheng looked further down the list, only to find the second place was somewhat unexpected. He turned to his deskmate, incredulously asking, "Tang Ji, have you been secretly studying?" Chapter 72. Too much, I dare not accept, or, it's nothing much, just studied a bit in the days leading up to the exam. Tang Ji glanced at the list, noting her position as second in her class, having risen from 5th, while her overall rank had improved from 17th to 6th. Her reaction seemed rather subdued, as if this outcome were entirely expected. You need to elevate your ranking and play games too. You truly are insatiable. One must achieve some results, after all. It's to enhance my gaming experience, and these pursuits are not mutually exclusive. Tang Ji shrugged, a subtle smile gracing her lips, inciting a mix of irritation and admiration in Juheng, who could do little but acknowledge her intellectual prowess. A certain individual's results are rather intriguing. Juheng inquired with curiosity, who? Subsequently, Tang Ji pointed at a name on the list, and upon closer inspection, Juheng realized she was referring to Tong Yining, whose rank had plummeted from 34th to 77th, indicating a dramatic decline in performance. Juheng looked up at Tang Ji and asked, "Are you suggesting that her significant drop is related to me? Can you deny it?" "I cannot, yet I remain indifferent. Her decline is her own concern." Juheng tossed the list aside, stating nonchalantly. At that moment, Tong Yining held her report card, her gaze oscillating between her own scores and Juheng's. Her expression was solemn and contemplative, yet her emotions remained inscrutable. After a while, she set the report card down and turned her attention toward Yin Mengran, sighing, "Alas, what am I even doing?" After school that evening, Juheng eagerly rushed home, and had it not been for Yin Mengran keeping pace, she would have nearly lost sight of him. Once home, Juheng hastily relayed his results to his mother, Liu Wei. Yin Mengran sat nearby, smiling as she watched Juheng speak on the phone, explaining the situation. Although she could not hear the conversation, she could sense the joy emanating from Juheng's words. After hanging up, he retreated to his room to game. Yin Mengran, holding her report card, reflected on how she once did the same, rushing home to share her results with her parents, relishing their delighted expressions and praises, which felt like her spiritual solace. She always anticipated that moment, glancing at her phone's chat interface and then back at her report card. She appeared conflicted, lost in thought. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to snap a picture of her report card and send it to a friend on her phone, that friend being Liu Wei. Uncertain of her motivations, she felt an unexpected surge of anticipation, hoping for a response. Ding! After a brief moment, her phone chimed, and she quickly picked it up, eager to see, "Darling, you did wonderfully." Kiss a kiss, kiss. A moments later, a money transfer notification appeared. "This is a reward for my darling. Accept it quickly." Yin Mengran's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of utter disbelief. She stared at Liu Wei's transfer of 666 yuan, finding the reward astonishingly generous. She had often topped her class before, yet had never received such a lavish reward. She typed a response, "Mom, thank you, but I cannot accept this money." "Oh come on, just accept it, or I will be upset." Covering mouth with a smile, the tone of her message conveyed no hint of anger, and even Yin Mengran chuckled softly. feeling a sweetness akin to honey in her heart. After exchanging a few more messages, her smile grew, her eyes sparkling with joy, her head swaying gently in evident delight. After several rounds of polite refusal, she realized she had no choice but to accept. Liu Wei, it seemed, was as tenacious as Zhu Hang, and her resolve was unyielding. After accepting the transfer, Yin Mengran had no intention of keeping it for herself. Instead, she promptly sent it to Zhu Hang, convinced that this reward did not rightfully belong to her. "This is a gift from my mom. Please accept it." After a while, Yin Mengran heard her phone beep again. Upon checking, she discovered that Zhu Hang had returned the transfer. "This is for you. Why are you sending it back? Keep it, don't be shy." "But it's too much, I dare not accept." She intentionally sent less because she feared you might hesitate. In her eyes, your first place achievement is worth far more, at least an additional 6 should be included. Yin Mengran stared at the message in astonishment, her mouth agape. Was this truly a reward that still lacked a digit? It was utterly outrageous. As merely a goddaughter, she felt overwhelmed by such treatment. She couldn't imagine what kind of extravagant reward Zhu Heng would receive for attaining first place. Yin Mengran proceeded to prepare dinner, aiming to allow Zhu Heng to play without worry. Having completed his exams and received his results, Zhu Heng appeared significantly more relaxed, not fixating solely on gaming. After dinner, he rested for a while before exercising. Following her last workout, Yin Mengran no longer felt any pain, so she decided to join Zhu Heng in his exercise regimen, hoping to acclimate her body gradually to avoid future muscle strains. After their workout, both were drenched in sweat, and they took turns showering. As they lay in bed that night, exhaustion enveloping them, Yin Mengran began to contemplate the events of the previous evening. She still yearned to nestle in Zhu Heng's embrace as she drifted into slumber, finding immense comfort and security there. However, such opportunities seemed rare. How could she orchestrate a repeat of that experience? Beyond pretending to be asleep and being cautious not to disturb Zhu Heng, she also needed to ensure he could roll over and hold her. This appeared exceedingly difficult, making such moments merely serendipitous. "The lights are off now. Millimeter." As Zhu Heng lay in bed, he asked, "The weekend is approaching, and we're going to Tangji's house. You shouldn't be too nervous now, right?" He believed that Yin Mengran's status had evolved, as he, and Tangji were now akin to family, thus, visiting Tangji's home should no longer provoke anxiety. "Millimeter. It's all right, it's just that I don't know what Tangji's family is like," Yin Mengran replied softly, feeling that if they were anything like Liu Wei, it would be splendid. However, if they were not, as an outsider, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Chapter 73. What a coincidence, both of you. Are you off on a date? It was the weekend, a time when students enjoyed their respite, and on this particular day, most had meticulously planned their itineraries in advance. Tong Yining opened her eyes, awakening from a slumber she had hardly experienced since last night. She had been anticipating this day, as she had arranged to go out with Kong Yu. Her purpose was singular and straightforward, to extract information from Kong Yu regarding Zhu Heng and Yin Mengran. What did he truly mean when he mentioned that the two were cohabitating? What secrets did he harbor? After washing her face, she approached her vanity, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. After a few moments of contemplation, Tong Yining suddenly sprang up, murmuring, "What's the point of putting on makeup? It's unnecessary." The only reason she found herself obliged to accompany Kong Yu was in pursuit of a piece of intelligence. Otherwise, she would never dream of stepping out with him. Under such circumstances, she saw no reason to adorn herself, feeling that doing so would be a waste of cosmetics. Thus, she hastily tied her hair back and threw on a random outfit, her demeanor far from that of someone preparing to meet another. She resembled more someone heading out merely to collect a package. As she glanced at her phone, she noticed a barrage of messages from Kong Yu, almost all inquiring if she was awake and when she would emerge. She felt a sense of exasperation. Having reluctantly added him as a friend, he now inundated her with messages. It was reminiscent of Zhu Heng, though this individual was vastly inferior. Had she woken up to a flurry of messages from Zhu Heng, she could scarcely fathom the delight it would bring her. After succinctly replying to Kong Yu, Tong Yining set out, determined to attend their meeting, silently resolving that upon hearing the information she sought, she would depart immediately, without delay. They had agreed to meet at the entrance of a park. Upon her arrival, she spotted Kong Yu standing beneath a tree, engrossed in his phone, fussing over his hair, which appeared to have been doused in hairspray. A wave of disdain washed over her, and for a fleeting moment, she even contemplated fleeing. Internally, she weighed whether this was truly worthwhile. After all, it felt like a betrayal of her very soul. Should someone she knew happen to see her, the thought of it was mortifying. Perhaps she would even transfer schools like Lu Yun's would. As Kong Yu noticed her approaching, he immediately broke into a smile and walked towards her. Hey! You made it. Just tell me what you know, then let us be on our way. Tong Yining maintained a deliberate distance, ensuring their conversation remained audible. With every step Kong Yu took closer, she retreated a step back. Kong Yu, recognizing her hesitation, spread his hands in resignation. Well, I suppose we must walk and talk, then. TCH. With no other option, Tong Yining reluctantly walked alongside him, but she intentionally kept a distance, making it appear as though they were strangers. Trailing behind him, she crossed her arms and glared, demanding, "All right, spill the beans, what do you know?" "Of course I know, do you think I'd deceive you?" Kong Yu deliberately slowed his pace, inching closer to her before finally divulging, "Here's the scoop. That day during the exam, Lu Yunshur didn't show up, and Liang Jiaxing mentioned he might not return. Afterward, I reached out to him to inquire. He said he had to deliver breakfast to the class monitor in the morning, but when he arrived at her building, he unexpectedly saw her walking out with Juheng. When he confronted her, he discovered that Juheng's home was where the class monitor was living." Tong Yining's brows furrowed in concern as she disregarded the distance between them, stepping closer to Kong Yu and asking, "Why? Why is she living at Juheng's house?" "Oh, I don't know. That's what Lu Yunshur told me. He had no idea why either, but it seems there was some sort of conflict between them," Kong Yu replied. "You don't know? This is all you've managed to uncover, and you led me out here under false pretenses." Tong Yining's expression grew stern, her eyes narrowing in anger. Kong Yu quickly defended himself. "No, it's not like that. You came out of your own volition. I've shared everything I know. How is that deceiving you?" "You." Tong Yining bit her lip in frustration, feeling as though she'd been foolish to expect any valuable information. She realized she had miscalculated by placing her hopes in Kong Yu. "I'm leaving." She turned on her heel, intent on departing, recognizing that remaining would only underscore her own foolishness. Seeing her determination to leave, Kong Yu hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade her, for he had gone to great lengths to convince her to come out. Losing her now would be a significant loss for him. "Hey. Don't go. You've come all this way, why rush off? How about I treat you to a meal? That way, your outing won't be in vain." "No thanks, I'll just consider this a trip to take out the trash." Tong Yining quickened her pace, and Kong Yu chased after her. At that moment, two figures appeared around the corner, prompting Tong Yining to halt abruptly to avoid colliding with them. However, when she recognized the individuals before her, her heart inexplicably fluttered, and she stumbled back, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tong Yinmengran instinctively called out to her but quickly silenced herself, pretending not to have seen her. Juheng, standing beside her, furrowed his brow slightly, but upon noticing Kong Yu behind Tong Yining, his expression relaxed. You too?" Tong Yining stood frozen, as if petrified, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate something yet finding herself mute. Just moments ago, she had harbored doubts about Kong Yu's words, but now, she was utterly convinced of their truth. How else could she explain the sight of these two together so early on a weekend? Kong Yu halted as well, taken aback by the sight before him, and then a knowing smile crept across his face. "What a coincidence, both of you off on a date." As Juheng and Yin Mengran passed by him, Juheng coldly replied, "What date?" They continued on, completely disregarding Tong Yining, as though she were invisible. As she watched them fade into the distance, Tong Yining snapped back to reality and urgently turned to pursue them, calling out, "Wait a moment." Chapter 74. Have they not yet registered their marriage, yet have held the wedding in advance? Juheng and Yin Mengran paused in their tracks, turning to glance back at Tang Yining. Juheng wore his usual expression of impatience, reminiscent of the look on Tang Yining's face when he confessed his feelings to her, while Yin Mengran maintained an expression of calm indifference, exuding an air of complete unfamiliarity with Tang Yining. You really live together?" Tang Yining asked incredulously, her heart racing to uncover the truth. She yearned to hear it directly from them, for perhaps upon learning the reality, she would be unable to bear the weight of it all. One was a boy who had pursued her for 2 years and had now turned his affections elsewhere, while she found herself developing feelings for him, longing to reclaim what was lost but feeling utterly powerless. The other was her best friend, a confidant of 2 years, with whom she had believed she would share a lifelong friendship. These two individuals were, in essence, the closest to her throughout her high school life. Yet now, it felt as though she had been cast aside. As they drew closer together, severing the bond they once shared, she could not accept this reality. Juheng's associations would not have caused her such distress, and she could have tolerated Yin Mengran's connections with others, but the thought of Juheng and Yin Mengran having any relationship was unbearable. It felt akin to betrayal, as though she had been forsaken. Juheng glanced at Kong Yu, who promptly averted his gaze, pretending to admire the scenery, his expression innocent, though his body trembled slightly. Had he revealed this to Tang Yining, would Juheng confront him later? What if Juheng became angry? How could he possibly explain himself? Yin Mengran turned her gaze to Juheng, hesitating to speak without his consent. Juheng, however, offered her a look that appeared to grant her permission, and she understood immediately. Turning to Tang Yining, even before she spoke, Tang Yining was pained by the silent exchange of glances between the two, sensing a deep connection as if they could comprehend each other's thoughts with mere eye contact. "Yes, it's true, I live at Juheng's house," Yin Mengran affirmed with a nod. The confirmation struck Tang Yining like a thunderclap, reverberating through her mind. Such an absurdity was indeed real. How could she possibly accept this? No wonder they had been drifting away from her. It seemed they had been drawing closer to one another instead. But why? What had prompted this newfound bond between them? "So, what exactly is your relationship now?" Tang Yining inquired slowly, her voice weak and devoid of energy. She felt her question was rather futile, for if they were already cohabitating, was it not a natural progression of their relationship? Juheng furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to respond that they were merely friends, or classmates, or even roommates, but he suddenly realized their relationship had grown somewhat intricate. Beyond these superficial labels, they had become akin to family. Thus, he replied, "She calls my mother Mom too. You can deduce what our relationship is. Goodbye." With that, he took hold of Yin Mengran's wrist and led her away. Yin Mengran paused momentarily, allowing Juheng to guide her, gazing at his profile with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Juheng was preoccupied with the thought of heading to Tang Ji's home, having no time to waste here. As for the reason behind his answer, he too was unsure how to articulate the nature of his relationship with Yin Mengran, so he tossed the question back to Tang Yining, leaving her to ponder it at her leisure. After all, he had spoken the truth. How she chose to interpret it was entirely up to her. Tang Yining and Kong Yu stood rooted to the spot, utterly astonished, mouths agape, as if their brains had momentarily ceased to function. They had initially presumed that the two were merely in a romantic relationship, but Juheng's words suggested their connection was far more complex. If she referred to Juheng's mother as Mom, what could that possibly mean? Surely they could not be siblings. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that she was a daughter-in-law. Kong Yu, pointing at the duo's retreating figures, was so shocked he could barely articulate his thoughts, his lips quivering. "No way. Have they gotten married? That can't be. Juheng hasn't even reached the legal marrying age yet. Could it be they haven't registered but have held the wedding in advance?" Kong Yu glanced at Tang Yining, noticing her complexion had turned pale, her lips seemingly drained of color in an instant. "How could this be happening?" she murmured softly, her voice hoarse as if something was lodged in her throat. Kong Yu looked at Tang Yining, puzzled by her reaction. He could not comprehend why she would respond this way. Learning such news should merely evoke shock among classmates, yet Tang Yining appeared as though she had been wronged, as if she had been betrayed. "Are you all right?" Kong Yu tentatively asked, but received no reply. She remained fixed on the diminishing figures of Juheng and Yin Mengran, exhaling heavily before setting off on her path, seemingly disregarding Kang Yu entirely. Kang Yu, bewildered, reached out as if to say something, yet hesitated to call out to her, watching helplessly as she walked away. Even though he had struggled to summon her attention, seeing her in such a state rendered him reluctant to speak further. Soon, only Kang Yu remained standing in the desolate space, lost in contemplation. He began to reflect on the recent events, his expression shifting to one of realization. After a moment, he muttered to himself in astonishment, could it be that Tang Yining has developed feelings for Juheng? Upon this revelation, his expression morphed into one of anguish. He could not fathom why, in a class with so few attractive girls, each one seemed to be linked to Juheng, first Tang Ji, then Yin Mengran, and now even Tang Yining, who had been pursued by Juheng for 2 years without success, was beginning to harbor affection for him. He was perplexed. What charm did Juheng possess? Was he truly inferior? In what way? Although he was filled with resentment, he recognized that under the current circumstances, his pursuit of Tang Yining was likely doomed to failure. Perhaps I should pursue girls from other classes instead. Chapter 75, We'll follow your lead, you take care of everything for us. Yin Mengran's phone chimed, and upon checking, she discovered a message from Tang Ji. How much longer until you arrive? Tang Ji is asking how long until we get there, Yin Mengran remarked, glancing up at Juheng for clarification, as she was unaware of Tang Ji's residence. Juheng cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, no need to respond, we are already downstairs. With that, he gestured toward the residential building before him and stepped inside. Noticing his movement, Yin Mengran hurriedly followed suit. Upon seeing Tang Ji, Yin Mengran's face lit up with a smile, and she raised her hand in greeting. Tang Ji returned the gesture with a bright smile, waving her palm. The two appeared as if they were longtime friends. Subsequently, Tang Ji called out to the interior of the house, Mom, Juheng and the others are here. Coming, a woman's voice responded from within, followed by the hurried sound of slippers patting against the floor. In the next moment, a woman appeared behind Tang Ji, slightly shorter than her, yet possessing a distinctly different aura, one that radiated warmth and elegance. Upon seeing her, Yin Mengran immediately recognized that Tang Ji's deep, dark eyes were inherited from her mother. Their eyes were remarkably identical. She instinctively compared her to Juheng's mother, and though it felt rather impolite, she couldn't help but think that Juheng's mother was, in her personal opinion, slightly more beautiful. Juheng inclined his body slightly in greeting, saying, Auntie, I'm here to mooch a meal. Tang Ji's mother, Ju Yalan, upon seeing the two at the door, immediately broke into a broad smile. Good, 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 this must be little Mengran, right? Yin Mengran quickly bowed and softly replied, yes, hello, Auntie, I am Yin Mengran, yes, yes, good child, come in, come in. Ju Yalan handed them slippers and motioned for them to enter. Yin Mengran followed Juheng inside. You two go play for a bit, I'll go prepare dinner, and we can eat at noon. Ju Yalan tied on an apron and headed to the kitchen to start cooking. Yin Mengran glanced at the kitchen counter, which was abundantly filled with ingredients, leaving her quite astonished. It rivaled the lavish spreads her family would prepare for festive occasions, certainly not resembling a simple home-cooked meal. Thus, she promptly set down her belongings and followed her into the kitchen, saying, Auntie, let me help you, I can lend a hand without being a bother. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to assist. Ju Yalan momentarily paused, her lips curling into a gentle smile, radiating warmth and tenderness. No wonder Tang Ji said that once you arrived, I would surely like you, you are such a considerate child. Auntie doesn't need help, you should go and play. Tang Ji actually said that. Yin Mengran was momentarily taken aback, scratching her head in embarrassment, uncertain how to continue the conversation. Ju Yalan, while chopping vegetables, remarked, I've heard about your situation from Tang Ji, don't be too polite. We are all family here, just treat this place like your own home. Then she called out to the kitchen's entrance, Tang Ji, come here and bring little Mengran to join you in playing. Upon hearing her name, Tang Ji entered the kitchen, regarding Yin Mengran with a smile. Oh, there you are, I thought you went to the restroom. Let's go. Tang Ji reached out, grasping Yin Mengran's wrist and leading her away from the kitchen. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Yin Mengran glanced at Tang Ji beside her, feeling a certain curiosity about how she was perceived in Tang Ji's heart. Given that Tangji had shared such sentiments with her mother, it suggested that she held a rather favorable opinion of her, didn't it? Tangji brought Yin Mengran into her room, where Juheng was seated in a chair, engrossed in a comic book on the table. Upon entering, Yin Mengran was captivated by the myriad decorations adorning the room. If Juheng's room could be described as minimalist, Tangji's was a vibrant tapestry of character. Posters adorned the walls, a display cabinet showcased figurines, and an array of plush toys and decorative cushions transformed the space into a uniquely charming haven. The computer monitor appeared almost as large as a television in Yin Mengran's eyes. She had never encountered one so grand. Aware of Tangji's enthusiasm for gaming, evidenced by the gaming-themed trinkets adorning her keychain, Yin Mengran realized she had underestimated Tangji's passion for it. She had always presumed that gaming was predominantly a male pastime, making this encounter with such an avid female gamer a first for her. If this room belonged to a boy, she would have found it completely ordinary. Oh, Yin Mengran couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Tangji settled onto her bed and softly remarked, "Make yourself comfortable, the room is a bit messy, so don't mind it." Yin Mengran chose to sit beside Tangji. Though the room was filled with items, it did not feel chaotic. At that moment, Juheng also closed his comic book and turned to Yin Mengran, stating, "Since we are all here, I believe we should discuss the upcoming sports event." He glanced at Tangji, who nodded in agreement. With the monthly examinations now concluded, there remained just over a week until the end-of-month sports event. Many students had already signed up for various activities, and Juheng had filled out the necessary forms. The pressing matter at hand was to decide on the opening ceremony's performance and the events that both he and Tangji would participate in. You're right, after all, I did say we would discuss the sports event post-examinations. It seems other classes have already made considerable progress while we are lagging behind. Yin Mengran almost forgot about such an important matter, with her own affairs keeping her preoccupied lately. It slipped her mind. Now realizing that there was just over a week until the event, it indeed felt rather urgent, especially since nothing had been decided yet. "So, what are your thoughts?" Yin Mengran turned to Juheng and Tangji, feeling the need to mediate between them, hoping to strike a balance. Initially, she expected them to engage in a debate, yet to her surprise, they both shook their heads in unison, saying, "We have no particular thoughts, we will follow your lead, you can arrange everything for us." Chapter 76. You wouldn't want me to take the lead, would you? Really, is that true? Yin Mengran asked cautiously, a hint of disbelief in her voice. After all, the two of them had nearly quarreled over this matter before, leaving her caught in the middle, feeling quite awkward. Yet now, both had made concessions, astonishingly placing the decision in her hands. Juheng nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, indeed, you may decide freely, we are both agreeable." Tangji also nodded in agreement, which took Yin Mengran by surprise. However, since both had expressed their willingness, it was undoubtedly a positive development, alleviating the possibility of conflict over such trivial matters. Subsequently, Yin Mengran began to arrange the events according to her inner thoughts. Given that it was a competition, a serious approach was warranted. Their class had consistently secured the top position in exams, and it was only fitting that they strive for the championship in the sports meet as well. Firstly, Juheng's participation in the shot put was assured, and Yin Mengran had complete confidence in his ability to win. Next was Tangji's long-distance running, in which she also held great faith. After some discussion, she signed Juheng up for the 100-meter dash and Tangji for the 4x100-meter relay. Although both Juheng and Tangji felt they could participate in more events, confident of their victory, Yin Mengran declined their suggestion, believing that having each of them compete in 2 events was sufficient. This was also to provide others in the class with an opportunity. Otherwise, if the other classes found out, they would surely gossip, claiming that their class had no one but Juheng and Tangji capable of competing. "Then, is it settled regarding the events?" Yin Mengran inquired about their opinions, and Juheng and Tangji nodded in agreement, replying, "Yes." "All right, then the next matter is the opening ceremony performance. If I recall correctly, last year the whole class performed a routine, right?" Yin Mengran reminisced about the previous year's sports meet when they were still in their second year. That performance had been decided by their homeroom teacher, leaving them without the right to choose. The entire class had executed a simple routine, merely going through the motions, and the opening ceremony performance would also involve awarding prizes, though it was certainly unrelated to their class. Since this year they were allowed to decide for themselves, it was clear that a performance by the entire class would be impossible to arrange in time, setting aside the inability to determine the type of performance. Even if everyone reached a consensus, there wouldn't be enough time for rehearsals. They were already exhausted from their daily studies, thus, it would have to be a few individuals or a solo performance. Previously, both Juheng and Tangji had mentioned wanting to perform something. Yin Mengran gazed at the two of them, contemplating for a moment before asking, "It truly falls upon me to decide, correct? You both agree?" "Yes." Juheng and Tangji nodded without hesitation. Then, Yin Mengran turned to Juheng, asking, "So, Juheng, from the class's perspective, whose performance do you think would be more suitable?" Juheng frowned slightly, contemplating seriously. After a few seconds, he raised his hand and pointed to Tangji beside him. Yin Mengran nodded and then looked at Tangji, asking, "And what about you, what do you think?" Tangji raised her hand and pointed at Juheng. This outcome caused Yin Mengran to chuckle wryly. These two had argued so vehemently before, yet now they were so deferential, each believing the other to be more suitable. If that were the case, why had they argued in the first place? It made her feel rather foolish for playing the mediator. "How about this, you two can play rock paper scissors, whoever wins gets to perform, all right?" Yin Mengran stepped aside, allowing them to decide for themselves. Otherwise, if she were to choose, someone would surely be displeased. "I have no objections. I'm fine with that." The two were in complete agreement, thus, in front of Yin Mengran, they engaged in a non-competitive game of rock paper scissors. Ultimately, Tangji emerged victorious. "Great. That means Tangji will be performing," Yin Mengran said, patting Tangji's shoulder, hastily finalizing the decision, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise. Suddenly, Tangji seemed to remember something. She looked at Yin Mengran and smiled knowingly, saying, "Since we both have our tasks, what about you? Aren't you going to do something?" Yin Mengran pointed at herself, blinking in confusion. What can I do? I can't do anything, and if I sign up for anything, I surely wouldn't win." Tangji shook her head gently, stating, "I recall that during the opening ceremony, a girl is needed to lead the team and hold the sign, just like last year when Tang Yining did it. Indeed, that position is still unfilled." "Wait, you can't possibly be suggesting that I take it, right?" "Of course, I believe you are the most suitable choice. What do you think?" Tangji looked to Juheng for his opinion, who nodded in agreement, softly affirming. Yin Mengran hadn't anticipated Juheng to concur, she had merely intended to include them, yet here she found herself being dragged into the fray. "All right, fine, I'll do it. I suppose that's acceptable." She understood all too well that she could not refuse. After all, she had assigned Juheng and Tangji so much, it would indeed be inappropriate for her to remain uninvolved. "Well then, is everything settled now? Can we play games?" By noon, over 3 hours had passed, and the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Julian brought dish after dish to the dining table, then called out toward the room, "Everyone, come out for dinner." The three emerged from the room, and upon seeing the feast laid out on the table, Yin Mengran marveled once more. It was astounding that all these dishes had been prepared by Tangji's mother alone over the course of the morning. "Auntie, thank you for your hard work." Juyalan smiled with her eyes squinted, moving a chair for Yin Mengran, saying, "It's no trouble at all. I'm just happy you all could come, this is nothing." Juheng sat down, inquiring, "Auntie, what time does my uncle get off work?" "He finishes around 8 in the evening. I told him you all would be here today, and he was so eager that he almost wanted to take the day off, insisting on having you drink with him. Next time, I'll come again when my uncle is off." As the group settled down to eat, Yin Mengran's phone received a message. She was puzzled as to who could be messaging her at this time. Initially intending to ignore it during the meal, she feared it might be a message from Juheng's mother, Liu Wei, and she didn't want to miss it. Thus, she quickly took out her phone to check. To her surprise, it was a message from Tang Yining. "Yin Mengran, for the sake of our 2-year friendship, please tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Juheng?" I shouldn't have done anything to betray you, right? Just tell me directly. Chapter 77, Wherever Juheng goes to university, she will follow. What's wrong? Juheng inquired, noticing the unease on Yin Mengran's face. It's nothing, Yin Mengran replied, shaking her head, choosing not to disclose the messages on her phone to Juheng, fearing it might dampen his spirits. She pondered, realizing that even if a rift developed between her and Tong Yining, the latter had not truly wronged her. Ultimately, her decision to sever ties with Tong Yining was largely driven by her own selfishness that stemmed from her growing affection for Juheng. Having never before experienced such feelings for someone, she was unsure of how to react, yet, when Tong Yining suggested scheming against Juheng, a sudden wave of disdain for Tong Yining washed over her. She even questioned if she was inherently fickle. How could she feel such animosity towards someone with whom she had once shared a deep bond? Therefore, Yin Mengran resolved to respond to Tong Yining's question, seeking to reconcile her conscience over decisions made out of self-interest. We are not what you think. For certain reasons, I reside at Juheng's home as his mother's goddaughter. Do you like Juheng? Yin Mengran stared at the immediate reply from Tong Yining, lost in contemplation. She understood the urgency behind Tong Yining's inquiry. It was merely a ploy to gauge her feelings. If she were to deny any affection, then Tong Yining would not view her as a rival and would likely intensify her pursuit of Juheng. After all, even if Yin Mengran admitted to living at Juheng's home, Tong Yining was oblivious to the fact that it was merely the two of them in the house. She probably imagined Juheng's parents were also present, leading her to believe they would not engage in anything inappropriate with parental oversight. However, if she were to discover that it was solely Yin Mengran and Juheng sharing a room and a bed, Yin Mengran shuddered at the thought of Tong Yining's reaction. After much deliberation, Yin Mengran finally replied to Tong Yining, "Yes, I do." Ahem. Suddenly, a cough erupted from behind her, startling Yin Mengran into a jolt. She turned to see Tangji standing there, bent slightly as she glanced at her phone. Embarrassed, Yin Mengran quickly shielded her phone and stammered, "Oh, what's up?" Tangji gently patted her shoulder, whispering, "You can't neglect your meal due to matters at hand. Let's eat first and address it afterward." Meanwhile, Zhu Yalan quietly asked, "What's the matter, Sir Mengran? Is the food not to your liking? If so, tell Auntie what you would prefer, and I shall prepare it for you." No. Auntie, the food is delicious. I just had a minor issue earlier, but it's nothing serious. Yin Mengran hastily placed her phone on the table, picked up her chopsticks, and resumed eating. She chastised herself for being so distracted at the dinner table, initially intending to glance at her phone briefly but inadvertently losing track of time. Luckily, Tangji's timely reminder spared her from her mother's potential misinterpretations. After all, it would have been quite rude to be absorbed in her phone while her mother had gone to such lengths to prepare a feast. Juheng observed Yin Mengran from the side, a flicker of confusion evident in his gaze, yet he chose to remain silent. After finishing their meal, the three helped Zhu Yalan clear the table. They refrained from assisting during the cooking, aware that their involvement might complicate matters. However, clearing up afterward was a fundamental courtesy. Once everything was tidied, the trio intended to retreat to their room to continue gaming, but Zhu Yalan emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands and beckoning Juheng, saying, "Xiaoheng, come. Auntie wishes to discuss something with you." Okay. Juheng nodded and remained in the living room with Zhu Yalan while Yin Mengran and Tangji returned to their room. Zhu Yalan poured Juheng a cup of tea, and he promptly stood to accept it, expressing, "Thank you, Auntie." Sit. "Xiaoheng, Auntie has a troubling matter weighing on her mind that she wishes to discuss and seek your counsel on." Zhu Yalan pulled Juheng's arm, guiding him to the sofa. With a sigh, she wore a frown that suggested genuine concern. Juheng nodded, saying, "As long as I can assist, I will certainly help. You see, as we are in the final year of high school, graduation is just around the corner. Your uncle and I have begun contemplating which university Tangji should apply to. I have no strong opinions, but your uncle is particularly keen on her attending a 211 university. He has a friend who is a professor there, and he believes that having someone looking out for her while she is away at university would be quite advantageous, especially given Tangji's personality. Don't you agree? Indeed, I think that's quite good. What's the concern? Juheng replied, puzzled as to why his assistance was needed, given Tangji's academic performance. Applying to a 211 university should pose no challenge, provided she dedicated herself to her studies. Even a 985 university would be within her reach. For others, such pressure might be overwhelming, but for Tangji, it seemed manageable, merely requiring her to cut back on gaming. The crux of the matter is, can you guess what Tangji said? What did she say? She doesn't want to go. Zhu Yalan glanced toward Tangji's room before lowering her voice to Juheng's ear, stating, she said, wherever Juheng goes to university, she will follow. Juheng's heart sank, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the truth of her words and turned to Zhu Yalan, who nodded affirmatively, a resigned expression on her face. Don't take it to heart. This is not your fault. It's her stubbornness. We understand her sentiment. It's simply that once at university, without you around, she fears she won't have anyone to converse with, and that could make her feel isolated and frustrated. Despite Zhu Yalan's reassurances, Juheng was acutely aware that Tangji merely wished to continue playing games with him. Once at university, she would find it easier to relax, and they would undoubtedly enjoy gaming together. Juheng gestured towards the direction of the room, saying, then, Auntie, why not encourage her? University life will be vastly different from high school, and she will meet a diverse array of people. She is bound to find friends with whom she resonates. Look, hasn't Yin Mengran already formed a friendship? It was of no avail. We have never forced Tangji to do anything throughout her life. Trying to compel her to attend a specific university now would be futile. Chapter 78. Then I cannot confess my feelings, at least, not at this moment. Juheng finally understood why his aunt was troubled. If it were him, he would undoubtedly be distressed. If he could get into a prestigious university, that would be one thing, but with his current grades, forget about 985 or 211 universities. He couldn't even get into a second-tier school. How could Tangji possibly attend a vocational college with him? His aunt and uncle would surely be infuriated, to the point of being beyond consolation. Even if they disagreed, he himself would object, for that would be a grave sin, derailing someone else's life. He had no desire to bear such a stigma. Juheng nodded earnestly and said, I understand, Auntie. How about this? I will try to persuade her another day. Zhu Yalan's eyes brightened, and she raised her eyebrows, quickly responding, really, little Hang, would you be willing to talk to her? That would be wonderful. That child has always listened to you more. If you are willing to counsel her, I would be truly grateful. It's nothing, it's what I ought to do. How do you plan to persuade her? Every time we attempt to discuss something, she simply doesn't listen. Juheng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying, even if I can't persuade her, I can consider other methods. I could try to convince Yin Mengran. With her grades, there would be no issue for her to apply to the same university as Tangji. Isn't she currently worried about not having anyone to play with in college? If she had Yin Mengran accompanying her, there shouldn't be much of a problem, right? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yalan gave Juheng a thumbs up and exclaimed, our little Heng truly has a solution. But will Mengran even agree? Well, I'll give it a try. I previously asked her if she had considered which university to attend, and she didn't seem to have any specific goals yet. When the time comes, I can talk to her. Juheng was uncertain whether Yin Mengran would be willing to attend the same university as Tangji. If she were to say she wanted to go to the same university as him, it would leave him utterly flabbergasted. Two top-ranking students in high school, capable of entering a first-rate university, ending up at the same institution as him, a student with considerably lower grades. The principal would likely question whether they had mistakenly come to the wrong school, personally greeting them, and treating them like royalty, waking up from dreams with a smile. At that point, he would be in serious trouble, especially with Yin Mengran. Juheng firmly believed that if he were to hinder her from attending a prestigious university, it would undoubtedly lead to his mother's wrath. He might even find himself banned from playing video games and cut off from his allowance. Zhu Yalan nodded, her expression one of satisfaction, and then spoke again. If you, little Hang, could attend that university with Tangji and Mengran, that would be splendid, the best possible outcome. Oh. Auntie, you're thinking too far ahead. I want to be able to get in with these grades. How could I possibly attend such a good university? Why jump to conclusions so early? Tangji told me that you made significant progress in this exam, and you've only been studying hard for a short time, which proves just how bright you truly are. Besides, there's still a year until the college entrance examination. Isn't there plenty of time for a surge in your grades during the holidays? If you dedicate yourself now, you can certainly succeed. Zhu Yalan gently patted Zhu Heng's hand, encouraging him, which left him somewhat dazed. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely began to believe that perhaps he really could succeed. He had discovered some methods in his studies, making the process feel less painful than before. Can I really do it? Of course you can. This substantial improvement speaks volumes. Work hard, aim to excel with each passing day. In an instant, Zhu Heng felt a surge of confidence. He straightened his posture, nodded, and resolutely declared, I will. Meanwhile, in the room, Tangji wasn't in a hurry to play games. Instead, she observed Yin Mengran, who was sitting on the bed engrossed in her phone, appearing deep in thought. Sensing Tangji's gaze, Yin Mengran looked up, surprised, and asked, What is the matter? I was wondering, who were you chatting with during dinner? You even mentioned your feelings for Zhu Heng. That, Yin Mengran stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She hadn't anticipated Tangji had noticed. Fortunately, it was only Tangji who had seen it. She had long been aware of her interest in Zhu Heng. If anyone else, especially Zhu Heng, were to find out, it would be utterly mortifying. Was it Tang Yining? Millimeter. She still has the audacity to contact you. Especially concerning Zhu Heng. Yin Mengran sighed and nodded, saying, she found out I was staying at Zhu Heng's house and then came to question what our relationship was. Then just tell her directly that you are in a romantic relationship. That should put her mind at ease. After all, if Zhu Heng were to learn that you were doing this to deter Tang Yining from pursuing him, he would surely agree. How can I do that? I can't lie like that. What if I'm found out? Then make it true. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you and Zhu Heng were genuinely together? After all, you do like him, don't you? As soon as Tangji finished speaking, the room fell into a profound silence. Yin Mengran lowered her head, lost in thought. After a moment, she hesitantly began, But, Zhu Heng, are you afraid he doesn't like you? I believe there's a high probability he does. Would you share a roof and sleep in the same bed with someone you didn't like? Yin Mengran lifted her head and resolutely stated, But I still cannot confess, at least, not now. Why not? Because my mother is so pleased to see Zhu Heng making such great strides in his studies. She genuinely hopes for his continued academic success. If I were to confess my feelings and pursue a relationship with him now, it would undoubtedly impact his studies. I cannot do that. Though Yin Mengran spoke with conviction, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, which Tangji noticed keenly. Even if it means allowing Zhu Heng to be entangled with Tang Yining indefinitely, is that acceptable? You claim you would influence his studies, but that assertion is flawed. Being together might not affect his performance at all. Conversely, if he remains ensnared by Tang Yining, wouldn't that truly hinder his studies? Yin Mengran fell silent once more. She understood that even if she refrained from confessing her feelings to Zhu Heng to avoid impacting his studies, another person would inevitably do so. Tang Yining. Her heart was torn, grappling with the dilemma of what to do. Seeing that Yin Mengran had yet to respond, Tangji stood up and softly said, All right, I understand your perspective. How about this? Since I am Zhu Heng's deskmate, I can find a way to gauge his feelings for you. If he truly has no interest in dating at the moment, I will let you know, and you can wait, but if he does have romantic inclinations and likes you, I will do my best to encourage him to confess. Does that sound good? Chapter 79. Is there any way to separate those two? Tangji's words left Yin Mengran somewhat astonished. Is that really possible? I could confess my feelings. But, will it truly not affect Zhu Heng's studies? Yin Mengran felt a stir of emotion at Tangji's suggestion, yet apprehension lingered. She did not wish to be the one to disrupt Zhu Heng's academic pursuits, nor did she want to disappoint his mother. These concerns became her weaknesses, causing her hesitation. I believe it wouldn't affect his studies if he were to be distracted. Wouldn't that imply a lack of self-discipline? Do you think Juheng is like that? He can forsake games, study diligently every day, consistently prepare his own meals without a single day of laziness, and maintain a rigorous exercise regimen while living alone. Doesn't that illustrate his strong self-restraint? You have a point, Yin Mengran nodded, agreeing with Tang Ji. Indeed, she was well aware of Juheng's remarkable self-discipline. Such feats were rare. In comparison, it seemed that only those with particularly poor self-control would allow their studies to suffer, and Juheng was certainly not one of them. So, what are your thoughts? If you agree, I will assist you. If you choose to stick with your current mindset, that is also fine. Tang Ji spread her arms and smiled lightly, inquiring about Yin Mengran's feelings. Although she posed the question, her demeanor suggested she already knew Yin Mengran's response. Yin Mengran took a deep breath, releasing it as if she had reached a decision. She then lifted her gaze to meet Tang Ji's, her eyes resolute. I want to be with Juheng. Please help me, I am willing to do anything. Satisfied with the affirmative answer, Tang Ji nodded and sat down, saying, There's nothing you need to do. I simply believe that you and Juheng are well suited for each other, at least far more so than that Tang Yining. No sooner had Tang Ji finished speaking than Yin Mengran moved suddenly, wrapping her arms around her. In a whisper, she murmured, Thank you. Tang Ji's eyes widened in surprise, her expression one of bewilderment. After a few moments of stunned silence, she stammered, it's nothing. I just thought it would be fun, just looking for some amusement. Yin Mengran released her embrace, gazing into her eyes, a subtle smile dancing in her gaze. Then thank you as well. Tang Ji froze for a moment, then turned her head away, using her hair to obscure her face. What's wrong? Nothing. Juheng and Yin Mengran lingered there until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Ultimately, Juheng took his leave under the pretense of needing to study at home. The two walked back in silence, each lost in thoughts concerning the other. Occasionally, Yin Mengran would observe Juheng's profile, contemplating whether, if this were to truly come to fruition, she and Juheng would indeed be in a romantic relationship. Would that mean she could openly let Juheng hold her at night? Would they be able to hold hands at school without fear? Would Juheng's demeanor towards her change? Would he speak more? Would he treat her better? The mere thought of these possibilities sent waves of excitement coursing through Yin Mengran, leaving her almost impatient. Just moments ago, she had claimed she didn't want to impede Juheng's studies, that she couldn't confess her feelings. Yet now, persuaded by Tang Ji, she felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. I say, Yin Mengran, what is it? Yin Mengran snapped back to reality at Juheng's call, turning to face him. You mentioned that you have no expectations for university, right? How about applying to the same one as Tang Ji? That university is quite good, and I believe you both could gain admission while having each other for company. Really, that sounds great. But what about you? Yin Mengran initially responded with eager agreement, as attending the same university as her good friend would indeed be a boon. However, the next moment, a more pressing concern struck her. Would Juheng also attend that university? Just moments ago, she had been contemplating what it would be like if they were together, but they were currently in their final year of high school, the most critical phase. Even if they were to become a couple, they could not afford to slack off. Studies must remain their priority. She merely sought a label for their relationship. As long as it was defined, she desired nothing more, wanting to maintain their life as it had been until the college entrance examination concluded. After entering university, that would be the time for them to focus on their romance, a phase she eagerly looked forward to. But what if Juheng chose not to attend the same university? She would absolutely not allow such a circumstance to arise. She was determined to be at the same university as Juheng, regardless of which institution it was. She would even consider foregoing university altogether, opting to find a job to care for Juheng's daily needs. All in all, she simply did not want to be apart from him. Juheng pondered for a moment before retorting, Do you think I could gain admission to the university that you and Tang Ji are attending? His words carried an element of self-deprecation, leaving it unclear whether he genuinely sought an answer or was merely feigning ignorance. Nevertheless, Yin Mengran responded earnestly, I believe you can, Juheng. You are very intelligent. If you are willing to study, you can undoubtedly succeed. Juheng turned to face her, meeting Yin Mingran's earnest and unwavering gaze, taken aback. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he chuckled. All right, then I'll rely on you to help me with my studies, aiming for us to all gain admission to the same university. Upon hearing this, Yin Mingran's face lit up with joy, and she nodded vigorously, yes. That evening, the two studied late into the night, seemingly adopting their goal of gaining admission to that university as their ultimate aim. Under Yin Mingran's guidance, Juheng began to feel a sense of confidence, believing he had a chance as long as he seized every moment to catch up on his studies. On Monday, as school resumed, students struggled to rise from their slumber, burdened by their heavy backpacks, resembling the living dead as they left their homes, making their way to school. Tang Yining stepped outside her home, listless. She was not only reeling from her parents' scolding for performing poorly on her recent exam, but also troubled by a more distressing matter. Her former best friend had now become her rival in love. That person had taken a liking to Juheng, and what had initially been a simple situation of living together and attending school together daily now boasted an almost guaranteed success rate of nearly 100%. Having rejected the other party for 2 years, one has now embraced a hellish mode, with a success rate that is nearly non-existent. Presently, Tang Yining's mindset has undergone a transformation. What once was a desire to draw closer to Juheng has now evolved into a wish for Yin Mengran to distance herself from Juheng. Sigh. Is there any way to separate those two? Chapter 80. That is sufficient. This is my confession. Alas, what troubles you? Are you feeling down because of a poor exam? Did your family scold you? Qian Run gently patted Tang Yining's shoulder, observing her despondent demeanor. She presumed it was due to her disappointing test results. However, Tang Yining shook her head, extending her hand to point towards a corner of the classroom. Qian Run followed her gaze and noticed Yin Mengran seated in front of Juheng and Tang Ji. The three were engaged in lively conversation while sharing a meal, appearing quite harmonious. A smile frequently graced Yin Mengran's face, seemingly far happier than when she was with Tang Yining. In that moment, Qian Run comprehended the source of Tang Yining's distress. It was jealousy. Witnessing her former best friend reveling in the company of others, thriving in their joy, felt akin to a form of emotional betrayal. Oh dear, do not be disheartened. Who would have thought that Tang Ji possesses such an enchanting charm, effortlessly winning over Yin Mengran? Not entirely. The main reason Yin Mengran is there is because of Juheng. Qian Run gazed at Tang Yining in astonishment, perplexed by her statement. Did she imply that Yin Mengran harbored feelings for Juheng? How had they become entwined? Though I do not fully grasp the nature of their relationship, I advise you to steer clear of this affair. Involve myself. Tang Yining's eyes drifted towards the trio, her expression vacant, devoid of light as she murmured, I wish I could be involved even now. The word like that Yin Mengran had texted her yesterday echoed relentlessly in her mind. She had not anticipated Yin Mengran's forthrightness, her ability to candidly express her affection for Juheng, something Tang Yining herself could not muster. It was as if the final veil of modesty could no longer be torn away. Now, she could only watch helplessly as Yin Mengran frequented Juheng's side, their bond deepening to a level that far surpassed her own. Her anxiety was futile, for she felt utterly powerless. After school that evening, Tang Yining witnessed Yin Mengran and Juheng depart together. The thought of them returning to the same home constricted her heart as if gripped by an iron fist. Exiting the school gates, she pondered these matters, her mind wandering. She was so lost in thought that she failed to notice a figure standing ahead. Snap! The person in front of her snapped their fingers, jolting her back to reality. She looked up in surprise to find a boy before her, wearing glasses with a neat hairstyle, exuding the aura of a diligent student. The boy spoke softly. Classmate, I wish to discuss something with you. Could you spare a moment? Liao Hamiao from Class 1, the boy appeared taken aback, raising his eyebrows as he inquired, You know me, of course, the top of the grade. Who wouldn't he recognize you? Isn't he your photo hanging in the corridor? Since you're already aware, I'll skip the introduction. May I take a moment of your time to converse? Liao Hamiao stepped closer to Tang Yining, causing her to feel a bit anxious. What do you wish to discuss? Liao Hamiao placed his hands in his pockets and stated nonchalantly, You are a close friend of Yin Mengran, correct? Could you assist me in arranging a meeting with her? I wish to confess my feelings. Tang Yining's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. Oh, what are you saying all of a sudden? What's wrong? I mean, I like Yin Mengran, and I want to confess to her. Could you help me? I will offer a reward. Liu Hanmiao, oblivious to Tong Yining's astonishment, maintained a calm demeanor as though discussing something trivial. Tong Yining composed herself and replied, your information is quite outdated. I am no longer friends with her, and I advise you not to waste your efforts. She already has someone she likes, someone from our class. Upon hearing this, Liu Hanmiao seemed unfazed, pausing briefly before continuing, that's fine. As long as they aren't officially together, I still have a chance. Apologies for the interruption. With that, he turned to leave. Tong Yining's lips twitched in disbelief. How could there be such an optimistic person? No, you have no chance. They are already living together. Liu Hanmiao turned back to her, his brow furrowing in confusion. Moments later, his expression relaxed as he said, that doesn't matter. I don't have a fixation on virginity. Goodness, you're invincible, kid. That's not the issue. The crux is that they have already solidified their relationship. Have they officially announced it? No, then it's merely a relationship without a name. Let me ask you, in this day and age, which do you think is more important, substance or reputation? At least in my eyes, they hold equal weight. A relationship without a name is that of a mistress, so it is certainly necessary for me to intervene. Liu Hanmiao's resolute stance left Tong Yining momentarily speechless. She found herself unable to retort. Normally, one would relinquish hope upon learning that someone had affections for another. Who would remain so optimistic after discovering that the object of their affection was cohabiting with someone else? It was truly astonishing. Who would have imagined that the top student would possess such unconventional notions? However, as Tong Yining contemplated, what if he truly had a chance? After all, he was the top student in the entire grade, likely adored by many. No matter how exceptional Juheng was, his academic performance was a hard reality. He could never catch up to Yin Mengran's achievements. Given her academic prowess, she ought not to date someone academically inferior. Someone like Liu Hanmiao would be quite suitable, wouldn't he? If Liu Hanmiao succeeded, wouldn't he that effectively separate Juheng and Yin Mengran? Hey, wait a moment. Tong Yining hurriedly pursued him, convinced that her idea was feasible. How long had Yin Mengran and Juheng even known each other? Even if she had feelings, it could not be that deep. If she could develop feelings for Juheng, it was only natural for her to like someone else as well. With this thought, she genuinely believed that Liu Hanmiao might have a chance. Liu Hanmiao turned to her as she called out to him, asking, is there something else? I believe you have a real opportunity. Let me assist you. Do you have a plan? Liu Hanmiao furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, a plan? What do you mean? You want to confess? You have no plan at all. What plan is needed? True affection demands a straightforward confession, an expression of one's feelings. I do not necessarily wish to be with her. I merely want her to know that someone is captivated by her charm. That is sufficient. This is my confession. Chapter 81. Do both parties still call it fooling around? Not at all, my friend. Are you out of your mind? Declaring your feelings like that is bound to end in failure. Are you certain you don't wish to strategize a bit first? You ought to enhance your presence in her heart, cultivate her fondness for you, and only then make your confession. Tong Yining was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. One might think that the individual before her was not of her age group. Did he not engage his brain before speaking? He was hardly acquainted with her, yet he intended to confess his feelings outright. It was absurd to think she would agree. However, Tong Yining's well-meaning advice seemed to fall on deaf ears. Liu Hanmiao shook his head and said, my affection for her is my own affair. If she does not reciprocate, that is her concern. She is not a choice I made after weighing pros and cons, but rather the embodiment of my impassioned heart, a steadfastness in the face of the unattainable. A direct confession is my utmost sincerity. Having uttered these words, Liu Hanmiao resolutely turned on his heel and departed, his unwavering stance evident even from his retreating figure, suggesting that nothing could alter his resolve. Tong Yining was left utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, as if she had just heard something profoundly significant, even doubting whether she was caught in a dream. Was this all a fabrication? What a ghostly occurrence at this late hour. Tong Yining paid little mind to him, initially believing he might prove somewhat useful, but he appeared to be merely a source of amusement. By the time the next day arrived at school, she had completely forgotten about him. Juheng had arrived at school early, settled into his seat. Ever since he resolved to gain admission to a prestigious university, his thoughts had been consumed by academics. His goal was undoubtedly to enjoy life more fully, and he found it entirely reasonable to study in pursuit of that aim. During the morning study session, Juhang was engrossed in his work when was she the only one tutoring you? Juhang looked up, puzzled, then nodded. Yes, we occasionally work out together, perhaps 2 or 3 times a week, but the rest of the time is almost exclusively dedicated to studying. He recalled their late-night study session from the previous evening, feeling that his progress in tutoring had been remarkably swift. If he were to take an exam immediately, his ranking would surely improve significantly, especially with the capable Yin Mengran as his tutor. Her teaching methods were exceptionally effective, leading to greater learning efficiency. You really are quite boring. You've got a beautiful girl living in your house, and you remain entirely unmoved. Tanji's words caused Juhang to pause, lifting his gaze toward Yin Mengran's direction. He acknowledged her undeniable beauty. While the entire school might not be aware, she was undoubtedly the belle of the class. With her amiable personality and temperament, nearly half the boys in class harbored feelings for her but dared not voice them. This was largely due to the presence of Lu Yunshore, who had stood out as a formidable competitor, deterring others from pursuing her. His advantage lay in shielding Yin Mengran from a multitude of suitors. Juhang averted his gaze, glancing at Tangji, and replied, "What else would you have me do? Take advantage of the situation. She is merely staying with us. I have no desire to transform a good deed into something inappropriate." How do you know she wouldn't be willing? If both parties are agreeable, can it still be called fooling around? Juhang furrowed his brow, slowly setting down his pen, his gaze deepening as he looked at Tangji. What do you mean? Are you about to ask me whether I like Yin Mengran? See, aren't you quite astute? Considering that you two seem to have engaged in numerous discussions about love topics yesterday, I was puzzled. Would you both genuinely be interested in such matters? I see now that you were digging a pit for me. Tangji shrugged, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she continued, "So, what is your answer?" This question seemed to immobilize Juhang, plunging him into silence, his expression contemplative as his pupils flickered, as if engaged in earnest reflection. Tangji did not rush him, she patiently awaited his response. After a considerable pause, Juhang inhaled deeply and said, "My feelings for her are perhaps more akin to sympathy. Her circumstances and experiences elicit my compassion. If I could do more for her, that would undoubtedly be ideal." He cast his gaze toward Yin Mengran's silhouette, memories flooding back of the day he brought her home, and the subsequent days filled with vivid recollections of each event. Most distinctly etched in his mind was the night a few days prior, when his mother had taken Yin Mengran as her goddaughter, revealing to him how deeply she craved a sense of security and the warmth of family. He had made a bold decision that night, feigning sleep before gently embracing her, believing she needed that comfort, to feel that someone was there for her, alleviating the fear of solitude. Tangji tilted her head, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Juhang. Is it really so difficult to choose between liking and not liking? You can't seem to make a decision. She struggled to comprehend how Juhang's statement connected to her inquiry. When she asked if he liked Yin Mengran, his response was sympathy. Juhang suddenly turned to face Tangji, his brows knitted in contemplation, his gaze burning with intensity. "Do you know why I pursued Tong Yining for 2 years? Why? It was because I had no understanding of what it meant to like someone, nor the feelings associated with such affection. I was entirely out of touch with that realm. It had become a blind spot, limiting my imagination. I could not envision what it would be like if I actually succeeded in pursuing someone, akin to a poor man imagining the life of an emperor, merely envisioning himself wielding a golden hoe in the fields. My thoughts revolved around being with Tong Yining, playing games together." Playing games? Tangji blinked, her face a mask of bewilderment. She imagined couples engaging in countless activities together, sharing intimate moments, but Juhang's idea revolved solely around gaming. Did he harbor no other aspirations? Then, do you still not understand? Juhang shook his head in response. No, does my desire to play games with Yin Mengran equate to liking her? What feelings can substantiate my affection for her? I am at a loss. How can I convey to you whether I truly like Yin Mengran? Tangji leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs, covering her mouth with her hand, her brow furrowed in concentration as she grappled with a complex question. After a moment, she looked at Juhang, gasping slightly, and said, "Well, if we follow your reasoning, you actually have never liked Tang Yining at all." Chapter 82. But whether I truly like you or not, that remains uncertain. Is that so, perhaps? Juhang responded with a remarkably calm demeanor, as though this revelation held no surprise for him. However, for Tangji, it was quite astonishing. She had assumed that Juhang was utterly enamored with Tang Yining, yet it appeared that he himself was still grappling with the concept of affection. Had he truly pursued her for 2 years without understanding what it meant to genuinely like someone, no wonder he could so readily speak of giving up, without a trace of hesitation. One would think such decisiveness could only stem from a rebirth, yet the truth was that he harbored no feelings for Tang Yining at all. The past 2 years had merely been a period of emotional experimentation for him. Isn't liking someone rather straightforward? It's simply the desire to be with the other person. There's no need to overthink it. Just tell me, if you had the chance to be with Yin Mengran, would you be willing? Well, obviously. Of course, I would. She excels academically and is quite beautiful. How could I not want to be with her? But there are countless girls who are both intelligent and attractive in this world. Am I to like each and every one of them? If I were to pursue Yin Mengran without genuine feelings, wouldn't that lead to a breakup eventually? That would be a second injury to her, wouldn't it? TSK. I find myself venturing into unfamiliar territory. I can provide answers to many things, but when it comes to emotions, I truly don't comprehend. Tangji lamented, covering her forehead in frustration. Initially, she had intended to gauge Juhang's sentiments and perhaps facilitate a connection between him and Yin Mengran, yet now, she realized that she was completely unequipped for such matchmaking. She had thought it would be relatively simple. After all, if he didn't like her, could he still share a bed with her? But upon further reflection, they had shared a bed, and yet nothing had transpired, so what did that truly signify? If he were genuinely fond of someone, would he remain indifferent while they lay side by side? Sigh, I too am at a loss. Isn't this just a gradual exploration? Juhang sighed, lifting his gaze to find Yin Mengran stealing glances at him. Their eyes met, and she offered a fleeting smile before quickly averting her gaze. Juhang lowered his head, grasping his pen, preparing to continue his work. However, he found himself staring blankly at the exercise book for several seconds, unable to write a single word. At noon, when Yin Mengran approached them for lunch, Juhang remained utterly silent, focusing intently on his meal, not even bothering to look up. Yin Mengran leaned closer, lowering her voice to whisper in Tangji's ear, "What's wrong?" Tangji merely shook her head, opting not to respond to her inquiry. Yin Mengran was left perplexed, and they finished lunch in an unusually awkward atmosphere. After lunch, Tangji and Yin Mengran decided to head to the restroom together. As they walked down the corridor, Yin Mengran scanned their surroundings for safety before quietly asking, "So, what do you mean?" "It's just, Juhang's feelings are rather unclear at the moment, but I did manage to ascertain one thing: he has never liked Tang Yining. It seems his pursuit of her was merely to clarify his own feelings." Yin Mengran fell silent in astonishment. Wasn't she supposed to be inquiring about her own situation? Why was Tang Yining even involved? So, does he actually like me? If I confess to him, would it be successful? It should be successful, but whether he truly likes you, that's uncertain. Oh. The more Yin Mengran listened, the more confused she became. If success was likely, then why was there uncertainty about his feelings? Could it be that he might accept her confession even if he didn't truly like her? Just as she was about to ask further, a figure appeared before them, obstructing their path. They halted, staring at the individual who had clearly intended to block their way. "Yin Mengran, may I have a moment of your time?" "You are Liao Hemiao from Class 1, right?" Yin Mengran recognized the person in front of her, as he was a well-known figure throughout the grade, often featured in photographs adorning the walls of the corridor. Being first in the grade, he was known by all, while she, holding the third position, was far less recognized. Thus, she was puzzled as to why he knew of her and what he could possibly want. Liao Hemiao, seeing that Yin Mengran recognized him, smiled and nodded. Yes, I have something to discuss with you, if you don't mind. Yin Mengran nodded, saying, "Oh, go ahead." Tanji furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something was amiss, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Liu Hamiao straightened his collar and began, "It's like this, during the last monthly exam, we were in the same examination room. I don't know if you recall, but I sat right beside you. Even though we were strangers, after accidentally locking eyes with you, you still offered a polite smile, your every action captivated me, and that is how I found myself falling for you." His words rendered the atmosphere palpably silent, especially since they were not alone in the corridor. Students passing by also heard his declaration. At that moment, Yin Mengran was utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tanji's lips twitched, her brows furrowing as she struggled to find her voice. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Having just left lunch to head to the restroom, she was met with the confession. It felt as though he had just been seated in class, caught sight of Yin Mengran passing by through the window, and dashed over to declare his feelings, so sudden and reckless that it was hard to believe it was real. Liu Hamiao stepped closer, causing Yin Mengran to instinctively take a step back, and he continued, "I've heard that you currently have someone you like, but I still hope you might give me a chance. I will do my utmost to provide you with anything you desire, whatever type you prefer. I will strive to embody that, and I will change anything you do not like." Students milling about had now stopped to watch, forming a small crowd, whispering and murmuring amongst themselves. Yet, Liu Hamiao seemed entirely oblivious to their presence, unaffected by their gazes or chatter. However, while he could ignore them, Yin Mengran certainly could not, or no. At that moment, her face burned crimson like a ripe pepper, her shoes shuffling nervously against the floor, desperately wanting to escape the situation. She was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, too embarrassed to lift her gaze, only daring to stare at the ground. Tanji, sensing her discomfort, was about to step in to assist her when suddenly, a hand reached out. It grasped Yin Mengran's wrist and, without a word, pulled her away from the awkward scene. Startled, Yin Mengran looked up to see the person before her, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Juheng, Chapter 83. Then why not become her boyfriend? The suddenness of this scene left everyone astonished, curious heads turning towards the direction of their departure. Liu Hamiao was no exception, gazing at the retreating figure, his heart restless and unsettled. Tanji, however, wore a smile, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. "So, is that the person Yin Mengran likes?" Liu Hamiao murmured softly, his eyes narrowing, a faint chill glimmering in his deep gaze. The onlookers felt a wave of sympathy for Liu Hamiao. This spectacle undeniably placed him in an exceedingly awkward position, yet, Liu Hamiao appeared unfazed, his expression impassive as he returned directly to the classroom, prompting admiration for his robust mental fortitude. Juheng glanced over his shoulder, relieved to see no one pursuing them, and loosened his grip. His previously agitated heart began to calm as he realized he had acted in an unexpectedly bold manner. He was unsure of what had come over him. While seated in the classroom, the sight of Yin Mengran and Tanji exiting had inexplicably compelled him to follow. Not far down the hall, he witnessed Liu Hamiao intercepting them. After hearing Liu Hamiao's words, Juheng felt a twinge of discontent and, without a second thought, took Yin Mengran away. Yin Mengran, trailing behind Juheng, whispered, "Thank you, otherwise, I would have found it difficult to extricate myself." A subtle smile danced at the corners of her mouth, and the memory of Juheng's intervention filled her heart with joy, as if a miniature version of herself was leaping for joy within. Although she remained oblivious to Juheng's true intentions, his actions suggested that he cared for her well-being. Juheng did not turn back, softly replying, "It's nothing, I just didn't meddle." Upon uttering these words, he felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling how he had previously mentioned the same sentiment while escorting Yin Mengran home. However, events that followed indicated that perhaps his meddling had been justified. Previously, Yin Mengran had appeared utterly worn, exuding an aura of sorrow, devoid of spirit, yet now, she seemed to have returned to her former self, prior to those tumultuous times. Juheng believed he had done well to facilitate this transformation. The classroom buzzed with liveliness as the afternoon class ended, uncertain whether by design or coincidence. A throng of students gathered around Yin Mengran, with several boys seemingly intent on engaging in playful antics before her, perhaps seeking her attention. Tanji tapped Juheng on the shoulder, gesturing towards Yin Mengran. Look. Juheng raised his head just in time to see a boy offering something to Yin Mengran. Although she promptly declined and attempted to return it, the boy hastily departed, denying her the chance to refuse. She's quite popular, isn't she? Juheng nodded, feigning indifference. In the past, with Liu Yinchuo standing in front of her, though he failed to pursue her, his presence deterred others. Now that Liu Yinchuo is gone, those who fancy Yin Mengran can no longer remain passive. Surely, more will vie for her attention. Juheng turned to Tang Ji, astonishment etched across his face. And then? You can't possibly want me to take Liu Yinchuo's place. From the looks of it, you are the most suitable candidate. Juheng shook his head, retorting, what right do I have to obstruct her suitors? I have no authority in such matters. Liu Yinchuo was already quite unpopular. Do you wish for me to suffer the same fate? Then why not be her boyfriend that would grant you such authority? Juheng regarded Tang Ji with a perplexed expression, his brow furrowing in confusion. Are you truly Tang Ji? You've never shown interest in such matters before. Why are you fixated on this topic today? Despite his desire to feign ignorance, Tang Ji's intentions were glaringly obvious. She rarely discussed such themes, yet today she appeared determined to unite him with Yin Mengran. Realizing she had overstepped, Tang Ji acknowledged the need for discretion in broaching this subject with Juheng. If she unwittingly displeased him, she would find herself at a loss. All right, I won't bring it up again. Just keep your thoughts to yourself. With a wave of her hand, she ceased the topic. Juheng exhaled heavily through his nose, appearing quite exasperated, yet, as he attempted to refocus on his studies, his thoughts became muddled, leaving him devoid of motivation to learn. TCH. I think I'll take a nap. He cast his pen aside and laid his head on the desk, preparing for a long-awaited slumber at school. Shortly after Juheng had settled down, Yin Mengran caught sight of him. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly approached his seat. Just as she was about to draw near, Tang Ji raised her hand to halt her, and Yin Mengran, understanding the unspoken cue, halted in her tracks, somewhat bewildered. Yin Mengran placed a hand on her forehead, feigning a temperature check, silently inquiring with Tang Ji if Juheng was unwell. She had not seen him sleep at school in quite some time. Whenever she glanced his way, he was always engrossed in study. The unexpected sight of him sprawled on the desk stirred concern within her. Could he be feeling ill? Tang Ji comprehended her concern and shook her head, lifting her chin slightly and closing her eyes for a moment. Yin Mengran sighed in relief, realizing that Juheng was merely resting. The rapid heartbeat of worry within her began to subside, as she mused that if he were unwell, she would hasten to take him home. Adjusting her slightly frantic breathing, she returned to her seat. Tang Ji's lips curled into a subtle smile as she glanced at Juheng, who lay sideways on the desk, his face turned towards her. He had not closed his eyes, having witnessed all of Tang Ji's previous gestures. Tang Ji seemed to sense this, and when their gazes met, she chuckled softly, saying nothing, yet their eyes communicated volumes. Juheng then shut his eyes, allowing himself a brief respite. As evening classes concluded, Tang Ji swiftly packed her belongings and announced, "We have a guild battle tonight. I'll be heading out now, so don't wait for me." Go ahead," Juheng nodded, watching Tang Ji hurry away. He then gathered his things, preparing to leave the classroom. However, as he reached the door, he paused, glancing back at Yin Mengran, who was still hurriedly organizing her belongings. Typically, he would leave without waiting for her, and she would chase after him once she was finished. Yet today, he lingered at the entrance, quietly waiting. Chapter 84. However, I believe it is time for you to have a conversation with me. After gathering her belongings, Yin Mengran swiftly slung her bag over her shoulder and made her way toward the door, acutely aware that if she did not hasten her pace, she would fail to catch up with Juheng. Yet, as she took a few steps and lifted her gaze forward, she was taken aback upon seeing Juheng standing at the entrance. She blinked in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Juheng was still there, waiting for her. "Let us go," Juheng said softly, then turned and exited the classroom. Yin Mengran stood frozen for a few seconds, confirming that he was indeed waiting for her. A subtle smile graced her lips as she quickly followed suit. As she reached Juheng's side, Yin Mengran whispered, "Thank you." "For what?" "Thank you for waiting for me. Is that something worth thanking?" Yes. The two engaged in a quiet conversation, and Juheng felt an unusual sensation, one he had never experienced before. Despite this not being their first time walking side by side, he found this feeling strangely unfamiliar. They walked along the dimly lit path home, the darkness of the night surrounding them, yet the streetlights illuminated their way. Juheng seemed to have emptied his mind, focusing solely on walking, while Yin Mengran was a whirlwind of thoughts, filled with hesitation and conflict. After listening to Tang Ji's words earlier that day, she pondered in the classroom, contemplating that if Tang Ji believed her confession would be successful, it implied that Juheng did not harbor any aversion towards the idea of a relationship with her. Moreover, Juheng had come to her aid during a moment of distress. It was worth noting that she was not alone at that time. Tang Ji had been present as well. Even if Juheng had not intervened, Tang Ji could have shielded her from embarrassment, allowing her to escape unscathed. Juheng's presence had instilled confidence in her. Regardless of the outcome, the moment had arrived. Should she not confess, especially since Juheng had intentionally waited for her after school, an unprecedented occurrence? Surely, this must be the perfect opportunity. Juheng, Yin Mengran suddenly called out, stepping forward and turning to face him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Juheng, momentarily snapped from his reverie, halted in his tracks, looking at her with a bewildered expression. Yin Mengran took a deep breath, closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them to meet Juheng's gaze, slowly beginning, "I want to say." "I snap." At that moment, a sudden sound of fingers snapping interrupted her words. Both turned towards the source of the noise, discovering a figure standing under the streetlight, someone they both recognized. Juheng's brow furrowed as he immediately identified him as Liu Haimiao, who had confessed to Yin Mengran at noon. What did he want now? Did he intend to confess to her again? Yin Mengran instinctively took a couple of steps back, hiding behind Juheng. Grateful for his presence, she thought that if she were alone on this path and saw Liu Haimiao standing there, she would undoubtedly feel frightened. Liu Haimiao approached slowly, his eyes fixed on Juheng, completely ignoring Yin Mengran. "What do you want?" Juheng asked, his tone lacking cordiality, even tinged with hostility. Liu Haimiao stood before Juheng and casually remarked, "I'm not here to start trouble. I just want to talk." "Talk with me?" Juheng pointed at himself, incredulous. He had assumed Liu Haimiao was there for Yin Mengran, not for a conversation with him. Did he think he was a rival now because of the incident at noon? Yin Mengran's face exhibited concern. She sensed that Liu Haimiao had come to provoke them. She gently tugged at Juheng's sleeve. Juheng shifted slightly, positioning himself to shield her behind him. Liu Haimiao smirked, turning his face slightly, and said, "Are you really afraid of me? How foolish would I have to be to come here to cause trouble? I'm just a bookworm, yet I believe you need to have a conversation with me." "What do you mean?" Juheng sensed something was amiss, his expression darkening. He scrutinized Liu Haimiao, realizing that his intention seemed less than straightforward. He claimed that Juheng needed to talk with him. What was there to discuss? "Will you talk or not? It won't harm you. It's just the two of us, a private chat." Liu Haimiao took a couple of steps back, adjusting his glasses, appearing ready to leave the moment Juheng declined. Juheng found the situation strange, yet he felt no malice behind Liu Haimiao's demeanor. Even if there were ill intentions, did he truly have cause to be afraid? If he wanted to talk, then let it be. It would provide a chance to put an end to Liu Haimiao's advances towards Yin Mengran. "Fine." Juheng lifted his chin, agreeing nonchalantly. He then turned to Yin Mengran, gently saying, "You should head home, I'll be back shortly." As he spoke, he handed her the keys he held. Yin Mengran accepted the keys, a worried expression crossing her face. "Let us not deal with him. Let us just go. It's all right, this will help you formally reject him, preventing him from bothering you further." Juheng reassured her softly, gesturing for her to leave first. Yin Mengran hesitated momentarily but ultimately followed Juheng's advice, clutching the keys and glancing back multiple times as she departed. Once Yin Mengran had left, Juheng approached Liu Haimiao and asked, "So, what do you want to discuss?" Liu Haimiao glanced back towards the direction where Yin Mengran had gone, then slowly began, "Just now, Yin Mengran was about to confess to you. I could sense it. I interrupted her intentionally. Do you hold it against me?" "Oh." Juheng raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of Liu Haomiao's words, lightly furrowing his brow. Yin Mengran was going to confess to him. Hadn't he realized it? How had this person picked up on it? Liu Haomiao reached into his pocket as if to retrieve something and continued, I surmised that you might hesitate and ultimately reject her, which is why I stepped in. I didn't want to see her hurt. As he spoke, Liu Haomiao produced an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He opened it, took one out, and offered it to Juheng. Juheng waved his hand dismissively, I don't smoke. Then I apologize, I must have misjudged you. I thought you did, it's not something I indulge in either, I bought it specifically for you. Liu Haomiao returned the cigarette to the pack and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Juheng had little interest in such matters, his mind preoccupied with Liu Haomiao's earlier statements, pondering how he could possibly know. Did he truly know that Yin Mengran was about to confess to him, and even anticipate that he would reject her? Chapter 85, Liking has no definition, no standard. Juheng gradually lowered his guard, sensing that Liu Haomiao's intentions to converse were perhaps more profound than he initially thought. What exactly do you want to say? Is it uncertainty about whether you truly like Yin Mengran? Liu Haomiao's words struck home, leaving Juheng momentarily apprehensive. They were hardly acquainted, having never crossed paths before, yet he had articulated Juheng's innermost thoughts with such precision. Juheng steadied his emotions and replied coolly, what concern is it of yours? Liu Haomiao raised his hands in a gesture of openness, responding, none at all. I'm merely meddling because I believe you need someone to talk to. After spending an entire afternoon gathering information about you, I discovered that you have few friends. In such circumstances, many of your internal musings remain unshared, and I am certain you harbor numerous unanswered questions, hence my presence. Juheng found himself momentarily speechless, his tongue seemingly tied. This fellow was remarkably loquacious, and he struggled to formulate a rebuttal. In fact, after Liu Haomiao finished speaking, a fleeting moment of realization washed over him, making him ponder the validity of his words. Of course, as I mentioned, I am merely intruding. If you dislike it, I shall promptly apologize and take my leave. However, I hope you remember one thing. What is it? Juheng lifted his gaze, looking at Liu Haomiao with curiosity. After a brief silence, Liu Haomiao continued, you must either accept it or maintain your distance, otherwise, it becomes a burden for both parties. A burden? What do you mean? Liu Haomiao removed his glasses and took out a cloth from his pocket, cleaning them as he spoke. If you do not harbor feelings for Yin Mengran, you must keep your distance. Have you considered how a girl you may like in the future, or one who likes you, would perceive your cohabitation with Yin Mengran? Similarly, if you do not intend to take responsibility for the latter half of her life, do not add to the heartache of her future husband. I may be indifferent, but there are many who care. Juheng's eyes widened, his brows furrowing slightly as he absorbed Liu Haomiao's words. It dawned on him that while he had been preoccupied with sympathy for Yin Mengran and aiding her, he had failed to consider these implications. You are rejecting her while still living together. Even if nothing occurs between you, the mere proximity inevitably leads to ambiguous situations. It is a tangible yet nameless hurt to someone who has affections for you. To put it bluntly, even if Yin Mengran is willing, as a man, can you truly act in this manner? Liu Haomiao donned his glasses, stepped closer, and gave Juheng a firm pat on the chest. His words resonated powerfully, plunging Juheng into silence, leaving him at a loss for words. He continuously questioned himself, am I truly causing Yin Mengran pain? Yet, if I remain uncertain about my own feelings, am I not inflicting harm upon her as well? Liu Haomiao smiled gently, continuing, do you not feel that you need someone to talk to right now? Juheng sighed and cautiously inquired, what's in it for you? Nothing at all, did I not mention it? I simply do not wish to see Yin Mengran sad. My feelings for her have already reached a conclusion. Ultimately, is it wrong to want to preserve her smile? Juheng turned to face the streetlight ahead, gazing at the source of illumination until the brightness stung his eyes, before diverting his gaze. He remained silent for a long while, lost in thought. After a few minutes, he finally spoke. How do you perceive your feelings for Yin Mengran? How can you be certain that you genuinely like her? Liking has no definition, no standard. If you believe you like someone, then that is sufficient. But I still do not comprehend. Juheng took 2 steps forward, fixing an intense gaze upon Liu Haimiao, his emotions heightened. I once pursued a girl for 2 years, but it was merely because she acknowledged me when no one else did during middle school. I thought I liked her, yet I had no idea what would happen if I actually won her over. Would I take her gaming, show her the expensive skins I purchased? Would that make her think highly of me and fall in love? Clearly, that is not feasible. How would I sustain a relationship? How could I ascertain whether I truly like her? Liu Haimiao extended his hand, gently pushing back the agitated Juheng. I began dating in middle school and was in a relationship for a year. Really? Juheng paused, stepping back in surprise, regarding Liu Haimiao with skepticism. Middle school, what could he possibly have understood at that age? Liu Haimiao leaned against a nearby wall, gazing at the night sky as he began. When I was with her, thinking of her brought me immense joy. No matter how difficult my day was, the mere thought of her filled me with energy. I wanted to share everything interesting, joyful, or sorrowful with her. I constantly wondered what she was doing, inexplicably desiring to be near her. Whenever I noticed even the slightest interaction from her, my heart would swell with happiness, and my lips would involuntarily curve into a smile. Juheng leaned beside Liu Haimiao against the wall, quietly listening. As he absorbed these words, he felt a flicker of understanding igniting within him. However, there was also a pervasive fear of her displaying even a hint of impatience with me, of her deliberately avoiding me. I would be affected by her every move, feeling inexplicably jealous if I saw her with another boy, and I feared she might come to dislike or disdain me. I wanted her to know what I was thinking, yet I also dreaded the notion of being overly sentimental. In summary, loving someone is truly beautiful. There exists a sense of purpose, a glimmer of hope, a direction, propelling you towards them. In that moment, you wholeheartedly acknowledge that you are indeed a romantic at heart. Liu Haimiao's lips curled into a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting warmth. Juheng found this peculiar and asked, what happened next? If you liked her so much, why didn't you stay together? Liu Haimiao turned to him, a light smile gracing his features. Eventually, her mother found out. My academic performance in middle school was quite poor, and she forbade her from associating with someone who did not excel academically. She even approached my family, claiming I was hindering her daughter's education, and thus, we were separated. Juheng was momentarily taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. It was hard to imagine, given Liu Haimiao's current achievements, how diligently he must have worked since then. Nevertheless, regardless of how hard he tried, he could never return to that moment. Juheng placed a comforting hand on Liu Haimiao's shoulder, saying, if her family knew how well you are doing now, they would surely be amazed. If she hadn't broken up with me, I wouldn't have achieved my current grades. It was merely a matter of my own lack of effort back then. After saying this, Liu Haimiao turned to Juheng and asked, so, has this been helpful? Do you now understand what it feels like to truly like someone? Chapter 86. I like you, will you be my boyfriend? It's helpful. I have indeed had similar thoughts, Juheng reflected quietly, delving into his memories of the moments shared with Yin Mengran. He was uncertain if what he felt was genuine affection, yet he recognized that he had never experienced such sentiments in the presence of Tang Ji or Tong Yining. This emotion was unique to his connection with Yin Mengran. Liu Haimiao approached Juheng, gently patting his shoulder. I can sense it, you undoubtedly have feelings for Yin Mengran, you may not have realized it yet, simply because you just wait and see, in due time, you will come to understand your heart's true desire. It is indeed Yin Mengran you like, however, by then, it's uncertain whether she will still harbor feelings for you, so you must ponder this carefully. After delivering this insight, Liu Haimiao turned to leave, but paused momentarily to add, remember my words. Either accept it or maintain your distance, it is for the best for both of you. With that, he departed, leaving Juheng contemplative. This conversation held significant weight for him, unraveling many of his uncertainties and helping him to clarify his own feelings. He was merely puzzled about whether this sensation truly constituted affection. He acknowledged that Liao Hamiao was correct. The confusion stemmed from his lack of prior experience in loving someone. Even if he harbored feelings of affection, he had never cared enough to acknowledge them. Juheng stood still for a long moment before finally taking a step forward, preparing to return home. He was uncertain how he would face Yin Mengran upon his arrival. Had she truly intended to confess her feelings? Would she still do so when he returned? As he rounded a corner, he abruptly halted, frozen in place. There, on the familiar steps, sat a figure he recognized. It was just over 10 days ago on a rainy night that he had encountered a sorrowful girl on those very steps beneath the streetlight. Now, on a night that mirrored that one, in the same location with the same person, the difference being that it was not raining, and the girl was not crying. The memories of that moment flooded back, but at present, Yin Mengran sat there, holding her house key and gazing at the phone he had given her, a look of delight illuminating her face. Juheng's gaze flickered, his lips forming a slight smile. He realized that helping Yin Mengran was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. "Why haven't you gone home?" Juheng called out. Hearing his voice, Yin Mengran looked up, her smile warm and gentle. She quickly rose and ran to him, saying, "I was waiting for you. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong?" "Let us head home." They continued on their way. Curiously, Yin Mengran asked, what did he want to talk about? "Nothing much, just casual conversation." Oh, she did not press further, content to walk beside Juheng as they made their way home. Upon entering, Juheng settled into a chair, appearing to rest yet frequently casting glances toward Yin Mengran. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and turned to her, asking, "So, what did you want to say on the way back?" Yin Mengran lifted her gaze to Juheng's face, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would remember. She thought he would not care. She had intended to confess at that moment, but had been interrupted. Now, upon returning, Juheng seemed preoccupied with his thoughts. If he was contemplating something significant, it would not be appropriate to disrupt him, and a confession would be ill-timed. Therefore, she decided to wait for a more opportune moment. It was unexpected that Juheng would bring it up himself. "Well, I don't have much to say. I just wanted to ask, what do you want to eat for dinner? I can make it." Yin Mengran stood and moved toward the kitchen. She was unsure of what was happening to her. Even though Juheng had opened the door to the conversation, she felt too shy to voice her feelings. It seemed that this was not the right moment. If she spoke now, the outcome would likely not be favorable. She desired a moment that felt just right, like the tranquility of their earlier walk, where the atmosphere between them was perfect. However, just as she was about to reach the kitchen, passing by Juheng, he suddenly grasped her wrist, halting her. Yin Mengran's eyes widened in surprise, though she did not turn around or speak, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Juheng could feel her body tremble slightly, and he softly inquired, "What you wish to express, isn't he this, is it?" His voice, though quiet, resonated within Yin Mengran like an explosion, quickening her heartbeat. No," she replied in a whisper, her voice barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz, something Juheng would not have heard if the house had not been so quiet. "Then tell me, what is it that you truly wish to convey?" Juheng's deep voice caused Yin Mengran's cheeks to flush crimson, her ears burning. She had always found it difficult to speak up, and with Juheng looking at her this way, it became even more daunting. Yet since he had asked, she could not lie again. She was incapable of doing so. What should she do now? Should she delay, perhaps invent an excuse to create some suspense and tell him later? As she wrestled with her thoughts, Juheng slowly rose, still holding her wrist firmly, not releasing her. Although she did not turn to face him, she sensed his movement, which made her anxious, uncertain of what he might do next. At that moment, Juheng parted his lips and gently asked, "Are you unable to speak? Or do you not wish to tell me?" Yin Mengran's body quivered slightly at his words, sensing not only his confusion but also a hint of disappointment, perhaps even a touch of hurt. It was the first time she had heard him speak in such a tone, and it struck deep within her, touching the most vulnerable part of her heart. It felt like a fatal blow to her defenses. She could no longer withstand it. With a deep breath, Yin Mengran suddenly turned to face him, her expression resolute and sincere. Juheng. I realize that saying this may come off as presumptuous, given that everything I have now is thanks to you, Tangji, and my mother, but I have taken a liking to you. I have nothing to offer and feel unworthy of you, yet I still want to be brave just this once. Juheng, I like you, will you be my boyfriend? Chapter 87. Otherwise. I might have inadvertently upset you without even realizing it. As soon as Yin Mengran finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, so profound that it seemed one could hear the echo of her voice lingering in the air. Juheng's expression was particularly dazed. He had anticipated this moment, aware that Yin Mengran's words were likely a confession of her feelings. However, when the reality of her heartfelt declaration struck him, despite his mental preparation, he found himself utterly unprepared, as if it had pierced straight through to his very soul. His mind was a blank slate, seemingly devoid of the capacity for rational thought, yet internally, he was fervently shouting, is this what it feels like to be confessed to? Is this sensation truly real? Yin Mengran's resolute gaze and earnest demeanor seemed to dissipate swiftly after her confession, replaced by an unmistakable blush that crept across her face. She lowered her head, appearing shy and bashful, seemingly embarrassed on the surface, yet internally, she was elated. She had finally expressed her innermost thoughts. Had she been the person she once was, it would have been unthinkable for her to voice such sentiments. The very act of articulating her feelings was proof of her transformation, a testament to her newfound strength. After a brief pause, Juheng finally spoke. Upon hearing his voice, Yin Mengran immediately lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at him. She was uncertain of the outcome of her confession, but even if it were to yield an unfavorable result, she would not allow herself to be disheartened, for from the very beginning, she had approached this confession with the understanding that it could lead to failure. She possessed a clear awareness of her circumstances, being dependent on others, possessing little beyond her academic achievements, and feeling devoid of any qualities that might attract Juheng. Thus, while she held onto hope, she was mentally prepared for disappointment, merely wishing for their relationship to remain unchanged, without any further deterioration. Do you really, truly like me? This isn't a joke, is it? Juheng blinked repeatedly, as if his eyes were dry, his speech stammering and hesitant. It's true, I'm not joking. Yin Mengran replied without a moment's hesitation, finally assuring Juheng of her sincerity. Yet, he still found it difficult to comprehend. After all, he had often been the subject of ridicule throughout high school, a figure of mockery for 2 years, with a low presence and abysmal academic performance. How could someone like him possibly be liked? The one who held affection for him was none other than the class's top student and class monitor, admired not only for her exceptional grades but also for her amiable personality, earning the trust of every classmate. Her beauty was undeniable, making her the object of affection for half the boys in class, with numerous suitors from other classes as well. It was hard to fathom that someone of her caliber could harbor feelings for him. Was it simply because he had helped her? Juheng released Yin Mengran's wrist, stepping back as if a bone had lodged in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. He felt as though he wished to articulate something, yet he struggled to find the right words, his nervousness akin to that of a performer facing the stage for the first time. Observing his demeanor, Yin Mengran narrowed her eyes, offering a gentle smile as she softly said, "It's all right, you don't have to answer me. I know you find it hard to refuse me. I'll go prepare dinner now. After we eat, we can start studying. Just pretend that what just happened didn't occur. Don't let it affect your concentration." With that, Yin Mengran turned to head towards the kitchen. No? Wait just a moment. Juheng appeared anxious, hastily calling out to her. Startled, Yin Mengran turned back, her expression one of confusion. Juheng was breathing heavily, feeling as if his heart had lodged in his throat. In the next moment, he swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke. It's just, I lack experience in relationships. Although, I know you do too, but I want to say, if I do anything wrong or inadequate, please, do point it out clearly. I will make sure to correct it, otherwise, I might upset you without even knowing. Yin Mengran was genuinely taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief, her slightly trembling lips parting as she took a step forward, blinking her warm, jade-like eyes in astonishment. You mean? Yes. Juheng nodded, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. I want to be your boyfriend. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Yin Mengran stood there, momentarily stunned, and in the next second, her lips began to move, tears glistening in her eyes. Juheng was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Before he could utter a word, shimmering tear streaks had already marked her rosy cheeks. No. No, what did I do wrong? Please don't cry, Juheng implored, his hands at a loss, his entire being radiating confusion, his head darting about as he wished for some magical device to immediately halt Yin Mengran's tears. Seeing this, Yin Mengran was reminded of her first day at Juheng's home, when she had also cried in front of him, and he reacted this way then. She had even scolded him at that time. Now, witnessing Juheng's frantic response, she couldn't help but chuckle, tears still streaming down her face as she covered her mouth in delight. You didn't do anything wrong. I am fine. I'm just shedding tears of joy. You startled me, Juheng exhaled in relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. He had feared that he had inadvertently made her cry just as they had begun their relationship. From that point on, Juheng stood there like a wooden statue, uncertain of what to do next. He had a girlfriend now, just like that, and it was Yin Mengran, the very goddess admired by so many boys. This was infinitely more favorable than pursuing Tong Yining for 2 years, had he yet to acquire a bicycle only to find himself in possession of a sports car. And now what? What was he supposed to do? Should he celebrate, or perhaps call his mother to share the news, or, at that moment, as he watched Yin Mengran wiping her tears, Juheng realized what he ought to do. At the very least, he needed to hand her a tissue. Why was he just standing there like a zombie? Quickly, Juheng fetched a tissue and handed it to Yin Mengran. Here, wipe your tears, please don't cry. Yin Mengran accepted it, dabbed at the corners of her eyes, and then broke into a joyful smile. You must be hungry. I'll go prepare dinner, you can rest for a bit. Juheng, quick on his feet, stepped forward to block her path, exclaiming, no, today, let me cook instead. You should take a break. Chapter 88. It could be like before. Ultimately, neither of the two yielded to the other, and they found themselves squeezed together in the kitchen, preparing to cook side by side for the first time. Juheng bent down to wash the vegetables, his focus intense and meticulous. Meanwhile, Yin Mengran was slicing the ingredients with a knife, her skills remarkably adept. However, today, for reasons unknown, her cuts varied between thick and thin, and a rosy blush occasionally flitted across her cheeks. Every few seconds, her eyes would sneak a glance towards Juheng, and with each furtive look, the color in her face deepened. Noticing something amiss, Juheng swiftly set down the vegetables and seized the knife from Yin Mengran's hand. Let me handle this. It won't do if you cut yourself. He gazed at her delicate, fair fingers, thinking how dreadful it would be to leave a scar on such beautiful hands. Then, I shall wash the vegetables, she proposed. No, please don't. Washing vegetables can be hard on your hands. Allow me to do it. Juheng insisted, preventing her from touching the produce. Hard on my hands. Yin Mengran blinked in confusion, glancing at the vegetables. She couldn't comprehend why washing them would be detrimental. There was merely a cucumber, and while rinsing off its spines might cause a slight sensation, it hardly constituted harm. She felt Juheng was being overly dramatic, yet her heart swelled with joy, for she recognized his concern for her. But having spent countless hours in the kitchen before, she thought there was no need for such caution. Why was he being so careful now that they were together? Was he afraid she might shatter like fragile glass? As she observed Juheng's serious profile, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a smile crept upon her lips. She had never seen him in this light before. Previously, he exuded a mature and composed demeanor that made her feel secure in his presence. Yet, this new side of Juheng was equally endearing, and she found it utterly charming. She reached out, playfully poking his cheek with her finger, and gently declared, "All right then, I leave the kitchen in your capable hands. I'll tidy up the house." With that, Yin Mengran exited the kitchen. Juheng didn't turn around, but he paused, the knife in his hand coming to a halt. After a moment, he felt a faint warmth creeping into his ears. Yin Mengran busied herself cleaning the living room, bedroom, and bathroom, and since the place was usually tidy, it didn't take much effort. After her efforts, the house appeared refreshed and rejuvenated, just as Juheng finished preparing the meal and set it on the table. As Juheng was about to call out to Yin Mengran, he suddenly realized that given their current relationship, addressing her by her full name might seem a bit awkward. Dinner is ready, he managed to say softly, omitting any form of address, as he found it difficult to utter any. Juheng served her a bowl of rice, fetched utensils, and poured a glass of warm water, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. She hadn't expected that their formal relationship would bring about such a shift in Juheng's demeanor. He genuinely seemed fearful of making any missteps. Yin Mengran longed to reassure him that such caution was unnecessary, that he need not treat her with such formality. This only made her feel awkward, contrasting sharply with their usual rapport. You really don't need to worry. I will never be upset with you, nor will I consider anything you do as wrong. Now that we are together, we can still be as we were before, she murmured softly, her words reaching Juheng's ears, leaving him perplexed. What was wrong with him? Wasn't he behaving as he usually did? But what was his usual behavior? Although he couldn't quite grasp it, he nodded obediently, replying, millimeter. Okay. As they began to eat, Yin Mengran felt an inexplicable delight in the meal, which she already considered delicious. Today, however, it tasted even better. After they finished eating, she instinctively began to clear the dishes, and Juheng, not one to shy away, joined her in the task. In the past, he would have neglected this duty in favor of studying. Now he couldn't help but reflect on how selfish he had been previously. Assisting Yin Mengran with the cleanup wouldn't have hurt. Why hadn't he helped before? Did a few extra minutes of cleaning really detract from his study time? Now, Juheng recognized many of his past shortcomings, yet despite this, Yin Mengran had never complained and even seemed fond of him as he was. Once they had tidied up, Juheng settled at his. Despite the day's events, they did not impede his academic progress. Just then, Yin Mengran emerged from the bathroom, clad in her sleepwear, standing beside Juheng, her voice gentle as she inquired, "Would you like to shower first?" No, you go ahead, I'll study for a bit first. All right, I'll be quick, she nodded and entered the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air. Juheng, still working on his problems, found himself unconsciously fidgeting with his pen and shaking his leg, his gaze wandering towards the bathroom. What is going on? Juheng murmured to himself, feeling an unsettling restlessness. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he struggled to concentrate, his thoughts drifting towards the bathroom. Why was he in this state? Yin Mengran had bathed countless times before, so why was today different? It was evident that he hadn't paid any mind to it before, yet now, his thoughts were clouded with hazy images. He found himself staring at the bathroom door, as if he could discern the faint silhouette revealing a graceful. Can't you even control yourself? Useless, he chastised himself quietly, forcing his attention back to his studies and diving into a focused session. After approximately half an hour, Yin Mengran emerged from the bathroom in her sleepwear. Upon seeing Juheng seated there, she noticed something was off. What happened to your face? Chapter 89. Oh, what am I so anxious about? I was bitten by a mosquito. One as big as a palm, hee. Yin Mengran turned her face away, chuckling softly, before gradually approaching and sitting down beside Juheng. As soon as she settled, Juheng felt a faint, delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He quickly lowered his head, focusing intently on his book, striving to banish any distracting thoughts. Yin Mengran, sitting beside him, seemed to sense something amiss. Her intuition was sharp, and she could immediately discern that Juheng's demeanor had shifted. In the past, his face bore no expression, wholly absorbed in his studies, as if nothing from the outside world could sway him. Yet today, he fidgeted restlessly, his tongue occasionally pressing against his cheek, his gaze wandering, and a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. Yin Mengran's greatest fear had come to pass. Her confession to Juheng hinged on a certain premise. Should that premise be violated, she would rather remain silent forever. She bit her lip, her face betraying a look of hesitation, and after a brief moment, she finally managed to speak. Juheng, if being with me were to affect your studies, disrupt your normal life, then perhaps we should. It won't. It absolutely won't. Juheng vehemently shook his head, interrupting her. unwilling to let her continue. He was acutely aware that his current state was unprecedented. It was intriguing, a fresh experience that filled him with a sense of novelty, as though vibrant hues had been splashed across his previously monochrome world. Previously, only gaming had the power to evoke such feelings, yet he had not anticipated that Yin Mengran could bring him an even greater sense of exhilaration. Though these sensations were intoxicating, he was resolute that they would not interfere with his other pursuits. He could momentarily set aside his favorite games to focus on his studies, and he believed he could do the same when it came to romance. Yin Mengran's lips lifted slightly, a gentle smile gracing her features as she placed her hand upon the back of Zhu Heng's hand, softly murmuring, I believe in you. Subsequently, Zhu Heng momentarily forgot the nature of their relationship, reverting to their usual dynamic as he let Yin Mengran guide him through the problems. Both were earnest in their studies, seemingly intent on proving that their evolving relationship need not hinder their focus. As the night deepened, Zhu Heng recognized that he had studied sufficiently and that it was time to shower and retire for the night. He entered the bathroom, while Yin Mengran returned to the bedroom first. She gazed thoughtfully at the quilt in the center of the bed, contemplating its role as a barrier that divided the large bed into two separate sides. Now their relationship had evolved to a point where such a separation was no longer necessary. Was it, as a couple, would leaving a quilt between them not only serve to widen the gap? After a moment of introspection, Yin Mengran decided to remove the quilt that lay between them. As she looked at the expansive bed before her, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, as her mind drifted to the thought of perhaps taking one of the pillows away. If she did so, would they not be able to share a single pillow that would truly signify a union of their slumber? Would it not? Yet, despite her musings, she resolved against such an action. They had only just begun their relationship. What if her boldness displeased Zhu Heng? Yin Mengran lay on the bed, the bathroom and bedroom separated by a mere wall, allowing her to hear the sounds of the shower next door. Her mind began to wander, imagining Zhu Heng's physique. Previously, she could only speculate, but after witnessing him during a workout, the reality had become tangible. Now that they were together, could she dare to explore that muscle with her own hands? She had long desired to do so, yet had always hesitated. Now that she possessed her rightful claim, was it so inappropriate to indulge in such a thought? Gulp, lost in her reverie, Yin Mengran felt her throat involuntarily constrict, swallowing hard, her face suddenly ablaze with heat as she hastily pulled the quilt around herself. Oh, what am I thinking? She rolled over in the vast bed, ultimately cocooning herself in the quilt, striving to clear her mind. If she continued down this path of fanciful thoughts, she would surely find herself overstepping boundaries. Being with Zhu Heng was already a source of wonder for her. How could she dare to make further demands? If her self-satisfaction led to Zhu Heng's distaste and ultimately their separation, she would undoubtedly be left to regret it, weeping inconsolably. Right, Yin Mengran poked her head out from the quilt, a sudden realization striking her. Should she not share this joyous news with Tangji? Her ability to be with Zhu Heng was significantly aided by her, and she ought to express her gratitude. Yin Mengran retrieved her phone, opening the chat interface with Tangji, typing a few words. I'm with Zhu Heng now. Wait, no. Yin Mengran deleted and retyped, pondering for an eternity, feeling that mere text could not adequately convey her emotions. Ultimately, she decided it would be better to wait until school the next day to inform Tangji in person. That would be far more meaningful. At that moment, Yin Mengran heard the sound of water ceasing in the bathroom, indicating that Zhu Heng had finished his shower. She quickly set her phone down, attempting to assume a natural demeanor. Should I lie down, sit up, or pretend to be asleep? No, that definitely wouldn't he do. Oh, what on earth am I so anxious about? Yin Mengran buried her head back into the quilt, her cheeks flushed as she murmured softly to herself. Why did it feel as if this were her first night sleeping beside Zhu Heng? During that initial encounter, she had only felt worry and fear, whereas now, she was engulfed in shyness and anticipation. Although they shared the same bed every night, today their relationship was different. What might transpire? What would Zhu Heng do? Yin Mengran pondered inwardly, resolute that whatever Zhu Heng might do, she would not refuse. Click. After a while, the bedroom door creaked open, and Zhu Heng stepped inside. Upon seeing Yin Mengran lying on the bed, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was she hiding beneath the quilt? Was it cold in the room? Meanwhile, beneath the quilt, Yin Mengran reprimanded herself for her timidity. Unsure of how to face Juheng with the right expression, she opted to conceal herself instead. Juheng initially assumed that Yin Mengran had fallen asleep, but noticing the quilt shifting, he realized she was still awake. He then observed that the quilt serving as a divider had been removed. "This a cup of warm water, I've placed it here for you, and, are you feeling tired? Would you like some fruit? I can wash some for you." Juheng gently set the cup of warm water on the table beside Yin Mengran, inquiring softly. Startled, Yin Mengran froze momentarily, then squeezed her eyes shut, biting her lip. The emotions she had been suppressing threatened to burst forth. She was utterly bewildered. Had they not just become a couple? Why was he treating her with such kindness? This left her with a feeling she struggled to bear. Chapter 90, My dearest, you are so kind. Yin Mengran cautiously emerged her head from beneath the covers, revealing a pair of clear, sparkling eyes. "No. Thank you, it's no trouble." She found herself at a loss for words in response to Juheng. It seemed that when someone was exceedingly kind to her, she truly felt bewildered. Well, if you want anything, just let me know, and I'll get it for you." Juheng nodded, standing by the edge of his bed, hesitating momentarily before climbing in. Fortunately, he managed to compose himself in time, slowly settling onto the bed, with the blanket no longer between them. He felt as though a mere lift of his hand would brush against Yin Mengran, yet distancing himself too far would imply disdain, while getting too close felt awkward. Yin Mengran softly murmured, "You don't need to be so kind to me. I wouldn't know how to repay you." Juheng raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and after pausing for a few seconds, he replied, "I don't think this is being overly kind. It's merely a trivial matter, insignificant in nature. Besides, being good to one's girlfriend is only natural, isn't it?" Hearing the words one's girlfriend, Yin Mengran could no longer maintain her composure. She quickly turned away, her face flushed crimson. How could she withstand such a declaration from Juheng? No, she must retaliate. She needed to contribute something, to say something. After all, she had been the one to confess her feelings first. Now that they were finally together, why should she feel so bashful? Yin Mengran turned her body back, lifting her gaze to Juheng, her eyes glistening like radiant jade. After a prolonged silence, she slowly spoke, her voice as gentle as a babbling brook. "My dearest, you are truly wonderful." Juheng's eyes widened in astonishment, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips as his head involuntarily tilted back. Bang! The sound echoed as the back of his head collided with the wall. Damn! Juheng gritted his teeth, cradling his head, realizing his reaction had been excessively dramatic. He had nearly inflicted great pain upon himself. Yin Mengran gasped in alarm, rushing to Juheng's side and enveloping him in her embrace, tenderly rubbing his head. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Does it hurt?" She gently massaged his head, her eyes filled with concern. She acknowledged that her earlier provocation had been somewhat mischievous, albeit just a touch, as she aimed to retaliate against Juheng. However, she hadn't anticipated his reaction would be so intense. Had she known, she would have refrained from such antics. Knocking his head like that must have been painful, especially after hearing that loud thud. It felt as if he could have dented the wall. No, it doesn't hurt anymore." Juheng pressed his lips together, eyes tightly shut, speaking softly. At that moment, his face was merely a finger's breadth away from Yin Mengran's alluring features. A little closer, and he would be burying his face in her. All he could inhale was her intoxicating fragrance. In that instant, the pain was overshadowed by a rush of warmth flooding through him, certainly not stemming from a headache. After a while, Yin Mengran finally released him, observing his face with concern. "How are you? Does it still hurt?" "No. It's fine now." Juheng gradually opened his eyes, having previously been too apprehensive to do so. In the past, such a bump would have left him in pain for at least half an hour, yet here he was, feeling almost no discomfort after Yin Mengran's gentle ministrations. Could it be that her touch possessed some magical quality, or perhaps it was the enchantment of being in love? Juheng gazed at Yin Mengran, noticing the profound guilt etched upon her features. It seemed she was attributing the blame for his collision with the wall entirely to herself, when in truth, it had merely been an accident on his part, of no fault of hers. "I'm fine, I don't blame you." "Please don't overthink it," he murmured softly. Then, Cautiously, he lifted his hand, gently tracing his finger along Yin Mengran's cheek. The smooth, supple skin astonished him. How delightful it would be to squeeze it just a little. Surely, it would be addictive. Yin Mengran finally revealed a shy smile, nodding in response. Millimeter. After a while, Juheng turned off the light, signaling that it was time for them to rest. They lay on the bed, each under their respective covers, yet sleep eluded them. Yin Mengran repeatedly replayed the events of the day, especially recalling her confession to Juheng. Each thought sent her heart racing, as she reminded herself that this was not a dream, but a reality. She was truly together with Juheng. Meanwhile, Juheng was sorting through his emotions, aware that he felt different from his usual self. He was experiencing a kind of affection he had never encountered before, romantic love. Everything was unknown, yet brimming with novelty, rendering him utterly captivated. Had he genuinely acquired such an extraordinary girlfriend? When he returned to school tomorrow, would he be able to openly acknowledge his relationship with Yin Mengran? He could already envision the envious glances directed his way. Although he seldom cared for other skeptical looks, he certainly cherished their envious admiration. It was exhilarating. I can, millimeter. Upon hearing Yin Mengran's voice, Juheng instinctively responded, as though her voice was soft and hesitant, yet she slowly articulated, "Can I hold you while I sleep?" "Of course, we can definitely do that now." Juheng nodded affirmatively, turning to face Yin Mengran. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his waist, her head instinctively resting against his chest, as though seeking refuge in his embrace, providing her immense comfort. Juheng reciprocated, gently encircling Yin Mengran in his arms. They lay entwined as they had that night, yet this time, Yin Mengran no longer worried about Juheng discovering her ruse. She could embrace him freely. After a while, Yin Mengran opened her eyes and softly remarked, "Your heartbeat is so fast." I am sorry, did I disturb your sleep? How can I make it slow down? Oh, I mean, how can I make it calm a bit? No. Yin Mengran extended her other hand, delicately placing it over Juheng's heart, as if to feel its rhythm. I quite like it. Chapter 91. Both of you wear this joy upon your faces. Juheng and Yin Mengran were oblivious to the moment they had succumbed to sleep. The weight of drowsiness had overtaken them, and their eyes had closed against their will. At the break of dawn, it was Juheng who first opened his eyes, as was his custom, rising early to prepare breakfast and the lunch he would take to school. Millimeter. Juheng let out a soft sound, intending to shift his body, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. He seemed utterly unable to move. As he looked down, he discovered that Yin Mengran was nestled closely against him, her breathing steady, still lost in slumber. Oh right, Juheng recalled the events of the previous day, an experience unlike any he had ever known, and now it felt as if it had all been a dream. At that moment, sensing Juheng's movements, Yin Mengran stirred slightly, drawing herself closer to him, as though wishing to curl up entirely within his embrace. Observing her serene visage and the way she slept, Juheng felt his heart race uncontrollably. No wonder Liao Haomiao had claimed that he was undoubtedly fond of Yin Mengran. He too was beginning to grasp the essence of such feelings. Though Juheng ought to rise and prepare the morning meal, in this moment, he was reluctant to disturb Yin Mengran, unwilling to relinquish the delightful sensation of holding her close. He gazed at her sleeping form, as if no amount of time spent in this blissful state could ever be enough, wishing desperately for time to freeze so he could relish this moment longer. However, reality dictated that time was fleeting. Soon enough, Yin Mengran's alarm clock began to ring. She gradually opened her drowsy eyes, lifting her head to meet Juheng's anxious expression, a look that seemed to convey his concern that today marked a new beginning, and that she might turn her back on the events of the previous night. Decisions made under the cover of darkness could often lead to regret come morning light, yet, Juheng's anxieties were unwarranted. After locking eyes with him, Yin Mengran squinted slightly, a flirtatious smile breaking across her face. "Good morning," she greeted. "Did you sleep well?" Yin Mengran's smile blossomed as she softly replied, "Superb." "That's good." Reluctantly, she extricated herself from his embrace, and they both rose to greet the day. Juheng glanced at the clock, relieved to find ample time to prepare breakfast and lunch, albeit opting for simpler fare. Yin Mengran would not remain idle. After freshening up, she joined Juheng in the kitchen to assist him. He no longer hesitated, realizing that their collaboration would indeed save considerable time. As they prepared lunch, they each instinctively tackled the other's portion, resulting in meals that were increasingly delightful. Once everything was tidied up, they made ready to depart. Exiting the house and entering the elevator, Yin Mengran lowered her gaze, stealing a glance at Ju Heng's hand. In the next moment, she cautiously reached out, gently clasping his half-open palm. Ju Heng's hand trembled slightly, momentarily taken aback. When he looked at Yin Mengran, he found her head bowed, saying nothing, yet it seemed words were unnecessary. Then, without hesitation, Ju Heng grasped her entire hand, openly and without reserve. Yin Mengran lifted her gaze to catch a side glimpse of his face, her lips curving into a smile. Hand in hand, they proceeded to school, parting ways at the entrance to avoid the scrutiny of school regulations that forbade romantic relationships among students, lest they attract unwanted consequences. Upon entering the classroom, they returned to their respective seats. After settling in, Ju Heng turned to Tang Ji, saying, "I have something to tell you." Before he could elaborate, Tang Ji interjected with a knowing grin, "You and Yin Mengran are together now, aren't you?" "Eh? How did you know? Did she tell you?" "No, I guessed. The joy is written all over your faces." Tang Ji chuckled, pointing at Ju Heng's expression. "Is it really that obvious?" Ju Heng furrowed his brow, touching his cheek as if to assess whether he truly appeared so elated. Quite so. Especially with Yin Mengran, she seemed so happy, she could have bounced into the room. Tang Ji gestured toward Yin Mengran, who appeared to be swaying her head ever so slightly, her back radiating joy. "Well, regardless, I wish you both the best. You seem well suited for one another. Do you think you'll stay together?" I haven't really considered telling my aunt just yet." Ju Heng shook his head. He had pondered this issue the previous day but felt it best to keep it from his mother for the time being. While she would likely approve of their relationship, he feared her subsequent advice and admonitions, which he was not in the mood to hear. Therefore, he resolved to wait a bit longer, perhaps until after the next exam, when, if he performed well, he could casually mention it. Tang Ji nodded, saying, "I see. By the way, this weekend, I plan to go out with her. Do you want to join?" "What for?" "To shop for clothes. The sports meet is next week." "How could we not buy her a few lovely outfits?" "Well, that's a valid point," but Ju Heng hesitated, glancing over at Yin Mengran's direction, and whispered, "I would like to go, but I am uncertain if I should." "Would she even want me there? Shopping seems like something better suited for just you girls." "What is there to not want? Aren't you her boyfriend now? Bringing your boyfriend along is perfectly fine." "Trust me, she would be thrilled to have you join." "Is that so?" Ju Heng nodded, a realization dawning upon him. He felt it prudent to inquire about such matters, for this was his first experience with romance, and he was wary of unintentionally upsetting Yin Mengran. As students trickled into the classroom, when Tang Yining entered, her instincts led her to glance towards Ju Heng, only to find his gaze seemingly fixed upon Yin Mengran. Chapter 92. Yin Mengran has trained you quite well, hasn't she? During class, Tang Yining kept a watchful eye on Ju Heng and Yin Mengran, noticing that both of them seemed rather unusual today. It appeared that their gazes collided more frequently than usual, and the way they looked at one another was decidedly different from their typical demeanor. Tang Yining even detected a hint of affection in Yin Mengran's eyes. In that instant, a jolt of realization struck Tang Yining. Could it be that the two of them had officially gotten together? Was it truly that sudden? Just 2 days ago, over the weekend, when she inquired about their relationship, Yin Mengran had insisted they were not involved in such a manner. And what of Liao Hemiao? Where had he disappeared to? Had he failed to confess his feelings? Was there truly nothing hindering their relationship? Now, let us have a student answer this question. Let me see. The teacher surveyed the classroom, and at such moments, students would typically lower their heads, hoping to remain unnoticed. However, this tactic was generally futile. At that moment, Ju Heng remained lost in thought, seemingly reminiscing about his time with Yin Mengran. The mere thought of spending every night together, snuggled up, filled him with anticipation. Now, let's invite our most improved student from this month's exam, Ju Heng, to respond to this question. Huh. The teacher's words jolted Ju Heng from his daydream, lifting his head with a dazed expression directed at the teacher. Oh, nearby, Tanji nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing his expression, while Yin Mengran and Tong Yining turned to gaze at Juheng. Come on, Juheng, please stand up and give it a try. It's all right if you don't get it right, just give it a shot. Juheng slowly rose, staring at the problem on the blackboard as though time had slowed to a crawl. Meanwhile, Yin Mengran, seated in front, watched him with concern, wishing to assist him by discreetly providing the answer, yet, that was impossible. This wasn't an elementary arithmetic problem that could be signaled with hand gestures, and the distance between their seats made it challenging for her to whisper the answer. She had even begun to place her hopes on Tanji, hoping she might lend Juheng a hand, though it was Juheng standing up to answer. It was Yin Mengran who felt the weight of anxiety and concern. Oh. Upon finally comprehending the question, Juheng suddenly recalled that Yin Mengran had indeed explained this particular problem to him. After pondering for a moment, he confidently articulated the answer, causing several classmates to widen their eyes in disbelief, clearly astonished that Juheng had actually managed to respond correctly. That is absolutely correct. Let us give Juheng a round of applause. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Juheng to take his seat. As he settled back down amidst the applause of his classmates, he felt it. In the past, whenever he stood to answer, he invariably faltered. This was the first time he had managed to answer correctly. Tanji leaned in and whispered to Juheng, Yin Mengran has trained you admirably, hasn't he? You've truly learned something valuable. The term trained is rather inappropriate, Juheng replied with an eye roll, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Once Juheng sat down, Yin Mengran sighed in relief. Although the teacher would not have made things difficult for him had he failed to answer, she couldn't quite understand why. As Juheng's girlfriend, she desperately wished for him to respond perfectly. It was a sentiment she couldn't quite place. Every one of Yin Mengran's actions was keenly observed by Tong Yining, who noted her worry and joy with clarity. In that moment, a profound question arose within her. Did she truly harbor feelings for Juheng? Witnessing Yin Mengran's reactions led her to reflect that it was evident how much she cared for Juheng. However, by comparison, she realized she would never exhibit such reactions herself. How could she dare to claim she liked Juheng? All right, class dismissed. After the bell rang, Tong Yining lowered her head, appearing deep in thought. She needed to thoroughly examine her own feelings, and if she couldn't clarify these, life would only become more perplexing. Once class ended, Juheng made his way to the restroom. While he wished to spend his break with Yin Mengran, he was still navigating how to interact with her at school. It was crucial to maintain the right balance. Upon seeing Juheng leave the classroom, Yin Mengran quickly departed from her seat and approached his desk. Tanji, I need to talk to you. I know. You and Juheng are together now, right? You're practically broadcasting the news on your face. Tanji teased, playfully poking Yin Mengran's nose. I owe you so much for this. I am not sure how to repay you, Yin Mengran replied with a grin. I didn't do much to help. I'm actually quite curious about how you two got together. Do share? It was just last night when we walked home together after school. Yin Mengran recounted the events of the previous evening to Tanji. Meanwhile, Juheng arrived at the restroom and noticed someone standing there, seemingly waiting for someone. Recognizing him, Juheng approached, knowing this individual awaited his arrival. It was Liao Hamiao, who had been of immense assistance to him. Had it not been for him, Juheng and Yin Mengran would likely not have come together, at least not so soon, as he might have subtly declined her advances. I knew you would come, Liao Hamiao remarked. Did you guess? Juheng raised an eyebrow, glancing at Liao Hamiao, sensing that he didn't find him as bothersome as he had the previous day. Liao Hamiao smiled slightly, saying, of course, everything unfolded just as I anticipated. You must have had a wonderful time last night, right? Indeed. I must admit, you were a significant help, thank you. No need for thanks. It wasn't me who compelled you to act, it was you who chose to do so. I merely helped you recognize your own feelings, Liao Hamiao replied, shaking his head. He then pulled something from his pocket and handed it to Juheng. Upon inspecting it, Juheng discovered it was a pair of couple bracelets. A token of blessing for you both, may you remain together always. With that, Liao Hamiao brushed past Juheng, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Juheng called out to him, hey. Yes. Liu Hanmiao turned, curiosity etched on his face. Zhu took the bracelets away and slowly inquired, do academically successful individuals like you form friendships with those who struggle in their studies? Liu Hanmiao paused, a moment of silence passing before he grasped the implication behind the question. He chuckled softly, asking, are you referring to yourself? Chapter 93. Have you two kissed each other? What else could there be? Do I still have the right to criticize others for their academic performance? Liu Hanmiao turned around and slowly walked towards Zhu, coming to stand before him. Are you certain you want to be friends with me? I previously harbored feelings for Yin Mengran. I hope that does not trouble you. Trouble? Why would I worry about you stealing Yin Mengran away? Don't be absurd. Zhu casual demeanor caused Liu Hanmiao to pause for a moment, then he nodded and remarked, is this the confidence of a victor? Very well, in that case, I shall assume the role of your advisor. Feel free to consult me on anything, including academic matters. Do I really need to consult you on studies? My girlfriend is certainly no less capable than you. Har har, you have a point, I was being presumptuous. Well then, it is a pleasure to meet you, Zhu. Liu Hanmiao grasped Zhu hand firmly, gave it a brief shake, patted him on the shoulder, and then turned to leave. Zhu watched his retreating figure, internally marveling at the caliber of individuals surrounding him. Each one possessed their own unique traits, yet they all shared a commonality, intelligence. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhu noticed that Tangji's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Tangji, wearing a knowing smile, shook her head. Nothing, I just feel that you have changed quite a bit. Have I? Zhu countered, but in the next moment, he realized that indeed, he had transformed significantly, likely since the day he met Yin Mengran. This change felt quite favorable, as it rendered his life increasingly interesting, a stark contrast to its former monotony. Of course there is. Just now, Yin Mengran recounted to me the events of last night. After hearing it, I began to wonder, was that truly you? Zhu glanced at Tangji and said, have you not noticed how much you have changed as well? You certainly wouldn't have spoken so much before. Oh. Have I? Tangji paused, meeting Zhu eyes, and then both of them couldn't help but share a resigned smile. They recalled their previous selves, where their exchanges were limited to merely a word or two each day. However, with Yin Mengran's presence, they had gradually transformed, their conversations becoming more frequent and their relationship growing closer. They could not deny that it was indeed Yin Mengran who had altered them. At noon, during lunch, Yin Mengran, seemingly eager, grabbed her lunchbox as soon as class ended and went to find Zhu and Tangji. The two students seated in front of them appeared accustomed to this scenario. Upon seeing Yin Mengran approach, they willingly vacated their seats, either heading to the cafeteria or sitting elsewhere, displaying remarkable consideration. As soon as Yin Mengran sat down, Tangji could not resist teasing, what's the rush? Zhu won't he run away? Hearing this, Yin Mengran's face flushed slightly. Perhaps she was a tad too eager, for after spending the entire day at school, this was the only time she could be closer to Zhu. Noticing that Yin Mengran did not refute her comment, Zhu's gaze also became somewhat fleeting, yet he felt a surge of happiness within, experiencing this sensation of being excessively cherished for the very first time. As Yin Mengran and Zhu opened their lunchboxes, they discovered their meal was particularly sumptuous that day. Tangji leaned in to peek and remarked, you both are having quite a feast, it looks delicious. Yin Mengran immediately picked up a piece with her chopsticks, intending to offer it to Tangji. However, Tangji shot her a glance, subtly directing her attention towards Zhu. Yin Mengran hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved the chopsticks in front of Zhu. Oh, Zhu blinked, momentarily at a loss, gazing at Yin Mengran opposite him. She lowered her head, avoiding his eyes, but he could see her ears turning red. Engaging in such an action must have made her feel shy, especially in the classroom with so many peers present. If discovered, it would only heighten her embarrassment. To avoid making the atmosphere more awkward, Zhu decided against further hesitation, leaned forward, opened his mouth, and took a bite. Subsequently, he reciprocated her gesture, lifting a piece with his chopsticks and bringing it to Yin Mengran's lips. Without a moment's pause, she accepted it eagerly, both of them locking eyes as if communicating silently. the air thick with an ambiguous tension. Tang Ji, observing their expressions, suddenly blurted out, "Have you two kissed each other?" Juheng and Yin Mengran widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Tang Ji. She, however, did not wait for their response and nodded, mumbling, "Well, your progress certainly isn't that rapid." Juheng turned to look at Yin Mengran, fixating on her rosy lips, his throat involuntarily swallowing. He had never contemplated this matter before. As someone with little romantic experience, he instinctively believed such things should progress gradually. They had already held hands, so perhaps they should be advancing quickly. As for kissing, was it too soon for that? Meanwhile, Yin Mengran recalled a conversation with Tang Ji, who had once suggested a punishment of kissing Juheng's hand if they were not in a romantic relationship, stating that such an action might anger him. Now that they were indeed a couple, could she dare to kiss him? If she took the initiative, would Juheng be receptive? After school that evening, Tang Ji left first, aware that post-class would mark the beginning of Juheng and Yin Mengran's private time. She did not wish to be a third wheel intruding upon their moment. Once Juheng packed up, he remained seated, waiting for Yin Mengran. The thought that they would soon be alone together filled him with excitement. He had never before wished to be alone with her so ardently. Now that they were together, he genuinely yearned to be by her side every moment. This must be what it feels like to have feelings for someone. He began to grasp that sentiment. Upon seeing Juheng waiting for her, a gentle smile unconsciously graced Yin Mengran's lips, and her movements quickened. Once she finished packing, she eagerly made her way to Juheng. He stood up, and together they left the classroom and the school grounds. Upon exiting the school gate, Yin Mengran grasped Juheng's hand. The first hand-holding felt tentative, but the second came much more naturally. Juheng could feel the warmth of her hand. The sensation of holding it was particularly comforting, and he instinctively tightened his grip, as if afraid she might slip away. Chapter 94. When will we have the chance again? Tang Ji mentioned that you all plan to go shopping this weekend. May I join? Juheng quietly inquired about this matter that had occupied his thoughts all day. Although Tang Ji had assured him that Yin Mengran would certainly want him to come along, he felt it prudent to ask. Upon hearing his question, Yin Mengran recalled that there indeed was such a plan. Last weekend, when they visited Tang Ji's home, she had suggested that she would take on the role of the signholder for their outing. Tang Ji then proposed that they go shopping for clothes the following weekend, emphasizing that this role deserved to be adorned with something attractive. At last year's sports meet, the girls who held the signs had all looked exceptionally lovely, and she realized she no longer possessed any beautiful attire, thus feeling the need to shop. After all, it was akin to being the face of the class, and as the class monitor, she certainly wished to not fall behind other classes. Since Juheng expressed his desire to join, it was undoubtedly the best scenario. The mere thought of going out with Juheng filled her with joy. He was not only her closest friend but also her boyfriend. The prospect of shopping together was almost beyond her belief, and she couldn't imagine how cheerful she would be that day. Of course, that would be wonderful. Are you willing to join? Since weekends are a rare opportunity to relax, I thought you might prefer to indulge in your games, which is why I hesitated to invite you. Yin Mengran had witnessed Juheng's exuberance when he played games, and his happiness was naturally her wish as well. Thus, she refrained from inviting him, fearing he might decline and unwilling to sacrifice his precious gaming time. It's fine, I can play games anytime, and right now, Juheng paused, turning his head away before slowly continuing. I feel, you are far more important than games. In an instant, Yin Mengran lowered her head, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, her heart racing fiercely. Grasping Juheng's hand, she felt it tremble slightly. His words struck a chord deep within her, igniting feelings she could scarcely contain. She understood just how significant gaming was to Juheng. When he engaged in it, he transformed into a different person, radiating visible joy. Yet, at this moment, he declared that she held greater importance than his games. Did that not imply that she could be considered the most important person in his heart? The sensation of being chosen by someone she cherished, who would forsake their passion for her sake, was truly exhilarating. At this moment, Yin Mengran's heart echoed a singular thought. I love Juheng. She adored him, cherished him dearly. Suddenly, she halted, grasping Juheng's arm. He paused in surprise, bewildered as he gazed at her, uncertain of what was happening. In the next moment, Yin Mengran turned to the side, standing on tiptoe, and softly brushed her lips against his cheek in a gentle kiss, as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Then, she lowered her head, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Ju-heng's reaction. This was an audacious attempt on her part, driven by her inability to suppress her feelings for him. Ju-heng, taken completely aback, was at a loss for words, his expression one of sheer astonishment, as if his mind had short-circuited. The suddenness of it all left him unprepared, yet he felt a stirring within his heart. Let us go, Yin Mengran said, pulling Ju-heng's hand as they continued walking, attempting to conceal the recent occurrence. Since Ju-heng exhibited no reaction, she was left wondering what he thought. Choosing to act as if nothing had transpired, Ju-heng reached up to touch his cheek, where the kiss had landed so softly that he could barely recall the sensation. Upon returning home, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner, still mulling over the events of their return. When will we have another chance? This thought reverberated within him, akin to Zhu Barge's insatiable craving for the ginseng fruit. He found himself unable to let it go. If only he could have anticipated it, he would not have been so dazed and should have offered Yin Mengran some response at that moment. Otherwise, what did it all mean? Meanwhile, Yin Mengran sat on the couch, cradling a doll in her arms, also reflecting on what had just occurred. Her bold actions had ignited her own heart, and she pondered when she might dare to be so courageous again. After one kiss, Ju-heng had reacted so intensely, she wondered if repeated displays of affection might eventually annoy him. She turned her face toward the kitchen, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile at the thought of him, the one who brought such joy to her heart. After dinner, they began studying together, with Yin Mengran teaching Ju-heng while also learning herself. She felt she had gained so much more, the closest person to her, the one she adored, her best friend. This made her study state all the more vibrant. They studied until midnight, taking turns to shower before returning to the bedroom, where they both anticipated this moment the most, their closeness. The lights are off. Millimeter. With the lights extinguished, they lay in bed, covered by the blanket, gazing at the ceiling without closing their eyes. They both yearned to fall asleep in each other's embrace as they had the previous night, yet neither initiated the conversation. It was not that they wished for the other to speak first. Rather, they felt they should prepare themselves mentally. After about 10 minutes, they nearly simultaneously turned to face each other, lying on their sides. In the darkness, their faces were obscured, but they could distinctly feel the warmth of each other's breath brushing against their cheeks. Ju-heng attempted to speak, but the words remained unvoiced. Yin Mengran then extended her arms, her voice soft and alluring. A hug. This utterance instantly touched Ju-heng's heart, unleashing a torrent of emotions within him. Millimeter. He enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly and savoring her warmth. Yin Mengran nestled closer, burying her head against his chest, feeling no discomfort. On the contrary, she relished the sensation. It soon lulled her into slumber, even though she longed to experience this feeling while awake. Sensing that Yin Mengran had drifted off, Ju-heng loosened his embrace slightly, concerned for her comfort. After a brief hesitation, he lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Let me be cunning just this once. Next time, it will be when you're awake. Good night. Chapter 95. I long to see you adorned in more exquisite attire. A week swiftly passed, with Ju-heng and Yin Mengran leading identical daily lives, yet they never grew weary of each other. The moments they cherished most were those spent at night, nestled in each other's embrace, where the comfort of their bond lulled them into slumber. One morning, Yin Mengran awoke first, lying in Ju-heng's arms, enveloped by his warmth. Noticing that he remained asleep, she resolved to linger a little longer in bed, allowing Ju-heng to enjoy a few more moments of rest on this weekend. The rigors of their academic week had left him fatigued, often studying late into the night and exerting himself diligently at school. Although Yin Mengran endeavored to alleviate his burdens, she understood that the pursuit of knowledge was a solitary journey. With her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Ju-heng's serene visage, she felt a rush of joy, even after several days of their companionship. As her gaze traveled downward, it settled upon his chest and abdomen, rising and falling rhythmically, prompting a contemplative smile. She had longed to express a sentiment to Ju-heng but had yet to find the opportune moment. She was utterly enamored with his robust physique. As Ju-heng gradually opened his eyes, he found Yin Mengran intently observing him, her gaze unwavering. The fervor in her eyes made him blush slightly, realizing that she had been fixated on his muscles. Although his dedication to fitness was not solely for this purpose, the admiration from his girlfriend was an unforeseen delight. Yet, it was the weekend. Hadn't they planned an outing? With this thought in mind, Joo-hyun promptly opened his eyes and shifted slightly, signaling to Yin Mengran that he was awake. Upon sensing his movement, she lifted her head to meet his gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly uttered, good morning, did you just awaken?" "Yes. I've been awake for a little while." "Then let us rise, aren't we set to go out today?" "Indeed." Yin Mengran had been eagerly anticipating this day for an entire week. While spending a day at home with Joo-hyun was delightful, the prospect of shopping together was equally thrilling. They got out of bed, freshened up, and enjoyed breakfast. Subsequently, Yin Mengran messaged Tang-ji to inquire about their plans for departure. Tang-ji quickly replied, "I'll be there shortly, I assume you two are ready by now." Suddenly, Yin Mengran's phone emitted a notification. She glanced at the screen, surprised to find it was a transfer message from Joo-hyun, who had sent her 2,000 yuan without any accompanying explanation. "What is this?" she exclaimed, looking up at Joo-hyun with astonishment and a hint of confusion. Joo-hyun replied softly, "Aren't we going shopping for clothes today? Buy a few more pieces." He noticed that the outfit she wore was the same one from the previous weekend, aware that she lacked while his own wardrobe was modest. As a male, he didn't require much, but he couldn't bear the thought of Yin Mengran having less than other girls. No. I cannot accept this. I have my own money. Besides, I haven't even spent the allowance my mother gave me last time." Yin Mengran hastily waved her hands in refusal. She simply couldn't accept such a substantial sum, yet she appreciated Joo-hyun's intentions, which was more than enough. Joo-hyun anticipated her refusal, but having made up his mind to transfer the funds, he was resolute. "Please accept it." "I wish to see you adorned in more beautiful garments." His words caused Yin Mengran to hesitate, her hand poised to return the transfer. She genuinely didn't want to accept the money, feeling that she had already received so much. It seemed ungrateful to take more. However, Joo-hyun's statement made her waver. The only reason she could consider accepting the money was for Joo-hyun's sake. The thought of wearing lovely clothes for her beloved was simply irresistible. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Mengran resolved to accept the funds, reassuring herself that accepting it didn't mean she had to spend it all. Moreover, she wouldn't be purchasing exclusively for herself, then. "I shall buy you a few outfits as well. What style do you prefer?" Chapter 96. Having someone you like by your side is quite wonderful. "I'm fine. I don't really have any favorite clothes to wear." Joo-hyun glanced at his attire, which was nothing particularly special. His wardrobe consisted mainly of simple styles. He paid little mind to what he wore, as he spent most of his time in his school uniform, and on weekends, he would be at home playing video games rather than going out. During the hours he wasn't gaming, he was usually at the gym, thus his clothing choices leaned heavily towards loose and comfortable garments, like tank tops. Yin Mengran took hold of Joo-hyun's hand and suggested, "Shall we choose together today?" Joo-hyun looked at her face and smiled gently. "Sure." Yin Mengran had always kept track of how many times Joo-hyun had smiled, as she yearned to witness his smile. Each time she did, it stirred her heart profoundly. The first time was when Joo-hyun was engrossed in a game, the second when his monthly exam results were released, and since they began their relationship, she had seen him smile numerous times, over a dozen, in fact. For her, being the reason behind Joo-hyun's smile was of immense significance. Knock, knock. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and both of them looked up, knowing it must be Tang-ji. Yin Mengran hurriedly got up to answer the door, and indeed, standing at the threshold was Tang-ji. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Tang-ji did not enter the house. Instead, Joo-hyun and Yin Mengran stepped outside together, and the three of them departed. As they walked along the road, Joo-hyun and Yin Mengran naturally intertwined their fingers, a gesture they had become accustomed to after a week of walking to and from school hand in hand. It was Tang-ji's first time witnessing this display, and as she walked behind them, she nodded and remarked, "It's quite novel to see Joo-hyun in a romantic relationship for the first time at this age." Yin Mengran stifled a giggle, while Joo-hyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was aware of how much he had changed compared to before, and he knew Tangji could see it too. This might very well become fodder for her teasing. When will I get to see you in a relationship? That might be even more interesting. Juhan retorted with the same topic, honestly curious about what kind of person might eventually be with Tangji. It seemed that anyone who could be with her would surely be extraordinary. Merely excelling academically wouldn't suffice, they would need to possess strengths in other areas to capture her interest, otherwise, she would undoubtedly overlook them. Tangji waved her hand dismissively, saying, then you might be waiting a long time. Yin Mingran's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Tangji and asked, you don't plan to date? Indeed, I'm not interested. Not dating or marrying is not against the law. I lack for nothing. Whatever a boyfriend could offer, I can provide for myself. Times have changed. Not everyone is destined to marry and have children. My family respects my views, at least when I say I'm not dating or marrying. My father wholeheartedly agrees. Juhan hadn't anticipated Tangji's resolute stance, yet it was indeed something she would say. True, my uncle probably can't bear to see you in a relationship, right? You make a valid point. Juhang's words caused a tremor in Yin Mingran's heart. She understood that Tangji's perspective was correct, yet her own thoughts stood in stark contrast. Ever since she developed feelings for Juhang, she had longed to be in a relationship with him. Perhaps due to her unique circumstances, her aspirations had diminished significantly. After all, there was a time when she had wished for her own demise. Now, her desires were not for what Juhang could provide her, but simply to be by his side. That alone sufficed. This was the only reason she felt a glimmer of hope for life. In other words, over 90% of her existence was dedicated to Juhang. If he were to abandon her now, her only remaining purpose would be to honor her deceased parents. She would have no reason to continue living. As Juhang agreed with Tangji's perspective, she wondered if it might lead him to alter his current feelings and drift away from her. Just as Yin Mingran's worries began to swell, Juhang suddenly lifted her hand, tightening his grip slightly. However, my views have diverged from yours. I believe having someone you cherish by your side is indeed quite wonderful. Juhan gazed into Yin Mingran's eye. In that moment, Yin Mingran was momentarily taken aback, feeling her heart race. All her earlier anxieties dissipated. His words were enough to dissolve her worries, granting her a profound sense of security. Tangji paused for a few seconds before chuckling lightly. All right, you two. No need to flaunt your affection in front of me. I already know how well you get along. Juhan continued to hold Yin Mingran's hand as they walked forward, while she lowered her gaze and softly said, I will always be by your side. This was a promise she intended to keep, a hope she held without question. Juhan nodded gently in response, affirming with a millimeter, and their fingers entwined, firmly grasping one another's hands. Though they appeared calm on the surface, internally, they were tumultuous, yet with Tangji present, they restrained their emotions. The trio arrived at the bustling city center mall, thrumming with life on the weekend. Upon reaching the clothing floor, they found it predominantly filled with girls, most of whom were out shopping to enjoy their weekend. Tangji led Yin Mingran through various stores, while Juhan followed behind, seemingly serving as a mere companion. Though he felt his presence was somewhat insignificant, nevertheless, he thought that as long as Yin Mingran and Tangji were happy, that was what mattered. I'll go buy you some drinks. You two take your time browsing, call me if you need anything. Juhan sought a task to occupy himself, as trailing behind them without purpose made him feel somewhat invisible. After he left, Yin Mingran watched his departing figure. She wished to remain by Juhan's side, but with Tangji present, she felt it was essential to pay her some attention too. While she could enjoy solitude with Juhan at home, she believed it was crucial to cater to Tangji today, knowing Juhan would understand and not be upset. Juhan entered a nearby cafe, intending to purchase beverages for the two of them. He stood at the end of the queue, with 3 or 4 people ahead of him, and he would soon reach the front. Just then, he heard familiar voices approaching from behind, growing increasingly closer. Oh, stop fooling around. Honestly, in the next moment, someone bumped into Juhan, seemingly an accidental collision during a playful moment. My apologies. Juhan slowly turned his head, and upon seeing the person before him, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He hadn't misheard that voice, it was all too familiar. To his dismay, he had encountered Tong Yining here, It was indeed an unfortunate reality. Perhaps he should have anticipated this, as Tong Yining was known to venture out every weekend, and this was the busiest place to be on a Saturday. Meeting here was highly probable. Tong Yining, realizing who she had bumped into, gasped in surprise. Juheng, what are you doing here? Chapter 97. It would be better if I never knew the answer. Tong Yining had just opened her mouth to speak when her gaze suddenly darted to the side of Juheng, as if she were searching for someone. However, she failed to catch sight of that familiar figure. Juheng merely glanced at her before preparing to leave, reasoning that he could purchase whatever he needed elsewhere, without the necessity of buying it here. As Juheng began to walk away, Tong Yining seemed to be possessed, hastily following in his wake, for at that moment, there was no sign of Yin Mengran beside him. If she wished to converse with him, now was undoubtedly the opportune moment. Juheng strode ahead, while Tong Yining trailed a few steps behind, calling out, Juheng, may I speak with you for a moment? I promise to take only a little of your time. Juheng ignored her, continuing to quicken his pace, making it quite a challenge for Tong Yining to keep up, yet, she was evidently determined not to squander this rare opportunity, relentlessly pursuing him. Many passers-by turned their heads to observe the pair, perceiving them as a couple embroiled in an argument. Please, it's just a few words, there are things I truly must express to you, she implored. Considering we are classmates, grant me this one chance. Moreover, I merely declined your confession. I did not commit any wrongdoing against you. Why must you distance yourself from me? Regardless of everything, we have known each other for so many years, haven't we? Back in middle school, when no one spoke to you, was it not I who engaged you in conversation? How could you now? Upon uttering this, Juheng abruptly halted, startling Tong Yining into an immediate stop, creating a slight distance between them as if fearing his ire. Juheng slowly turned around, his expression neutral, devoid of any anger, and calmly stated, all right, go ahead. What swayed his decision was Tong Yining's words. After all, she had supported him during their middle school years when he had been friendless and reserved. She had been the one to step forward, initiating conversation and companionship, thus, setting aside other considerations, he decided to let her speak, as a way of repaying her past kindness. Tong Yining was clearly taken aback by Juheng's sudden change of heart, momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing without sound. What is the matter? Weren't you going to say something? Are you not going to continue? Juheng asked, arms crossed, with an air of indifference. I will, she stammered, collecting her thoughts and steadying her breath. Are you truly with Yin Mengran now? Yes, many in the class are already aware, so how could you not know? Juheng replied straightforwardly. Throughout the week, they had been quite open in their interactions within the classroom, though their behavior was not overly scandalous. It was evident to others that they were together. Tong Yining lowered her head, responding softly, I know. I just wanted to hear you admit it. Well, what else do you wish to say? Speak your mind all at once. Tong Yining fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating whether to voice her thoughts. Realizing this opportunity might never present itself again, she pressed on, why were you able to move on so swiftly? Didn't you previously have feelings for me? How could you so quickly develop an affection for Yin Mengran? Juheng frowned slightly, evidently taken aback by her question. Indeed, from her perspective, it appeared he had changed his affections rapidly. Just days prior, he had been ardently pursuing her, and now, merely a fortnight later, he was with Yin Mengran. Her confusion was understandable. Juheng sighed and replied, there is but one explanation that makes sense. I never truly liked you. Your kindness misled me into believing I had feelings for you, but in truth, it was not affection. Thus, I was able to relinquish those feelings so decisively. It was my error. I should have let go long ago. My stubbornness likely kept me hanging on. Upon hearing Juheng's words, Tong Yining's expression darkened, a profound sense of dejection washing over her. In her eyes, a distinct sorrow flickered. I ought not to have asked this question. It would have been better had I remained unaware of the answer, she said, offering a self-deprecating smile and shaking her head. The most painful realization was that Juheng claimed he had never liked her, while she found herself developing feelings for him. What a dramatic turn of events. Could she not have experienced these emotions sooner? Had she felt this way earlier, she might have accepted his pursuit, and even if he did not harbor feelings for her, she could have endeavored to cultivate them. Could it not have been wonderful to begin a relationship and then nurture those feelings? Yet the reality was that, for reasons unknown, Yin Mengran had seamlessly woven herself into Juheng's life, bypassing all the stages Tang Yining had struggled through over the past several years. You have nothing more to say. If that is the case, then farewell. I remember your kindness from middle school, and I have repaid it throughout high school. It was you who chose to distance yourself in the end. Otherwise, we would not have even struggled to remain friends. I am not one to engage in such trivial affairs, so let us part ways here. Juheng laid bare his thoughts. He was not an unfeeling person, rather, repeated disappointments had dulled his desire to continue. With Yin Mengran now entering his life, he felt emboldened to sever ties with his past and embark on a new chapter. Having spoken his piece, Juheng turned to leave, having done all he could. How Tang Yining processed this was now entirely up to her. As she watched him depart, instinct urged her to pursue him. Wait, just as she was about to catch up to him, a voice suddenly called out from the side, "Darling, there you are." Both Juheng and Tang Yining halted, stunned. Before Juheng could react, a figure leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. The familiar scent instantly revealed her identity to him. He looked down to see Yin Mengran in his arms. He had not recognized her at first due to her new attire, a pink off-shoulder chiffon dress, elegantly designed to accentuate her waist, adorned with a charming bow, and layers of lace embellishing the beautiful fabric, exuding a playful, youthful allure. Tang Yining stepped back, murmuring, "Yin Mengran, Chapter 98. Well then, I hope to see more of this capriciousness in the future." Tang Yining surveyed Yin Mengran from head to toe, and inwardly marveled. She is truly stunning. No wonder Juheng fell for her so swiftly. I must reluctantly admit that I pale in comparison to Yin Mengran. The exquisite beauty and grace she possesses are qualities I cannot even pretend to emulate. Tang Yining initially thought that Juheng was here for her, which is why he felt so unabashed in his pursuit. However, she was taken aback to find Yin Mengran present as well. Regardless of the circumstances, it is undeniable that Yin Mengran is the primary figure here, and she has every right to keep me away from Juheng. If I were to continue to intrude upon Juheng, surely Yin Mengran would regard me with disdain. It seems that the former close friend I once had is now destined to treat me with cold indifference. That term of endearment, dear, must have been intended for me, a clear declaration of her claim. The intimacy of it stung like a needle in my heart. After a moment of bewilderment, Juheng was suddenly struck by a realization. He became acutely aware that Tang Yining was still behind him. Would Yin Mengran misunderstand? What if she thought he had sneaked out to be with Tang Yining? How would he explain this? Should he request the surveillance footage from the mall? As if they would even grant such a request. He had only been with Yin Mengran for a few days. If he were to anger her, how could he possibly appease her? He had no experience in such matters. What if he failed to win her back? Would that mean a breakup? If he were to lose her over this, it would surely plunge him into despair. I was just going to buy some water, and then I ran into her, so I thought I'd change locations, and then she caught up with me and said, Juheng hurriedly explained, his words tumbling over one another in a panic, as if fearing he might omit some critical detail, desperate to clarify his innocence. Yet, halfway through his explanation, Yin Mengran unexpectedly placed a finger gently on his lips. Juheng paused, his expression one of confusion as he stared at Yin Mengran, his heart racing, nearly leaping into his throat, terrified that she might be angry with him or consider breaking up with him. However, Yin Mengran simply offered a soft smile and said, "Then let us go buy some together. Afterwards, we can pick out a few outfits for you. Tangji is still waiting for us, so let us be on our way." With that, Yin Mengran linked her arm with Juheng's, preparing to leave together. Before departing, she turned to Tang Yining and remarked, "Hello, what a coincidence to run into you here. Well then, goodbye." Her simple greeting conveyed politeness, devoid of any emotional undertones. Having uttered those words, Yin Mengran took Juheng away. Tang Yining stood rooted to the spot, seemingly in a daze, gazing at the retreating figures of the two. She had anticipated that Yin Mengran would regard her with hostility, yet it seemed that she did not view her as an adversary at all. It felt as if they were merely ordinary classmates exchanging a courteous nod, with no further implications. Wouldn't she scold me? Wouldn't she confront me? Previously, when I bumped into her, she had looked at me with such a murderous glare. Is this the demeanor of a victor? Such confidence is something I cannot match, Tong Yining sighed, leaning against the railing, tilting her head upwards to gaze at the ceiling. This simple interaction made her acutely aware of the vast chasm between herself and Yin Mengran. In every aspect, academically, in appearance, and now in temperament, she found herself lacking. What hope did she have left? Juheng and Yin Mengran arrived at another milk tea shop to procure some drinks. As they waited, Juheng remained silent, observing Yin Mengran beside him. Although a faint smile graced her lips, he sensed that there was something deeper hidden within that smile. Don't you need me to explain anything? I really did only exchange a few words with her, isn't he that worth mentioning? Juheng tentatively inquired, testing the waters, uncertain of Yin Mengran's current emotional state. Was she subtly upset? Or did she truly not care? In truth, Juheng would be fine if Yin Mengran were angry. He could apologize and clarify. However, the chilling silence of cold treatment was far more daunting. He felt utterly at a loss, and he feared he might be rendered speechless in desperation. Yin Mengran closed her eyes, gently shook her head, and replied, "There's no need, I trust you." Hearing this, Juheng felt a profound sense of gratitude swell within him. To be trusted so implicitly by his girlfriend was an uplifting sentiment, yet, he was also perplexed. Regardless of the circumstances, he had not been by Yin Mengran's side but had instead been with Tong Yining. Anyone would understandably be upset, yet Yin Mengran was not. Did that imply she was indifferent to his interactions with Tong Yining? Juheng appeared somewhat discontent, prompting him to ask again, "So, you're really not angry?" "No. I've already stated that I will never be angry with you. It's just what?" Juheng pressed, noting the shift in her tone. He observed Yin Mengran lower her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper as she stammered, "It's just. I feel a bit disappointed, just a little, a tiny bit. I know it has nothing to do with you, but I simply don't want to see Tong Yining getting close to you. I must be too willful. I'm sorry, please don't take it to heart." Juheng bit his lip, watching Yin Mengran before him, his emotions complex and tumultuous. He had not been mistaken. Yin Mengran had indeed concealed her feelings. Had he not pressed her, she might have kept it buried within her heart. Yet, the fact that she could voice it made him feel so much better, revealing just how much she cared for him. In the next moment, Juheng extended his arms, enveloping Yin Mengran in a warm embrace. Yin Mengran was momentarily taken aback, then her expression shifted to one of vulnerability, as if Juheng's embrace had unlocked a floodgate of emotions within her. She felt a lump in her throat, the urge to cry in his arms overwhelming, yet she knew it was unwarranted. This trivial matter didn't merit tears, it would only lead Juheng to perceive her as a weak girl. Initially, Yin Mengran had hesitated to express her feelings, projecting an air of indifference to avoid upsetting Juheng. After all, their relationship had not yet solidified, and he was not at fault. If she were to show her discontent, he might think her unreasonable. At that moment, Juheng gently spoke, his voice a mere whisper in Yin Mengran's ear. "Then, please show me more of this capriciousness in the future. I truly adore it." Chapter 99, You two as a couple truly know how to torment others. Yin Mengran paused for a few seconds before softly uttering a sound, burying her head in Juheng's embrace, murmuring, "You keep saying such things." I can't help but shed tears. From the moment she met Juheng and settled into his home, she felt that his kindness towards her was extraordinary, not like that of an ordinary classmate. Yet, she did not refuse him. While accepting his goodwill, she endeavored to reciprocate as best as she could. However, gradually she realized that no matter how much she tried to repay him, Juheng would always treat her even better, as if there were no limit to his affection. I was just speaking the truth, please don't cry." Hearing that she was on the verge of tears, Juheng became somewhat flustered. After all, they were in public, and he could never forgive himself for making his girlfriend cry, even though he knew that Yin Mengran was not crying out of sadness. Yin Mengran was amused by Juheng's panicked expression, letting out a soft chuckle as she covered her mouth. "It's fine, I'm not crying. I won't cry so easily in the future." She stifled the urge to cry, having been striving to alter her character to become a bit stronger. This was not something that could be achieved overnight, so she had to take her time, gradually working on these small matters to fortify herself against weakness. Yin Mengran lifted her head, gazing around to find that onlookers were watching them with amused smiles, prompting her to feel a rush of embarrassment as she lowered her head. This was her first time being so intimate with Juheng in front of so many people. Previously, such moments had only occurred when they were alone at home, and they had never behaved this way at school. However, she did not view their display of affection as a negative thing. It was perfectly fine for others to see their good relationship. After purchasing some water, Juheng and Yin Mengran prepared to return to find Tangji. She had just bought some clothes, and Tangji had suggested she wear them right away, but then she felt something was amiss. Juheng had been gone too long, and her worry prompted her to search for him alone, only to witness the scene of Juheng walking ahead with Tang Yining closely trailing behind, leading her to rush over without a second thought. How does this outfit look on me? Juheng turned to glance at Yin Mengran and her attire. When she had thrown herself into his arms earlier, he had momentarily been taken aback, primarily due to her wearing new clothes. He had to admit that the outfit suited her well, and he found himself stealing glances at her without even realizing it. Yes, it looks great, especially on you. It fits perfectly. Juheng nodded in affirmation, speaking nothing but the truth as he felt it in his heart. This simple honesty was enough to bring joy to Yin Mengran for quite some time, a smile spreading across her face as she softly replied, "That's good to hear." Upon arriving at another clothing store, they found Tangji waiting for them. Upon seeing them return, she stood up and inquired, "Why did you take so long? Did something happen?" Her keen intuition allowed her to sense that something was amiss simply by observing their demeanor. Juheng briefly explained what had transpired, and when Tangji learned that they had encountered Tang Yining, her brows furrowed in concern. "How could we run into her here? Is she stalking you?" Surely not. Juheng responded, bewildered as he glanced at himself, confident there was nothing suspicious about him. Couldn't he possibly be that obsessive? "It's fine, just a coincidence, nothing unusual about it." Her pursuing Juheng can't bode well. How can you trust her so easily? Yin Mengran linked her arm with Juheng's, gazing at his profile as she softly replied, "I'm not trusting her. I am trusting my boyfriend." Juheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon both of them smiled at each other. Tangji sighed in exasperation, muttering, "You two really know how to torment others as a couple. Maybe I'll pass. I think buying online is just fine. I'm not good at choosing clothes." Juheng was gently pushed forward, although he was supposed to pick out clothes to try. Just looking at the array before him left him bewildered, as they all seemed the same to him. Any of them would suffice. "Then you help him choose." Tangji grabbed Yin Mengran's wrist with her other hand, bringing her to the front alongside Juheng. They exchanged a glance, hesitance evident in their eyes. Juheng felt somewhat awkward. While Yin Mengran could help him pick out clothes, she was uncertain if her choices would align with his taste. "You please help me choose, I genuinely don't know how to pick." "All right, okay." Receiving Juheng's affirmation, Yin Mengran stepped forward, searching for suitable clothing for him. She began recalling the types of clothes Juheng typically wore at home, aiming to select items of a similar style. Given Juheng's physique, he was not suited to wear overly tight clothing. His build was already quite commendable, and wearing fitted attire would appear somewhat odd. Thus, Yin Mengran concluded that Juheng would look better in looser garments, which would also be more comfortable. After browsing for a while, Yin Mengran selected a few appropriate garments, leaning towards darker colors with a moderate fit. "Let's try on these first. If you don't like them, we can always check another store." She handed the clothes to Juheng, gesturing towards a nearby fitting room, indicating for him to try them on there. "All right." Juheng nodded, taking the clothes to the fitting room. This was his first time trying on clothes in public. Most of his clothing had been purchased online or brought by his mother, and he had never tried anything on before, not caring whether it fit or not. If it could be worn without falling off, that was good enough. As he stepped into the confined fitting room, he felt a sense of novelty. It was merely a thick curtain separating him from the outside, and the space was quite small. His stature made it a tight squeeze for two people. If that were the case, there would be hardly any room to move. In front of him stood a large mirror and a rack for hanging clothes. Staring at the array of garments, Juhang was uncertain where to begin, so he decided to start by removing his current outfit. Oh, let us try the pants first. Chapter 100. As a man, why should I fear being seen? Juhang found himself in the fitting room, while Yin Mengran and Tangji waited outside. Yin Mengran had already envisioned how Juhang would look in the new clothes she had selected for him, choosing outfits based on her inner imaginings. Although she was uncertain if he would like them, she was confident that she would be fond of how he appeared in them. Tangji gently tapped Yin Mengran's hand and said softly, "Let us keep this one for everyday wear. Soon, we'll select something for the sports event. We need at least 2 outfits for the next couple of days." That's perfectly fine, but please don't pick anything too peculiar. I might struggle to wear it. What are you thinking? There's no such thing as strange clothing. I merely wish to choose beautiful outfits for you, Tangji reassured Yin Mengran, encouraging her not to worry, as she had no intention of playing tricks on her friend. Are you both out there? At that moment, Juhang's voice echoed from the fitting room. Upon hearing him, Yin Mengran quickly stood up and inquired, "Is something wrong? Are the clothes unsuitable?" Not exactly, it's just that I'm unsure how to coordinate them," Juhang replied, his tone tinged with helplessness and a hint of embarrassment. The garments he had brought in were all jumbled together, leaving him clueless about which shirt matched which pair of trousers. The thought of mismatching was mortifying, especially since these were outfits chosen by Yin Mengran. It would imply that his taste was significantly inferior to hers, thus, he sought her guidance on how to pair the clothes, as they all seemed rather similar to him. Coordination. I forgot to help you sort them out. How about you bring them out one by one? Yin Mengran suggested softly from the entrance of the fitting room. In that instant, Tangji, having stealthily appeared behind her, playfully nudged Yin Mengran forward. "What are you afraid of? Just go in and assist him." Yin Mengran gasped, stumbling forward with no time to react. She inadvertently burst through the curtain, launching herself into the fitting room. Only when she collided with something did her momentum cease, instinctively placing her hands in front of her to prevent a fall. Still dazed, Yin Mengran slowly lifted her gaze, taking in the scene before her. It seemed she had crashed into Juhang, her hands now resting against his chest. The most critical detail was that Juhang was currently shirtless. The very physique she had yearned to behold once more was now mere inches away. Her hands were in direct contact with his solid, well-defined chest. After a mere 0.01 seconds, Yin Mengran acted on impulse, gently pinching. Then, she quickly withdrew her hand, straightened her posture, and attempted to step back, only to realize that the space was so confined that retreat was impossible. She and Juhang were left standing face to face, their bodies merely a fist's distance apart. I didn't mean to." Yin Mengran raised her hand to shield her eyes, yet she left a small gap for a furtive glance. Such an opportunity was rare. Although she had been startled moments ago, now all she wished was to express her gratitude to Tangji with a simple, "Thank you." Averted gazes were a matter of politeness, while peeking was instinctual. Juhang felt slightly awkward, standing bare-chested before Yin Mengran, a situation that inevitably stirred a sense of bashfulness. However, recalling that Yin Mengran was his girlfriend and not a stranger eased his discomfort. Moreover, he remembered how she had touched him for 10 minutes that morning. Thus, Juhang concluded that she might indeed appreciate his physique. Previously, he had worried that Yin Mengran might not favor his body type. After all, moderate fitness attracts the opposite sex, while excessive fitness often appeals to the same sex. Being overly muscular might not be to a woman's liking, right? Yet, he believed his physique was commendably above average, not excessively exaggerated but certainly a standout among peers. It appeared that Yin Mengran might be the type who favored muscular men. Hence, he felt no embarrassment. In fact, he hoped she would gaze upon him. An appealing physique that could attract his girlfriend was undoubtedly a positive aspect. "It's all right, you needn't be so formal with me. It's nothing. I'm a man, after all. What's there to fear about being seen?" Juhang softly reassured her. Upon hearing this, Yin Mengran bit her lip and hesitantly inquired, "So, I can look, right?" "Of course, you can. You're my girlfriend. There's nothing you can't see." Then, with permission granted, Yin Mengran slowly lowered her hand, taking in Zhu Hang's form entirely. Gulp, her throat moved, and in the next moment, her face blushed at a visibly rapid pace, as if she were about to ripen. She recalled that earlier that morning, she had only touched through fabric, and now, here was Zhu Hang, unclothed before her. However, she could only look and not touch. If she were to raise her hand and reach out without saying anything, Zhu Hang might suspect her of being a pervert. Moreover, it seemed inappropriate to engage in such actions at this moment. While Zhu Hang was indifferent to being seen, the two of them crammed into the dressing room felt rather peculiar, especially considering the limited space and rising heat, which made him start to sweat. Being so close to Yin Mengran while perspiring felt uncomfortable, so he resolved to draw the curtain aside, saying, how about you step outside for a moment? I'm afraid I might bump into you. I'll take the clothes out, and you can help me coordinate them before bringing them back in. Millimeter. Yin Mengran understood that lingering there was not ideal. Zhu Hang couldn't he change clothes with her present? Though she hadn't he had her fill of viewing him, she acknowledged that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so why not wait? Just as she nodded in agreement, she suddenly heard the voices of other young women outside the fitting room. Hello, do you have this in a larger size? Just as Zhu Hang was about to pull back the curtain to let Yin Mengran out, she swiftly reached out and halted him. Wait. Zhu Hang was taken aback, hastily retracting his hand, blinking in confusion as he asked, what's wrong? Yin Mengran appeared hesitant, then pointed at Zhu Hang's body and whispered, there are people outside. Let us wait a moment to go out. If we open it now, they'll see us, and I don't want others to see.